Chen Yuan was reborn, returning to the year 1960. In his previous life, he had been weak and foolishly filial, causing great hardship for his wife and child, and ultimately dying of illness under a bridge in utter misery. Now, with his second chance at life, witnessing his sister-in-law falsely accusing his wife once again, he chose not to remain silent. Instead, he decided to strike back fiercely, using his own flesh and blood to protect his family. Was his grandmother maliciously biased? Were his elder brother and sister-in-law shamelessly shirking responsibility? Fine, they would split the household then. In this gray era, where everyone struggled to find enough food, Chen Yuan sharpened his knife, carried his hunting rifle, hunted wild boars, dug up bamboo shoots, ginseng. All kinds of delicacies from the mountains were plentiful. With his exceptional skills, he provided his wife and child with a carefree and blissful life. Slut, how dare you steal? Were you not taught properly by your parents when you were born? You mother and daughter are nothing but burdens, doing no work, yet always stealing. Dizziness hit him as cries and curses mixed together, making Chen Yuan's head throb painfully. He tried his hardest, suddenly opening his eyes wide, like a drowning person grabbing onto a lifeline, breathing heavily. What happened? Wasn't he supposed to be dead under that bridge? Could it be someone saved him? Looking around, he found himself lying on an old bed in a mud brick house, covered with straw mats, and cold air seeping through the paper windows. What is this? The scene before him was both familiar and strange. Chen Yuan shook his head hard, his gaze suddenly fixed on an old almanac on the table. The year of the pig Ji Hai, Bingzi month, Wuzi day, January 1st, 1960. How is this possible? I've been reborn. Chen Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief, followed by immense excitement after a brief moment of shock. Heaven has eyes. In his previous life, he was ignorant and weak, exploited by his own family. His grandmother favored others unfairly. His father only drank and gambled. His elder brother and sister-in-law did the least work but ate the most, while his younger brother just followed along without taking a stand. That could have been tolerated. But later during the reform and opening up period, when Chen Yuan had the opportunity to become a worker, his elder brother and sister-in-law stole that chance from him. To help his younger brother get married, they tricked him out of all his savings to buy a house and a car. In the end, he couldn't protect his wife and child, ended up being driven out of the home, wandering outside with deep regret and resentment, freezing to death under that bridge. Unexpectedly, upon opening his eyes again, heaven gave him another chance. It brought him back 30 years to his rural hometown in the north. Outside, those being bullied were none other than his wife and child. Damn it, last time I let you bully us to death. This time, no way. Chen Yuan clenched his fists, immediately getting out of bed and kicking open the door. In the courtyard, his grandmother Zhang Guixiang and his sister-in-law Li Qinfen were shouting accusations nonstop. His wife's son Wei Wei held their daughter Yi, looking extremely wronged. Grandma, sister-in-law, I really didn't eat the large scraps, it wasn't me. If it wasn't you, then who? You were caught red-handed, still denying it. Grandma, what do you think? Shouldn't we teach her a lesson? Li Qinfen rolled up her sleeves and asked Zhang Guixiang. She deserves a beating. Not only that, she shouldn't be allowed to eat for a whole day. Zhang Guixiang snorted coldly. Li Qinfen, as if given permission, raised her hand high. No, don't hit mommy. I saw. It was Annie. Annie ate the large scraps. Yi immediately hugged son Wei Wei, trying to protect her mother. Upon hearing this, Li Qinfen, whose body trembled like a pig, became even more agitated. Hey, little brat, who are you talking about? Barely 3 years old and already learning to lie, daring to slander your auntie. I'll deal with you too today. Wah, auntie is bad, and you don't hit me. Yi burst into tears instantly. Stop. Chen Yuan, already gnashing his teeth in anger, shouted loudly, blocking Li Qinfen. Li Qinfen, can you just beat my wife and child like that? Looking at his wife and child behind him, his nose stung, wanting to pull them tightly into his arms. But now wasn't the time for sentimentality, because he remembered clearly that it was Li Qinfen who stole the large scraps on this very day in his past life. She was caught by son Wei Wei early in the morning preparing food, afraid of being scolded by the grandmother, so she framed her. Sadly, back then, Chen Yuan was weak-willed, mentally oppressed since childhood, accepting everything passively. Not only did he fail to protect his wife, but he also hid her. This led to son Wei Wei being looked down upon in the village and by her own family, planting the seeds for her eventual depression and suicide. Second son, have you woken up confused? How dare you speak to me like that? Your wife stole, and as her aunt, isn't it right for me to discipline her? Li Qinfen relied on Zhang Guixiang's favoritism and her status as the eldest, accustomed to throwing her weight around. Chen Yuan sneered. Clearly, you stole the large scraps. Yet you want to blame my wife? Bullshit. Why would I need to steal such a small amount of fat? Second son, watch your words. Li Qinfen said with a stern face. You know well that I don't usually wake up until 8 or 9. I was woken up by the urge to urinate this morning. Came out to relieve myself. As for your wife, she handles all 3 meals a day. Wouldn't she take some oil if she really wanted to? Sister-in-law, how can you say such things about me? I work tirelessly every day cooking for the whole family. If I really wanted to eat, I wouldn't steal. Son Weiwei felt even more wronged, almost in tears. How would anyone know? Li Qinfen taunted. If no one knows, why should you keep bullying my wife? It's easy to figure out. Ask the village chief to bring his dog over to sniff it out. Chen Yuan turned to Son Weiwei. Wife, go next door and knock on the village chief's door. Ask him to come over. Chen Yuan, what are you doing? Zhang Guixiang's face darkened. Such a trivial matter. Still calling the village chief, deliberately seeking humiliation? If this trivial matter isn't cleared up, won't a certain shrew be slandering people without evidence? Chen Yuan refused to back down. Shrew? Good, second son, you're something, playing the thief here. Li Qinfen trembled with anger. Go ahead, quickly call the village chief. When you can't prove that I stole, I'll settle accounts with your entire family of 3. Chen Yuan, maybe. Let's just forget it. Son Weiwei, with her gentle nature, didn't want to escalate the situation. Forget it? Wife, your sister-in-law has spoken. Hurry up and go. Chen Yuan remained resolute. Son Weiwei bit her lip and went out. Soon, the elderly village chief, holding a smoking pipe in his left hand and leading a yellow-black hunting dog with his right, entered the yard. He roughly understood the situation, knowing that this family favored others and bullied the second son's household. So he didn't waste words, patted the dog and said, Ah Huang, go sniff. Who among them has the smell of meat on their breath? Son Weiwei crouched down, blowing her breath towards Ah Huang. Ah Huang whimpered softly, showing no reaction. Seeing this, Li Qinfen became emboldened. Just a bit of large scraps. Surely it couldn't be detected. So she also blew her breath. Unexpectedly, Ah Huang suddenly perked up, barking excitedly, wagging its tail, and licking her mouth. Now what are you doing, dirty dog? Get away. Li Qinfen kicked out. Ah Huang, come back. With Chen Jita's call, Ah Huang retreated. He squinted his eyes and said, Li Qinfen, my Ah Huang isn't some useless dog, but a hunting dog that has accompanied me through the forest for 10 years. It smelled meat on your breath. The one who stole the large scraps is you. There's no escaping it. Volume 1, Chapter 2. Not yet finished. Qinfen. Was it truly you who indulged in infidelity? Zhang Guixiang's expression shifted dramatically. I. Li Qinfen was suddenly flustered. The village chief had already testified, leaving her with no means to deny it. Oh dear. I merely passed by and took a couple of bites. Weiwei was present as well. I assumed she had partaken as well. It's hardly a grave matter. To you, it may be trivial, but when it comes to slandering my wife, you didn't seem to think so, Chen Yuan retorted. How was I to know? Besides, I only had a little. Li Qinfen pulled Zhang Guixiang closer. Grandma, I didn't mean to. I promise I won't do it again. Zhang Guixiang, already partial to the eldest son, feigned authority. As the eldest sister-in-law, you ought to set an example. No more sneaking bites next time. All right, everyone disperse. Understood, Grandma. Li Qinfen turned to leave. Chen Yuan would not allow it. Stop. The matter has yet to be clarified. Where do you think you're going? Li Qinfen's expression darkened. Old too. Hasn't everything been made clear? What more do you want? Huh. When you accused my wife of infidelity, you were quick to resort to violence and even forbade her from eating for a day. Now that it's proven you were the thief, you expect to gloss over it with a few words? Chen Yuan's smile was devoid of warmth. They say a small theft leads to larger ones. Grandma, if you don't address this ill wind, you risk losing everything in the end. Zhang Guixiang, already feeling the pressure, became even more irritated upon hearing such sharp words. Old too, didn't I scold her? She's your eldest sister-in-law. You, as the younger one, ought to show some deference. Why should I defer to the eldest sister-in-law when the third should defer to me? It seems your favoritism is directed squarely at them. Chen Yuan was unapologetic. Old too. Are you deliberately seeking trouble? When has Grandma ever shown us favoritism? She treats everyone equally. Speak any further nonsense, and I may just have to deal with you. The eldest, Chen Shan, had been eavesdropping through the door crack and immediately stepped in to mediate. Deal with me. Chen Yuan scoffed. You can't even manage your own wife. What qualifications do you have to deal with me? Otherwise, she wouldn't be engaging in such disgraceful behavior. sneaking into the kitchen to steal food in broad daylight. You. Chen Yuan trembled with anger. Oh, I can't bear this any longer. I'm done for. Li Qingfen, realizing the situation was spiraling out of control, resorted to her dramatic flair, plopping down on the ground and wailing. As the eldest sister-in-law managing this entire household, I may not have accomplishments, but I certainly have endured hardships. The elders dismiss me, and the younger ones do not regard me. What if I merely tasted some pork cracklings? Should I just go to my demise? Then you might as well. Chen Yuan replied coolly. What did you say? Li Qingfen thought she misheard, pointing at him and shouting, You heartless wretch, cursing me to death. Grandma, eldest brother, and father, will you not intervene today? Beast, just watch as I deal with you. Chen Yuan was seething with rage. Come on, try to lay a finger on me. Chen Yuan had been manipulated by this family like a worthless person in his past life, unable to retaliate or respond to insults. In this world, he would no longer suffer such indignities. If they wished to fight, he would stand his ground until one of them was vanquished. However, he made it clear that there were many spectators outside, and he would not be the one to lose face. It was evident that a crowd of villagers had gathered outside the courtyard. In an era devoid of entertainment, they flocked to witness the commotion. What was happening? Why was there such a disturbance so early in the morning? Rumor had it that Chen Yuan's wife had been accused of stealing pig lard, prompting the village chief to intervene, only to discover that it was actually Li Qingfen who had indulged in the theft. Now, Chen Yuan was seeking to confront her. Oh, did their family not show favoritism, preying upon Chen Yuan? What had emboldened him today? Even clay figurines possessed some spirit. His sister-in-law was excessively oppressive. This shrew had even attempted to extort a chicken from his family. It was unacceptable for her to get away unscathed. Chen Yuan, feeling intimidated by Chen Yuan's fierce demeanor and the onlookers, hesitated to take action. What is all this noise about so early in the morning? Their father, Chen Dongjin, emerged from the house draped in a coat, reprimanding, Are you so idle? Over a mere bit of pig lard, you're making such a fuss? Instead of wasting time, why not work in the fields and earn a few coins? Earn coins to drink and gamble? Chen Yuan scoffed, regarding this incompetent father with disdain. You don't address my sister-in-law as unjust treatment of my wife. Instead, you blame me? What kind of head of the family are you? Chen Donggen's face flushed with embarrassment, rendered speechless. I have no desire to engage in idle chatter. I demand justice. Sister-in-law, you wouldn't even spare a thought for my wife and children? Apologize to them, and we can consider this matter settled. Chen Yuan declared. Why should I apologize? You must be dreaming. Li Qingfen retorted sharply. It was absurd, as the elder sister-in-law, apologizing to a younger would be more painful than a slap. Just because you wronged someone, you ought to apologize. Indeed, how brazen to act so defiantly after making a mistake. If I were Chen Yuan, I would have given you 2 slaps by now, voiced a few peers of Li Qingfen, supporting her. Qingfen, apologize to him, or none of us will have an easy time. Chen Dongjin's expression darkened as he glanced at Chen Yuan, sensing something was amiss. Zhang Guixiang shared the same sentiment. This second grandson had always been mild-mannered, obediently following orders without question. Yet today, he seemed to possess a newfound audacity, challenging them and disregarding their authority. Qingfen, today this second child has lost his senses. Do not stoop to his level. Just offer a simple apology. It's merely a bit of pig lard. You can indulge in it any time you wish. Exactly, my dear wife. We not only want pig lard, but also meat. They will not taste a single drop of our bounty. As long as we remain in this household, there will be ample opportunities to settle the score. Chen Yuan encouraged, helping Li Qingfen to her feet. Li Qingfen finally calmed down a bit, reflecting on the rationale behind it. Gritting her teeth, she said, It is I who failed to see clearly and misunderstood the two of you. Enough. Everyone disperse. Day after day, all you do is create unnecessary chaos. Hurry and prepare breakfast. We are all starving. Chen Dajin waved his hand dismissively. Eat? More like eat nonsense. Chen Yuan silently mocked. Realizing that ever since Sun Weiwei entered the family, they had relied on her for every meal. Even during her confinement, the demands had not ceased. They expected to be served at every turn, truly believing themselves to be lords. Volume 1, Chapter 3, The Necessity of Separation. Dad, I'm going now, Sun Weiwei exclaimed. Turning to head towards the kitchen, Chen Yuan swiftly grasped her arm. Where do you think you're going? Do you really believe you are the only daughter-in-law in this family? Your sister-in-law sleeps until the sun is high in the sky every day. Why don't you know that? Silly girl. Laughter erupted around them. Chen Yuan, stop messing around. Sun Weiwei felt a wave of trepidation wash over her. sensing an unfamiliar intensity in the man before her. How had he suddenly become so domineering? Second, you're talking nonsense. Li Qinfeng's face turned ashen with anger. I manage all the household affairs. What's wrong with sleeping a little later? It's easy for you to say when you're just standing there. Do you think your sister-in-law has it easy? She handles everything. Food, chores, you name it. And yet, when asked to cook, you complain incessantly. If you have the ability, don't eat. Zhang Guixiang's frustration flared. Indeed, all matters of the household fell to Li Qinfeng. The benefits were always directed towards them, leaving Chen Yuan and his small family with the leftovers, the scraps. It was no wonder they thrived plump and healthy, while Chen Yuan's family of 3 appeared frail and weak. What more do you want, Chen Yuan? Do you need me to slap you before you settle down? Chen Dongjin glared at him, barely restraining his anger. Were it not for the onlookers, he would have erupted long ago. They say family shame should not be aired publicly. If Chen Yuan continued to stir up trouble, he would become the subject of ridicule during his outings for drinks and cards. Apologies, but you won't have the chance to slap me anymore. Nor will your entire family have anything to do with me from now on. Chen Yuan sneered, then turned to Chen Jida, village chief. Actually, I called you here for another matter. With so many witnesses present, I would like you to officiate a notarization for me. I wish to separate our households and live independently. In his past life, it was this family of vampires that consumed his time and attention, neglecting his wife and child, leading Sun Weiwei into long-term depression and eventual suicide. Their daughter fell ill, uncared for, and died painfully. Yet, even after all that, this family continued to treat him as a mere tool, earning money solely to provide for their indulgences, purchasing homes and cars for them. He ended up with kidney disease, cast out from his home, dying alone beneath a bridge. Thus, the first thing he resolved to do upon his rebirth was to sever ties with this family. Chen Yuan, have you truly thought this through? Chen Jida paused, a sense of admiration blossoming within him. As an outsider, he could not bear the blatant favoritism within this family. The eldest son's family was lazy, barely working in the fields for half an hour each day before returning home to lounge. The third son was at any well, engaging in petty theft, while Chen Dongjin, the father, showed no sense of responsibility, caring only for himself. Only Chen Yuan and his wife remained diligent, enduring the greatest hardships. Separation is for the best, otherwise, I might be controlled for a lifetime. Village chief, I have made my decision. Please draft a statement for me. Chen Yuan nodded earnestly. Second, you wish to separate. Chen Shan and Li Qifeng were taken aback. Moments ago, they were contemplating how to deal with Chen Yuan. Yet now the situation has escalated to the point of separation. No separation. Zhang Guixiang protested vehemently. If you separate, who will manage the household chores? Your words do not hold sway. I shall separate if I choose. Chen Yuan retorted. What do you mean by if I choose? As your father, I refuse to consent to this separation. Chen Dongjin fumed, his anger palpable. Are you intent on ruining my reputation today? And do you still have the audacity to speak? Are you oblivious to how my mother perished? Have you ever taken responsibility for this entire family? Chen Yuan countered. No matter my shortcomings, I am still your father. I should never have brought you into this world, ungrateful child. I could very well end you. Chen Dongjin, unable to contain his fury, raised his fist to strike. Dongjin. Chen Jida interjected, stepping in front of him. You have grown under my watch, and while Chen Yuan's words may be harsh, they are not entirely unfounded. You must not resort to violence. Village head, is this your business too? This is a matter for my family. Chen Dongjin snapped. Chen Jida scoffed. Family matters are not my concern, but Chen Yuan's desire to separate is reasonable and justifiable. Chen Dongjin was momentarily speechless. It is entirely normal for children to establish their own households and seek independence. Even if you try to intervene, it is futile. Very well. If you wish to separate and live independently, then by all means, leave. I have a stake in this household, and I too shall claim my share. Chen Yuan declared without reservation. Mother, Qin Fun, let them divide. Chen Dongjin gritted his teeth. I shall see how long you can last on your own. Zhang Guixiang and Li Qinfen exchanged glances before whispering and going inside to gather belongings. Ultimately, they produced only a tattered quilt, a few broken bowls, a bag of coarse flour, and some trifles, all worthless items. This is hardly a division, it is an attempt to deny us a livelihood. The onlooking villagers could not bear to witness the injustice. At that moment, Chen Hai, the youngest son who had been hiding inside, burst forth, Elder brother. You and eldest brother have married and started families, yet I remain single, sharing a room with grandmother. I have a claim to your room as well. Indeed. My grandson is yet to marry, and you must relinquish half of your space. Zhang Guixiang and Li Qinfen chimed in unison. If you find that unacceptable, I shall have no choice but to sell my blood to build a room for the youngest. Chen Yuan ignored their banter. I require a cast iron pot and a chopping knife. As for the room, I have no need of it. Upon hearing this, Li Qinfen was overjoyed. This is what you said. Do not go back on your word. Huh? What is there to retract? Chen Yuan dismissed her, and with his confirmation, the village head pinned a document, formalizing the separation. Chen Yuan, if you do not want the room, where do you intend to reside? Shinjita inquired. I happen to have a shed for thatch. It can be vacated. Chen Yuan had already devised a plan in his mind. Is there not an abandoned cave at the foot of the mountain in our village? He suggested. We can reside there. What? Living in a cave dwelling, this. Village chief, I have some plans. Very well. Should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. The cave has been abandoned for quite some time. Filled with cobwebs, yet it boasts a spacious and clean interior that can be made habitable with a bit of tidying up. Chen Yuan turned to Sun Weiwei. My dear wife, I must ask for your patience for a while. No, not at all. Sun Weiwei had remained silent throughout the journey, her gaze carrying an air of peculiarity. Suddenly snapping back to reality, she couldn't help but blush. She was already quite attractive, standing at a height of 1.7 meters, slender and graceful, with delicate features that exuded a blend of youthful innocence and mature charm, rivaling even the internet celebrities of later generations. Chen Yuan inwardly chastised himself. How could he have failed to cherish such a wonderful wife? Overwhelmed by emotion, he pulled Sun Weiwei into his embrace. My dear wife, I am truly sorry for not taking better care of you. From this moment forth, I shall ensure you live a good life. Oh dear, what are you doing? Someone might see us. Sun Weiwei, taken aback, felt her cheeks flush even more. She thought to herself that her husband had previously neglected them, solely focused on toiling for the family. Yet today, he was so protective of her. Could it be that he had changed? If he held her and their daughter in his heart, no matter how difficult life became, they could endure. So what if someone sees? Embracing my wife is not against the law. Chen Yuan tightened his hold. And me too. Daddy, don't forget me. Yi protested, stretching out her little hands. Haha, I almost forgot about our little treasure. Chen Yuan lifted Yi as well, planting a hearty kiss on her cheek. Daddy, I'm hungry. I want to eat pig fat too. Yi pouted adorably. Volume 1, Chapter 4. Hunting in the mountains. We shall not eat large scraps. Mother will prepare hot corn buns for you. Sun Weiwei extracted 2 hard corn buns from her pocket and began to light a fire. Mother, let me help you. Yi pouted, for although she had little fondness for corn buns, she understood the importance of obedience. Chen Yuan felt a pang of sorrow. His wife and daughter had likely gone a long time without meat. Furthermore, the rations shared by Grandma and his sister-in-law consisted solely of a few corn buns and a small bag of mixed flour, devoid of any trace of oil. Today, he was determined that they would enjoy some meat. Wife, keep an eye on me. I am heading into the mountains. Chen Yuan seized a hatchet. You're going into the mountains? Sun Weiwei exclaimed. No, it's far too dangerous. Do not worry, I know my limits. I shall return soon. With that, Chen Yuan turned and departed. The northern forests were vast and dense, and in the cold of winter, even before heavy snow fell, the woods had already donned a cloak of white frost. In this era, firearms were prohibited, and many hunters ventured into the mountains. The village chief, an old hunter, possessed a shotgun. Although Chen Yuan could not rival the chief, he was nonetheless a skilled hunter. In his previous life, whenever he had the chance, he would roam the mountains, capturing wild chickens and rabbits. Regrettably, greed had clouded his judgment, and all those delights had been devoured by his sister-in-law and her kin, leaving his wife and daughter with naught. Otherwise, they would not be suffering from malnutrition, deprived of any nourishment. Chen Yuan had not eaten either. His stomach feeling hollow as he climbed, yet he was sturdy enough to endure. He casually chopped a branch, sharpening one end to fashion a spear, his preferred method. With steady hands and swift motions, he could strike true. By observing the color of the grass and the traces in the mud, one could discern the presence of animals in the vicinity. Before long, he discovered fresh tracks beside a grassy nest, evidence of a wild rabbit. Chen Yuan promptly took a handful of mixed flour from his pocket, scattering it around, then concealed himself not far away. Time ticked by, and as noon approached, he lay on the cold ground, his limbs growing numb. Still, there was no sign of movement. Goodness, could today be so unfortunate? Suddenly, just as he contemplated changing his position, A shadow darted from the underbrush. Cautiously, it surveyed its surroundings, and finding no immediate danger, it approached the flower, beginning to lick it up. Indeed, it was a wild rabbit. Chen Yuan's eyes sparkled. This rabbit was sizable, weighing at least 5 or 6 pounds. He slowly raised his right hand, adjusting his angle, and at the perfect moment, hurled the spear with all his might. Alas! Just as he was poised for a successful strike, a sharp cry shattered the forest's tranquility. The rabbit, startled, bolted away, and the spear struck the ground. Missing its target entirely, Chen Yuan felt a surge of anger. Who was making such a commotion in the forest? Ah! Help, help! Was someone crying for help? It was only then that Chen Yuan discerned it was a woman. He hurriedly followed the sound, and soon encountered a beautifully dressed girl, frantically running through the woods. Hot on her heels was a wild boar, charging at her with its sharp tusks bared. Climb a tree. Quickly, get up there, Chen Yuan shouted. The girl instinctively grasped a branch above her and curled her legs up. The wild boar barreled beneath her like a gust of wind. Hey, look over here. Chen Yuan gestured at the boar. The boar, lacking intelligence, would attack anything that moved in its frenzy. It turned and charged towards him. The wild boar was no mere rabbit. Its tough hide and formidable strength made it a dangerous foe. Even though Chen Yuan was experienced, he dared not underestimate it. Gripping his spear, he sought an opportunity to strike. However, the boar lunged at him prematurely, forcing him to roll away and retreat in the opposite direction. At that moment, the girl fell from the tree, colliding with him. What do we do? We're doomed, she exclaimed in panic, clutching Chen Yuan's arm tightly, nearly in shock. Get behind me, stay calm, Chen Yuan urged, pulling her to safety. The softness of her touch and a faint floral scent stirred something within him. Just then, the boar charged again. Chen Yuan's hands tightened around the spear as he gritted his teeth. With only a step separating them, he thrust the spear forward with all his might. A cry erupted as the spear pierced the boar's neck, blood gushing forth. The boar howled in agony, thrashing violently, nearly throwing Chen Yuan off. Without hesitation, he drew his machete from his waist and struck the boar squarely between the eyes, its fatal weakness. With that blow, the creature lost its strength, collapsing to the ground and twitching before falling still. Exhausted, Chen Yuan sank to the ground, gasping for breath. He noticed the girl trembling behind him and reassured her. It's dead. It's all right. Really? Is it dead? She peered cautiously at the fallen beast, slowly regaining her composure. Are you okay? You're covered in blood. It's nothing. Just the boar's blood, Chen Yuan replied, shaking his head, intending to ask her where she had come from when a group of young men and women approached. Lily, what happened? Upon seeing Chen Yuan, drenched in blood, they quickly pulled the girl away. The leader of the group eyed Chen Yuan with suspicion. Lily, who is this? Did he harm you? What are you doing here? Chen Yuan frowned at the hostile tone. And you? What are you doing here? We're from the city, just exploring, the young man replied. The audacity of city dwellers is truly remarkable, daring to venture into the woods for inspiration. It's as if they are courting danger. Chen Yuan scoffed lightly, choosing not to engage. Hey, what do you mean by that? If we are courting death, what are you doing lurking in the mountains? Are you perhaps a spy hiding away? The young man questioned. Ah, Zhang Hao, please don't speak carelessly, Zhou Lily interjected. I was nearly attacked by a wild boar just moments ago. I could have lost my life. Thankfully, this gentleman appeared just in time to save me. He is likely a local villager, not any sort of spy, so refrain from such accusations. Thank you, kind sir, she exclaimed. All right. I'm just relieved you're safe. Otherwise, I wouldn't know how to explain things to your parents. Let us make haste to leave this place, Zhang Hao insisted, pulling Zhou Lily along, and their companions seemed equally eager to depart, hastily retreating. By the way, sir, I work at the Wuxiang state-run restaurant. If you come to the city again, do remember to seek me out. I'll treat you to a meal. Zhou Lily waved vigorously at Chen Yuan. Wuxiang state-run restaurant. Chen Yuan murmured to himself, then hoisted the wild boar from the ground and made his way down the mountain. Originally intending to hunt rabbits, he had unexpectedly bagged a wild boar instead. Now there would be meat to enjoy. Volume 1, Chapter 5. The returned Sun Weiwei had already tidied up the cave dwelling. Although devoid of furniture, it exuded the semblance of a home. As the sun began its descent, an unsettling worry crept into her heart due to Chen Yuan's prolonged absence. My dear, I'm back. Chen Yuan's voice resonated through the air. Sun Weiwei exhaled a sigh of relief, but her heart tightened again upon seeing him covered in blood. Chen Yuan, are you hurt? Where? Is it serious? Oh, it's not me. It's this beast. Chen Yuan shrugged his shoulder, dropping the wild boar onto the ground. This is a wild boar. Sun Weiwei's eyes widened in astonishment. Did you hunt this? Of course. Chen Yuan replied with a hint of pride. What do you think? Your husband is quite formidable, isn't he? Enough with the husband nonsense. Where did you learn to say that? Aren't you embarrassed? Sun Weiwei chided him playfully. Haha, you are my wife, so naturally, I am your husband. Chen Yuan laughed heartily. Wow, what a massive boar. Daddy is amazing. Yi's eyes sparkled with excitement. Daddy, does this mean we can have pork cracklings? Not just pork cracklings, but also fresh pork. Chen Yuan scooped her into his arms. From now on, we'll have meat to eat every day. Really? Daddy is so impressive. Yi cheered, her little hands flailing with joy. You should hurry and clean up. Look at how dirty the children's clothes are. Sun Weiwei reminded him, glancing at the hefty boar. How are we going to share this? It must weigh at least 200 pounds. Share? Share with whom? Chen Yuan questioned. With your sister and her family. Are you foolish? We split from them. Why should we share? Chen Yuan shot her a disapproving glance. I understand. But, considering such a large beast, if they find out we didn't give them a portion, they will certainly complain. Nonsense. This is our own property. Why should we give it away? We'll keep it for ourselves, and whatever we can't finish, we'll hang to dry and turn into cured meat. Chen Yuan waved his hand dismissively. By the way, cut me off 10 pounds. I'll take it to the village chief later. He is treated as well. All right, I'll follow your lead, Sun Weiwei said, retrieving a kitchen knife and getting to work. Despite her delicate appearance, she was quite adept at handling such tasks. By the time Chen Yuan changed into clean clothes, the wild boar had been efficiently divided. He tied 10 pounds of meat with a straw rope and made his way to the village chief's house. It was mealtime. Each household was preparing dinner, with wisps of smoke rising from their kitchens. However, in this era of food scarcity, most dinners consisted merely of cornmeal and thin porridge. Even the village chief could only afford to fry a couple of eggs to accompany his meal. Village chief, I'm here. Chen Yuan entered with a cheerful demeanor. Oh, it's Chen Yuan. My old wife passed away early, and my children left years ago. I've been living alone. Have you eaten? Come, sit, and share a drink with me. Village chief, I want tea drink today. My wife is waiting for me to return for dinner. I just came to bring you some meat. Chen Yuan placed the meat aside. This is wild boar meat. Shinjita exclaimed, have you ventured into the mountains? Indeed. I was fortunate enough to hunt a wild boar. Chen Yuan nodded. Truly reckless. Be cautious next time. If you venture again, do call me. Shinjita shot him a glare, then continued. Take this meat back. I have no need for it. Do not presume that hunting a wild boar entitles you to leisure. You have just divided your household and must procure many essentials. Life stretches ahead. Village chief, you have aided me in the past. Consider this a token of my gratitude. Please, do not be so polite. Chen Yuan rubbed his hands together, grinning. Primarily, I wish to borrow your hunting rifle. You rascal, so you covet my firearm. Shinjita chuckled. The rifle is yours to use, and I shall provide you with 20 rounds, but take good care of it. Otherwise, you shall face my wrath. Do not worry, as long as I am present, the rifle shall remain safe. Chen Yuan's heart swelled with joy. Qinfen, why have you not begun preparing dinner? Look at the time. Other families have already eaten, yet ours has not even started cooking. Hurry and get up. Li Qinfen, lying on the calm, felt exasperated. After preparing breakfast, she cooked lunch, then lay down for a nap, only to rise again to make dinner. She used to be free from such burdens. Jinshan, might we take turns cooking? Surely. I cannot be the sole one to bear this responsibility. Jinshan felt awkward. Qinfen, our grandmother is quite elderly. We cannot expect her to serve our entire family. What would others think of us? Just bear with it and cook. I am hungry. All you think about is eating. Without a thought for your wife. Li Qinfen grumbled, yet had no choice but to reluctantly rise. Wasn't the second daughter-in-law in a similar situation? Others managed just fine. Jinshan mumbled softly. What did you say? Li Qinfen shot him a fierce glare, then sighed deeply. Indeed, Sun Weiwei used to cook alone, and she never appeared fatigued. Yet here I am, utterly exhausted by the same tasks. She suddenly found herself missing her sister-in-law. If only Sun Weiwei were home. She would not have to shoulder these chores. She wandered into the kitchen, sneakily nibbling on some pork cracklings while moving at a leisurely pace. Qinfen, why are you sneaking pork cracklings again? Zhang Guifang entered the kitchen and immediately admonished her, work swiftly, otherwise, our family will go hungry. Grandmother, Li Qinfen began to retort, but suddenly pivoted. Well, I do work like this. Sun Weiwei was always more efficient. Perhaps we should call them back? Have you lost your senses? Did you not notice the attitude of the second family today? They have barely separated. How could they possibly return? Zhang Guifeng replied tersely. How could they not? With what we allocated to Chen Yuan, they likely cannot even last through the day. They might be gnawing on dry bread in the cave, unable to enjoy a warm meal. Li Qinfen insisted, moreover, without them, our family will lose many work points. It is not worth it. Zhang Guixiang pondered for a moment and then said, indeed. Grandma, I shall go summon them. You shall bear the burden of dinner. Before she could finish her sentence, Li Qifeng dashed away in a hurry, leaving Zhang Guixiang fuming with frustration. You intend to call Chen Yuan and the others back? Chen Shan, upon hearing this, appeared astonished. My dear, do not forget that this morning, Chen Yuan was scolding you. Isn't this akin to conceding to them? Concede? Not at all. I refuse to personally invite them back. Otherwise, they might mistakenly believe that I, as the eldest sister-in-law, am merely a figurehead. Li Qinfen waved her hand, instructing her son to go instead, as he is of a younger generation and his words would be more acceptable. Volume 1, Chapter 6, to their surprise. They were eating meat. The couple, Chen Shan and his wife, were in perfect accord as they promptly decided to send their son, Chen Guangtao, to summon the Chen Yuan family back home. My dear son, do you wish to savor some pork cracklings? Li Qinfen squatted before Chen Guangtao, her eyes filled with affectionate indulgence. Chen Guangtao smacked his lips, swallowed hard, and replied, Mother, I long to eat pork cracklings. If you truly desire them, then go to that old cave at the foot of the mountain and call back the second branch of the family. With that, Li Qifeng gently nudged Chen Guangtao toward the door. Meanwhile, within the cave, Chen Yuan and his family had not received any oil from the division of property, leaving Sun Weiwei with no choice but to render some lard from the fat of a wild boar. The boar meat had been chopped into small pieces, and 2 large bones had been placed into a pot. Although referred to as a pot, it was merely an old iron bucket discarded by the Chen family, suitable for stewing. Sun Weiwei, concerned that the wild boar meat would be consumed too quickly, sliced a wilted white radish and a sprouted potato for sustenance. This wilted radish was undoubtedly a cast-off from Li Qinfen and Zhang Guixiang, given to them out of disdain. As Chen Yuan returned from outside, he approached the cave and was greeted by an enticing aroma that stirred his appetite. Fortunately, their dwelling was at the village's edge, nestled at the foot of the mountain, with no neighbors nearby, allowing the savory scent of meat to go unnoticed. The village permitted residents to hunt in the mountains. However, a portion of their catch must be surrendered to the village authorities. Today, Chen Yuan had only intended to keep the wild boar for his family's nourishment, deciding to turn over any excess from future hunts when the time came. Upon seeing Chen Yuan return, Sun Weiwei promptly set aside her tasks to assist her husband in shedding his cumbersome cotton coat, hanging it on a nail on the wall. You must be cold. The meat will be ready shortly. Chen Yi, imitating her mother, gently patted Chen Yuan's legs with her small hands. Daddy, let me help you dust off the snow. Chen Yuan felt a warmth enveloping his heart. He lifted Chen Yi with one arm, while tenderly wrapping the other around Sun Weiwei's waist, causing her cheeks to flush. Let us go. We shall feast on meat together. Though their home was somewhat dilapidated, as long as the family was united, life would surely improve. Inside the cave stood a wobbly table, which Chen Yuan hastily tidied up to accommodate their belongings. He planned to gather some wood on his next trip to the mountains to make proper repairs. Taking the initiative, he brought the pot from the makeshift kitchen to the table, calling out, Dinner is served. Just as he ladled the meat into bowls, he heard a commotion at the entrance. It was the time for evening meals, and the villagers were at home dining. Who could possibly be visiting their humble cave? Filled with curiosity, Chen Yuan rose to investigate. Upon stepping outside, he found Chen Guangtao, who was eagerly swallowing, his neck craning toward the interior. What is happening at Uncle's place? It seems I can smell the aroma of meat. Upon seeing Chen Guangtao, Chen Yuan was momentarily taken aback before responding coolly. What brings you here? My mother instructed me to summon my second aunt to prepare a meal at home. Seizing the opportunity, due to his diminutive stature, Chen Guangtao nimbly slipped beneath Chen Yuan's legs and entered the house. Upon entering, he was greeted by the tantalizing aroma of meat wafting from the dining table, causing his mouth to water in anticipation. Second aunt, are you all indulging in meat? He exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with desire as he fixated on the bowl of meat. Sun Weiwei instinctively attempted to offer the meat to Chen Guangtao, only to be halted by Chen Yuan's firm grip. If you wish to eat meat, go home and ask your father. We have none here. Chen Yuan's gaze was fierce, momentarily intimidating Chen Guangtao, whose hand lingered suspended in the air. It was not that Chen Yuan was cruel or unwilling to share with a 5-year-old. Rather, he feared that allowing such behavior would set a precedent for the Chen family, prompting children to demand meat at will. Furthermore, Chen Yuan had not forgotten how, in a previous life, Chen Guangtao had been encouraged by Li Qinfeng to bully Yi, ultimately driving him out of the home. As Chen Guangtao watched the meat slip from his grasp, desperation overwhelmed him. "Meat. I want to eat meat. Give me meat," he cried, waving his arms and making a dash for the table. Chen Yuan swiftly pressed down on Chen Guangtao's head, overpowering the small child with ease. Chen Yi, trembling with fear, stammered, "You can't have any. This is our family's meat." Chen Guangtao was unperturbed by Chen Yi. He pushed her aside. And had Chen Yuan not been quick to intervene, she likely would have toppled to the ground. "You are all bullying me. I will tell my mother," he shouted, turning on his heel and darting home like a frightened rabbit. Realizing what had transpired, Sun Weiwei grasped Chen Yi's hand, anxiously inspecting her for any injuries. "Yi, dear, let me see if you're hurt," she said with concern. Chen Yi shook her head, her eyes brimming with tears, yet she bravely declared, "Mama, my cousin won't take our meat anymore." Chen Yuan, observing his daughter's maturity, felt an indescribable emotion swell within him. He gently crouched down and caressed her adorable little face. "From now on, if he dares to bully you, we will retaliate fiercely until he learns to fear," he assured her. Chen Guangtao had been spoiled at home, cowering at the slightest display of firmness from others. Chen Yi gazed up at Chen Yuan, nodding in understanding. "Daddy, I understand. I will grow up quickly to protect you and Mama." Sun Weiwei embraced Chen Yi, touched as she wiped away her tears. Chen Yuan, determined to safeguard them, stated resolutely, "Things will improve. Our family's life will surely get better. Now let us continue eating before the meat grows cold." Meanwhile, Chen Guangtao stumbled his way back home, bursting into the courtyard and crying out, "Dad, Mom, Wu, please come out." Li Qifeng, upon hearing the commotion, hurried outside, only to find her son sprawled on the ground, weeping inconsolably. Her heart ached at the sight, and she rushed to his side. "Oh dear son, what has happened? Who is the misguided soul that has wronged you?" Zhang Guixiang, drawn by the noise, followed suit. "My precious great-grandson, who has dared to bully you? Speak to your great-grandmother. I shall stand by you." Chen Guantao wiped away his tears and, pointing towards the foot of the mountain, cried out, "It was my second uncle. They secretly feasted on meat, denied me any, and even struck me." As he spun his tale of deceit, his heart raced not, nor did his cheeks flush, as if Chen Yuan had truly harmed him. Zhang Guixiang, upon hearing this, was instantly aflame with rage, striking her thigh and exclaiming, "Indeed, what a scoundrel, Chen Laurier, stealing meat yet withholding it from the family." Li Qifeng, incensed to learn that Chen Yuan and his kin not only survived but dined on meat, felt her anger swell. With a glint of mischief in her eyes, she whispered, "Grandmother, this matter cannot simply be overlooked. It has been far too long since our family has savored meat. We must compel the second uncle to bring forth more to honor you." Volume 1, Chapter 7, losing face upon hearing Li Qinfeng's words. Zhang Guixiang felt it imperative to retrieve all the meat to honor her. "Very well, let us gather the meat shortly. And do prepare some lard for my precious great-grandson to enjoy," she declared. "As for the remaining meat, we shall freeze it for future indulgence. By the way, we must also summon Sun Weiwei. Her culinary skills are commendable." Li Qifeng harbored disdain within, believing her own cooking prowess rivaled that of Sun Weiwei. However, the labor of cooking for the entire family was exhausting. She preferred to let that little imp handle it instead, concealing her true feelings. Li Qinfeng wrapped her arm around Zhang Guixiang's, smiling, "Grandmother, I shall heed your wishes. Do remember to share some with us from the main house. Tao Tao is still growing." Zhang Guixiang waved her hand affectionately, responding, "Of course, of course." After a brief pause, an idea struck her. She lowered her voice and whispered in Li Qinfeng's ear, "Once the meat is cooked, be sure to hide some away. Prepare braised pork. Your father relishes that dish." The mere thought of it made Zhang Guixiang's mouth water. Li Qinfeng eagerly nodded in agreement, flattering, "Grandmother, you are especially fond of Tao Dao." Meanwhile, Chen Hai had been eavesdropping at the window, absorbing the conversation. Noticing everyone preparing to leave for the meet, he quickly rose and called out, "Grandmother, elder brother, sister-in-law, I wish to accompany you." Zhang Guixiang cast a glance at Chen Hai but thought little of it. In the cave dwelling, Chen Yuan took a piece of meat, chewed it a few times, and swallowed. It had been ages since he last savored such delicacies. To claim he was not tempted would be a falsehood. Moreover, Sun Weiwei's culinary expertise rendered the meat an exquisite delight. Sun Weiwei picked up a piece of meat, blowing on it before feeding it to her daughter, Yi, held in her arms. Yi savored it slowly, while Sun Weiwei opted for a piece of radish, refraining from touching the meat in her bowl. She felt a pang of sympathy for Chen Yuan, who braved the cold to hunt, wishing to save the meat for him and Yi. Noticing her mother neglecting the meat, Yi innocently inquired, "Mama, why aren't you eating the meat? It smells so good." Just as Sun Weiwei was about to explain her disinterest in meat, Chen Yuan interrupted, "Darling, you must eat as well. If you don't, how can I find the motivation to hunt? When shall we live well otherwise?" Sun Weiwei paused, fearing Chen Yuan might revert to his former self, and hastily popped a piece of meat into her mouth. Aware that their family had not enjoyed meat in quite some time, Chen Yuan cautioned against overindulgence, suggesting, "Let us not feast too heavily this time. Just a few pieces to satisfy our cravings. Overeating may lead to discomfort later." Sun Weiwei recalled hearing similar advice from the village's barefoot doctor and proceeded to feed Yi some potatoes and radishes. As the three indulged in a hearty meal, a cacophony of insults erupted from outside the cave dwelling. "You heartless wretch! Have you no regard for your grandmother? Chen Yuan, swiftly produce the meat you've procured." Sun Weiwei trembled with fear, fully aware that the Chun family would not let them off easily. Was this not a blatant attempt to seize their provisions? Chen Yuan rose and strode towards the entrance, eager to ascertain the intentions of these intruders. What is all this ruckus? Zhang Guoxiang and her cohorts had yet to discern the rusty cleaver in Chen Yuan's grasp and continued their boisterous outbursts. "Second brother, we heard from Tao Tao that you have meat to spare. Why haven't you brought it forth for grandmother and our parents?" Chun Shan's voice dripped with condescension as he reprimanded Chen Yuan, as if the latter had committed a grave transgression that necessitated his elder brother's stern admonishment. With a dismissive snort, Chen Yuan retorted, "If memory serves me correctly, haven't we already divided our household?" Zhang Guoxiang, impervious to such nuances, was notorious for her unscrupulous antics throughout Chen family village. "You ungrateful descendant, hand over the meat this instant. Otherwise, I shall not leave until I have it." Chen Yuan shrugged nonchalantly, replying, "By all means. If you're not afraid of freezing tonight, feel free to linger outside." Zhang Guoxiang, consumed by indignation, collapsed to the ground, lamenting, "Oh, Chen Yuan, you beast. You would curse this old woman." Chen Shan's countenance darkened. He believed Chen Yuan should not speak so maliciously to their grandmother. "Second brother, is this how you speak to grandmother? Apologize at once." Before Chen Yuan could respond, Li Qinfeng interjected, "Why waste our breath on him? There are so many of us. Let us just go in and take what we want. Not a morsel should be left for them." Li Qinfeng craned her neck, having caught a whiff of the well-prepared meat and bones within, the aroma still lingering in the air. Chen Shan and Chen Hai exchanged glances and prepared to push their way inside. Chen Yuan seized the rusty cleaver, which had been part of the divided household, deeming it the perfect instrument for teaching these intruders a lesson. Holding the cleaver before him, he fixed a fierce gaze upon Chen Shan and Chen Hai. "I dare anyone to approach." Had it not been for their quick reflexes, they might have unwittingly stumbled into Chen Yuan's blade. Zhang Guoxiang furrowed her brow in discontent, pointing at Chen Yuan and scolding, "Chen Yuan, what do you think you're doing? That is your own brother. Do you wish for his demise? Then come and take my life first." Zhang Guoxiang believed her words would instill fear in Chen Yuan, compelling him to step aside, thus allowing Chen Shan and Chen Hai to seize the meat. Yet, Chen Yuan remained steadfast, keeping a vigilant eye on Chen Shan and Chen Hai. The meat was procured at great peril from the mountains. "If you wish to partake, go and hunt for yourselves, with hands and feet intact. Yet you choose to beg. How shameful. I shall see who dares to approach. The machete is blind to its targets. Should it strike or collide? Do not blame me for my lack of mercy." Chen Shan and Chen Hai still sought to seize the machete from Chen Yuan, who, without hesitation, swung it fiercely at Chen Shan. Terrified, Chen Shan stumbled backward, losing his balance and crashing to the ground, emitting a muffled groan of pain. Witnessing this, Chen Hai was paralyzed with fear and fled without a second thought. Fortunately, Chen Yuan had aimed at his elder brother. Had it been him, he would undoubtedly have been struck. Chen Yuan was not truly foolish. He understood the principle that taking a life incurs a heavy price. It was not worth sacrificing his own life for the sake of a few individuals. There would be plenty of time ahead for him to settle accounts with this group. The suffering and torment inflicted upon him by the Chen family in his previous life would be repaid with unwavering intensity this time. Chen Shan was genuinely paralyzed with fear, feeling a warmth in his trousers as an unpleasant odor began to waft through the air. Li Qifeng rushed forward, crying out to assess the situation, only to be overwhelmed by the foul stench, causing her to retch. "Shang-ge, are you all right?" she gasped, but upon hearing her heaving, Chen Yuan, in his disheveled state, slapped her without mercy. Volume 1, Chapter 8. A hasty retreat. "How dare you look down upon me, you wretched woman? Did you not see me fall? Hurry and help me up." Li Qifeng felt an overwhelming sense of grievance. Forcing herself to endure the fiery pain on her face and the nauseating stench that assaulted her senses as she assisted Chen Yuan in rising from the ground, Chen Yuan brandished the hatchet in his hand, coldly addressing the crowd. "If any of you lack discernment and seek to cause trouble, you ought to first consider whether my hatchet would permit it. From now on, each time you come, I shall strike." With that, Chen Yuan swung the hatchet fiercely into the air. His action sent shudders through the Chen family, who feared he had lost his sanity. Realizing they would gain nothing from Chen Yuan, they could only assist Chen Shan and Zhang Guoxiang in retreating in disgrace. Once the Chen family departed, Chen Yuan, as if suddenly drained of energy, discarded the hatchet onto the ground. Sun Weiwei emerged from the house, cradling Yi, tears glistening in her eyes. "Brother Yuan, are you hurt?" Chen Yuan shook his head, naturally accepting Yi from Sun Weiwei's arms. He gently squeezed Yi's adorable little face, softly saying, "It's all right now. The bad people have been chased away by Daddy." Yi's eyes sparkled with admiration as she gazed up at her father. "Daddy is so powerful. Will we no longer be bullied by Uncle and the others?" Chen Yuan nodded earnestly and extended his hand to Yi, sealing a pact. "Come, let us make a promise. As long as Daddy is here, no one will dare to cause trouble. I shall drive them all away." Yi raised her tiny hand to intertwine with her father's, excitedly mimicking Chen Yuan's words. "We'll chase them all away. Chase the bad people away." In the northern winter, night fell early, and darkness enveloped the land. Having received no firewood from the Chen family, Chen Yuan could only burn the twigs he had gathered from the mountains that evening. "Dear, you should go to the bed and soothe Yi to sleep. I will tend to the fire," he suggested. Sun Weiwei stood in stunned silence. Typically, Chen Yuan did not even glance at such tasks. Noticing her lingering in place, he leaned closer, whispering in a low, husky voice, "What is this? Do you wish for me to carry you to the bed?" Sun Weiwei's cheeks flushed with warmth at his words, her heart racing. I can get up to the bed myself," she stammered, hastily slipping off her slippers and climbing onto the bed. Yi, unaware of the exchange, giggled joyfully. The little one had never felt such happiness before. Previously, her great-grandmother had called her a burden, forbidding her from eating meat, yet today she had savored several pieces. Chen Yuan smiled contentedly, his hands deftly arranging the twigs in the stove. Utilizing the embers left from Sun Weiwei's cooking, he quickly ignited the twigs. As the fire blazed, the temperature within the cave gradually rose. Chen Yuan reached out to touch the warm stove, relieved that he had brought back the twigs and sticks today, without the warmth of the Kong. It seems that the 3 members of the family might freeze to death in the cave tonight. The Kong is adorned with a straw mat left behind by previous occupants. Zhang Guoxiang and Li Qifeng have only provided them with a tattered quilt. Between Chen Yuan and Sun Weiwei lies Yi, and the quilt is far too scant to cover them all. "Yuan Ge, you and Yi can use it. I am dressed warmly enough and want to feel the cold," Sun Weiwei insisted, attempting to push the quilt towards Chen Yuan. In response, Chen Yuan firmly grasped her hand, saying, "No, I will fetch my winter coat. You and Yi should use the quilt." Reluctantly, Sun Weiwei wrapped the quilt around herself. After a moment, she subtly shared part of the quilt with Chen Yuan. Tonight marks the first evening of his rebirth, and Chen Yuan is too elated to sleep. Having severed ties with the Chen family, his foremost concern is to improve their living conditions. It is winter now, and the villagers are hibernating at home, avoiding work until the next year when they will be summoned to labor by the brigade. Chen Yuan dismisses the trivial earnings from labor, for he has already charted his future path. He plans to venture into the mountains with a hunting rifle tomorrow, setting traps along the way. The county harbors a black market where he can exchange the game for money or tickets. Their household lacks numerous essentials, and Chen Yuan is determined to elevate their standard of living through hard work. After a long day, combined with the cozy warmth of the Kong, he soon drifted into slumber. In the darkness, the snowflakes, reflecting the moonlight, filtered through the cave's window into the room. Sun Weiwei turned her head to gaze at the man sleeping beside her, whispering softly, "Yuan Ge, I truly hope this isn't merely a dream. I wish you would awaken tomorrow just as you are today, all right?" Chen Yuan, caught in a dreamlike state, murmured a soft acknowledgement in response to Sun Weiwei. The following morning, Chen Yuan awoke groggily. Habitually, he reached out to feel for Sun Weiwei, only to find Yi still slumbering. His eyes flew open in alarm. The quilt covered him, but the space beside him was already vacant. A pang of dread struck him, fearing that Sun Weiwei might have succumbed to despair, as she did in his previous life, ultimately leading to her tragic end. Hurriedly, he dressed and pushed open the door, scanning for any sign of Sun Weiwei. In the distance, on the path down the mountain, he spotted a small figure, clutching a bundle of firewood, slowly making her way towards him. Realizing it was Sun Weiwei, he rushed forward. "Why did you go up the mountain alone? Did you encounter any danger?" Sun Weiwei's hands, beloved, were red from the biting wind as she clutched the firewood. Chen Yuan swiftly took the bundle from her, cradling it in one arm while grasping her hand with the other to offer warmth. "I noticed we were out of firewood at home, so I went to gather some near the foot of the mountain." However, Chen Yuan spoke to her with utmost seriousness. "From now on, I will chop the firewood. You are not to sneak up the mountain for firewood again." As Sun Weiwei was suddenly shouted at by Chen Yuan, she felt a momentary surge of fear, causing her to shiver slightly and obediently nod her head. It was then that Chen Yuan realized that his previous words had been rather harsh. The winter mountains were perilous. Should a wild boar charge out, it could easily injure or even kill an adult man in an instant. This was not an attempt to frighten Sun Weiwei, but rather a reflection of the harsh reality during winter when food is scarce for wild animals. Both the front and back mountains could harbor large beasts. In warmer weather, these creatures typically roamed the back mountains, making the front mountains comparatively safer. After contemplating this, Sun Weiwei too felt a pang of apprehension, acknowledging the truth in his words. Not long after the two returned home, a knock echoed at the door. "Is heir home?" "It's Aunt Chenhua." It was Chenhua, the wife of Chun Jiqiang from the village entrance. Chen Yuan approached the door and opened it with a puzzled expression. "Aunt Chenhua, please, come in and have a seat." Chenhua waved her hand with a smile, saying, "Your uncle heard that you've separated from your family, and he was worried you might not have enough to eat. So he sent me to bring you 2 buns." Volume 1, Chapter 9. A bountiful harvest. Chen Yuan's memories were suddenly stirred. In his previous life, during a time of desperation, Uncle Jiqiang and Aunt Chenhua had brought him food on 2 occasions, preventing him from starving. Observing Chen Yuan lost in thought, Aunt Chenhua assumed he felt shy about accepting the offering. "Just take these 2 steamed buns. Your uncle is waiting for me to prepare breakfast at home." Fearing he might decline, she hurriedly pressed the bowl into his arms and departed. By the time Chen Yuan regained his senses, Aunt Chenhua had already walked a distance away, leaving him to call out a heartfelt thank you. Inside the house, Sun Weiwei had reheated the pork stew from yesterday and added 2 steamed buns. Chen Yuan entered the room and handed the bowl to Sun Weiwei. The buns Aunt Chenhua sent over should be enjoyed together with the stew. Sun Weiwei happily accepted the bowl, which contained 2 multigrain buns. During these times of scarcity, when every household struggled, receiving food was akin to a lifeline in the midst of despair. When our circumstances improve, we must never forget this kindness. Chen Yuan nodded, etching it into his memory. "Later tonight, when darkness falls, I will take some meat to Uncle and Aunt," he promised. "All right." As they conversed, breakfast was ready. 2 multigrain buns, 2 steamed buns, and half a bowl of braised pork awaited them. Just then, Chen Yi woke up, obediently getting out of bed and walking over to Sun Weiwei. "Mama, I'm up." Sun Weiwei picked up Yi to help her wash up, while Chen Yuan set the breakfast on the table. "After we finish eating, I need to head into the mountains. So you and Yi stay indoors, it's cold outside." Yi blinked her eyes innocently and asked, "Daddy, can you take me to the mountains? I want to go too." Chen Yuan broke the bun into pieces and placed them in Yi's bowl, smiling as he gently declined. "You're still too little to go into the mountains." "When will I not be little anymore?" Yi pondered. "When you are as tall as your mother." Determined, Yi resolved to eat well and grow taller quickly, so that her father would not have to work so hard. Last night, a light snow had fallen, covering the path to the mountains. For those unfamiliar with the terrain, navigating the snowy trails would surely lead to confusion. With a hatchet at his waist, a borrowed hunting rifle slung over his shoulder, and a wooden spear in hand, Chen Yuan treaded through the snow, his eyebrows and eyelashes frosted. The surroundings were enveloped in white. Any wild beasts would stand out starkly against the backdrop. After surveying the area, he noticed a clearing with some footprints that appeared to belong to a hare. An idea struck him. He would set a trap for hunting. He unsheathed his hatchet, cleared a section of ground, and struck it firmly twice. The northern winter was harsh, and even the earth felt as solid as ice. Chen Yuan attempted to dig with a machete, managing only to scrape out a small pit after 2 tries. Frowning, he adjusted the angle of the blade and, After an hour of labor, he finally unearthed a hole approximately half a meter wide and 20 centimeters deep. This pit was far too shallow to ensnare any quarry, prompting Chen Yuan to resolve to return tomorrow with a more suitable tool for further excavation. He slowly rose to his feet and continued his trek deeper into the mountains. The north wind howled past his ears, stinging his face with its biting touch. Chen Yuan remained vigilant, scanning his surroundings and straining his ears, wary of the sudden appearance of wild boars or wolves. After walking for a while, he suddenly detected movement behind a nearby haystack. Quickening his pace, he approached to investigate. As he drew nearer, his focus sharpened. To his astonishment, two wild chickens, a male and a female, suddenly burst forth from behind the hay. Without hesitation, Chen Yuan raised his spear and hurled it at one of the birds. With a sharp cry, the wild chicken fell lifeless to the ground. The other, startled, flapped and darted about, but Chen Yuan swiftly took aim and fired again. He rushed forward to inspect the fallen bird, noting that the bullet had pierced its neck, delivering a swift death. What a splendid prize! He secured both wild chickens using a length of hemp rope, fastening them at his waist to prevent them from falling. Since the first chicken had emerged from behind the hay, it was plausible that more treasures lay hidden there. Chen Yuan pushed aside the hay and, as expected, discovered a nest containing a clutch of wild chicken eggs. Upon closer inspection, he counted 5 olive-colored eggs, each the size of a ping-pong ball. Although smaller than standard chicken eggs, their quantity was noteworthy. In this era, chicken eggs were a precious commodity, typically reserved for gifts or sustenance for laborers. Chen Yuan cautiously wrapped the wild chicken eggs in hay and tucked them into his coat. Just then, the sound of a wild boar's call echoed from behind him. Without hesitation, he raised his hunting rifle and scanned the direction of the sound. All he could see was a blanket of white snow and trees. After a prolonged search, he found no trace of the boar. It seemed the beast had merely called out from a distance without approaching. Chen Yuan lamented the missed opportunity. Capturing a wild boar could yield a significant reward in the county. Lost in thought, a wild hare suddenly dashed forth. Reacting with lightning speed, Chen Yuan flung his machete, striking the hare's hind leg. Seizing the moment while the hare struggled, he grasped its ears and lifted it triumphantly. Before he could examine his catch, another hare ambled into view, and Chen Yuan quickly discerned that it was a pregnant female. He retrieved a burlap sack from his pocket and unceremoniously tossed the injured hare inside. Then he dashed forward, lunging to firmly pin the other female hare beneath him. With thoughts of the fragile wild chicken eggs in his possession, Chen Yuan hastily seized the rabbit beneath him, tossing both it and the wild chicken into the burlap sack. Today's venture proved bountiful, yielding 2 wild chickens, 5 eggs, and 2 live hares. Chen Yuan planned to discreetly dispose of the wild chickens and sell them in the county. The hares would be entrusted to the collective, where the village's children could forage for wild greens to feed them, requiring little effort. Moreover, hares reproduce prolifically, and once fattened, they could provide the village with some much-needed meat. In these times of scarcity, even grasshoppers are considered a source of sustenance. On his return journey, Chen Yuan passed by the trap he had previously dug. After a moment's contemplation, he picked up a nearby stick, sharpened both ends, drove one into the ground, and positioned the other outward. He then covered the pit with some dry grass, crafting a rudimentary trap. Having completed this task, he gathered some firewood and bound it into 2 bundles, slinging them over his shoulder before making his way home. It was winter, and the villagers were largely confined indoors, seldom venturing outside. As Chen Yuan approached his doorstep, he heard the faint sound of sobbing. A pang of unease struck him, prompting him to quicken his pace and push open the door. Before him stood Sun Weiwei, her face marked with the unmistakable imprint of a hand, as she quietly wept while cradling the little one. Volume 1, Chapter 10. Another attempt to steal. Chen Yuan cast aside the items in his grasp, hastily advancing forward. What has transpired? At the sight of Chen Yuan, Chen Yi burst into tears. Daddy, great-grandma and aunt are here to steal our meat. Sun Weiwei turned her head, not wishing for Chen Yuan to witness her disheveled appearance. It was all her fault for being powerless, allowing the meat to be taken away. Chen Yuan's brow furrowed tightly, a surge of fury igniting within him. The Chen family had indeed lost all shame, daring to brazenly seize what was his while he was away. Stay here. There are rabbits in the sack. Do not let them perish. With that, Chen Yuan set off towards the Chen household, armed with a machete. What a group of spineless cowards. Too afraid to confront him directly, opting instead to trouble his wife and children, they were nothing but a pack of beasts. Fearing Chen Yuan might act recklessly, Sun Weiwei released the rabbits from the sack, securing them inside the house, and hurriedly carried Yi towards the village chief's home. Chen Yuan, brimming with indignation, reached the Chen residence and forcefully kicked open the front door, shouting, "Which scoundrel is responsible for this? Daring to act without facing the consequences, what sort of creature are you?" Hearing the commotion in the courtyard, Chen Shan attempted to venture outside, but was halted by Li Qinfeng's grip. "Pay him no mind. Shut the door. Once he has shouted enough, we shall leave." At that moment, the Chen family was gathered in the main house, enjoying their meal, their bowls overflowing with meat, grease smudging their mouths. Zhang Guixiang raised an eyebrow disdainfully at the door. What is he capable of? Not even thinking to show me respect with such a feast. Let him freeze outside for all I care. Chen Dongjin silently stuffed a piece of meat into his mouth, remaining quiet. Chen Yuan was aware they were all hiding in the main house. He was in no rush. He seized the machete and struck the window frame with force. In the north, windows were typically covered with a layer of oiled paper affixed outside the frame. With his blow, the window frame shattered. Zhang Guixiang gasped in alarm. Rising to scold, "Erenai, are you attempting rebellion?" Chen Yuan let out a cold snort. If the Chen family wished to be turtles hiding in their shells, they could not blame him for his lack of courtesy. Suddenly, a series of loud bangs echoed in the courtyard as Chen Yuan kicked down the door of the side room. This was where the eldest family resided, and he began to demolish everything inside with his machete. The commotion drew the occupants of the main house to their feet. Li Qinfeng flung open the door, shrieking, "Ah, Chen Yuan, how dare you vandalize my home? I will not let this go." Chen Yuan was unyielding, brandishing the machete before him. "Just a moment ago, you were all hiding away like turtles. I have yet to fully indulge in my destruction, and already you emerge." Li Qinfeng, her teeth grinding in fury, glared at Chen Yuan, yet she was wary of the machete in his hands. Zhang Guixiang, adopting a defiant stance, pointed an accusatory finger at Chen Yuan, exclaiming, "Bah! We have already divided the household. What business do you have returning here?" Amidst the cacophony of shouting and destruction, one might wonder if this is a place where one can act with impunity. Chen Yuan was acutely aware of Zhang Guixiang's audacity, her ability to twist the truth with such ease. Rather than engage in fruitless banter with this unruly crowd, he straightforwardly inquired, "Where is the meat from my home? And who struck my wife?" Li Qinfeng shot Chen Yuan a disdainful glance and spat onto the ground. "What meat? I know nothing of it. Who struck your wife? You, old heir, had better not speak such nonsense." The shamelessness of this family was enough to provoke laughter from Chen Yuan. "Very well. If you choose silence, then I shall continue my destruction." Li Qinfeng glared, her voice rising an octave. "Do you dare? What is there to fear?" Chen Yuan retorted without hesitation, bringing his axe down upon the wardrobe in the side room. This wardrobe had cost a pretty penny, crafted by a local carpenter when Chen Shan married Li Qinfeng. The blow struck at the very heart of Li Qinfeng, causing her immense pain. Chen Donggen's expression darkened as he set aside his pipe. "Chen Yuan, get out of this house." Chen Yuan shrugged nonchalantly, countering, "On what grounds?" Chen Dongjin, infuriated, demanded, "What exactly do you intend to do?" Chen Yuan raised a hand, unapologetically asserting, "Return what you have taken from our home, and then accompany me back to apologize to my wife." Just as Chen Yuan finished speaking, the voice of the village head, Chen Jida, resonated from outside. "No need to return." After Chen Yuan had left home, Sun Weiwei had taken her child Yi and tearfully sought the village head's assistance. Upon entering his residence, she promptly knelt before him, imploring for help. Without hesitation, Chen Jida grasped the situation and accompanied Sun Weiwei back to the Chen household. Upon seeing the village head, Zhang Guixiang felt a glimmer of hope. "Village head, you have arrived. Chen Yuan has gone mad, rampaging through our home and hurling insults." Chen Jida was no fool. He would not be swayed by Zhang Guixiang's fabrications. The clear imprint of a slap on Chen Yuan's wife's face spoke volumes. Evidence cannot lie. Outside, villagers, intrigued by the commotion, donned their warm clothing and emerged to witness the spectacle. The Chen Dongjian household had been a hub of activity lately, with discussions of property division and property destruction offering ample gossip material. What new drama would unfold today? Rumors suggested that Zhang Guixiang and Li Qinfeng had attempted to seize items from Chen Yuan's home and had even assaulted his wife. What? Such inhumanity! This is nothing short of bullying the innocent. Indeed, it is truly disgraceful. The villagers' chatter reached the ears of the Chen family, leaving them feeling rather ashamed. Chen Yuan sheathed his axe and approached the village head, bowing respectfully. "I implore you, village head, to take a stand for our family." Chen Jida nodded slightly. casting a glance towards Chen Dongjin and his companions. You have all severed ties with your family, yet you dare to invade Chen Yuan's home and resort to violence. Do you truly believe that you can act with impunity in Chenjiakan, disregarding my authority as the village head? Chen Jida's words were harsh, offering no leniency to Chen Dongjin and his group. Chen Dongjin stammered, struggling to find his voice. The evidence of their transgressions, having consumed the meat and inflicted harm, was irrefutable, leaving him no opportunity for defense. Chen Yuan regarded the Chen family with a cold gaze, as if observing a cadre of strangers. What do you intend to do? Chen Jida, being an outsider, found himself in a position where he could not take decisive action. He could only strive for fairness and impartiality. Chen Yuan pointed to Sun Weiwei's face and declared, "They have assaulted my wife, and I demand an apology from them." After a brief pause, he added, "As for the items they pilfered, I find them repugnant and shall not accept them. Simply consider it a sum of 2 yuan. Zhang Guixiang's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to fathom what she had just heard. Li Qinfeng gasped in shock and exclaimed indignantly, "How outrageous! 2 yuan? Why don't you just go and steal it yourself?" Volume 1, Chapter 11. Raising rabbits. Upon hearing this, the villagers collectively gasped in astonishment. How audacious of Chen Yuan! At that time, 2 yuan was sufficient for a family to sustain themselves for quite some time. Noticing Li Qinfeng's intent to shirk her responsibility, Chen Yuan discreetly retrieved a hatchet from behind him. She did not give me a single cent during the division of assets, intruded into my home to steal, and even resorted to violence. Is it truly excessive of me to demand 2 yuan? The moment Chen Yuan spoke, the crowd found his request entirely justified. The old Chen family must not overstep their bounds. Indeed, I have watched this child, Chen Yuan, grow up. It is only when a good-natured person is pushed to their limits that they react in such a manner. With such extreme behavior, who would dare to marry their daughters off in the future, not knowing if they would suffer abuse? Hearing these words, Li Qifeng felt a pang of anxiety. Tao Tao would still wish to marry one day. This could not be allowed to affect him. With this thought, she reached out and tugged at Zhang Guixiang's arm. "Grandmother, if it's too much, why not just give him the 2 yuan? The third son hasn't married yet." Li Qinfeng subtly conveyed her message, hoping to maintain an image of a good sister-in-law in the eyes of others. Zhang Guixiang glanced at her grandson, and although she was reluctant, she turned and went inside to fetch the 2 yuan. "Here's your money. Now get out of our house." Chen Yuan glanced at the money Zhang Guixiang offered but did not take it. "Who struck my wife? Speak up." Chen Yi cautiously tugged at Chen Yuan's pant leg, pointing at Li Qinfeng and saying, "Daddy, it was Annie who hit Mommy." Li Qinfeng glared at Chen Yi with a fierce expression. "You little troublemaker. Even at such a tender age, you know how to lie." Chen Yuan scoffed, implying that it was not his wife who struck but rather his grandmother. Surely, the men of the Chen family would not strike women, would they? Zhang Guixiang shot an indignant glare at Li Qinfeng, incredulous that this granddaughter-in-law would attempt to shift the blame onto her. Li Qinfeng, left with no choice, had to admit that she was indeed the one who had struck. "Apologize to my wife." Chen Yuan fixed his gaze on Li Qinfeng, exuding an air that he would not leave until he received an apology. Li Qinfeng, feeling humiliated, mumbled a quiet "I'm sorry." Chen Yuan frowned and retorted loudly, "Did you not have the strength to hit? Why is it that you lack the strength to apologize?" Li Qifeng, gritting her teeth, glared at Chen Yuan. "I have already apologized. Do not push your luck." Unable to hear or accept her words, he threatened, "Then I shall continue to smash things." Fearing that Chen Yuan might indeed continue his rampage, Li Qinfeng raised her voice and shouted, "I'm sorry. Are you satisfied now? Now get out." Chen Yuan surveyed the room, his gaze finally landing on Chen Shan, as he ominously declared, "In the future, anyone who dares to cause trouble in my home shall not expect my courtesy." With that, Chen Yuan took his leave alongside Sun Weiwei, departing from the Chen household. "My dear wife, it is my fault for not adequately protecting you and Yi." Sun Weiwei shook her head and smiled, saying, "Yuan Ge, you have done exceptionally well." Upon arriving home, Chen Yuan first checked on the 2 rabbits, feeling a sense of relief when he saw they were both alive. Later, "I will take this rabbit to the village chief's house. We still have the wild chicken eggs I managed to acquire. Please cook them for us." Sun Weiwei carefully accepted the wild chicken eggs, explaining, "What they took was the wild boar meat I had already cooked. They could not find the frozen meat I had hidden, and they slapped me when I refused to divulge its location." Chen Yuan was utterly charmed by Sun Weiwei's demeanor. His wife grew ever more beautiful to him. "Next time, do not be so foolish. If they dare to strike you, do not hesitate to retaliate." Should the sky fall, I shall bear the weight of it. Sun Weiwei felt a surge of emotion and wiped her tears before heading to the kitchen to prepare the meal. Meanwhile, Chen Yuan, with the 2 live rabbits in tow, made his way to Chinjida's home. Just as Chinjida arrived home and had barely settled in, Chen Yuan entered without delay. "Village chief, I have something wonderful." With that, he pulled the 2 rabbits from the sack and placed them on the ground. Chinjida's eyes sparkled with interest. This young man had managed to catch 2 live rabbits. "What do you intend to do with these wild rabbits?" Chen Yuan pointed to the female rabbit and replied, "I wish to entrust them to our team for breeding, as rabbits reproduce prolifically and can provide meat for the village." Chinjida pondered silently while his wife, Huang Shufan, expressed her concerns, saying, "If the rabbit meat is not cooked properly, it can be quite gamey and inedible. Otherwise, our village would not be devoid of meat." Chinjida sighed, feeling somewhat helpless. "Your aunt makes a valid point. However," Chen Yuan waved his hand dismissively, "my wife can cook. Her rabbit dishes are delicious and free from any earthy taste. Moreover, this female rabbit is pregnant, and the cost of raising rabbits is quite low." Intrigued by this, Chinjida inquired, "Are you saying that Sun Weiwei can prepare rabbit meat?" Chen Yuan nodded. "My wife learned how to raise rabbits from her family. She has experience." He spoke without hesitation, his composure unwavering. "However, these 2 rabbits cannot be consumed yet. They must first breed." Chinjida nodded in agreement with Chen Yuan's suggestion. "Fortunately, the pigsty left by the former landlord is still intact. We can send the rabbits there." While waiting for Chinjida to don his cotton jacket, Chen Yuan added, "These rabbits require care. Uncle, please do not forget to assign someone to look after them." Without a second thought, Chinjida replied, "Did not your wife learn how to raise rabbits? Let her handle it." Chen Yuan quickly waved his hands. "Uncle, you have already assisted us immensely. If you assign this task to my wife at this juncture, the village will begin to talk." Before Chen Yuan could finish, Chinjida understood the implications of his words. "Then who do you suggest would be suitable?" Chen Yuan pondered for a moment before suggesting Uncle Jiqiang at the village entrance. He is unable to perform heavy labor due to his poor legs. Raising rabbits would be ideal for him. Chinjida also found Chen Yuan's proposal commendable and nodded in agreement. "Very well, I shall speak to him later and gauge his thoughts." Originally, there was a landlord with the surname Bai in Qinjia village who had been overthrown a few years prior, leaving behind numerous houses and fields. The current village organization now operates from the former landlord's residence. Upon their arrival, they found the village accountant busy with his calculations. "Old Su, are you occupied?" Su Guoqiang immediately stood up upon recognizing Chinjida. Serving the people, not at all busy. As he spoke, he noticed the burlap sack in Chen Yuan's hand and inquired with curiosity, "What is this?" Chen Yuan presented the sack, saying, "I brought some rabbits from the mountains." Su Guoqiang's face lit up with joy upon hearing this. Rabbits are meat. Even if they are not particularly delectable, they still provide sustenance. "Oh, splendid. We can have a hearty meal tonight." Currently, with no work being done, everyone had returned home with their share of grain, lacking the communal feast. However, Chinjida waved his hand dismissively. "You only think of eating. These rabbits are meant for breeding. Once we have more, there will be plenty for you to enjoy." Volume 1, Chapter 12. To the county, Su Guoqiang felt somewhat embarrassed by the scolding and could only manage a dry chuckle. It was inevitable. Everyone had been deprived of comforts for far too long. The village chief, however, had the foresight to think ahead. Chinjida, not wishing to claim credit for the idea, made it clear that it was actually Chen Yuan's brainchild, as his wife was adept at preparing rabbit meat. They would wait and see how it goes. If the rabbits failed to thrive, they could always consume them later. Raising such creatures was uncertain at best, and one should not harbor excessive hopes. Chen Yuan separated the 2 rabbits into different empty pig pens to prevent the male from devouring the offspring of the female. After leaving the village committee, he returned home, his stomach growling from having skipped lunch after a busy day. Sun Weiwei had her meat snatched away earlier, so she decided to bring back some ribs. Using the hatchet Chen Yuan had left behind to chop the ribs into smaller pieces. A clever woman finds it difficult to cook without ingredients, aside from salt. Zhang Guoxiang and Li Qinfeng had not provided her with any seasonings. Nevertheless, having meat to eat was already a luxury. Upon returning home, Chen Yuan fished out the 2 yuan given by Zhang Guoxiang. "You keep this safe. I will rise early tomorrow and head to the county to handle the wild chickens." Sun Weiwei nodded, accepting the money and stowing it away in a wooden box. This was all they possessed. During dinner, Chen Yuan recounted his conversation with the village chief verbatim, causing Sun Weiwei to drop her chopsticks in shock. "Brother Yuan, How can I possibly prepare rabbit meat? What shall we do? Observing his wife's panicked expression, Chen Yuan chuckled softly and reassured her, your husband can manage that. What? Sun Weiwei responded with a look of surprise. After all these years of marriage, she had never seen Chen Yuan cook. Regardless, I can handle it. When I have the time, I will teach you. Do you not trust your husband? A wave of inexplicable trust washed over her, and she nodded in agreement. After dinner, Chen Yuan filled a bowl with ribs, intending to deliver them to Aunt Xuanhua's home. At this hour, few could afford a flashlight, so he made his way in the dark to the village entrance. Knock, knock. Knock, Aunt Chunhua. Uncle Jiqiang, are you at home? Before long, the door swung open, and Chunhua paused momentarily upon seeing Chen Yuan. Ah, Erwa has come. Come in and sit. Erwa was Chen Yuan's childhood name, usually reserved for the village's elders to use. Hearing it caught him off guard. Auntie, I'm just here to return the bowl. I want tea intrude. Noticing Chen Yuan's eagerness to leave, Chunhua urged, don't rush off. Come in and sit. Your uncle wanted to thank you in person. Chen Yuan was aware that this had been mentioned by the village chief. Auntie, this task is quite fulfilling. There is no need for thanks. My wife and child are waiting for me at home, so I must take my leave. As he spoke, Chen Yuan directly handed the bowl to Chunhua and turned to leave. Upon receiving the bowl, Chunhua discovered it was heavy with the fragrant aroma of meat. Oh dear, the old man. Erwa has even brought us a bowl of meat. Without delay, Chunhua hurriedly carried the bowl of meat inside. We must accept this. There's no way to return it now that the person has gone far away. In the future, make sure to send over more food when the opportunity arises. The two of us hardly eat much throughout the year. Chen Jiqiang and his wife had a son who was serving in the military, and they hardly saw him all year round. Chunhua sighed, reflecting, you know, Erwa is such a good child. He is undoubtedly the most filial among the Chen family. It's a pity he has to deal with such a large family. Living independently seems much better. Chen Jiqiang took a puff of his dry tobacco and sighed helplessly. The child is indeed good. He understands gratitude. By the time Chen Yuan returned home, Sun Weiwei had already warmed the Kong and was coaxing Yi to sleep. Yuan Gu, you're back. Upon hearing the commotion, Chun Yi stubbornly refused to sleep, insisting on being held by her father. Daddy, hold me. Today had truly frightened her. When her great-grandmother and aunt burst into the house, they shouted and scolded, turning everything upside down. Chen Yuan felt an indescribable affection for his daughter. Daddy just got back and is a bit chilly. How about we wait a bit before I hold you? Understanding, Yi nodded, taking her mother's hand and closing her eyes. Soon drifting into even breaths. Wife, would you mind sleeping next to me tonight? Sun Weiwei's face suddenly flushed, her ears turning so red they seemed to bleed. Yi is still here. Chen Yuan chuckled softly, reaching out to pinch Sun Weiwei's cheek. I just want to hold you while we sleep. Your husband has been busy all day. Sun Weiwei had no choice but to comply with Chen Yuan's wishes and lay beside him. Though they had been married for many years, Sun Weiwei still felt shy about such matters. Does your face still hurt? Chen Yuan asked as he embraced Sun Weiwei, his hand resting on her waist, playfully exploring. Sun Weiwei gently shook her head, too bashful to meet Chen Yuan's gaze. Tomorrow, once I exchange the money and tickets, I'll buy some cotton to make this quilt a bit larger. Chen Yuan contemplated going to the county tomorrow, prioritizing essential purchases with the money he had, while the remaining he would gradually earn through hunting. All right, why not take those $2 with you? That wild chicken egg I didn't boil can also be exchanged for money. No need. That item is hard to come by. Let's save it for Yi. After conversing for a while, they soon fell asleep. With thoughts swirling in his mind, Chen Yuan did not sleep soundly. As dawn began to break, he rose from bed. Sun Weiwei, hearing the movement, also dressed and got up. Yuan Gu, let me heat a steamed bun for you to take along. Yesterday, while stewing meat, Sun Weiwei casually steamed 2 buns for Chen Yuan to take along. The journey from Qinjiakin to the county takes 2 hours. By the time Chen Yuan arrived in the county, the sun had already risen. Recalling memories from a past life, Chen Yuan walked north upon entering the town and paused at the entrance of an alley. This alley is rumored to be the black market, where transactions can occur without tickets. Chen Yuan tugged at his knitted neck warmer to shield his face. The alley was already bustling with numerous individuals, each bearing an air of vigilance. Being caught as a smuggler at this time was no minor offense. It could lead to serious repercussions. Chen Yuan found a quiet corner, patiently awaiting customers. In his backpack were the 2 wild chickens he had caught the previous day, sizable specimens weighing at least 5 pounds each. After a considerable time, a middle-aged woman entered the alley, her demeanor anxious as she scanned her surroundings. Her daughter-in-law was in confinement and required chicken soup for nourishment. But finding chickens was proving difficult. The meat processing plant was uncooperative, making purchases impossible. Thus, she had no choice but to try her luck in the black market. After a brief inspection of the area, the woman approached Chen Yuan and, noticing his backpack, lowered her voice to inquire, "What do you have for sale?" Chen Yuan, wary of her intentions, cautiously replied, "What is it that you wish to purchase?" Volume 1, Chapter 13, The Sale of Chickens. A middle-aged woman, vigilant, glanced around to ensure no one was observing them before she slowly spoke. "I wish to purchase some chickens. Even eggs would suffice." "There are two, but they are wild chickens weighing around 5 pounds each," Chen Yuan replied, refraining from immediately unveiling the contents of his backpack. It was crucial to be cautious at this moment. The woman's face brightened upon hearing this. "What price do you intend to ask?" $3 each, or $2 each along with a few common tickets, Chen Yuan offered. The woman frowned slightly. $3 was not an insignificant amount. Yet, given the scarcity of such items, it was reasonable for the black market to have elevated prices. Moreover, if tickets were available, the price would not reach $3. "Very well, let me see the goods," she said. Chen Yuan placed the backpack on the ground and lifted the black cloth covering it, revealing the plump wild chickens. The woman's expression transformed into one of delight. "These 2 wild chickens are indeed substantial. I will take both." After a moment's pause, she added, "When do you usually come by? I may need another one in a few days. My daughter-in-law is in confinement and is unable to produce milk. She cannot eat fish. So chicken soup is her only option. If I can procure from you, my grandson's nourishment will be assured." Chen Yuan accepted the money and handed over the wild chickens with care. "I will return every few days. If you need them, I shall reserve some for you." The woman nodded, satisfied, as she departed from the black market. With the sale concluded, Chen Yuan had now earned enough to purchase some necessities for his home. He intended to buy fabric and cotton so that Sun Weiwei could enlarge their old quilt, as the nights had been quite cold recently. Upon his arrival, he had noticed a short, slender man selling goods at the entrance of the alley. He adjusted his backpack and approached the vendor. "How much for a foot of cloth?" "This cotton fabric is 30 cents per foot, and the cotton is $1.20 per pound. I assure you, it is the best and most affordable around." The vendor replied, appearing as wiry as a monkey, yet shrewd in business. Finding the fabric and cotton satisfactory, Chen Yuan purchased 2 feet of cloth and 2 pounds of cotton. In the blink of an eye, the $4 he had earned from selling the chickens were spent. He silently lamented how easy it was to spend money, but how challenging it was to earn it. Carefully stowing the purchased cotton and fabric back into his backpack and covering it with the black cloth, Chen Yuan hastened to leave the black market. This visit had also served as reconnaissance. With experience gained, he could bring more goods next time. Now without funds, he dismissed the idea of visiting the supply and marketing cooperative and headed straight back to Chenjiakan. As Chen Yuan contemplated the conspicuousness of carrying a large backpack from the village entrance to its end, he resolved to take a detour and return home via the back mountain. Unexpectedly, as he approached the vicinity of Qinjia village, he came face to face with Chen Hai. "Brother, are you heading to the county? What are you buying?" Chen Yuan wished to avoid further conversation with Chen Hai. Yet Chen Hai clung to him like a stubborn adhesive. "Keep your distance, or I shall not be courteous." During their quarrel, the black cloth covering Chen Yuan's backpack slipped, revealing the fabric and cotton within. Chen Hai gazed greedily at the piece of cloth, certain it was sufficient to craft a new garment. With it, he could attend his upcoming matchmaking session, confident that he would not struggle to find a wife. "Brother, that cloth is truly beautiful. Why not give it to me? I have a matchmaking event soon and no new clothes to wear." As he spoke, Chen Hai brazenly reached for the fabric. Chen Yuan attempted to intervene, but was a moment too late. Chen Hai's filthy hands, caked with dirt and unknown substances, made contact with the cloth. Fortunately, the fabric was contained within the backpack, and Chen Yuan swiftly stepped back, distancing himself from Chen Hai. However, the area touched by Chen Hai was noticeably soiled. "Brother, why are you so stingy? It's merely a piece of cloth. You can't just stand by and watch your own brother remain single for life." A flicker of displeasure crossed Chen Hai's face as his gaze fixated on the backpack behind Chen Yuan. In a previous life, Chen Yuan would have readily given the cloth to his brother upon hearing such words. Now, however, he was merely trying to avoid trouble with the Chen family, and the notion that Chen Hai could take something from him was utterly preposterous. "What? If I don't give you this cloth today, you think you'll never marry?" Chen Hai nodded vigorously, eagerly extending his hands to receive the fabric. To his surprise, Chen Yuan aimed directly at Chun Hai's hands and spat. What does your inability to marry have to do with me? Perhaps you should reflect on whether you have made any effort over the years or if your savings have increased. Chen Hai let out a shriek, squatting in the snow to wipe his hands frantically. You, just wait. I will return home and tell Grandma to deal with you. Chen Yuan shrugged, feigning indifference. That is fine, but your dirty hands touched my cloth, so you owe me $1. Fuming, Chen Hai bared his teeth and shouted, Is this cloth made of gold? I have no money. Either pay me, or I will inform our elder brother about your little egg-stealing escapade. Upon hearing Chen Yuan threaten to expose his misdeeds, Chen Hai visibly panicked and hurriedly fished out money from his shoe. I only have 80 cents. Chen Yuan accepted the money with a look of disdain, rubbing it in the snow before pocketing it. Hurry and get me the rest, or I shall have a serious discussion with our elder brother. With that, Chen Yuan offered no further glance at Chen Hai and walked past him. Chen Hai watched Chen Yuan's retreating figure, troubled by thoughts of how his brother had uncovered his egg-stealing secret. It is certain that last time he was caught stealing by Sun Weiwei, who secretly informed Chen Yuan. That little wretch. If only I could find the opportunity, I would make him pay dearly. As he approached home, Sun Weiwei was already waiting by the door. Glancing around expectantly, Chen Yuan couldn't help but quicken his pace. It was cold outside. They needed to get indoors quickly. Once inside, Chen Yuan retrieved the fabric and cotton from his backpack. The fabric was a deep navy blue, soiled by Chen Hai. But I had made him compensate me with a yuan. Sun Weiwei reached out to touch the fabric, clearly delighted. Observing her joy, Chen Yuan smiled and said, If you like it, the next time I return from the county, I will bring back more to make clothes for both you and your mother. However, Sun Weiwei waved her hand dismissively. No need, no need. I have clean clothes to wear. You keep it for yourself. Your earnings suffice. With that, Chen Yuan took out several bills from his pocket and handed them all to Sun Weiwei. The wild chicken sold for 4 yuan, and with these bills, 3 yuan was spent on cotton and fabric. The 80 cents were from Chun Hai's compensation. You save the tickets, he added. Sun Weiwei hurriedly organized the bills, climbed onto the bed, and tucked them away in a wooden box. Volume 1, Chapter 14. The Chen family's attempt to seize the cloth as Chen Yuan gazed outside. He noted that the daylight still lingered, allowing him the opportunity to venture to the front mountain to gather some firewood. I shall go collect a bit more wood. If you two find yourselves hungry before I return, do not wait for me, he declared. With that, Chen Yuan grasped the hatchet and hunting rifle by the door and turned to exit. The path uphill was arduous, prompting Chen Yuan to fashion a makeshift walking stick from a nearby branch. After approximately 10 minutes of trekking, he observed a patch of withered underbrush to his left, where numerous tracks of wild chickens crisscrossed the ground. A thrill coursed through him. It appeared that the front mountain still harbored some undiscovered wild fowl. However, upon approaching the thicket, he found no sign of the chickens. It was likely that they had lingered in the vicinity, leading him to suspect that there might be wild chicken eggs nestled within the brush. Crouching before the undergrowth, he exerted his hands and, as anticipated, uncovered a nest containing a clutch of wild chicken eggs. They were similar in size to those he had discovered the previous day, though this nest held only 3. Chen Yuan, undeterred, carefully collected the eggs along with the straw from the nest. Emerging just half an hour later, he felt the biting chill of the wind, particularly as his hands turned a deep shade of red. The cotton gloves he wore were oversized and unwieldy, rendering them ineffective for gripping objects. Finding them cumbersome, he merely draped them around his neck, utilizing them for warmth when necessary. Once his hands regained some warmth, he felled a considerable amount of wood, pulled out a length of twine from his pocket, and bound the logs together, hoisting them beneath his arm as he prepared to descend. Upon reaching his doorstep, a savory aroma wafting from the cave dwelling greeted him. A smile crept across his lips, a sweet sensation filling his heart. Life with a wife was a joy beyond the imagination of those solitary men. Chen Yuan piled the firewood into the firewood shed, ensuring that the snow outside would not dampen it. Drier wood made for better burning. Although termed a firewood shed, it was merely a rudimentary structure constructed from a few logs leaning against a wall covered with straw. He retrieved a bundle of previously gathered firewood and pushed open the door to enter the house. In times past, the Chen family subsisted on cabbage stew. With scant pieces of meat, the second household could only sip the broth, and any attempt to partake of more vegetables would earn them the ire of Zhang Guixiang and Li Qifeng. How long could their grain sustain them? Chen Yuan nibbled on a cornmeal bun and casually inquired, How much food do we have left? Half a pound of mixed flour, 2 potatoes, and 1 cabbage. was the response. Chen Yuan instinctively frowned. It was indeed a meager supply. Without the addition of wild boar meat, it would barely suffice for a day. Later, you must fetch 2 pounds of wild boar meat for me. I will trade it for some grain at Uncle Jiqiang's. After finishing her meal, Sun Weiwei stepped outside, ready to retrieve 2 pounds of the hidden wild boar meat, only to see Zhang Guixiang and her entourage hastily approaching their home. Alarmed, she swiftly retreated indoors. Li Qinfeng, spotting Sun Weiwei hiding, scolded, "That little wretch dares to wear new cloth for clothing. Tao Dao has yet to receive any new garments this year. Grandmother, once we seize the cloth, we must certainly make a pair of trousers for Tao Dao." Zhang Guixiang's eyes narrowed into slits as she beamed with joy. Such was the nature of her delight. Upon returning home, Chen Hai immediately shared the recent events with his family, albeit omitting the truth. He merely informed them that Chen Yuan had gone to the county to purchase fabric and had just returned. After finishing their meal, the family hurriedly made their way over. Inside the cave dwelling, Sun Weiwei was anxiously relaying to Chen Yuan the news of the Chen family's visit when Zhang Guixiang's robust voice rang out. "Chen Yuan, quickly bring out your fabric. Tao Tao's clothes are in dire need of it this year." With a darkened expression, Chen Yuan coldly retorted, "It is of no concern to me if Chen Guangtao lacks fabric for his garments." Li Qinfeng, with an air of entitlement, replied, "You are Tao Tao's second uncle. Once he becomes successful, he will undoubtedly repay your kindness." Chen Yuan found this notion amusing, a smirk curling at the corners of his lips. "I was under the impression that Chen Guangtao's parents had perished and that he was to be transferred into my care." Li Qinfeng, incensed, trembled with indignation and pointed an accusatory finger at Chen Yuan, exclaiming, "Chen Yuan, who are you cursing here? Is it not obvious? It is you. Chen Hai sent you, did he not? He just handed me 80 cents, urging me to keep quiet about his chicken theft." Chen Yuan clicked his tongue, casting a look of pity towards the Chen family. Li Qinfeng then shouted, "Grandma, I knew our family's eggs had dwindled. It was old 3 who pilfered them." Zhang Guixiang wore an expression akin to having ingested a fly, gritting her teeth and forcing out, "Let us go. We shall settle this at another time." Once the Chen family had distanced themselves, Chen Yuan took 2 pounds of wild boar meat to exchange for grain. At this juncture, his heavy cotton coat concealed the meat well from prying eyes. Upon arriving at Chen Jiqiang's doorstep, he noticed He Chunhua carrying a basin of water outside. "Aunt Chunhua, oh, Erwa has arrived. Come in and sit. Your uncle is home and wishes to inquire about your rabbits." Chen Yuan nodded and followed her inside. As he crossed the threshold, a pungent smell of smoke assaulted his senses. Chen Jiqiang was puffing on a pipe, his brows knitted into a tight frown. "Aunt, here are 2 pounds of wild boar meat for you and uncle to enjoy." He Chunhua hesitated to accept the offering, having received a similar gift from Chen Yuan just the day prior. "You dear child, why bring meat when you visit?" Chen Yuan shook his head, visibly troubled. "Aunt, I wish to exchange it for some grain. You know, when I was allocated my share, my family provided very little sustenance, and now I find myself in need." He Chunhua's heart ached, tears welling in her eyes. What a good child he was, surrounded by such stone-hearted relatives. "Good boy. Your uncle and I are 2 old fools who cannot consume much grain. We can certainly trade with you." With that, He Chunhua rose to head into the kitchen. Only Chen Yuan and Chen Jiqiang remained in the room. "Uncle, I see your furrowed brow. Is it regarding the rabbits my aunt mentioned?" Chen Jiqiang nodded. He had visited the 2 rabbits today. They appeared to be in good spirits, yet he harbored concerns about his inexperience in rabbit care, fearing he might not feed them properly. These rabbits were wild, accustomed to foraging for grass in the mountains, and in the biting winter, a supply of dry hay would suffice. Chen Yuan meticulously recounted the intricacies of rabbit husbandry, which finally alleviated the weight from Chen Jiqiang's heart. "In my excitement over the ease of the task and the potential rewards, I completely overlooked my lack of experience," he thought. Chen Yuan chuckled and reassured him, "Uncle, just go ahead and do it. I heard from the village chief that if they don't survive, we'll simply have a communal meal. You won't be blamed." With these words, Chen Jiqiang felt a surge of clarity and encouragement. His eyes brightened, and he paused momentarily in his smoking, clearly stirred by the conversation. Soon after, He Chunhua emerged from the kitchen, carrying provisions. "Erwa, here is a pound of potatoes, a pound of radishes, and 3 pounds of mixed flour. Take it all. He is still growing, and we must ensure the child does not go hungry." Volume 1. Chapter 15. A warm hearth with wife and children. Chen Yuan hastily waved his hand, saying, "Aunt, there's no need for so much." Chen Jiqiang set down his pipe and replied, "Take it. Your aunt and I have enough to eat." Seeing their firm resolve, Chen Yuan felt that to refuse would be ungrateful. "Uncle, aunt, then I shall accept it. When I manage to catch some game, I will bring it to you. Please be sure to accept it. Otherwise, I may not dare to come for grain in the future." He watched and smiled, her face creased with laughter, and nodded in agreement. As Chen Yuan left Chen Jichang's home, he happened upon Aunt Wang Er from the same village. "Oh, Chen Yuan, you just came from Chen Jichang's house, didn't you?" Chen Yuan nodded, not wishing to engage in conversation. In every village, there are always a few busybodies who seem to know everyone's affairs. And Aunt Wang Er was among the most notorious, earning the nickname the loudspeaker. Clearly unfazed by Chen Yuan's demeanor, she pressed on with her inquiries. "What do you have in that large snake skin bag?" Chen Yuan halted, contemplating borrowing grain if Aunt Wang had any to spare. Aunt Wang chuckled awkwardly. "My family is large, we have no grain, ha ha ha." With that, she hurriedly departed. A faint smile crept onto Chen Yuan's lips to evade such people. One must be even more shameless. It was likely the village would soon gossip that the old Chen family had given him scant grain, forcing him to borrow. Upon returning home, he found Sun Weiwei sewing a quilt on the Kong. While he had been up the mountain, she had unpicked the cotton quilt and washed the outer fabric. The warmth of the Kong had dried it thoroughly within hours. Observing this cozy scene, a phrase flashed through Chen Yuan's mind: a warm hearth with wife and children. A wooden box, brought from the Chen household, rested at the foot of the Kong, filled with clothes. After warming himself for a while, Chen Yuan began rummaging through the box, discovering a short and small, earth-toned sweater at the bottom. This sweater had been given to him by an elderly woman from the village who had taken pity on him, offering the sweater that her son no longer wanted. Chen Yuan had worn many such cast-off sweaters for years. "Wife, when you have time, could you help me turn this sweater into a pair of gloves?" he asked. "Once I finish sewing the quilt, I will take it apart." As he touched the sweater, a wave of peculiar emotions washed over him, taking a while to settle. "No rush. My cotton gloves are still usable," he reassured her. But Sun Weiwei shook her head. "You're always out on the mountain. It's cold outside. Don't let yourself get frostbitten." Suddenly, Chen Yuan decided to tease her, leaning closer to her ear and playfully whispering, "What? Are you worried I'll get frostbitten?" As he spoke, he blew gently, causing a blush to bloom on Sun Weiwei's cheeks. Chen Yi approached the two individuals, patted her chest, and innocently exclaimed, "Daddy, Yi feels heartbroken. Yi feels heartbroken for Daddy." Chen Yuan took his daughter's hand and embraced the little one. Indeed, she was her father's little cotton-padded jacket. As winter days grew short, it was barely past 4 o'clock when darkness enveloped the outside world. Sun Weiwei rose to stoke the calm, ensuring warmth through the night. She laid down a wooden chair and sat by the stove, using the flickering firelight to unravel a sweater. Today, she planned to dismantle the old sweater, intending to boil it tomorrow and dry it for respooling into yarn for future creations. Chen Yi clung to Chen Yuan, urging him to tell her a story. "Daddy, Yi wants to hear a story." After pondering for a moment, Chen Yuan decided to narrate the journey to the west. Once upon a time, there was a magical stone, and one day, a monkey sprang forth from within this great rock. Just as Chen Yuan was getting into the tale, a cacophony of shouts erupted from outside. "Ah, something has happened. Something has happened." Shortly thereafter, the village head knocked on the door with a grim expression. Are you awake?" Chen Yuan hurriedly dressed and moved to the door, pulling away the wooden bar that secured it. "What's the matter, Uncle Chen? Why do I hear shouting in the village at this late hour?" Chen Jida, unable to explain, spoke in a commanding tone, "Grab your hunting rifle and come with me. There's trouble in the village." Without hesitation, Chen Yuan took his rifle and followed the village head out. Before departing, he reminded Sun Weiwei, "Lock the door tightly. Don't open it if I'm not back, understood?" Without waiting for her response, he and the village head made their way into the village. A wild boar had dashed down from the mountains and charged into the Sun family's yard, frightening the old matriarch into a miscarriage. Chen Yuan was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that his premonition from the afternoon was indeed accurate? Seeing Chen Yuan pause, the village head inquired, "What's wrong?" Chen Yuan shook his head and replied, "Nothing. Let us hurry and check." "All right, you go ahead. I can't move quickly on this slippery path. That beast is still at large." And a group of burly men dared not advance to capture it, letting it escape. The village head's frustration was evident. Moments ago, a band of men had surrounded the wild boar, yet none had the courage to approach, allowing it to break free. With no other option, the village head had come to seek Chen Yuan's assistance with the hunting rifle to resolve this predicament. Meanwhile, in Chinjia village, the wild boar rampaged, relentlessly crashing against the wooden walls of the Sun family's courtyard, heading towards Chen's home. Old lady Sun sat on the ground, wailing inconsolably, lamenting the misfortune that had befallen their family, mourning the loss of her beloved grandson. The cries mingled with discussions, creating a chaotic uproar in the Sun family's yard. At this moment, the Chen household was equally in disarray. Zhang Guixiang emerged to witness the commotion, utterly unprepared for the frenzied wild boar charging towards her. An elderly woman stood no chance against such a beast, and she staggered backward in terror. Chen Shan intended to rush forward to save her, but was abruptly restrained by Li Qinfen. Have you lost your mind? That wild boar is rampaging and could kill you. Upon hearing this, Chen Shan hesitated, halting his advance. Li Qinfen and the others, gripped by fear, retreated into the house, leaving Zhang Guixiang alone in the courtyard. As the wild boar barreled towards her, Zhang Guixiang was so petrified that she collapsed, losing consciousness. The wild boar, noticing her fainted form, swiftly altered its course and charged towards the main house, while Li Qinfen, hiding within, felt utterly powerless against the beast. Chen Yuan observed this unfolding scene, feeling an overwhelming sense of reflection. In the past, he would have recklessly dashed out to rescue Zhang Guixiang, disregarding all danger, only to later confront the wild boar alone. He lamented his past foolishness, wishing he could chastise himself for having devoted himself so entirely to the Chen family, ultimately receiving nothing in return. Had he known that the Chen family would suffer, he would not have departed so hastily. Volume 1, Chapter 16, Financial Loss. Chen Yuan stroked his chin, deep in thought. Generally speaking, only pigs afflicted with encephalitis would exhibit such frenzied behavior. However, the creature before him had been alive for over an hour. It was likely not encephalitic, but merely a wild boar that had descended the mountain in search of food. There have been instances in the past where wild beasts ventured down the mountain. This area was vast, and wolves roamed the back hills. Years ago, wolves had even descended to kill chickens. It seemed that the Sun family had not been entirely truthful. Perhaps they intended to capture the wild boar for themselves. Yet, having failed to do so, they had only succeeded in frightening it, causing it to appear mad. With his hunting rifle in hand, as the boar attempted to turn, it dashed into the Chen family's courtyard. Utilizing the moonlight, Chen Yuan aimed for the creature's head and fired. Bang! The bullet struck the boar's temple, causing its body to stiffen and collapse to the ground. Thud! As the boar fell, the onlookers surged forward in unison. The beast was dead. Splendid. They had finally vanquished this menace. Li Qinfen emerged from the house upon hearing of the boar's demise. Spotting Chen Yuan, her eyes narrowed as she pointed an accusing finger at him, exclaiming, Chen Yuan, where were you earlier? Why didn't you come out when Grandma was struck? You stood idly by and watched her meet her end at the hands of that boar. This is akin to murder. Chen Shan's face darkened as he coldly remarked, Chen Yuan, your behavior is nothing short of unfilial. In such a critical moment, you chose to hide. Li Qinfen grew increasingly agitated, collapsing onto the ground in tears and casting furtive glances at her family. Chen Yuan, you must compensate us with a significant sum. Li Qinfen had calculated her strategy well. Amidst the chaos, no one could ascertain precisely when Chen Yuan had arrived. Chen Dongjin emerged from the house wielding a firewood stick. Lowering his voice to address Chen Yuan, you wretched creature, either persuade the village chief to allocate all the boar meat to me, or I shall invoke family discipline today to teach you a lesson on behalf of your grandmother. Chen Yuan looked at Chen Dongjin with a bemused expression before raising his voice. Chen Dongjin seeks to monopolize the wild boar meat. This declaration immediately incited discontent among the villagers. What does your Chen family have to boast about? You wish to hoard the boar meat all to yourselves. Why not openly say so instead of covertly inciting Chen Yuan? Do you take us for fools? As Chen Dongjin's petty scheme was laid bare, he became furious, raising the firewood stick to strike Chen Yuan. Had it not been for Chen Yuan's quick reflexes to evade, he would have surely suffered a blow to the head. You stood by without intervening when Grandma was struck, yet now that it is safe, you have the audacity to shout at me. If you have the strength to raise your voice, why didn't you wield that stick to save your own mother? You dare to demand money from me? You must still be dreaming. Chen Yuan observed Chen Dongjin with a gaze as frigid as that directed at a stranger or adversary. Chen Yuan, who had been eagerly watching the commotion, seized the moment to point an accusatory finger at Chen Dongjin, exclaiming, Oh my! How can you speak such blatant falsehoods with your eyes wide open? You dare to commit disgraceful acts yet fear the truth being spoken? I witnessed it myself. When your elderly matriarch was being pursued by that wild boar, Li Qinfeng desperately held back Chen Shan, preventing him from intervening. Furthermore, when Erhua arrived, your matriarch was already on the ground. Initially, she hesitated to speak, uncertain of Chen Yuan's stance, fearing his reproach. However, now that Chen Yuan's familial bias was absent, Chen Yuan felt liberated to speak the truth. With her declaration, others quickly rallied in support. Indeed, I can attest. I observed everything clearly from the front. Another voice chimed in. Li Qinfeng, your lack of respect for the elderly is truly disgraceful. In times past, such behavior would have warranted dire consequences. The villagers were not foolish. Had it not been for Chen Yuan's accurate marksmanship, the situation would not have been resolved so swiftly. Chen Yuan was their unsung hero. Li Qinfeng, pointing at the doorway, stammered, struggling to formulate a rebuttal. Chen Shan, lurking behind her, offered no explanation, seemingly having vanished from sight. Chen Dongjian, clutching a fire poker, was seething with rage, his teeth nearly grinding to dust. At that moment, the village chief hurriedly arrived, listening intently before declaring. The wild boar is a communal asset of the village. No one is permitted to hoard it for themselves. He prodded the boar with his foot, intending to distribute the meat among the villagers. Yet, Chen Yuan interjected, Chief, we have a barefoot doctor in our village. Let us summon him. If this wild boar is suffering from encephalitis, the meat would be inedible. Our medical resources are limited, and we cannot afford to misjudge this. It's better to err on the side of caution. Chinjita, nodding in agreement, promptly dispatched someone to fetch the doctor. However, upon hearing Chen Yuan's caution regarding the meat, Grandma's son grew disgruntled. Chen Yuan, this wild boar is both plump and substantial. Why should it be deemed inedible? It seems to me that you simply wish to deny us meat. Her words resonated with the crowd, particularly with Li Qinfeng, who vocally supported her. Don't frighten us with tales of encephalitis. In these times, who doesn't crave a hearty meal? Others echoed, exactly. This wild boar must weigh at least 200 pounds. If we divide it among our families, we could feast during the new year. Do not heed Chen Yuan. He assumes that his marksmanship grants him the right to dictate our actions. Chen Yuan remained impassive, silently observing the tumultuous scene. Fortunately, the village chief, possessing a sense of reason, proposed a solution. We may distribute the meat, but let each family take only a small portion to ensure that none suffer dire consequences. He reminded them, have you not heard the elders speak of the perils of consuming meat from pigs afflicted with encephalitis? Chen Yuan is genuinely looking out for everyone's well-being, yet you choose to turn against him. Is that truly how one should behave? Chen Yuan observed the village chief eloquently engaging in a verbal duel with the assembled scholars, successfully silencing them all. He silently offered his admiration for the chief's remarkable prowess and rhetoric. Such combativeness is truly commendable. Chinjita took a deep breath, placing a hand on his chest, choosing to remain silent. This was not his usual demeanor. Today, he had genuinely been provoked by this group of individuals. After a considerable time, a young man hurried into Chen's courtyard, carrying an elderly man on his back. Village chief, I have brought Uncle Zhao. Zhao Huiran, the village's barefoot doctor, was a man in his 60s, known for his stern demeanor and lack of mirth. The young man, anxious to distribute the wild boar meat, found Uncle Zhao's pace too slow and opted to carry him back in a brisk jog. Wonderful. Old Zhao, take a look at this wild boar. Does it have encephalitis? Uncle Zhao, it appears to be fine. Shall we proceed with the division? Old Zhao, is Chen Yuan merely trying to frighten us with tales of encephalitis? Zhao Huiran, overwhelmed by the clamor, cast a pleading glance towards Chinjita. In response, Chinjita quickly raised his hand, signaling for silence. Let us not rush. Let us hear what Uncle Zhao has to say. Volume 1, Chapter 17. The wild boar was frightened. Zhao Huiran crouched down, meticulously examining the condition of the wild boar. What had just transpired? Chinjita recounted the recent events succinctly. Zhao Huiran stroked his graying beard, deep in thought. It did not appear to be encephalitis. Had that been the case, the boar would have succumbed within minutes. Although it had taken a considerable amount of time for it to descend from the back mountain, he remained uncertain. The villagers, upon hearing Zhao Huiran's words, felt reassured that the situation was likely not dire. Old lady's son, upon hearing the news, rushed to the forefront, exclaiming, My daughter-in-law went out to use the restroom and claimed to have seen the wild boar. She was so frightened that she miscarried, and now she is still unconscious. This beast has taken my grandson's life. Village chief, you must allocate more to our family. In these times, when a woman miscarried, it was customary to consult the village midwife to discern whether she would survive. The Sun family busied themselves at home, following the midwife's directives, while only old lady Sun remained outside, clamoring for wild boar meat. Chen Yuan let out a cold snort and bluntly stated, "You are lying." Instantly, all eyes turned to him. What folly was Chen Yuan up to now? "Chen Yuan, what nonsense are you spouting?" Old lady Sun retorted, hands on her hips, brandishing her cane as if to strike him. Chen Yuan merely chuckled, disregarding her. "Grandfather Zhao, this wild boar was startled, causing it to thrash about. Its belly is distended, likely from searching for food on the mountain and hoping for a stroke of luck by coming down. However, upon reaching the Sun household, they attempted to claim it for themselves without delivering a fatal blow, thereby startling the boar further." As Chen Yuan expounded upon the matter, old lady Sun's previously brazen demeanor diminished, her expression turning sheepish as she gazed at the boar. "I don't know. My daughter-in-law was frightened by this wild boar," she protested, plopping down on the ground and resorting to a display of desperation. "Heaven, if you must take a life, let it be mine, not my grandson ass. What are we to do, the Sun family?" Chen Yuan turned to the villagers, inquiring, "Did anyone notice that the wild boar was trembling when it went berserk?" The villagers exchanged glances, realizing it indeed seemed so. "When I emerged with the torch, the boar was shaking and desperately crashing against the walls of the Sun household." "Yes, I recall that. It was trembling out of fear. I thought it was mad." Chen Yuan slowly approached the boar's carcass, borrowing a torch to inspect it closely. On the boar's hind leg, he discovered a wound from a blow, which was nearly imperceptible in the darkness. Having arrived at a conclusion, Chen Yuan turned to old lady Sun and said, "You must now acknowledge that your family frightened the wild boar, allowing you to still claim the meat. Otherwise, it will be deemed encephalitis, and there will be nothing for anyone." As Chen Yuan spoke, he lowered his voice and added a few more words. Upon hearing this, old lady Sun joyfully admitted, "Oh, it was our family that saw this beast break in. We wanted to catch it, but it scared my daughter-in-law when it ran away." Chen Yuan assured her that revealing the truth would not only earn them some meat but also grant her 2 pig trotters, who would refuse a stroke of good fortune from the heavens. However, as soon as her words fell, they incited public outrage. "Oh, you shameless old lady Sun. How dare you expect to receive more pork? Aren't you just like the Chen family, attempting to monopolize it?" The villagers exclaimed. "This person cannot resolve her own issues, yet she expects us to clean up after her. I believe she shouldn't receive even a pound of meat. With such selfishness, it's no wonder your family cannot bear children. If it weren't for Chen Yuan, none of us would have known that this wild boar was frightened by your family." Old lady Sun was taken aback. Chen Yuan had clearly told her that admitting it would entitle her to some wild boar meat. Her wild boar meat. Her trotters. In a frenzy, old lady Sun lunged at Chen Yuan. "Chen Yuan, did you deceive me? Didn't you say I would receive 2 extra trotters if I admitted it?" Chen Yuan nimbly dodged her attack. "I even said I would give your family an entire pig. Do you believe me? I am not the village chief. My words carry no weight." Chen Yuan was merely exploiting old lady Sun's avarice, unaware that she was utterly naive. Enraged, old lady Sun sat on the ground, panting, her gaze fixed on Chen Yuan, wishing she could tear him apart. Chen Jita was equally furious. If this wild boar had been killed by the Sun or Chen family, no one would have objected to giving the larger share to the village. After all, the mountain borders 3 villages and is a shared territory. The crux of the matter was that the wild boar had entered their Chen family's village, making it communal property. Whoever killed it would rightfully receive a larger portion. With the Chen and Sun families both trying to monopolize the wild boar, their selfishness was appalling. Chen Jita gestured grandly, enlisting 2 strong men to carry the wild boar to the village committee. Each family, apart from the Suns and Chens, could send 1 representative to claim the wild boar meat. Old lady Sun felt somewhat aggrieved, but in the face of the village chief's authority, she swallowed her indignation and did not dare to follow them to the village committee. Not receiving a share of the wild boar meat was trivial, however. If she further provoked the village chief and was paraded through the streets, that could spell disaster for her. Terrified, old lady Sun shivered at the thought and hurried home. Qin Dongjin glared at Li Qifeng, growing increasingly dissatisfied. If it weren't for Li Qifeng's ill-conceived idea, he could have enjoyed wild boar meat with a drink. What misfortune had befallen their household? Li Qifeng, are you trying to bring harm to your grandmother? Li Qifeng, chastised, dared not retort, yet in her heart, she secretly wished that the wild boar had knocked this old man dead. After a considerable pause, Li Qifeng falteringly said, "Dad, I was genuinely terrified at that moment. I truly did not intend for any of this to happen. Chen Shan is not only my partner, but he is also the eldest son of the Chen family. I could not bear to witness the future of our family being jeopardized. Her heartfelt words significantly subdued Chen Donggen's anger. You two brothers, hurry and carry your grandmother back inside. After today's commotion, the Chen family has lost face in Qinjia village. Meanwhile, at the village committee, several robust men collaborated to swiftly weigh the wild boar, which totaled 236 pounds. The usable meat would amount to approximately 160 pounds. With 110 households in Qinjia village, each family would receive a little over a pound of meat. Such a portion was ample for the villagers to enjoy a prosperous new year. Old Su moved tables and chairs from his home, positioning himself beside the counter, where villagers would come to register after collecting their meat. The villagers wore broad smiles as they carried their meat home. As Chen Yuan was about to head back, he was called by Chen Jida. Chen Yuan, wait a moment, I need to speak with you. Volume 1. Chapter 18. Setting traps. Chen Yuan was uncertain about the village chief's intentions for summoning him, so he patiently awaited by the side with the wild boar meat. Chen Jida instructed his wife to oversee the distribution of the meat, ensuring that no mishaps occurred, while he briskly approached Chen Yuan. The last time you caught those two hares, I found that Chen Jiqiang took good care of them. If you happen to venture into the mountains again, try to bring back a couple more alive. Catching hares alive was no simple task. Chen Yuan had merely been fortunate during his last encounter. However, it was not entirely impossible, for he could dig traps. Village chief, may I borrow a shovel from the village? Chen Jida glanced at Chen Yuan, somewhat puzzled. What do you need that for? It's not the busy farming season. Chen Yuan was candid in his response, explaining, it's difficult to catch hares alive, so I plan to set a trap. Finding merit in Chen Yuan's suggestion, Chen Jida acquiesced. Wait here, I will fetch it for you. With that, he went directly to the storage shed to retrieve a shovel. Old Su, I'm borrowing a shovel, please keep a note of it. Borrowing the shovel under the authority of the village chief was certainly more convenient than if Chen Yuan had requested it himself. Before long, Chen Jida returned with a somewhat rusty shovel. Use it carefully, don't damage it. We'll still need it for farming come spring. Rest assured, village chief. Upon returning home, Chen Yuan gently knocked on the door. Who is it? Sun Weiwei, armed with a hatchet, peered cautiously from behind the door. It's me. Hearing Chen Yuan's voice, she let out a sigh of relief, set the hatchet aside, and removed the wooden bar from the door. Chen Yuan handed the pork to Sun Weiwei and casually placed the shovel nearby. Has he fallen asleep? She dozed off shortly after you left. What is happening outside? Chen Yuan took off his outer coat and squatted by the stove to warm himself. A wild boar had charged down the mountain seeking food and had been killed. Once the chill had dissipated, he changed into slippers and climbed onto the heated bed. Get some rest. I'll be heading into the mountains again tomorrow. Seeing Chen Yuan return safely eased the weight on Sun Weiwei's heart. She lay down beside him and soon fell asleep. The following day, long before dawn, Chen Yuan awakened. He dressed and went to the woodshed to gather a bundle of firewood, rekindling the stove. Sun Weiwei, still half asleep, rose to prepare breakfast in the kitchen. I'll head to the reservoir for water. We can take a bath later tonight. Upon hearing this, Sun Weiwei perked up, having gone some time without a proper wash. All right, let us make sure Yi gets a good wash too. Carrying the wooden bucket left behind by the previous household, Chen Yuan made his way to the reservoir. In the frigid northern winter, a thick layer of ice coated the surface of the reservoir, allowing a group of people to walk upon it without issue. Chen Yuan located a hole in the ice, submerged the wooden bucket to fill it with water, and then hoisted it back home. After several attempts, the vat at home was finally filled. Sun Weiwei had just finished preparing the meal, which consisted once again of braised cabbage with meat and steamed buns. Upon your return from the mountain, I will stir-fry some shredded potatoes. Chen Yuan nodded. Having consumed stewed dishes daily, he found himself longing for fried fare. Once satiated, he took his tools and ascended the mountain. The previous night had not brought snow, allowing him to spot the wild boar's tracks left as it descended. Equipped with a shovel today, Chen Yuan intended to dig a deeper trap. Following the markers previously etched on the trees, he swiftly located the trap, only to discover that the hay covering it had vanished. Chen Yuan hastened his pace to investigate, and in a small pit, he found a wild rabbit, its belly pierced by a wooden stick buried in the earth, resulting in its demise. He removed the rabbit and the stick, carelessly placing them aside. The pit measured only half a meter in width. Chen Yuan planned to extend it to 2 meters and deepen it by another meter. Without hesitation, he began to dig, the hardened ground yielding to his strength. With tools in hand, the pace quickened, and after nearly 2 hours of labor, the pit was completed. This enhancement significantly increased the likelihood of capturing wild beasts. Using a hatchet, Chen Yuan fashioned several wooden sticks into a row and buried them in the ground. Gazing at the wild rabbit, he decisively severed its head, chopping it into pieces before tossing it into the pit. One cannot catch wolves without sacrificing the lamb, he lamented to the rabbit. After sincerely apologizing to the creature, he laid a slender branch across the top of the pit and covered it with some hay. Once everything was prepared, he continued his trek towards the back mountain. The northern wind howled, gusts sweeping across the landscape like the cries of wolves. The wind stirred the snow on the ground, forming small drifts. Chen Yuan frowned. The wind seemed to be intensifying. While the gusts were manageable, should snow begin to fall, the combination of wind and snow would render the descent treacherous. Just as he hesitated, a gray-brown wolf chased a wild chicken not far ahead of him. Instantly, Chen Yuan raised his hunting rifle, alert and focused. Wolves were nearby. The wild chicken, unable to escape the wolf, was seized by the neck and, after a brief struggle, succumbed to its fate. The wolf did not immediately consume its prey. Instead, it turned toward Chen Yuan, scraping its paws on the ground and emitting a low growl, clearly aware of his presence. With his rifle aimed, Chen Yuan fired as the wolf prepared to attack, striking its left eye. He lamented silently that it would have been better had it been a fatal blow. The wounded wolf writhed in agony before managing to stand again. Its combat effectiveness diminished. It was no match for Chen Yuan. In an effort to conserve ammunition, Chen Yuan swung his shovel with great force toward the wolf's head. The wolf, which had only just risen to its feet, was swiftly brought down. Blood streamed from its mouth, nostrils, and corners of its eyes, while its tail curled tightly. Completely devoid of its earlier majesty, this wolf was an unexpected bounty. Its pelt could be fashioned into a snug and comfortable vest for warmth. As for the wolf meat, Chen Yuan had no intention of consuming it, deeming it unsafe. After skinning the wolf, he used a shovel to cover it with a considerable amount of snow, to mitigate the potential for the strong scent of blood to attract more wolves. Regarding the wild chicken, Chen Yuan unceremoniously placed it into a snakeskin bag, a gift from his wolf companion that he had no qualms about accepting. Continuing on his way, he noticed a branch to his right swaying vigorously, piquing his attention. It seemed that fortune was smiling upon him today. With that thought, Chen Yuan strode purposefully towards the right, where a bewildered roe deer stood frozen in place, curiously observing him without making a move. Chen Yuan licked his lips. The flesh of the roe deer could be delicious whether stir-fried, braised, or barbecued. With a wicked smile at the sight of the unsuspecting creature, he resolved to prepare it for a barbecue. With that in mind, he seized a shovel and, with one decisive strike, ended the encounter. Indeed, he had successfully caught a roe deer, scooped fish from the water, and seen wild chicken fly into the pot. The roe deer was substantial, and Chen Yuan exerted considerable effort to secure it with hemp rope, dragging it down the mountain. Volume 1. Chapter 19. The repair of the net. As Chen Yuan hastened down the mountain, he deliberately paused to ensure that no one was around before shouldering the roe deer and making his way home. With a thud, the deer was unceremoniously dropped onto the floor, startling Yi, who crouched behind Sun Weiwei, too frightened to peek out. Is this a roe deer? Sun Weiwei gazed at the creature on the floor, her disbelief palpable. Yes, rather foolish, much like you. Chen Yuan jested as he pulled Sun Weiwei into his embrace. Yuan Gu, you're teasing me again. Yi ventured her head out, observing her parents locked in an affectionate embrace, and she too clambered up to join them. I want to be held by Daddy and Mommy. Chen Yuan crouched slightly, allowing Yi to perch on his arm. Come, let Daddy hold you. Yi quickly settled into his embrace, wrapping her little arms around his neck. Daddy, what's in that bag? Yi inquired, pointing to the snake-skin bag on the ground. Chen Yuan glanced at the bag and replied, Inside are wild rabbits and pheasants. They are too ugly for you to see, or you might become unsightly too. Concerned that the sight of the blood within might frighten Yi, he refrained from opening the bag. Sun Weiwei reached out and gently took Yi from Chen Yuan's arms. All right, it's time for dinner. Stop bothering your father. Obediently, Yi climbed down from Chen Yuan and entered the house with Sun Weiwei. Chen Yuan then retrieved a knife from the kitchen, skillfully skinning the roe deer and discarding the hide along with the snakeskin bag. They decided to keep some meat and the hind legs of the deer, while Chen Yuan planned to sell the rest the following day. With wild boar meat also on hand, they would not finish it all at once, and could always procure fresh meat later, selling half for some extra cash. Sun Weiwei patiently entertained Chen Yi until Chen Yuan finished processing the meat. after which she brought Yi outside. "Would you like to eat roasted meat?" Chen Yuan filled a basin with water, squatting down to wash the raw deer meat. Intending to skewer it for roasting later, Yi licked her lips and nodded gently. In the past, at the Chen family home, she had watched her great-grandmother prepare roasted birds for her grandfather. She knew the aroma was delightful, though she had never tasted it herself. Chen Yuan handed the task over to Sun Weiwei. "Darling, could you cut the meat into pieces? I will go to the reservoir and fetch some willow branches." With that, he donned his coat, grabbed his axe, and stepped outside. As he exited, he encountered the village chief. "Chen Yuan, just the person I was looking for. The commune has issued a directive. Day after tomorrow, all production teams must send someone to inspect the winter fishing at the lake. Each team is to contribute 100 pounds. And anything extra can be taken home for distribution." Chen Yuan halted, attentively listening to the chief's requirements. In his previous life, the commune had organized winter fishing every year, and he had been one of the primary laborers from Chen family village. "I understand, uncle. Is our village's net repaired?" Chen Jida chuckled awkwardly, unable to meet Chen Yuan's gaze. The fishing net had been damaged last year, and since winter fishing had already concluded then, he had forgotten to address the matter. "Repair. I will find someone to fix it today. You and Gua should catch more fish this year, so we can share and ensure everyone enjoys a prosperous new year." After distributing the wild boar meat to the villagers last time, they have since treated him with greater courtesy. Enabling the villagers to live well has been Chen Jida's lifelong aspiration. Chen Yuan nodded reassuringly. "Rest assured, uncle. As long as your net is well repaired, Gua, Huzi, and I will certainly ensure that every household in our village receives a share of fish." This isn't mere boasting. The Chahu Lake only allows large-scale fishing during winter, while at other times, fishing is limited to individual angling, a tradition established by our ancestors. The fish in the lake have thrived for a year, growing plentiful and fat. After a brief delay, as Chen Yuan reached the edge of the reservoir, the sky was already imbued with golden light. He vaguely perceived a woman by the water's edge. Initially, he paid little attention, intent on finishing his task with the branches and returning home. However, the more he observed, the more he sensed something was amiss. The woman was Lu Xiang, the daughter-in-law of the Sun family, seemingly despondent, crouched by a hole in the ice, numbly staring into it. "Hey, what are you doing?" Chen Yuan shouted towards Lu Xiang, yet she did not react at all, instead shuffling a couple of steps closer to the icy hole. Alarmed, Chen Yuan feared she might take a drastic step, hastily setting down his hatchet and moving onto the ice to coax her back. Just as he reached her, Lu Xiang, as if resolute, began to lean into the hole. Had it not been for Chen Yuan's quick reflexes, she would have plunged in, although the water beneath was not frozen. Its depth was perilous. If she fell in, her life would be in grave danger. "Let go of me. Let me die. I want to die," Lu Xiang cried, her emotions spiraling on the brink of collapse. Chen Yuan, without a hint of tenderness, forcefully pulled her aside. "What kind of foolishness is this? Seeking death is the most foolish choice. Let those who disdain you regret it for a lifetime. That is true courage." Lu Xiang's sobs ceased abruptly as she lifted her gaze to Chen Yuan. He had surmised much about her troubles, likely stemming from old lady Sun's belief that Lu Xiang's child had perished and that she should seek a divorce. In this era, divorce was no trivial matter. Women faced severe stigma, often bearing the burden of shame throughout their lives. Instead of contemplating death, it would be far wiser for her to think about how to return home. With that, Chen Yuan turned his back on Lu Xiang and returned to the willow tree, picking up his hatchet and efficiently chopping several branches. Once he departed, Lu Xiang remained frozen in place, staring blankly in the direction he had gone, unable to utter a single word. His brief admonition had profoundly impacted her. Chen Yuan joyfully carried the willow branches back home. Sun Weiwei was puzzled as to why he had taken so long merely to gather some branches. Before she could venture out to search for him, Chen Yuan appeared at the doorstep. "I encountered a bit of trouble on the way back," he explained, holding the willow branches as he made his way toward the kitchen. "The willow branches must be rinsed with water before they can be used to skewer the meat." Sun Weiwei anxiously followed Chen Yuan, inquiring, "What happened? Are you hurt?" Chen Yuan shook his head and recounted the events that had transpired at the reservoir. She too was a person of misfortune. "Brother Yuan, you are truly remarkable. You have done a great deed." Sun Weiwei praised Chen Yuan without reservation, showing no signs of displeasure over his moment alone with Lu Xiang. A smile tugged at the corners of Chen Yuan's lips as he jested. "How about rewarding Brother Yuan tonight?" Upon hearing this, Sun Weiwei's face flushed instantly, and she sprang up, fleeing the kitchen. Chen Yuan found her reaction charming, realizing for the first time how lovely she was. How had he not noticed this before? He truly felt blind. Once their basic needs were met, he resolved to buy her some delightful fragrances, imagining how wonderful it would be to hold her close, enveloped in their scent. After cleansing the willow branches, Chen Yuan skillfully sharpened one end with a knife for easy meat skewering. Sun Weiwei took a moment outside to compose herself, and once her cheeks had cooled, she returned to the kitchen. The couple worked harmoniously, one peeling the willow branches while the other skewered the meat, a perfect balance of male and female labor that made the task effortless. Volume 1. Chapter 20. The warm bath succulent skewers of meat were neatly arranged on a platter, their tempting aroma wafting through the air. With no grill available, Chen Yuan had to roast the skewers, generously coated with lard, in the hearth. Soon, the delightful scent of the cooking meat filled the space, making one's mouth water. Yi, who had been playing on the Kong, was drawn by the enticing fragrance and scampered barefoot to the kitchen. Wow, Daddy, it smells so good. Just as a skewer was perfectly cooked, Chen Yuan sprinkled a touch of salt over it and handed it directly to Sun Weiwei. You two enjoy first, but be careful. It's hot. This time, Chen Yuan, having learned from experience, roasted 6 skewers at once, the oil sizzling as it dripped into the hearth. No additional spices were needed. The skewers were crispy on the outside and tender within, utterly delectable. Before long, all the skewers were ready, and the family of 3 feasted, their lips glistening with grease. Next time, we should roast that wild boar meat. It should taste delightful as well. Chen Yuan, savoring the last skewer, felt a lingering satisfaction. Sun Weiwei nodded in agreement, also believing the roasted boar would be splendid. I remember there's a piece of pork belly. We should grill that when the time comes. Chen Yuan rose to boil water in the kitchen while Sun Weiwei tidied the bowls and leftover food into the cupboard. Once the water was ready, Chen Yuan brought the wooden tub for Yi to wash in. The little one, having not played with water for quite some time, laughed joyfully. After her bath, Sun Weiwei went to soothe Yi to sleep. Chen Yuan, having removed his clothing, dried himself with a towel. When Sun Weiwei emerged from the room, she found Chen Yuan standing in the living room, completely bare, diligently wiping the droplets from his skin. Sun Weiwei quickly shut her eyes, attempting to retreat back into the room. Chen Yuan, finding her reaction both amusing and endearing, remarked, "What's wrong? Haven't you seen your man before? Come here and help me dry my back. I can't reach it." With a blush creeping onto her cheeks, Sun Weiwei took the towel and began to wipe Chen Yuan's back. Years of labor had sculpted his physique, muscles defined and strong. As she continued, Chen Yuan pulled Sun Weiwei into his embrace, whispering in her ear, "Wife, let me help you." Without waiting for her consent, he began to assist her in drying off. Once they were both clean, Chen Yuan lifted Sun Weiwei into his arms, intending to return to their room. Yi was still asleep inside, and Sun Weiwei dared not make a sound, biting her lip gently. Observing the scene before him, Chen Yuan found the moment even more alluring. Before long, the room was filled solely with the sound of their heavy breaths. Considering their plans for the black market the following day, Chen Yuan refrained from further exertions with Sun Weiwei. After their exertions, feeling the sweat upon him, he helped Sun Weiwei dry off again and changed into clean clothes before returning to the Kong to sleep. "I finished one glove. Tomorrow, I'll complete the rest," Chen Yuan whispered, placing a soft kiss on Sun Weiwei's forehead. "The wolf and roe deer pelts will be fashioned into 2 vests for us to wear." Sun Weiwei nodded softly, weary, as she closed her eyes and drifted into a light slumber. In the morning, Chen Yuan casually heated 2 steamed buns. The sky outside had yet to brighten, making it an opportune moment to step out. Today, Chen Yuan packed 30 pounds of roe deer meat and 30 pounds of wild boar meat into his backpack. If the backpack were any smaller, it would scarcely accommodate the load. A snakeskin bag contained a wild chicken, while a headless hare was intended for Sun Weiwei, for whom he planned to teach a spicy rabbit dish upon his return. With all preparations complete, Chen Yuan hoisted his backpack and walked out of the village. Snowflakes drifted down, cooling against his skin. By the time he reached the county, daylight had fully arrived, though the snow rendered the atmosphere dreary. Drawing from his previous experience, Chen Yuan felt considerably more at ease as he headed to the black market this time. Upon his arrival, he found the market bustling with individuals, each carrying their own backpacks, casting vigilant glances around, clearly there to sell their goods. Chen Yuan settled into a corner, exposing some of the meat from his backpack, quietly awaiting potential customers. After a short while, an elderly man approached his stall and inquired, "Young man, what kind of meat are you selling?" Chen Yuan regarded the old man warily, responding, "Wild boar and roe deer meat." The old man appeared intrigued and continued to ask, "How much per pound?" At that moment, wild boar meat was priced at 80 cents per pound and required a ticket for purchase. Chen Yuan had already devised his pricing strategy, wild boar at 80 cents per pound and roe deer at 60 cents. He added, "If you could provide me with a few extra tickets, I can offer you a discount of 20 cents per pound on each." The old man listened intently to Chen Yuan's proposal and deemed it favorable. "Indeed, I have several surplus tickets. I would like 5 pounds of wild boar and 2 pounds of roe deer." Chen Yuan swiftly weighed the requested amounts with a scale and handed them to the old man. "That will be $3.80, along with a few tickets." After counting the money and tickets, Chen Yuan nodded, tucking them into his pocket. Shortly thereafter, a neatly dressed woman approached with a cloth bag. "What kind of meat do you have, and what are your prices?" Chen Yuan lifted the black cloth covering his backpack, explaining, "Wild boar meat is 80 cents per pound. If you buy 5 pounds of wild boar, you can exchange a ticket for 1 pound of roe deer." Upon hearing this, the woman promptly ordered 5 pounds of wild boar. Given the scarcity of meat, acquiring 5 pounds and receiving an additional pound in exchange for unused tickets was an opportunity not to be missed. During the division of assets, the Chen family had not distributed any tickets to Chen Yuan, compelling him to devise a means to acquire tickets while selling meat. With many items in demand, he was more than willing to accept any tickets offered. He had promised to reserve the wild chicken for a middle-aged woman, though he was uncertain when she would return. As he pondered this, a familiar figure appeared. "Young man, do you have any wild chickens this time? He had reserved it specially for you. And the price remains the same as last time." With that, Chen Yuan handed over the wild chicken. The middle-aged woman promptly rummaged through her pocket for cash and tickets, which she then handed to Chen Yuan. "What kind of meat do you have in that basket?" "Only 3 pounds of wild boar and 2 pounds of roe deer left. If you buy it, I can offer you a discount of 2 yuan." The woman glanced at the meat and replied with satisfaction, "That sounds wonderful. Please pack it all for me. What a stroke of luck today. This meat will be perfect for the new year, when relatives come over. I can stir-fry a couple of meat dishes. It will surely impress them." "Young man, your meat is quite good. I'll make sure to tell everyone in our courtyard to come and buy from you. So do prepare a little extra." Chen Yuan smiled and replied, "No problem. When you come back, I'll throw in an extra half a pound of meat." The middle-aged woman beamed with joy, packed the meat into her bag, and left in high spirits. After tidying up his basket, Chen Yuan found a secluded alley where he counted the money in his hand. Today, he had sold a total of 32 yuan along with some tickets. As he glanced over the tickets he had collected, he noticed that most were for daily necessities, including 2 fabric tickets. The meat at home was sufficient, but there were few vegetables. He needed to head to the black market to purchase some greens. Volume 1. Chapter 21. The Supply and Marketing Cooperative. Chen Yuan wandered through the black market, acquiring 10 pounds of potatoes, 2 pounds of radishes, a winter melon, and a cabbage, spending a total of 1 yuan and 85 cents. Eyeing the vegetables in his backpack, he suddenly craved some leafy greens. The northern winters are harsh, with no grains cultivated in the fields. Thus, everyone survives the winter on radishes and potatoes. It was only in later years, with the advent of plastic greenhouses, that people began to enjoy leafy vegetables in winter. Presently, plastic sheets are scarce, especially in such a small locality. Otherwise, he could secretly plant some greens. When the opportunity arises to obtain an introduction letter to the city, he might search for a vendor selling plastic sheets. Lost in thought, Chen Yuan found himself at a rice stall. "How much for this rice?" he inquired. The vendor glanced around cautiously before replying, 14 cents per pound, no ticket required. Currently, the rice at the supply cooperative costs 12 cents per pound for old rice and 14 cents for new, but it must be purchased with tickets. The rice at the stall was evidently not the old variety. It was indeed a better choice to buy here. "I'll take 10 pounds of rice," Chen Yuan said, reaching into his pocket for a 4-cent coin to hand over. The scrawny vendor from the previous fabric stall was absent today. Nevertheless, Chen Yuan possessed fabric tickets, allowing him to purchase cloth at the cooperative for Sun Weiwei and Yi to make new clothes for the new year. Having completed his shopping at the black market, Chen Yuan's once empty backpack was now filled again, and he estimated it was time to head to the supply cooperative. Exiting the black market and heading south led him directly to the County Est Supply Cooperative, where villagers from nearby communes came to shop. Upon entering, Chen Yuan made a beeline for the fabric counter, determined to fulfill his promise to Sun Weiwei to buy cloth. The fabrics offered at the cooperative were similar to those in the black market, primarily military green and navy blue, though the cooperative also had a charming pink floral fabric. "Hello, I would like to purchase this floral fabric." Chen Yuan began to reach for his fabric tickets when a familiar voice interrupted him. "Oh, isn't this the second son?" Chen Yuan frowned, silently regarding Chen Shan and Li Qinfeng before him. "What? Did you drain our Chen family of so much money just to buy fabric for your wife?" Li Qinfeng placed her hands on her hips, glaring at Chen Yuan with discontent. Having failed to seize any fabric from him last time, she had to exert considerable effort to persuade the elderly matriarch to willingly part with money and fabric for Tao Dao's new clothes. Little did she know, upon arriving at the cooperative today, she would find Chen Yuan there once more, shopping for fabric. Since fate had intertwined their paths, it was only fitting that Chen Yuan should buy fabric for Tao Dao. Calculating in her mind, Li Qifeng stepped forward and addressed the salesperson. "Please cut some fabric for me. I'll take military green and floral." Seeing that Li Qifeng was requesting quite a bit, the salesperson immediately smiled and began cutting fabric for Sun Weiwei. "Oh, this floral fabric is truly lovely," the salesperson exclaimed, showering Li Qifeng with compliments. "My dear, you are so beautiful. Wearing a dress made from this fabric will surely make you look like a city dweller." Upon listening, Li Qifeng's eyes narrowed into slits as she smiled. In the midst of her conversation, the salesperson had already cut the fabric. "Miss, the total for these two fabrics is 6 yuan plus 2 fabric tickets." Li Qifeng nodded and pointed at Chen Yuan, saying with a grin, "We are together. He will pay." The salesperson followed her gesture and glanced at Chen Yuan. With a cold smirk, Chen Yuan retorted, "Who said we are together? I am here to buy fabric for my wife and daughter. Are you my wife or my daughter?" Chen Shan's face darkened immediately as he scolded Chen Yuan. "Second, mind your language when speaking to your sister-in-law." Seeing the commotion escalate, the salesperson regarded it as a family matter, believing it sufficient for one of them to settle the payment and tickets. "You can argue outside. This is a supply and marketing cooperative, not a place for your antics. Hurry up and pay for the fabric." Li Qifeng replied defiantly to the salesperson. "I have no money. You should ask Chen Yuan for it." Chen Yuan shrugged nonchalantly and said, "What are you buying fabric for if you have no money? Just to save face?" Their commotion drew attention, and soon, whispers began circulating. "I see. The sister-in-law doesn't want to spend money and expects her brother-in-law to foot the bill. That man isn't any better. He's letting his wife become someone else's." The murmurs grew louder, and insults reached the ears of Li Qifeng and Chen Shan, leaving them deeply ashamed. Chen Shan could hardly lift his head. Li Qifeng glared at Chen Yuan, urging, "Second, hurry up and give the money." Chen Yuan was no fool. He had no intention of caring for Chen's family's woes. "You want to be my daughter again? You are too ugly. Let us not even consider you as my wife." His brazen words caught everyone off guard. Li Qifeng huffed in anger. "Second, don't make baseless connections." Chen Yuan nodded. "Exactly. We have no relation. Why should I pay for you?" The salesperson, growing impatient, looked at Li Qifeng and scoffed. "I thought you were a wealthy person, buying things without money. Do you wish to be imprisoned?" At the mention of prison, Li Qifeng shuddered in fear. No. Let us discuss this. As you can see, I don't have that much money. Can I forego this floral fabric? I only want this army green one." The salesperson shook her head, her expression grave. "You say you don't want it after I've already cut it for you? If everyone were like you, would this cooperative even remain open?" With those two sentences, Li Qifeng was left speechless. Zhang Guixiang had given them 10 yuan to buy fabric for Tao Dao's new clothes and for the New Year's goods. This year, the New Year coincided with Zhang Guixiang's 66th birthday, and according to her wishes, a grand celebration was to be held, which was why she had given Li Qifeng extra money for the New Year's purchases. Now all the money is spent on fabric, and there is no way to explain this to Zhang Guixiang when I return. However, if I do not settle the payment, Li Qifeng and Chen Shan will be sent to prison. Initially, I thought Chen Yuan would cover the expenses, which is why I purchased more than I should have. Now it seems I have only succeeded in hurting myself. With no other option, Li Qifeng gritted her teeth and produced the money, supplementing it with an additional 2 yuan from her secret savings. After the payment was made, the sales clerk handed the fabric to Li Qifeng and turned to Chen Yuan, inquiring, "Comrade, how much fabric do you require?" Chen Yuan cleared his throat, slightly raised his voice, and replied with a smile, "I will take as much as they do. I desire navy blue and floral patterns." With that, Chen Yuan directly retrieved the money and ticket from his pocket and presented them to the clerk. Upon seeing the cash and ticket, the clerk smiled and began to cut the fabric for Chen Yuan. "No problem. As long as you have money and a ticket, it's all good, unlike some individuals who wish to acquire fabric without either. The conversation between the two was neither too loud nor too soft, perfectly reaching the ears of Li Qinfeng and Chen Yuan, who were at the door preparing to leave. Infuriated, Li Qinfeng stamped her foot and pointed at Chen Yuan, exclaiming, "This is all your fault. Could you not have asked Grandma for a little more money?" Volume 1, Chapter 22, Mobilization Meeting. Chen Yuan, already feeling disheartened from being scolded by others, could no longer endure the humiliation when Li Qinfeng pointed an accusatory finger at him. The thought that he might seem less than a man ignited a fire of fury within him. In a fit of rage, he raised his hand and struck Li Qinfeng across the face. "You wasteful woman! What use is all this fabric? Can it be turned into sustenance?" Li Qinfeng, momentarily stunned by the slap, stood in disbelief. "You hit me? You actually struck me? Fine, Chen Yuan. Is it just for buying a couple of pieces of cloth that you would resort to violence? I shall return to my family." With that, she clutched the fabric and ran away without a backward glance. Li Qinfeng was no fool. Returning to Chen Yuan now would surely mean facing Zhang Guixiang's wrath. It was far better to take the cloth and head back to her own family. Chen Yuan, observing the quarrel between Li Qinfeng and Chen Yuan, thought to himself, "Good riddance. The Chen family cannot go a day without scheming for advantage. They are always calculating how to exploit him. It seems this year's New Year celebration for the Chen family will be quite eventful, with no vinegar or soy sauce at home." Chen Yuan took the fabric and purchased 2 glass jars from another stall, filling them with vinegar and soy sauce. At this time, the variety of candies was limited, so he spent 2 yuan on fruit candy to bring home for Yi. After a circuitous trip through the black market and the supply and marketing cooperative, the original 32 yuan dwindled to just 20. After securing his money and tickets, Chen Yuan departed from the county town. Each visit to the county was a lengthy walk, taking over 4 hours for a round trip. He contemplated saving more money, pondering the necessity of acquiring a bicycle. Upon reaching Chinxia village, it was just in time for lunch. The villagers were all at home dining, and with no one on the road, Chen Yuan headed directly home without taking a detour. Inside, Sun Weiwei was busy crocheting socks with the leftover yarn, as Chen Yuan was set to participate in the winter fishing tomorrow. A warm pair of socks would be just the thing. "Darling, I'm home." Chen Yuan gently pushed the door open and set his basket down on the floor. The warmth of the room enveloped him, prompting him to hang his outer coat on the wall. Sun Weiwei put down her work. "You must be hungry. I steamed some egg cake today. Be sure to eat plenty with Yi. I bought 10 jin of rice and some sweet potatoes, so I'll make a sweet potato porridge shortly." As she spoke, Chen Yuan reached into his pocket and handed his money and tickets to Sun Weiwei. "I earned 32 yuan from selling meat today along with some tickets. After buying various items, only this 20 yuan remains." Sun Weiwei's eyes sparkled with delight as she accepted the money. "Brother Yuan, you're amazing." Having never seen such a sum while in the Chen household, she was now thriving after their separation. "There's even more to behold. Look at this fabric. It's enough for you and EE to make new clothes." The deep blue fabric was of superior quality compared to what he had purchased at the black market previously, but it required tickets from the supply cooperative, which meant he would have to wait until he received fabric tickets to buy more. "I, along with E, am not in a hurry. Once I process the wolf skin, I will skillfully stitch you a vest using both the fabric and the skin, perfect for your winter hunting tomorrow." Noticing the excitement in Sun Weiwei's voice, Chen Yuan refrained from dampening the mood. Chen Yi, however, showed little interest in the new attire. Her curiosity piqued as she leaned towards a large basket, nearly at her height. "Dad, what are these colorful bags?" Chen Yuan followed the direction of Yi's finger and chuckled. "Those are fruit candies. You can have one after dinner today. If you behave well in the future, there will be more." Upon hearing about the fruit candies, Chen Yi couldn't help but drool. She had seen Chen Guangtao enjoy them, and their sparkling appearance made them irresistible. Dinner consisted of fluffy egg cake accompanied by sweet potato porridge and a pot of stewed potatoes with meat. After the meal, it wasn't long before Chen Yi drifted off to sleep. Chen Yuan, holding Sun Weiwei, intended to engage in some light exercise to aid digestion. But before he could fully enjoy the moment, there came a loud knock at the door. Bang, bang, bang. "Brother Yuan, are you home? Are you asleep?" The visitor was Huzi, one of Chen Yuan's few friends from the village. In their childhood, when Chen Yuan was bullied by Chen Shan and the other village children, Huzi had bravely intervened, though his small stature had earned him a beating as well. Since then, they had become like brothers. Caught up in the affairs of the Chen family after his rebirth, Chen Yuan had nearly forgotten about Huzi. Nonetheless, having his moment interrupted. He felt a tinge of annoyance as he donned his jacket and opened the door. "What is it, Huzi? Why are you bothering me at such a late hour?" Huzi grinned and replied, "I didn't want to disturb you at this hour either, but the village chief wants us to go to the village committee meeting." He said something about a mobilization meeting? Chen Yuan understood that this must pertain to the mobilization for tomorrow's winter hunt, so he wasted no time in setting off. "Let us hurry. Otherwise, if Chen uncle scolds you, I want to be able to help you." With that, Chen Yuan strode purposefully toward the village committee, with Huzi following closely behind, clicking his tongue. "Brother Yuan, have you heard about the events concerning your eldest brother's family today?" Chen Yuan shook his head. "I'm not aware." Huzi eagerly trailed behind Chen Yuan, vividly recounting the gossip he had overheard that day. "I heard that your sister-in-law bought over 10 pieces of fabric in the county and returned to her family. Now the Chen family is broke for the new year." Chen Yuan merely responded with a nonchalant offering little more. Seeing Chen Yuan's calm demeanor, Huzi assumed he was reluctant to discuss matters concerning the Chen family and decided to fall silent. Yet, a moment later, Chen Yuan spoke slowly, casually remarking, "They plotted against me, wanting me to buy it for them, only to end up shooting themselves in the foot." Huzi was taken aback, unable to believe his ears. "Goodness. Brother Yuan, you are truly impressive." In the courtyard of the village committee, several individuals brandished torches, their flickering flames illuminating the surroundings. Shinjita paced upon the steps, noting that everyone had arrived, save for Huzi and Chen Yuan. Just as he was contemplating this, both Chen Yuan and Huzi appeared. "Now that we are all gathered, allow me to briefly outline the requirements for tomorrow," he began. Dogwa stifled a yawn and impatiently interjected, "Village chief, this is the same set of demands every year. What is there to discuss? It would be better to let everyone return home to rest." With Dogwa's remark, a wave of agreement rippled through the crowd. Shinjita recognized Dogwa as the village's troublemaker and deemed it futile to engage further in such banter. He cleared his throat and addressed the matter at hand. This winter's fishing expedition differs from those of previous years. This time, each team is required to catch a minimum of 100 pounds, with any excess belonging to the respective team. As before, we shall divide into 2 smaller groups, striving to bring back as many fish as possible to share. Upon hearing that surplus fish would benefit their team, the attendees of the assembly visibly perked up. It seems we must put in our utmost effort this year," exclaimed one. "The old Chen family has split. Will they still form a group?" Another queried. "Oh, this promises to be quite the spectacle." Volume 1. Chapter 23. Winter fishing. In previous years, the winter fishing expeditions consisted of the 3 Chun brothers along with Huzi and Goa in one group, while the other robust men of the village formed another. As Chen Shan listened to the surrounding chatter, he felt a strong urge to avoid being placed in the same group as Chen Yuan. He feared that if Chen Yuan were to slack off, the burden of work would fall heavily upon him. With this thought in mind, Chen Shan hastily called out, "Village chief, I request to be separated from Chen Yuan. I am concerned." Before Chen Shan could finish his sentence, Shinjita impatiently interrupted him. "I had no intention of grouping you two together. Chen Yuan's first team comprises skilled fishers. Would you drag them down? Chen Yuan, Huzi, Goa, and you will form the first group, while the rest will comprise the second group." Chen Jita assigned the teams with authority, leaving Chen Shan's face flushed with indignation. Did the village chief not just publicly declare Chen Yuan superior to him? Yet, the village chief's assertion was indeed factual, year after year. Chen Yuan excelled during the winter fishing. Tomorrow morning at 4 o'clock, everyone must assemble promptly at the village entrance. We shall head to inspect the lake together. Chinjita instructed, elaborating on a few more details before dismissing the gathering. Upon Chen Yuan's return home, he found Sun Weiwei and Yi already asleep. He quietly climbed onto the bed, lying beside Sun Weiwei, and wrapped his arm around her, closing his eyes in contentment. In the early hours of the next day, around 3 o'clock, Huzi came knocking at the door. "Brother Yuan, are you up?" Chen Yuan had already awakened and was enjoying breakfast. He rose to open the door. "Have you eaten? Come in and share a bite." Huzi quickly waved his hand in refusal, replying, "I've already eaten. My mother made steamed corn buns paired with radish soup this morning." During such times of scarcity, anyone with sense understood the importance of not eating at others' homes. Chen Yuan nodded, gesturing toward a chair by the door. "Then wait for me a moment. I will finish shortly. No rush." After a hearty meal, Chen Yuan donned the wolf fur vest sewn by Sun Weiwei before putting on his outer coat. Huzi gazed at Chen Yuan's vest with envy. "Brother Yuan, that vest looks truly splendid. Is it made of wolf fur?" Wearing the vest crafted by Sun Weiwei, Chen Yuan felt a warmth within his heart. Your sister-in-law has exceptional skill. In the northern winter, at around 4 o'clock, the sky remained dark. The two made their way to the village entrance in the dim light. At 4, the group had gathered completely. The pathfinders held torches aloft, while Chen Yuan and his companions carried tools and fishing nets. The journey from Qinjia village to the inspection lake was not far, taking merely over 40 minutes. Upon reaching the inspection lake, they found a thick layer of ice, measuring a solid 1.5 meters in depth. To catch fish, they first needed to break through the ice surface, lower the nets, wait for a while, and then retrieve their catch. As soon as they arrived at the inspection lake, Chen Shan approached Chen Yuan with his second group. Hey, second brother. Wait a moment. Chen Yuan halted, casting an impatient glance at Chen Shan. What is it? Chen Hai peeked out from behind Chen Shan and exclaimed, Elder brother has said that although your first group is the village chief's reputed best fishing team, our second group is not to be underestimated. Just wait and see. Chen Yuan regarded them with a bemused expression, turning to Chen Shan and Chen Hai, and replied coolly, Well, then, do your best. He then turned away, leading the first group to a secluded spot on the ice. He used an ice auger to sketch out a rough area, declaring, We shall drill here. Everyone, follow the outline I've drawn. As soon as Hu Zi saw this, he picked up an ice auger and struck within the confines of the outlined space. Just watch, we'll undoubtedly catch more than their second group. The competitive spirit of the first group was instantly ignited. Being in their 20s, the young men were filled with fervor as if they possessed boundless energy. Within half an hour, they had successfully drilled through the ice. Chen Yuan and Go Hua began to prepare the fishing nets, while Hu Zi and the others gathered the ice fragments and piled them aside. In stark contrast, Chen Shan and Chen Hai's second group were still searching for a suitable location. Brother Shan, let us choose a spot quickly. Indeed, Brother Shan. The first group has already drilled their holes. Elder brother, let us settle here. No matter where we choose, it's all fish from the same lake. Chen Shan waved his hand dismissively and barked. You know nothing. Patience yields quality work. We must find a prime spot to ensure we catch more than Chen Yuan's group. The others were visibly displeased by Chen Shan's outburst. Noticing the progress of the first group, Chen Shan, feeling anxious, hastily selected a random spot. I think this location will suffice. Let us drill here. Upon hearing this, someone in the group immediately retorted, Could you provide us with a designated area? It's too large. We can't all drill indiscriminately. Exactly. A few years back, when I was in a group with Chen Yuan, he delineated our area, and we caught plenty of large fish. Brother Shan, are you up to the task? I truly feel unfortunate to be in a group with you two. Chen Shan, irritated by the skepticism, forcefully threw his tool to the ground. If you think I'm incapable, you can go find someone else. The members of the second group exchanged glances, their expressions filled with disdain. Fine. We'll manage without you. Just the 5 of us will outperform you two combined. Who do you think you are? The village chief didn't appoint you as the leader of the second group, so why act all high and mighty? After their tirade, the 5 individuals took their tools and walked away. They quickly marked out a section of ice and began their work, deliberately excluding Chen Shan and Chen Hai. While Go Hua was organizing the fishing nets, he suddenly noticed Chen Shan and Chen Hai standing alone, motionless. He shouted at them, Hey, you two from the Chen family. If you don't get to work, I'll inform the village chief upon my return, and you won't receive any work credits. Chen Yuan was diligently working, barely glancing at Chen Shan and Chen Hai. Frustrated, Chen Hai stomped his feet and exclaimed, Brother, what should we do now? Chen Shan, equally vexed, retorted angrily, What do you expect me to know? How should I know what to do? Chen Hai, chastened by Chen Shan's rebuke, dared not respond further and could only express his indignation. It's all Chen Yuan's fault. If it weren't for him, we certainly wouldn't have been ousted by the second group. But if we don't work, the village chief won't allocate our work points. Chen Shan was equally troubled, aware that returning without work points would leave him unable to explain to his family. Perhaps we should consult with our second brother about whether he could allow us to join the first group, he suggested. Given his temperament, if we approach him patiently and say a few flattering words, he will surely be accommodating, just like before. The more Chen Hai considered this plan, the more feasible it appeared to him. Work was indeed necessary, and since the second group rejected the 2 brothers, it would be more advantageous to join the first group instead. When the village chief inquired, they could simply claim that the second group had formed a clique and refused to let them join. After pondering for a moment, Chen Shan ultimately nodded in agreement with Chen Hai's proposal. All right, then let us speak kindly and persuade our second brother to take us along. Agreed. Volume 1. Chapter 24. On the brink of drowning, the two immediately made their way towards Chen Yuan. Upon seeing Chen Shan and Chen Hai approaching, Huzi felt a sense of foreboding. "Brother Yuan, I sense ill intentions in their approach," he remarked. Chen Yuan glanced up at Chen Shan and Chen Hai hastening towards them. "Let them come. When soldiers arrive, we shall meet them with arms. When water comes, we shall bury it with earth. What matters is that they do not hinder our group's progress." Chen Yuan meticulously arranged the fishing net, preparing to cast it into the icy hole. "Second brother, wait a moment before you get busy." "Eldest brother, I have something to discuss with you," Chen Hai said, his face beaming with a smile, as if he had just encountered a stroke of fortune. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Yuan declined. "If you have something to say, speak quickly. I am occupied. If this delays our winter catch, and the village chief comes looking for you too, do not say I did not warn you as a brother." Chen Shan had initially intended to speak kindly to Chen Yuan, but his current attitude filled him with ire. "I am your elder brother. Can I not have a word with you?" Chen Yuan, without lifting his gaze, replied, "Speak your matter here. I have no time to entertain you too." Just as Chen Shan was about to erupt, Chen Hai hastily intervened. "Eldest brother, let us discuss serious matters." Chen Shan, infuriated, coldly addressed Chen Yuan, "You will allow us to join the first group." Chen Yuan paused in his task of arranging the fishing net, raising his head with keen interest. "You wish to join the first group?" Chen Hai eagerly nodded, a smile gracing his face. "Indeed, second brother. In past years, the three of us have always been in one group. We surely have better synergy than being with them." Chen Yuan did not respond directly, but fixed his gaze on Chen Shan. Unnerved by the scrutiny, Chen Shan urged, "Enough of this. Let us join already." Chen Yuan clicked his tongue and remarked to Chen Hai, "With such an attitude from elder brother, I find it impossible to accommodate him." Upon hearing this, Chen Hai quickly gestured to Chen Shan, whispering, "Eldest brother, did we not agree? Appeal to second brother. Let us join first, and we can deal with him later." Gritting his teeth, Chen Shan adopted a determined demeanor, pleading with Chen Yuan, "Consider this a request from your brother. Allow us to join." However, Chen Yuan waved his hand, responding, "No, the village chief has assigned the groups. I lack the authority to alter them, and besides, I am not the leader. My word holds no weight." Guwei and Huzi erupted in laughter, doubled over in mirth. "Ha ha ha. Chen Shan, your calculations have gone awry. Oh, how utterly amusing. You two brothers. Had you spent this time seeking favors here, you would have returned to the second group long ago. Rest assured, I, Guwei, will keep my promise. I shall inform the village chief today that you two have not contributed." Chen Shan and Chen Hai stood there, dumbfounded. This was not at all how they had envisioned it. "Chen Yuan, do you dare to toy with me?" Chen Shan's face darkened, filled with rage. The audacity of Chen Yuan to mock him in front of so many. In a fit of rage, Chen Shan extended his hand, ready to strike Chen Yuan. However, Chen Yuan was no fool. He certainly would not allow Chen Shan to hit him without resistance. Instead, he swiftly grabbed the nearest Chen Hai, causing Chen Shan's slap to land squarely on Chen Hai's face. The impact left Chen Hai's head buzzing, and he stumbled, falling into the icy hole designed to catch larger fish. This hole was broad and deep, making it impossible for an adult to get stuck. Had it not been for Go Wa's quick reflexes in seizing Chen Hai's ankle, Chen Hai's life would have been in grave danger. Once pulled back to safety, Chen Hai sputtered and coughed up a significant amount of water, lying on the shore while retching. "If you disturb the fish with your antics, our group will fail to catch any large fish, and it will all be your fault." Go Wa scolded Chen Hai and Chen Shan mercilessly, showing no leniency. Soaked to the bone and shivering from the cold, Chen Hai could not bear to see his brother freeze before his eyes, prompting Chen Shan to take him home. Go Wa shrugged helplessly. "This isn't my fault if I tell the village chief they haven't been working." Chen Yuan stifled a laugh. He had observed that Go Wa had deliberately pulled Chen Hai up slowly, allowing him to gulp down water before rescuing him. "Enough of the commotion. We can now commence with the netting." The first step of winter fishing involved drilling holes in the ice and setting up the fishing nets. While Chen Yuan and the Chen brothers had been arguing, the others had quietly prepared the outflow opening and small holes opposite the inflow opening. The next step, which Chen Yuan was about to undertake, was to lower the net. By placing the net through the inflow opening and guiding it through a series of small holes to the outflow opening, the netting process would be complete. Following this, all that remained was to wait. Seizing the moment of respite, the group of men gathered together to engage in idle chatter. "Yuan, good. What prompted you to separate from the Chen family?" Go Wa inquired, his face etched with curiosity. Huzi shot Go Wa a glare. "Why must you pry into everything like the village gossip?" Go Wa shrugged dismissively. "What's wrong? Is it your first day knowing me? As the two seemed on the verge of a brawl, Chen Yuan hurriedly intervened. Let us not give the second group something to laugh about. If you must fight, do it back in the village, away from prying eyes. You all know how my life was in the Chen family. There's nothing wrong with living independently. Upon hearing Chen Yuan's words, Huzi and Gowa immediately released their grasp on each other, casting mutual glares. These two had never gotten along since childhood. Whenever they met, it was either a brawl or a quarrel, and they rarely found peace outside of work. Gowa sighed quietly, feeling somewhat helpless. He had always admired Chen Yuan, who was exceptionally skilled at work and seemed adept at everything he undertook. Yet, in these difficult times, even if he wished to assist Chen Yuan, he felt powerless. In that moment, the atmosphere at the scene grew somewhat tense. Chen Yuan hastily inquired, "How many fish do you think we can catch this year?" At the mention of this, everyone perked up with renewed enthusiasm. Certainly more than last year. The nets are in excellent condition, and the holes are well made. As long as we surpass Team 2, that's all that matters. I propose we approach the village chief upon our return and request him to provide us with better fishing nets for next year. Indeed, these nets are both small and tattered. Next year, I wish to utilize larger nets. As the group chatted and laughed, time swiftly slipped away. It's about time. We can start hauling in the nets. The crowd quickly prepared, and at Chen Yuan's resounding call, we're hauling in the nets. The group united in effort, pulling the fishing net from the outlet. At this moment, without machines, they had to rely solely on human strength. The five of them strained as they moved the net further away. It's out. It's all out. The net has burst. Yuan Ge, we hit the jackpot. Fish. It's all fish. Their jubilant shouts attracted the attention of many from other communes, who cast envious glances in their direction. Which village is this? What remarkable luck they have. Volume 1, Chapter 25. Sun Weiwei and Zhang Guixiang engaged in a quarrel upon hearing the jubilant shouts of Huzi and Gowa. Chen Yuan turned his head for a fleeting glance. The fishing net was laden with fish, suggesting that, after fulfilling the obligations to the commune, the village would receive a substantial share this year. The group worked in unison to haul the net ashore and filled wooden barrels with their catch. If only the net were larger, our team would undoubtedly have the most. Gowa lamented, gazing at the bountiful catch with a hint of discontent. Chen Yuan chuckled. Then you must have a word with the village chief about this matter later. Meanwhile, the second team's net was also being reeled in. They had just witnessed the first team's bountiful haul, their envy palpable as their eyes glistened with jealousy. Yet, as they pulled in their net, it yielded a modest catch, much like previous years. Alas, that Chen Yuan, he truly possesses a knack for fishing. I say, next winter, let us skip the team divisions. I'd prefer to fish alongside him. One of them lamented, it's all Chen Shan's fault. If he and T led us in circles, we wouldn't have cast our nets so late. I'll tell the village chief when we return that they didn't contribute. Just as Chen Yuan and his companions finished packing the fish, the commune's counter arrived with a scale. Which village are you from? It appears that your net has yielded the most this winter catch, he inquired, pulling out a pen and notebook to record the details. Chen Yuan stepped forward with a smile, responding, we are from Qinjia village. No wonder. I've heard of your village's prowess in fishing. Chen Yuan assisted the counter in weighing the barrels, which collectively weighed a remarkable 280 pounds. Keep 100 pounds, and you may take the remainder with you, the counter said, hastily moving on to the next village. Carrying their catch, Chen Yuan and his team made their way to the second group. Our village has already submitted our fish. We can head back now. The members of the second group gazed at Chen Yuan's haul with envy. Yuan Ge, all the fish we submitted this year came from your group. You are truly impressive. Next year, could you possibly take us along? Together, our two groups could bring back a considerable amount. Let us strive together next year? Chen Yuan, unable to decide on the division of teams, deftly changed the subject. It's been quite a while. Let us hurry back. The village chief must be awaiting our good news. Prompted by Chen Yuan's words, everyone quickly paired up to carry the wooden barrels back to the village. At the entrance of Qinjia village, Qinjida paced anxiously, frequently peering down the path. Qinji Xiang jested from the side, cousin, no matter how anxious you are, they cannot fly back. You might as well come to my house and warm up. Qinjida waved his hand dismissively, replying, no. I cannot bear the thought of their hearts being unsettled. You know well that the third son of the Chen family fell into the lake. We cannot risk lives for a mere handful of fish. As the two conversed, Chen Yuan and his companions emerged into view. Ah, they have returned. They are back. Qinjida, with one hand leading his dog and the other leaning on his cane, hurried forward. Village chief, we are back. This year, our village has brought back over 260 pounds of fish. Shinjita beamed at the sight of the fish in the wooden tub. Splendid, splendid. Dogwa, with a slight grimace, expressed his dissatisfaction. Village chief, could we perhaps procure a larger net next year? This small one yields far too little. Were it not for the requirement of only 100 pounds this year, we would not have managed to bring back so much fish. Shinjita, pleased by the sight before him, readily agreed to Dogwa's suggestion. Very well. I shall arrange for a larger net next year. As their conversation grew animated, suddenly, a person rushed over in haste. Village chief, trouble. Chen Yuan's wife and Zhang Guixiang have gotten into a fight. Oh, Chen Yuan is there too. Hurry home to check. Upon hearing this, Chen Yuan felt a jolt of anxiety, setting down what he carried and hastily running home. Shinjita, equally perplexed, instructed, Hushu, take the fish to the village committee. I shall distribute them once I finish my business. Upon returning home, Chen Yuan found Sun Weiwei brandishing a hatchet, standing protectively in front of the trembling Yi. Zhang Guixiang, hands on her hips, raged incessantly. You wretched little harlot. Do you dare incite that worthless fool to assault my precious great-grandson? Your entire family is devoid of conscience. After bullying your brother and younger siblings, you now come to torment my great-grandson. A crowd of villagers gathered around the cave entrance, captivated by the spectacle. As Chen Yuan arrived, they instinctively parted to create a path. What do you want now? Chen Yuan bellowed, positioning himself firmly between Sun Weiwei and Yi. Upon seeing Chen Yuan, Zhang Guixiang spat on the ground and venomously declared, Your fine wife has struck my great-grandson. How could I not come? Chen Guangtao chimed in. It was her. They attacked me. Tears glistened in Sun Weiwei's eyes as she cradled the shivering Yi, defiantly asserting, I did not strike anyone. It was Chen Guangtao and the village children who bullied Yi. They held her down and beat her. As her mother, should I not come to her rescue? Upon hearing Sun Weiwei's explanation, Chen Yuan's brow furrowed deeply, casting a venomous glare at Chen Guangtao. This little rascal dared to bully Yi in his absence. Turning to comfort Sun Weiwei, he said, My dear, take Yi back inside. I shall handle matters out here. Sun Weiwei wiped away her tears and embraced the weeping Yi as they entered the house. Zhang Guixiang, witnessing this scene, immediately felt displeased. How could she simply return indoors after striking my precious great-grandson? And you, Chen Yuan, why did you push Chen Hai into the lake? Are you trying to endanger your brother? Today, you must provide me with an explanation. Chen Yuan, his face darkened, seized Chen Guangtao. You claim your second aunt has struck you? Allow me to show you what true punishment is. With that, he delivered 2 kicks to Chen Guangtao's behind. This kick serves as a lesson from your parents, teaching you not to weave tales at such a tender age. This kick is my retribution on behalf of my daughter. Chen Yuan exerted all his strength, causing Chen Guangtao to yelp in pain. Zhang Guixiang, her eyes reddened with concern, grasped her cane and lunged at Chen Yuan. How dare you strike my precious great-grandson? I shall not let this go unchallenged. Before she could take another step, she was restrained by the hurriedly approaching Huzi. Let me go? Let me go? Are you all bullying this old woman? Is there no law left? Chen Jita's previously pleasant mood was now in disarray. Silence. All of you. Ah Huang, sensing his master's anger, bared his teeth and growled incessantly at Zhang Guixiang. Dogsheng, come explain to me what exactly transpired. Volume 1. Chapter 26. A bitter retort. It was Dogsheng who had just rushed to the village entrance to convey the news. He had come to the reservoir to fetch water when he overheard a heated argument. Upon arriving, he witnessed Zhang Guixiang berating Sun Weiwei, who stood protectively behind Yi. Wielding a hatchet, fearing for their safety, Dogsheng hurriedly sought out the village chief. After listening to everyone's accounts, Chen Jita glanced at Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan, summon your wife. He commanded. Before Chen Yuan could respond, Sun Weiwei had already stepped out from the house. Chief, what do you wish to inquire? I shall cooperate fully. All I ask is for justice to be served. Chen Jita nodded in satisfaction. Rest assured, I, Chen Jita, have always been one to address matters fairly and pursue justice. He continued, Now, tell me, Chen Guangtao claims you struck him. What transpired? With reddened eyes, Sun Weiwei glared at Chen Guangtao. He struck my daughter. I merely intervened to separate them. I did not harm anyone. Chen Guangtao, rubbing his rear, pointed an accusatory finger at Sun Weiwei and shouted, You're lying. You did hit me. Chen Yuan shot him a scathing look. Silence. He had observed that Chen Guangtao's entourage was lurking behind the parents, relishing the spectacle. Village chief, please hold on a moment. With that, Chen Yuan turned and returned to the house, retrieving 2 pieces of fruit candy. He approached Zhuang and Xiaoming. Was it not Chen Guangtao who led you here to bully ye? Speak the truth, and you shall receive candy. Zhuang's eyes fixated on the colorful wrappers in Chen Yuan's hands, drooling in anticipation. Without a second thought, he reached out to grab it, only for Chen Yuan to withdraw his hand. Zhuang glanced at the candy, then back at Chen Guangtao. I'll tell you everything if you give me that candy. Chen Yuan then turned his gaze to Xiaoming. And you, do you wish for some fruit candy? Xiaoming swallowed hard. He desired the candy. Yet he could not betray his loyal friend. Eager for the treat, Zhuang, not waiting for Chen Yuan to ask further, recounted the entire incident. It was Chen Guangtao. We were playing in the village when we found Yi alone at the entrance, building a snowman. Chen Guangtao kicked her snowman apart and said that if we joined him in bullying Yi, he would share roasted sweet potatoes with us. Chen Guangtao's guilty demeanor was apparent as he stiffened his neck and retorted, Zhuang, you're lying. You only say that because you ate my uncle's fruit candy. Zhang Guixiang plopped to the ground, throwing a tantrum. Oh dear. At such a young age, not learning proper behavior, destined to become a worthless person. Before Zhang Guixiang could finish her tirade, Zhuang's mother rushed out. Pa, you old hag, how dare you insult our Wangzhuang? On one side, Zhang Guixiang and Zhuang's mother exchanged fiery insults, while on the other, Chen Yuan upheld his promise and handed the candy to Zhuang. Accepting the candy, Zhuang promptly unwrapped it and stuffed the fruit candy into his mouth. Upon witnessing the tantalizing sight of candy, tears involuntarily streamed down Xiaoming's cheeks. I too wish to speak. I too wish to, he exclaimed. It was Chen Guangtao who instigated this. He has yet to treat us to roasted sweet potatoes. The 2 children were brimming with delight at the sight of the fruit candies, while the adults in the household found themselves at a loss for words. Chen Yuan, equally generous with the candies, offered them to Xiaoming, who slowly rose and approached the village chief. Observing this, the other children involved clamored for their share of the sweets and subsequently confessed. Uncle Chen, you have seen it yourself. All the children, whether they indulged in candies or not, have admitted their involvement. It was Chen Guangtao who maliciously sought trouble. I demand they apologize to Yi. Sun Weiwei emerged from the house, cradling Chen Yi, and pointed to the scratches near her eyes, tears streaming down her face as she lamented. Our Yi has been harmed. I did not seek retribution, they bit back first. Chen Jida's expression darkened further upon noticing the wounds on Chen Yi's face. He addressed Chen Yuan with a serious tone. Rest assured, this matter will be rectified. You are the victims in this scenario. A group of boys bullying a 3-year-old girl. If word of this spreads, our village will be the laughingstock. Not to mention, if this becomes known, our prospects for this year's prestigious team will be utterly dashed. The onlookers within the village began to murmur among themselves, casting disdainful glances at the adults of the offending children. When the upper beam is crooked, the lower beam will be skewed. If they are not adequately punished to instill some sense, what girl would dare to marry into our village in the future? Echoed one voice. Indeed. Young men striking a girl. Where is their sense of shame? You have brought disgrace upon our village. Another chimed in. As for Chen Guangtao, my children shall not associate with him any longer. He is a born troublemaker. Anyone who befriends him will find themselves in misfortune. The parents of the offending children felt the weight of shame, glaring at their own offspring, wishing they could chastise them immediately. Chen Jida recognized the necessity for a stern reprimand, a lesson to deter future misbehavior. He declared coldly, all those involved in this incident, step forward. To gang up on a 3-year-old girl, do you not feel ashamed? Striking her face, should you leave her disfigured? Your family shall be responsible for compensating EE with a suitable husband. Furthermore, your family shall forfeit this winter's fish catch. It shall be given to EE for her recovery. Each household shall contribute 50 cents for medical expenses. If anyone has objections, voice them now. The Chen family will pay $1. Having laid out the complete measure of punishment, the parents of the children had no qualms, for they had unwittingly walked into the line of fire. Zhang Guixiang was notably displeased, for $1 was sufficient for a family to survive a month. Why should they compensate that little rascal? Moreover, Chen Guangtao had just been kicked twice by Chen Yuan. I do not agree. That little troublemaker expects $1? Nonsense. Chen Jida, his face darkened, retorted, mind your words. Otherwise, I'll take you to the streets. Upon hearing the mention of a public display, Zhang Guixiang swiftly sealed her lips, her mind racing to devise a way to avoid any expenditure. With a glint in her eye, she once again settled on the ground. Village chief, our family cannot bear this financial burden. Chen Yuan still owes us money. I demand a hefty sum for our unity. Chen Yuan felt a surge of anger, his liver aching. Your Chen Guangtao assaulted Yi, and now you expect compensation? The villagers, upon hearing this, were appalled. Good heavens, is there no law left? The victim is to pay? Alas, should I now strike several individuals to profit handsomely? Is your family truly devoid of shame? Zhang Guoxiang cast a disdainful glance at the crowd and slowly remarked, our third son was nearly drowned by Chen Yuan. Do you think it unreasonable for him to compensate $10? The crowd gasped in unison. I truly witnessed it. Today Chen Shan returned with Chen Hai on his back, drenched to the bone. My heavens, is Chen Yuan truly attempting murder? What? Chen Yuan actually pushed his own brother into the lake? Volume 1. Chapter 27. Distributing fish. Upon hearing these words, Huzi immediately grew anxious. Just as he was about to retort, Chen Yuan silenced him with a glance. With keen interest, Chen Yuan turned to Zhang Guoxiang and questioned, you allege that I pushed Chen Hai into the lake. Where is your evidence? Zhang Guoxiang blinked, hesitating as she stammered. You all went to inspect the lake today and were not in the village. How am I to know? Chen Yuan chuckled lightly, with no evidence. You claim I intended to harm my brother? I find my back aching. It seems I have been unjustly burdened with a hefty accusation. Zhang Guoxiang, exasperated, craned her neck, eager to counter, but found herself at a loss for words. After a considerable pause, she finally declared, regardless, the third brother was indeed pushed into the lake. Chen Yuan must compensate. Raising an eyebrow, Chen Yuan replied with a smile, you possess no evidence, yet I do. He then exchanged a knowing glance with Huzi, signaling that the moment had arrived. It was Chen Hai who had come with Chen Shan to confront Brother Yuan. When Chen Shan attempted to strike Brother Yuan, he inadvertently knocked Chen Hai into the lake due to his unsteady footing. Dogwa, present at the scene, added, had I not caught Chen Hai in time, he would still be submerged in the lake. Then do you not owe me a token of gratitude for saving your life? Huzi remarked, his words dripping with sarcasm. Zhang Guoxiang shot an accusatory glare at Huzi and Dogwa, muttering to herself about their meddling. You all are in league with Chen Yuan. Of course you would defend him. Chen Yuan nodded, feigning a look of distress. You are right. We are all part of the first group, so they will undoubtedly support me. The second group, however, will not, as we are not affiliated. Upon hearing this, Zhang Guoxiang smacked her thigh in realization. How had she not thought of that? Indeed, the second group will certainly not side with you. As she reveled in her newfound clarity, she was convinced that this time Chen Yuan would fall into her trap. Chen Yuan, appearing resigned, turned to Chen Jida and said, Uncle Chen, perhaps you should inquire personally. Chen Jida felt a twinge of doubt. He knew Chen Yuan would not engage in such behavior, and asking him to investigate likely meant Chen Yuan had devised another scheme. What transpired with your second group? The second group had been eager to voice their grievances to the village chief and found this an opportune moment. Village chief, you must stand up for us. Chen Shan and Chen Hai went to inspect the lake but did not work at all. They led us in circles on the ice. We merely requested that he outline an area for us to break the ice, and he berated us, insisting we either work or leave. Indeed, village chief, we all witnessed it. Chen Hai and Chen Shan sought trouble with Chen Yuan. Furthermore, it was Chen Shan who struck first, leading to Chen Hai's unfortunate fall. Zhang Guoxiang was utterly astounded. This was not how it was supposed to unfold. Chen Jida had initially mentioned that Chen Hai had been injured in the line of duty and that he would receive double the work points. It appeared that the brothers had been playing him for a fool all along. Zhang Guoxiang, if your family no longer wishes to remain in Qinjia village, now is the time to express that. Zhang Guoxiang, feeling intimidated, grasped Chen Guangtao and was ready to leave. Chen Jida directly intercepted her, saying, hold on. Let Chen Guangtao apologize to Yi, and you still owe Chen Yuan a sum of money. Fearing that Chen Jida might truly expel them from Qinjia village, Zhang Guoxiang reluctantly agreed to have Chen Guangtao apologize to Yi, yet she was adamant about not paying the debt. No money, no life. If it comes to that, take my life instead. Chen Jida snorted coldly, no problem. I shall deduct it from your family's work points next year. Chen Yuan, unable to contain himself, chuckled. It was no wonder he could serve as the village chief. One must possess some cunning. Zhang Guoxiang gritted her teeth and fished out several crumpled bills from her pocket, handing them to Chen Jida. His entourage, under Chen Jida's insistence, also apologized and compensated for the damages. Each of them hung their heads, knowing they would surely face punishment upon returning home. Chen Jida meticulously counted the money before passing it to Chen Yuan. Life was tough for everyone. The compensation was modest, but it was the thought that counted. Should anyone dare to commit such an offense again, it would not simply be resolved with a few coins. Shinjida's words were directed at all the villagers, and Chen Yuan understood this, responding, "Thank you, village chief." As the farce came to a close, Shinjida took advantage of the crowd and invited everyone to the village committee to collect fish. "Urwa, your family has endured today. When we distribute the fish, I will ensure you receive a little extra." Chen Yuan waved his hand in response. "Uncle Chen, you have already done enough for us." Shinjida's eyes narrowed. It was indeed their families who needed to apologize to Yi, and they dared not gossip. Only then did Chen Yuan acquiesce. "Very well, you all go ahead. I will join you shortly." With that, Chen Yuan led Sun Weiwei and Yi into the house. Looking at Yi's injured face, Chen Yuan felt as though his heart were being sliced by a blade. Fortunately, the wound was not deep. "My dear, later you and your mother should visit Uncle Zhao for some medicine." Sun Weiwei wiped away her tears and rose to fetch some money. "Our Yi has been wrong today. If anyone bullies you again in the future, just grab hold of them and fight back. Your father will handle the rest." Yi blinked her watery eyes, silently committing her father's words to memory. Chen Yuan then retrieved a piece of fruit candy from his pocket and offered it to Yi. "Here, have some candy. Let your mother take you for medicine. I must step out." Yi obediently accepted the candy, but did not, like Zhuang and Xiaoming, instantly pop it into her mouth. Having seen her mother scolded by the great-grandmother today, Yi felt her mother must be heartbroken, so she decided to save the candy for her. Sun Weiwei's tears flowed uncontrollably, like a kite with its string cut, as she embraced Yi, repeatedly murmuring, "Good child, good child." Chen Yuan gently tousled Yi's hair and smiled. "This is truly a child of the Chen family." The three of them stepped out together, with Chen Yuan hastening his pace towards the village committee. Shinjida had yet to begin distributing the fish, as he intended to publicly commend Chen Yuan in front of everyone. "Chen Yuan, come here." Chen Yuan looked bewildered at the unfolding scene. Before him, Shinjida handed over the largest fish directly to him. "This year, without Team 1, our village would hardly have enjoyed such a bounty of fish. Furthermore, Chen Yuan played a crucial role in this winter catch. Hence, our village committee has unanimously decided to reward him with an entire fish." A thunderous applause erupted from the crowd, with everyone joyfully congratulating Chen Yuan. Subsequently, Shinjida, reminiscent of the previous occasion when he distributed wild boar meat, began to share the fish among the villagers of Qinjia village. This year, the village was blessed with both wild boar meat and fish, promising a prosperous celebration ahead. Just as the villagers were joyfully sharing the fish, Chen Jiqiang hurriedly rushed over from the pig pen, his movements appearing more agile than usual. "Village chief, you must go check on the pig pen." Shinjida was taken aback, wondering if something had gone awry once again. Volume 1. Chapter 28. Rabbit farming. Shinjida had yet to disclose his plans for rabbit farming to the villagers, fearing that failure would lead to disappointment. Presently, Chen Jiqiang was in a state of agitation, prompting Shinjida to surmise that something might have occurred with the rabbits. "Do not rush, speak slowly. What has happened in the pigsty?" Chen Jiqiang, trembling with excitement, exclaimed, "Rabbits! The rabbits have given birth." Shinjida joyfully slapped his thigh. "Really? That is splendid. Come, let us go take a look." Chen Yuan pondered for a moment before interjecting, "Uncle Chen, please do not be hasty." Shinjida halted, glancing back at Chen Yuan. "What is it?" Chen Yuan patiently elucidated. "It is crucial to avoid disturbing the newborn rabbits. If they are touched by human hands, they may be rejected by their mothers. This is particularly true for wild rabbits." Shinjida then recalled this notion. "Indeed, I had nearly forgotten. Let us refrain from visiting for now and wait until the rabbits have matured a bit." Upon hearing this, Chen Jiqiang grew anxious. "Is it all right that I just looked at them?" Chen Yuan smiled reassuringly. "Uncle, if you keep your distance while feeding them, it should be fine. Better to be cautious than to regret it." Chen Jiqiang nodded vigorously. This litter of rabbits must not encounter any issues. The villagers below, however, appeared bewildered, as if hearing an unfamiliar language. "Village chief, what are you discussing?" Another chimed in. "Indeed, where did these rabbits come from?" "Yes, please enlighten us." Seeing that he could no longer keep it a secret, Shinjida rubbed his nose, feeling somewhat embarrassed, and confessed, "A few days ago, Chen Yuan captured 2 live wild rabbits and brought them to our village committee, hoping to initiate rabbit farming. As you all know, our village has had an empty pigsty for quite some time, so raising rabbits is indeed feasible. Eventually, selling the rabbits could provide enough funds to acquire piglets." The villagers, upon hearing this, felt a surge of excitement. However, dissent soon arose. "Village chief, while rabbits may breed readily, rabbit meat is not particularly palatable. Alas, in these times, having any profit is a boon." Surely, our methods must be at fault. Shinjita raised his hand, signaling for silence. Our village's Sun Weiwei is skilled in preparing rabbit meat. Once we establish a substantial rabbit farming operation, we shall host a communal feast to ascertain its taste. With this declaration, the villagers felt reassured. Sun Weiwei? Isn't she Chen Yuan's wife? Indeed she is. This family truly has the village's best interests at heart. I believe it is fortunate that Chen Yuan's family has taken a separate path. Indeed, the old Chen family has neglected such a wonderful child. Solely focusing on the eldest, the crowd buzzed with excitement as if they had stumbled upon something extraordinary, engaging in animated discussions. Chen Yuan merely smiled, choosing to remain silent. Huzi, having finished collecting fish, approached Chen Yuan with a playful grin and teased, "So, Brother Yuan, when will I be able to marry a wife?" It would be disingenuous to claim that he did not envy Chen Yuan. After all, Huzi was merely a year younger, while Chen Yuan already had a 3-year-old child. And Huzi was still single. It wasn't that he did not desire marriage, but rather that his family's poverty held him back. Chen Yuan cast a glance at Huzi. Memories from his past life resurfacing in his mind. He recalled that during his most challenging times, Huzi had secretly lent him $1. Only for Zhang Guixiang to discover it and take it away under some pretext. Chen Yuan was well aware of Huzi's character. He was clever and resourceful, making him an ideal companion for future endeavors. Furthermore, Chen Yuan aspired to expand beyond the black market, and he would require trustworthy allies as his business grew. He felt compelled to offer Huzi a helping hand. "Huzi, why not come over to my house for dinner tonight?" Huzi hesitated at first, but then noticed the meaningful look in Chen Yuan's eyes, indicating that he had something important to discuss. "All right, Brother Yuan, I'll come over tonight." Upon returning home, Chen Yuan found Sun Weiwei soothing their daughter, Yi, to sleep. Uncle Zhao inquired, "Will Yi's face leave a scar?" Chen Yuan, gazing at his peacefully slumbering daughter, felt a pang of concern and asked. Sun Weiwei shook her head, explaining that Uncle Zhao had reassured her that the injury was not deep and that with regular application of medicine, all would be well. He prescribed a medicine costing just a dime, she added. After a brief pause, she continued, "Brother Yuan, you haven't eaten yet, have you? You should rest. I'll prepare dinner." Chen Yuan, contemplating his invitation to Huzi for dinner, replied, "Huzi is coming over tonight. I want to bring him along." Each time Chen Yuan ventured into the mountains, Sun Weiwei worried. Having Huzi with him would certainly ease her concerns. "Then I'll go fetch some meat and prepare a hearty meal for tonight." Chen Yuan grasped Sun Weiwei's hand and asked, "Yuan Ti, hold it against me. Will you?" Sun Weiwei shyly lowered her gaze and softly asked, "Hold what against you?" "For inviting Huzi over without consulting you first." Sun Weiwei shook her head, knowing that Chen Yuan had his plans and had never blamed him. "The meat and the money in the house are all earned by you. There's no need to discuss it with me." Chen Yuan felt a warm glow in his heart. Every successful man has a woman who understands him standing behind him. Around 4 o'clock, Huzi knocked on the door, bringing his own provisions. Upon opening the door, Chen Yuan saw that Huzi had indeed brought his own supplies, confirming his instincts about him. "Brother Yuan, this is my grain," Huzi said. Chen Yuan casually lit the kerosene lamp and placed it on the table. "Why would you need to bring your own grain when you're visiting me? Keep it for yourself. That won't do. Every household is short on grain these days. I can't just eat for free." Sun Weiwei peered out from the kitchen, smiling. "You two brothers, stop arguing. The dishes are ready, and it's time to eat." Chen Yuan gestured towards the dining table, urging, "Please, take a seat. I shall fetch the dishes." This evening, Sun Weiwei had prepared steamed egg cake, a large pot of braised fish, and sweet potato porridge. Under the dim glow of the kerosene lamp, Huzi gazed at the spread on the table, his eyes widening in astonishment. "Yuan Gu, after today, will your family continue to celebrate like this? Had I known you were preparing such a feast, I would have brought more provisions." On the side, Yi retorted, "Huzi, you silly. My dad is quite formidable. We have such meals every day." Initially, Huzi assumed Yi had misheard their conversation and was speaking out of turn, but in the next moment, Chen Yuan confirmed, "Indeed, that is the case." Huzi was utterly taken aback. It was then that Chen Yuan inquired, "Huzi, the reason I called you here today is to ask if you would like to join me in a life where every meal consists of meat and one is never hungry. However, it will be arduous and fraught with danger." Huzi nodded vigorously, his head bobbing like a chick pecking at grain. After all, if Yuan Gu had said so, to disagree would be foolish. "Yuan Gu, I am willing. No matter how tough or exhausting it may be. Could it be worse than my current situation? I truly can contribute." Chen Yuan acknowledged with a slight hum and continued, "Then tomorrow, at 6 in the morning, come to my house and knock on the door. We shall ascend the mountain together." Volume 1, Chapter 29. The man-bear tiger nodded eagerly, assuring, "I will arrive on time tomorrow morning." Chen Yuan pondered for a moment and added, "This matter must not be brought to light. I am aware that only you and Grandma Li reside in your household, therefore, devise a reason to keep her from worrying." Tiger comprehended Chen Yuan's intent and was acutely aware of the lurking dangers. "Rest assured, Brother Yuan, I fully understand your concerns. This matter shall remain confidential." Chen Yuan patted Tiger on the shoulder, encouraging, "Take your time. Our lives will only get better." The two brothers reminisced, exchanging numerous amusing anecdotes from their childhood, their meal extending well into the evening. As they prepared to part, Tiger insisted on leaving behind the provisions he had brought. "Brother Yuan, I may be impoverished at present, with little to offer, but once times improve, I shall repay your kindness. Please accept these rations." Chen Yuan, concerned that declining Tiger's gesture might lead him to overthink, replied, "Very well, I shall accept them this time. Be careful on your way back." The following morning, Sun Weiwei awoke early to prepare breakfast. The previous day, Chen Yuan had informed her that he would be heading into the mountains with Tiger and would not return home for lunch, suggesting they take some dry provisions to sustain themselves. When Chen Yuan awoke, Sun Weiwei had already prepared pork and cabbage pancakes, along with potato cakes for their ascent. "All right." Chen Yuan had just finished his breakfast when Tiger arrived. Bursting with excitement, he exclaimed, "Brother Yuan, what do you think of my axe?" Chen Yuan glanced at the gleaming axe, clearly polished with effort the night before. "Excellent. Take it with you. We shall depart now." With no recent snowfall, the path to the mountains had become significantly more navigable. While the front mountains offered little in terms of wildlife, larger beasts predominantly roamed the rear mountains. "Let us head directly to the back mountains and test our fortune," Chen Yuan declared, wielding a wooden spear and probing the ground ahead. Tiger mimicked Chen Yuan, finding a stick and shaping it into a spear. After walking for a while, Chen Yuan spotted a familiar marker. "Over there, I dug a trap. Let us go and take a look." Following the marker, they soon arrived at the trap that Chen Yuan had constructed. The surrounding area was marked by numerous animal tracks, and the hay covering the trap had already fallen away. Upon peering into the trap, Chen Yuan discovered frozen rabbits and wild chickens within. The rabbit's head, previously smashed, had been covered by a light dusting of snow, indicating it had remained undisturbed. He furrowed his brow momentarily, but soon relaxed. "This trap is too small and lacks a snare. It's difficult to catch larger animals. Once it thaws, I can dig a larger one and create a steel trap." However, Tiger felt differently, believing that the trap was quite effective, surely indicating that no large beasts had passed through. Previously, Chen Yuan would often meander between the back mountain and the front mountain, yet he had never ventured into the depths of the back mountain alone. He feared encountering formidable beasts such as bears, Siberian tigers, or leopards. However, today, accompanied by Tiger, he felt emboldened to explore further into the wilderness. Chen Yuan seized his spear, skewering a wild chicken and a hare, which he stowed in a snake skin bag before resetting his traps. Though the grasshoppers were small, they were still a source of sustenance, and he had never anticipated that this modest trap would yield any large game. Tiger gazed at Chen Yuan with admiration, surprised by this method of hunting. "Hold the machete tightly. The deep mountains are not as safe as the outside world. Let us remain vigilant," Chen Yuan advised, raising his shotgun with a watchful expression as he advanced. Hearing this, Tiger also felt a surge of tension. The two proceeded cautiously, one to the left and the other to the right, slowly making their way into the depths of the mountains, untouched by human presence. The deep mountains were blanketed in a considerable layer of snow, far deeper than that of the front mountain, making their passage somewhat arduous. The sound of their footsteps crunching through the snow echoed in the stillness. Though the mountain was not particularly high, it stretched endlessly behind them. By the time they entered the back mountain, they were already beginning to feel the strain. Chen Yuan attentively surveyed his surroundings, noticing that the trees ahead grew denser and the snow deeper, resembling a vast expanse of snowy forest. Suddenly, Tiger excitedly nudged Chen Yuan. "Brother, do you see that? Is there a cave over there?" Following Tiger's pointing finger, Chen Yuan spotted a large rock nearby, beside which lay a cave entrance. "Let us go take a look," he suggested. The two cautiously tested the ground with their wooden spears and successfully approached the cave's mouth. Upon examining the entrance, Chen Yuan discerned that the cave was naturally formed, not hewn by human hands. He retrieved some cloth strips and dry grass from the snake's skin bag to fashion a rudimentary torch, igniting it with a flint while shielding it from the wind. The entrance was narrow and small, but a few steps inside revealed a considerably spacious area. This cave is excellent. The narrow entrance will shield us from the wind. We can fell a couple of trees to make a bed here, rest for a while, and then continue our journey deeper into the mountains, Chen Yuan mused, satisfied with his discovery and contemplating what supplies to bring for their next expedition. Tiger nodded in agreement, suggesting, "That sounds like a splendid idea. We should camouflage the entrance." After admiring the cave for a moment, Chen Yuan produced the flatbreads that Sun Weiwei had made that morning. The pastries, still warm from being nestled close to his body, were placed on a large rock. "Tiger, come and enjoy the flatbreads. Once we have rested, we can explore the vicinity and tidy up the cave," he called. As the aroma of the pastries wafted through the air, Tiger's stomach growled in response. He shared some coarse wheat buns with Chen Yuan, exclaiming, "These are the coarse buns made by my grandmother, and I even have some sorghum liquor." Chen Yuan's eyes lit up at the mention of the liquor. Outside, the world lay shrouded in a blanket of ice and snow. Water transformed into solid frost, and without a thermos, he ventured up the mountain each time devoid of hydration, resorting to consuming handfuls of snow when thirst struck. However, the sorghum liquor was a different matter entirely. It remained unfrozen even in the frigid air, and a sip would envelop him in warmth. "This sorghum liquor is quite remarkable. How much do you have left?" Huzi scratched his head and chuckled innocently, saying, "This was made by my grandmother. Grain has been scarce in recent years, so there isn't much left, just a little over half a barrel." Chen Yuan pondered that such a commodity must exist on the black market. He could procure some to take with him on his ascent. After satisfying their hunger and thirst, the two gathered their tools, preparing to venture out to chop wood. Huzi noticed a white figure swaying not far off. "Brother Yuan, what is that?" Chen Yuan looked up to see a bear. Its entire body is striking silver, standing upright and fixating its gaze upon them. Suddenly, the bear extended its paw, as if greeting them. A jolt of alarm surged through Chen Yuan. This was no ordinary encounter. They had stumbled upon a human bear. "Huzi, that is a human bear. We must tread carefully to avoid being caught off guard." Chen Yuan raised his hunting rifle, aiming at the creature's head, ever ready. If this behemoth chose to charge, a single shot might not suffice to fell it. The human bear swayed slightly, indicating that a fierce battle was imminent. Volume 1. Chapter 30. United Brothers. Tiger had never encountered such a scene before. He swallowed hard and raised his axe defensively. The human bear, growing impatient from waiting for Chen Yuan and Tiger, let out a low growl and swiftly approached them. Chen Yuan aimed his shotgun at the beast, but its speed was remarkable, and he only managed to hit its forelimb. "Tiger, aim for its belly and neck when the moment comes, but be cautious." Tiger nodded heavily, his focus razor-sharp. The human bear shook its injured limb, its growl intensifying, and Chen Yuan could sense its fury escalating. The creature bared its teeth, exhaling a misty breath from its nostrils. This time, it was cautious, preparing to evade Chen Yuan's shotgun and targeting Tiger instead. The beast, towering at nearly 3 meters, leaped toward Tiger. With a swift motion, Tiger swung his axe and rolled on the ground, narrowly avoiding the bear's assault. The axe grazed the bear's shoulder, and warm blood gushed forth, contrasting starkly against the snow. Seizing the opportunity during the bear's attack, Chen Yuan fired a shot at its neck. The bullet found its mark but was not fatal. The enraged bear lunged at Chen Yuan, as if intent on tearing him apart. Tiger, startled, shouted, "Yuan Ge, watch out." In his recent roll, he had cut his palm on a sharp stone hidden beneath the snow. Ignoring the pain, he swiftly grabbed his axe and rose to assist Chen Yuan. Meanwhile, Chen Yuan drew his axe, warily observing the bear's movements as he retreated. However, a stone tripped Chen Yuan, causing him to stumble and fall. The bear seized the moment, lunging forward and striking the stone instead of Chen Yuan, who had suffered an injury and was still reeling from the shot. Reacting quickly, Chen Yuan swung his axe at the bear's neck. A surge of warm blood splattered across Chen Yuan's face and body as the bear collapsed beside him. Fortunately, a large rock nearby cushioned the impact. Otherwise, the several hundred pounds of weight could have crushed him. Tiger rushed over, exerting himself to plunge his axe into the bear's belly. Only then did he realize that Chen Yuan had already slain the beast. Exhausted, Tiger sat on the ground, panting heavily, embodying the relief of a survivor. In contrast to Tiger's turmoil, Chen Yuan remained notably composed. "What do you think? If you feel it's too dangerous, then..." Before Chen Yuan could finish, Tiger interjected. "No, I want to be part of this. If I let fear take hold of me, I would truly dishonor the tiger in my name. Tiger, whose full name was Wang Hu, had lost his parents at a young age and was raised by his grandmother. Now, he yearned to work diligently alongside Chen Yuan, accumulate wealth, marry, and ensure his grandmother's peace of mind. Chen Yuan chuckled softly. The greater the storm, the more valuable the fish. This creature, the bear man, was a treasure in itself. Its skin, paws, and gallbladder were all worth a fortune. Tiger let out a gleeful laugh, remarking, "No wonder they call it a bear man. Just a moment ago, standing there waving at us, I mistook it for a person." Seated on the ground, Chen Yuan cocked his head to observe the bear man, nudging its palm with his foot. Had he been lured closer, that swipe could have cost him his life. He had narrowly escaped death. The nearby stones cracked from the force of the blow. Regaining his composure, Chen Yuan slowly rose from the ground, only to notice that Tiger had injured his hand. Hastily, he retrieved a strip of cloth from his snakeskin bag, using it to bandage Tiger's wound. This cloth was merely leftover scraps from Sun Weiwei's sewing of a vest, which Chen Yuan had carelessly stowed away, never expecting it would come in handy. "Once I've dealt with the bear, we shall descend the mountain," he declared. Tiger, eager to assist despite his injury, felt it was imperative to contribute. He had already been burdened with guilt for his lack of help during the bear encounter. Not participating now would weigh even heavier on his conscience. Observing Tiger's determination, Chen Yuan refrained from dissuading him. The two swiftly tended to the bear man, burying the unusable parts beneath the snow. "Let us return home. Tomorrow you shall accompany me to the county. It takes us 2 hours to walk there. If it snows, it may take even longer. We must depart by 4, so remember to come early." Tiger nodded, trailing behind Chen Yuan as they made their descent. Chen Yuan also gathered a considerable amount of firewood, binding it with hemp rope and tucking it under his arm. They hastened home, arriving before sunset. Upon entering, Chen Yuan found Sun Weiwei sitting at the dining table, sewing with fabric. "Why aren't you doing this on the Kong? It's so cold in here," he remarked. Sun Weiwei jumped at the sight of the blood on Chen Yuan, rushing forward in a panic to check if he was hurt. "Yuan Go, are you injured? Is it serious?" It then dawned on Chen Yuan that the blood on him was from the bear man. "It's not mine, it's from the bear man." Sun Weiwei sighed in relief, only to grow anxious again. She had heard tales of the bear man's immense height, towering 3 or 4 meters, and how fearsome it could be. "A bear man? That is far too dangerous, Yuan Go." Chen Yuan pointed to the hunting rifle in his hand and smiled. "Fear not, for I possess this." Sun Weiwei's heart ached for Chen Yuan. If not for their dire circumstances, who would willingly tread such perilous paths? Understanding her worries, Chen Yuan chose not to recount the details of his encounter with the bear man. "I will be heading to the county tomorrow. Do you desire anything?" he asked. Sun Weiwei shook her head, content as a rural dweller, simply hoping to have enough to eat, with no grand aspirations. "If there are any yarns, I would like to buy 2 skeins, so I can knit sweaters for you and Yi. Yours is quite worn." In the past, within the Chen family, Chen Yuan wore sweaters that he salvaged from Chen Shan and Chen Hai, and even though they were worn and tattered, he could not replace them. Sun Weiwei, feeling a pang of affection for her man, decided that now that their lives had improved and she had the autonomy to make her own choices, she would knit a sweater for Chen Yuan. "Do you need tickets or money? I can bring them to you." After a moment's contemplation, Chen Yuan asked Sun Weiwei to fetch him 2 coins along with the remaining tickets. After dinner, Chen Yuan boiled a pot of hot water, intending to give himself a thorough wash. The sight of the boiling bathwater reminded Sun Weiwei of that night, causing her cheeks to flush involuntarily. As he tended to the water, Chen Yuan remarked to Sun Weiwei, "When I return tomorrow, we should visit Zhang the carpenter and have him craft us a large wooden tub for bathing." Sun Weiwei nodded gently, unable to muster the courage to look Chen Yuan in the eye. Observing his wife's bashful demeanor, Chen Yuan chuckled softly. "Am I truly that fearsome?" Sun Weiwei, blushing, responded with a shy nod before hastily retreating to their room to soothe Yi to sleep, leaving Chen Yuan alone in the kitchen to continue boiling water. Yet, like a rabbit unable to escape the clutches of a cunning wolf, Chen Yuan was not one to easily let Sun Weiwei slip away. They playfully tussled until late into the night, and only when Sun Weiwei was utterly exhausted did Chen Yuan finally relent. Volume 1, Chapter 31. The affluence of the wealthy. Last night, Chen Yuan enjoyed an exceptionally restful slumber, awakening in the morning with an invigorating sense of boundless energy. He promptly prepared breakfast, consuming his portion before placing the remainder in the pot to keep warm for Sun Weiwei and Yi when they arose. Huzi arrived at the cave dwelling punctually, and the two of them set off together towards the county town. As they departed from Qinjiakan, delicate snowflakes danced in the air. But by the time dawn broke, the snowfall had ceased. Seizing the opportunity of their solitude, Chen Yuan cautioned, "Once we arrive, be observant and silent. If anything feels amiss, we shall part ways and escape separately." Upon hearing this, Huzi's heart raced with trepidation. Noticing his companion's anxiety, Chen Yuan offered reassurance, "There is no need for such alarm. This black market serves as a livelihood for many. Should anyone dare to report us, rest assured, others will take care of it. However," he added, "it is wise to remain vigilant. In these times, fortune favors the bold while the timid face starvation." Huzi's nerves began to ease as he replied, "Brother Yuan, you need not worry, I shall not falter." As they conversed, they soon arrived at the county town. Chen Yuan expertly guided Huzi to the black market, where they found a quiet corner to await potential customers. Before long, a man clad in black approached their stall. "Is this a bear paw?" Chen Yuan instantly grew alert. Indeed, it was. The man's face lit up with excitement. "Is it a whole one?" Chen Yuan nodded, and upon realizing the man was genuinely interested in purchasing, he added, "It was freshly obtained. Everything but the meat has been preserved." The man's heart raced with delight. He intended to participate in a culinary competition and was troubled by the inadequacy of his ingredients, hoping to strike luck in the black market. And now he had found it. "I'll take all of it." "How much?" Chen Yuan pondered for a moment before extending 2 fingers. The man hesitated slightly. Understanding the man's eagerness, Chen Yuan stoked the fire of urgency. "As you know, this is a rare commodity, acquired at great risk. If you miss this opportunity and someone else claims it, you may find it impossible to procure another for quite some time." With a feigned expression of regret, he glanced at the man. The man felt as though Chen Yuan's every word resonated deeply within him. "I do not have that much cash on me right now. Wait for me. I will return shortly with the money." He turned back multiple times, anxiety evident in his demeanor. "Please, do not sell it to anyone else." Chen Yuan nodded in agreement, signaling his compliance with the man's request. Huzi, observing Chen Yuan's maneuver, was nearly left speechless. Once the man had distanced himself, he asked, "Brother Yuan, did we just earn 2 coins so effortlessly?" Chen Yuan clapped Huzi on the back, chuckling, "2 coins?" Huzi was thoroughly bewildered, his expression one of confusion. "Could it be 20? Chen Yuan shook his head and lowered his voice, 200. Huzi nearly gasped in astonishment, but recalling Chen Yuan's earlier instructions, he quickly covered his mouth. He had never seen such a sum of money in his life. It was an astronomical figure. Chen Yuan believed the price he set was not insignificant, yet the rarity of the item justified it. This was not something intended for the common folk. Hence the elevated price was not a concern. In every era, there exist affluent individuals, while ordinary people strive for mere sustenance. The wealthy have already begun to seek quality. Before long, the man in black hurried back, presenting Chen Yuan with a small cloth pouch. Turning his back, Chen Yuan counted the contents and discreetly tucked them into his coat pocket. He then turned around and smiled. "This snakeskin pouch contains wild chickens and hares. A gift for you." The black-clad man beamed with delight, as if he had stumbled upon a magnificent bargain. He swiftly produced his own burlap sack and neatly packed the items within. "May I inquire when you will be coming again?" the man asked. After a moment's contemplation, Chen Yuan replied, "Before the new year, as fate allows, and then a few days after the holiday." The man nodded, clutching his treasures, and departed swiftly. Wary that any delay might provoke Chen Yuan's reconsideration, Chen Yuan picked up the backpack lying on the ground, while Huzi eagerly reached out to take it and hoisted it onto his back. "Allow me, Brother Yuan." To Huzi, Chen Yuan was akin to a living deity of fortune, and he had never encountered anyone as remarkable as him. Chen Yuan chuckled, not contesting the matter. The two sought out a secluded alley to divide their earnings. Chen Yuan retrieved 80 yuan from his pocket and offered it to Huzi. However, Huzi declined the sum, adopting a serious demeanor. "Brother Yuan, I haven't contributed much, and this lucrative venture is entirely yours. If we were to split it 60-40, it would be unfair to you. An 80-20 split is more appropriate. If you disagree, I would feel ashamed to continue associating with you." Taken aback by Huzi's resolute stance, Chen Yuan reluctantly withdrew 40 yuan. "Then you may keep this for now. As you take on more tasks, we can revisit the division later." Only then did Huzi accept the money. That 40 yuan was a fortune he could hardly earn in several years of labor in the fields, yet through Chen Yuan's guidance, he had effortlessly acquired it. It was impossible for him not to feel astonished. Huzi felt as though he were living in a dream. After distributing the money, Chen Yuan suggested they explore the black market. Upon entering the alley, he spotted a vendor selling snowflower cream. How much for this snowflower cream? This is merchandise from the Magic City, 1 yuan. Chen Yuan shook his head and began to walk away. The vendor hastily amended his offer, 80 cents. I can't go any lower. It was only then that Chen Yuan agreed, paid the sum, and tucked the snowflower cream into his pocket. The packaging from the Magic City was exquisite, and the fragrant cream inside was far superior to that sold at supply stores, justifying its price. Huzi scratched his head, perplexed by the fact that this was merely 80 cents, yet Brother Chen paid without batting an eye. However, it soon dawned on him. Chen Yuan cherished his wife. If only his own spouse could be as precious as Sun Weiwei, he would shower her with the same affection. As they passed a stall selling flour, Chen Yuan paused to purchase 5 pounds of white flour for a mere $1.25. Huzi thought of his elderly grandmother, realizing that some white flour would be just what she needed, so he decided to buy 2 pounds as well. In the black market, there were no yarns for sale, so Chen Yuan ventured to the supply and marketing cooperative. Although he had no ration tickets on hand, many sales clerks there possessed surplus tickets, which could be exchanged for a small sum of money. With cash in his pocket, Chen Yuan was willing to pay a premium price for an abundance of goods, mostly daily necessities that were in short supply at home. The cooperative boasted a variety of yarn colors, and he selected pastel pink, army green, and goose yellow. These bundles of yarn would suffice for Sun Weiwei to knit a sweater for each member of their family of 3. Huzi found little to purchase at the cooperative. Being a bachelor with few family members, he had no pressing needs. Upon exiting the cooperative, Chen Yuan estimated it was nearly time for lunch. Let us head to the state-run restaurant. Your hand is injured. Allow me to treat you to a hearty meal. Volume 1. Chapter 32. The Five-Spice State Restaurant. Huzi was troubled, pondering how to repay Chen Yuan, and he hurriedly said, Brother Yuan, it is only fitting that I treat you to this meal. Chen Yuan smiled, feeling reassured in his judgment of Huzi. Not only was Huzi humble and unselfish, but he also possessed a heart full of gratitude. Very well, next time I sell something good, I shall treat you. The Five-Spice State Restaurant was situated diagonally across from the supply and marketing cooperative, and the two crossed the street to arrive. Upon entering the restaurant, Huzi appeared somewhat reserved, as he had never dined at a state-run establishment before. In contrast, Chen Yuan effortlessly pulled out a chair at the dining table and sat down. Hello. Please take our order, he said. Chen Yuan glanced at the menu on the chalkboard, requesting a portion of braised pork, a dish of stir-fried shredded potatoes, 2 bowls of rice, and 6 steamed buns made from 2 parts flour. Zhou Lili recognized Chen Yuan and, with a hint of surprise, exclaimed, Big brother? Chen Yuan looked up, observing the woman before him, feeling a sense of familiarity. Realizing she was indeed the person he had rescued, Zhou Lili quickly added, I am the one you saved on the mountain that day. My name is Zhou Lili. At that moment, Chen Yuan recalled their encounter, nodding in acknowledgement. I remember now. I am Chen Yuan. Zhou Lili blushed, having cherished thoughts of Chen Yuan since he had saved her. To her astonishment, he had come to dine here and remembered her. Brother Chen, today I shall treat you to this meal, for I owe you my life. Chen Yuan waved his hand dismissively. No need for that. It was merely a matter of convenience. I am here with my friend. Zhou Lili shot a glance at Huzi, who immediately lowered his head, too bashful to meet her gaze. Just trust me on this. I insist on treating you both. With that, she turned and headed to the kitchen. Before long, she returned, carrying a large bowl of rice and 4 steaming white buns, gently placing them on the table. Just wait, the dishes will be ready shortly. Huzi, gazing at the generous bowl of white rice and the piping hot buns, couldn't help but swallow hard. These were buns made from pure white flour. After a short while, an array of dishes arrived. Braised pork, stir-fried shredded potatoes, twice-cooked pork, stir-fried cabbage with meat, and a radish soup, filling the table to the brim. Zhou Lili, with her sweet demeanor, appeared even more radiant when she smiled. Brother Chen, please enjoy your meal with your friend. I must attend to my duties. If you need more, just call for me. Without waiting for Chen Yuan's response, she hurriedly departed. Zhou Lili felt as though she were unwell, for her heart raced fiercely at the sight of Chen Yuan. He was merely repaying a life debt by treating her to a meal, and she could not object to that. Chen Yuan accepted graciously, picking up his chopsticks and saying to Huzi, Let us eat. Today, we shall indulge in a fine meal. Huzi wiped the sweat from his forehead and, at last, picked up his chopsticks, relishing the feast before him. Chen Yuan found the braised pork at the state-owned restaurant quite delectable. As he thought of his wife and child at home, who had never tasted it, he resolved to take a portion to go. At that moment, Zhou Lili was preoccupied with attending to another table and had not noticed Chen Yuan rising. "Excuse me, do you have takeout boxes?" Chen Yuan inquired as he approached the counter, only to recall that takeout bags were no longer available. Patrons typically brought their own containers. One of the waitstaff gestured towards the nearby supply store and said, "We don't sell takeout boxes here. You can purchase one at the supply store." The waitstaff, aware of Chen Yuan's acquaintance with Zhou Lili, treated him with courtesy. Reaching into his pocket, Chen Yuan retrieved 20 cents and a meal ticket, handing them to the server. "Could you please prepare a portion of braised pork for me to take home?" The server instinctively asked, "Are you taking it home to eat?" Without much thought, Chen Yuan nodded and turned to head to the supply store to buy a takeout box. By the time Chen Yuan returned, Zhou Lili had finished her tasks and was chatting with other staff members at the counter. "Brother Chen, you're back. You can keep the change. Consider it my treat," she said. Chen Yuan waved his hand, replying, "You have already treated us to a meal. This braised pork is for me to take home. I cannot let you pay for it again." He felt it was only fair. If he allowed Zhou Lili to pay for the takeout, it would reflect poorly on him. Seeing Chen Yuan's resolute demeanor, Zhou Lili reluctantly accepted the money. "All right then, please hand me the takeout box, and I'll pack your meal once it's ready." Chen Yuan then passed her the newly purchased tin box and returned to the table to continue his meal. As soon as Chen Yuan departed, Huzi set down his chopsticks, waiting for Chen Yuan to return so they could eat together. "Why are you waiting for me? Go ahead and eat. The dishes will get cold," Chen Yuan chided, though a smile adorned his face. Huzi, however, replied earnestly, "I'm merely benefiting from your presence. It feels too dark to eat without you." Chen Yuan couldn't help but laugh at Huzi's jest, tossing a steamed bun into Huzi's bowl. Eating one tea silenced your mouth. Their appetites were significant, particularly as they were dining at a state-run establishment, and they indulged heartily. Like a whirlwind, the dishes before them vanished, leaving not even a drop of the radish soup. Huzi patted his round belly contentedly, reclining in his chair. Zhou Lili approached with the takeout box. "Brother Chen, are you full? If not, we can order more." Chen Yuan pointed at Huzi, saying, "Just look at him. He is nearly as round as a ball. He is definitely full." Zhou Lili chuckled softly, covering her mouth with her hand. Rather than seeing their hearty appetites as gluttony, she admired their appreciation for food and their reluctance to waste it. Chen Yuan slowly rose, donning his coat and picking up the takeout box from the table, preparing to leave. "Thank you for your hospitality today. We must be on our way." Zhou Lili felt a twinge of reluctance but managed to respond with a smile. "Then we'll meet again next time." Chen Yuan remained silent, picking up his belongings and striding out of the Wuxiang state-run restaurant. Upon returning to the counter, Zhou Lili was immediately surrounded by her curious colleagues. "Who was that man? He looks quite handsome. Lili, what is your relationship with him?" The air was filled with a cacophony of speculation, causing Zhou Lili's cheeks to flush with embarrassment. "Oh, please. Don't talk nonsense. Brother Chen is my benefactor. The last time I went into the mountains with Zhang Hao and the others to gather inspiration, I was chased by a wild boar, and it was Brother Chen who saved me. There is nothing between us." The others, noticing Zhou Lili's bashful demeanor, quickly understood. At that moment, a young man rushed in, calling out, "Lili, come out for a moment." Zhou Lili frowned as she looked at Zhang Hao. "What are you doing here?" "It's my working hours." Zhang Hao had just been shopping at the supply and marketing cooperative when he encountered a friend who mentioned seeing Zhou Lili flirting with a man. Everyone in the county knew of his affections for Zhou Lili and his earnest pursuit. He hurried over, eager to confront this unworthy rival. Volume 1. Chapter 33. Under scrutiny in this era, individuals often approach love with a sense of subtlety, making bold pursuits, like that of Zhang Hao, a rarity. However, Zhou Lili perceives Zhang Hao's confidence, stemming from his family's affluence, with a father as the deputy director of a machinery factory and a mother as the head of procurement at a meat processing plant, as arrogance, deeming him an unsuitable match for her. The Zhou family, believing that Zhang Hao's esteemed background would bolster their own status, incessantly pressures her, causing her considerable distress. "Zhang Hao, I am preoccupied at the moment. Please leave," she asserts. Yet, Zhang Hao remains resolute, refusing to depart until matters are clarified. Taking a seat at the dining table beside the counter, Zhou Lili feels this display is inappropriate and grows increasingly irritated. "If you continue this way, I shall never acknowledge you again." With that, she turns and strides into the kitchen. Observing her genuine anger, Zhang Hao hastily exits the Wuxiang state-run restaurant. What difficulty could there possibly be in merely discovering the identity of that man? Meanwhile, Chen Yuan and Huzi exit the state-run restaurant, heading directly towards Chinjiakan. In contrast to the tension of their arrival, Huzi now exudes excitement. The 40 yuan clutched in his hands feels as fervent as a piece of glowing coal. A constant reminder of its presence, yet he fears its potential loss. As they near the village entrance, Chen Yuan spots two familiar figures. Sun Weiwei is pacing back and forth at the village entrance, cradling Yi in her arms. Yi spots Chen Yuan immediately and exclaims, "Daddy, Daddy's back." Chen Yuan quickens his pace, taking Yi from Sun Weiwei's arms. "Why are you out in this cold?" he inquires. Yi, nestling against Chen Yuan's neck, replies in her sweet, childish voice, Yi wanted to wait at the village entrance for Daddy to come home. Before Chen Yuan can respond, a piercing voice echoes from behind them. "Oh, isn't this the second son?" Li Qinfen, clad in newly tailored attire, strides ahead of Chen Shan, casting a disdainful glance at Chen Yuan and his companions. After returning from the county, Li Qinfen had distributed fabric to her family, and her situation there had been relatively favorable. She had even fashioned herself a new outfit from the cloth. The Chen family has endured difficult days recently, with Chen Hai bedridden and Chen Shan and Chen Dongjin merely reliant on others for sustenance, leaving all cooking responsibilities to Zhang Guixiang. After just one day of cooking, she could no longer manage and had to send Chen Shan to fetch someone from Li Qinfen's family, not one to be outsmarted. Li Qinfen quickly took advantage of the situation, returning with Chen Shan. Chen Yuan, reluctant to engage further with the Chen family, holds Yi close and attempts to depart. Observing Chen Yuan's disinterest in conversation, Sun Weiwei refrains from greeting anyone. It is only then that Li Qinfen notices that the person beside Chen Yuan is Sun Weiwei. In the brief time since their last meeting, how is it that Sun Weiwei appears more beautiful? Moreover, how has she also donned new clothing? Li Qinfen's heart seethes with jealousy, resenting the fact that this insignificant woman now enjoys such prosperity. With a discontented glance at Chen Shan, she huffs back home. Upon entering the house, Zhang Guixiang was seen sitting in the hall, glaring at Li Qinfeng with a furrowed brow. "So you do know how to come back. Hurry and prepare dinner. Are you trying to starve me, your old wife?" Zhang Guixiang favored her eldest son's child, Chen Shan, and had little regard for Li Qinfeng, who bore a different surname. Li Qinfeng forced a smile, yet internally, she had cursed Zhang Guixiang 1,000 times over. Ever since Sun Weiwei and the others moved out, all the household chores had fallen upon her shoulders. How wonderful it would be if she had someone like Sun Weiwei, a diligent worker, to assist her. Suddenly, Li Qinfeng smacked her thigh in a fit of joyous realization. Of course, why hadn't she thought of this sooner? All she needed to do was find a wife for Chen Hai to manage. The more she pondered, the more feasible her plans seemed. She resolved to announce it during dinner. Engrossed in her thoughts, her pace quickened as she worked, and soon dinner was prepared. Aside from Chen Hai, who was still suffering from a high fever and confined to bed, the Chen family gathered together for dinner. Seizing the opportunity, Li Qinfeng quickly interjected, "Grandma, don't you think that the third son is growing older? It's high time he takes a wife." Zhang Guixiang scoffed, her chopsticks rummaging through the dishes. "You've taken all the family's money. How can we afford a bride for the third son?" Li Qinfeng felt a twinge of embarrassment and rubbed her nose awkwardly. However, she swiftly devised a countermeasure. "Grandma, look at how feverish the third son is. Perhaps he has been affected by something. We shouldn't dismiss superstitions at such a time," she added cautiously, mindful of her words. After a brief pause, she continued, "I propose that father go and borrow money from Chen Yuan to find a bride for the third son and lift his spirits." Chen Dongjin frowned at the suggestion. "Why should I go? I refuse." Li Qinfeng waved her hand and earnestly persuaded, "Father, if we go, Chen Yuan will surely send us back. You are his father. Surely he wouldn't deny you a request?" Chen Dongjin found her reasoning persuasive. After all, being Chen Yuan's father would likely ensure he could borrow some money. He could then pocket half for himself and indulge in a few days of revelry. "Fine, I'll go after dinner." The group shared a meal, each harboring ulterior motives. Upon returning home, Chen Yuan unloaded the items from his backpack. Sun Weiwei, upon seeing the everyday necessities, furrowed her brow in concern. "Brother Yuan, isn't this quite expensive?" Chen Yuan did not respond but instead handed over the earnings he made that day. Sun Weiwei's eyes widened in disbelief, trembling as she accepted the bundle of cash. "How much is this?" she stammered, having never seen such a sum in her life. Chen Yuan chuckled, "That bear sold for 200. I gave Tiger 40. Leaving us with 160. Without hesitation, Sun Weiwei slipped off her shoes, climbed onto the Kong, and stashed the money away. With such a considerable sum of money, she was far from reassured and did not immediately conceal it. Chen Yuan opened the lunchbox, revealing glistening, succulent braised pork, perfectly marbled with fat and lean meat. I had dined at the state-run restaurant with Huzi and brought this back for you. This was the first time Sun Weiwei had encountered such a dish. Reluctant to indulge alone, she remarked, I've already had lunch with Yi. I'll heat it up tonight, and we can enjoy it together. Chen Yuan, with a mysterious smile, replied, all right, then extend your hand. Sun Weiwei, somewhat puzzled, obediently complied. Chen Yuan's large hand enveloped hers. Suddenly, a chill sensation enveloped her palm. As he withdrew his hand, she discovered a delicate tin box resting in her palm. Adorned with floral patterns, it emitted a faint, enchanting fragrance upon closer inspection. Sun Weiwei was both astonished and delighted. She recognized it from when Li Qinfeng had used it, claiming it was snowflower cream, which left the skin tender and fragrant. In disbelief, she exclaimed, Is this snowflower cream? Did you buy it for me? Volume 1, Chapter 34. Chen Dongjin comes to borrow money. Chen Yuan nodded gently, observing the women in the city adorned with such cosmetics. Sun Weiwei, radiating joy like a child, clutched the box of snowflake cream, hesitating to open it. Previously, I had seen my sister-in-law possess a similar one, and its fragrance was delightful. I wondered if this one would be comparable. Chen Yuan chuckled, remarking that his wife's was a cheap product from the supply and marketing cooperative, while he had procured a luxurious brand from the magical city. His pride and satisfaction were evident. He was determined to ensure that Sun Weiwei and Yi would lead prosperous lives. In the future, he intended to provide them with an abundance of high-end skincare products. After hearing this, Sun Weiwei was even more reluctant to use it, wishing to save it for special occasions. However, Chen Yuan firmly intercepted her, asserting that it was meant to be used, as he worked hard to earn money for their well-being. If you don't use it, who do you think I earn this money for? Upon hearing this, Sun Weiwei cautiously opened the box. The fragrance was indeed enchanting. Chen Yuan leaned in to inquire and confirmed its quality. You and Yi should use this on your faces. Next time we visit the county, we will buy 2 more for future use. Although Sun Weiwei perceived the cream as expensive, it was a gift from Chen Yuan, and she felt that refusing it would surely hurt his feelings. All right. Chen Yi tilted her head, her bright, sparkling eyes fixated on the small metal box in Sun Weiwei's hands. Can I use it too? It smells so nice. Chen Yuan nodded, lifting Yi off the ground. Once the injury on your face heals, you can use it too. But your delicate skin should not be exposed to it daily. At that moment, there were no children's skincare products available, and Chen Yuan feared causing any harm to Yi's soft complexion. Yi pouted, displaying a hint of dissatisfaction on her small face. Sun Weiwei joyfully arranged the items Chen Yuan had brought home before heading to the kitchen to prepare food. Today, with the availability of white flour, she planned to steam 2 fluffy buns. Just as Chen Yuan intended to go out to gather firewood, he noticed Chen Dongjin rushing towards him in haste. Chen Yuan, I need to speak with you. Leaning against the doorframe with an air of nonchalance, Chen Yuan inquired. Isn't this like a weasel wishing a hen a happy new year? What brings you here? Suppressing his inner fury, Chen Dongjin responded as calmly as possible. Your 3rd brother is getting married, and I would like to borrow some money from you. Chen Yuan immediately understood. He had come to seek financial assistance. Borrow money from me? Who in Qinxia village doesn't he know that you, Chen Dongjin? Didn't he give me a single penny when you separated my share? Chen Dongjin gritted his teeth, fighting the impulse to strike Chen Yuan. I know you have money. If you refuse to lend me, I will report you. Sun Weiwei, overhearing the exchange from within the house, trembled as she cautiously opened the door, contemplating whether Chen Yuan should consider paying off this calamity with money. Upon hearing Chen Dongjin's words, Chen Yuan was both amused and enraged. This was indeed his biological father, willing to betray kinship over a mere sum of money. However, Chen Yuan remained unperturbed. This black market was unlike any other. It existed within a gray area. If Chen Dongjin dared to report it, he would be shattering the very livelihood of the entire market, making retaliation against him inevitable. Go ahead, report it wherever you wish. There's no money to be had, only a life to be lost. Chen Dongjin's face darkened with rage, and he realized that he could not articulate a rebuttal against Chen Yuan. He would be foolish to actually make a report. If he did, he wouldn't need Chen Yuan to take action. Others would surely seek him out for trouble. There had been precedents in the village where those who reported had met grim fates, being bundled into sacks and left to suffer in the sewers. Chen Dongjin had merely intended to intimidate Chen Yuan, but it was evident that he had failed miserably. I truly have a remarkable son. If you possess such prowess, then do not ever call me father again. Chen Yuan laughed heartily. Ah, then I must sincerely thank you. Chen Dongjin scoffed in irritation and turned to leave. Chen Yuan lost interest in gathering firewood on the mountain and instead decided to visit Tiger's home. He recalled that in his previous life, just before the new year, a heavy snow had fallen, sealing off the mountains and rendering it impossible to gather firewood for half a month. Qinjia village was situated close to the mountains, and few households had the foresight to stockpile firewood. Most families would gather enough for a week or a month from the front mountain and then cease their foraging, as one could never predict when a wild beast might wander down from the mountain. Once the firewood at the foot of the mountain was exhausted, families had to borrow from one another to survive until they could return to the mountain. Many struggled to endure the winter without sufficient firewood or food. In his previous life, Chen Yuan had cut and stored ample firewood at home, ensuring that the Chen family lacked neither fuel nor provisions, even secretly selling to neighbors and earning a tidy sum. Recently, he had purchased a considerable amount of grain, but his woodpile had dwindled. Chen Yuan intended to inquire if Tiger had any firewood stored. If not, they could venture up the mountain together to gather some. Tiger had earned some money that day and, upon returning home, carefully stashed his wallet away. His grandmother was unaware of the source of his newfound wealth, but she trusted that it was acquired honestly and did not pry further. Tiger, are you home? Chen Yuan called out from the doorway, and soon Tiger peeked his head out from inside. Brother Yuan, what brings you here? Come in. Chen Yuan waved his hand. I just wanted to check if you have enough firewood at home. Should we go gather some from the front mountain tomorrow? After contemplating his family's supply, Tiger replied, Yes. We have enough firewood to last several days. If it runs low, we can always go up the mountain. Chen Yuan fabricated a casual excuse. I heard during my last trip to the county that this year's snowfall will be heavy, and we might not be able to access the mountain. It would be wise to ensure we have enough firewood. He continued, Also, do you and your grandmother have enough food? Perhaps we should go to the county to buy more soon? Upon hearing Chen Yuan's words, Tiger immediately adopted a serious demeanor. Tomorrow, I shall accompany you up the mountain, said Yuan. We have sufficient provisions for just the two of us at home. However, on my next trip to the county, I wish to purchase some fine grains for our business. Chen Yuan nodded, considering that his grandmother, being of advanced age, would benefit from such nourishment. I shall take my leave now. Do come find me during the day tomorrow. Meanwhile, Chen Yuan contemplated utilizing the next few days, when hunting was not an option, to thoroughly organize the household furniture. The table was on the verge of collapse. It was only a matter of time before it succumbed. A new one would provide a lasting solution. As for the wooden tub for bathing, he needed to enlist the help of a carpenter, for he lacked the necessary skills. On the other side, Chen Dongjin returned home with a stormy expression, entering the house without extending a cordial greeting. Li Qinfeng, unable to discern the gravity of his demeanor, approached him with a smile, inquiring, How did it go, father? How much did Chen Yuan bring you? Without hesitation, Chen Dongjin flung off his shoes, hurling them towards Li Qinfeng's face. It is all your fault for suggesting such a foolish idea. My dignity is in tatters. That wretched Chen Yuan dares to deny me as his father. Volume 1, Chapter 35. Accusations returned. Chen Dongjin picked up his pipe and took a couple of deep puffs. Li Qifeng could hardly believe that Chen Yuan could be so obstinate. Father, this matter is entirely Chen Yuan's fault. He's your biological son, and it is only right for him to provide for you. She insisted, Tomorrow, we shall approach the village chief and inform him that Chen Yuan refuses to care for you. The chief will undoubtedly side with us in this matter. Li Qifeng was determined to secure the funds, having already arranged with Granny Wu from the village to matchmake for Chen Hai in the coming days. Chen Dongjin felt that he could indeed seek the village chief regarding Chen Yuan's neglect, and thus he acquiesced to Li Qinfeng's suggestion. Very well, I shall visit the village chief tomorrow. However, I must make it clear beforehand that I intend to use half of the money for drinking. Li Qinfeng dared not object, repeatedly agreeing. Unbeknownst to Chen Yuan, the Chen family was plotting against him. After leaving Tiger, he returned home the following morning. Before Tiger could come and invite him to the mountain, he heard someone calling for him at the door. Chen Yuan, the village chief is summoning you to the village committee. He says your father wishes to sue you. Chen Yuan's heart sank. He knew the Chen family would not let the matter rest easily. Wife, I must go to the village committee. If Tiger comes looking for me, please direct him there. Sun Weiwei frowned and nodded. Shall I accompany you? Chen Yuan gestured toward their daughter Yi, still fast asleep. She will be frightened if she wakes and finds no one at home. You stay here. Rest assured, your husband will not suffer any losses. With that, Chen Yuan followed the messenger to the village committee. He suspected that the Chen family was motivated solely by money. Upon arriving, he found a throng gathered outside the committee, drawn by the news of Chen Donggen's intention to sue Chen Yuan for neglecting his filial duties. In their community, failing to care for one's parents was regarded as a grave sin, potentially leading to expulsion from the family register and the village itself. However, the circumstances of the Chen family were well understood by all present. As Chen Yuan approached, the crowd parted, allowing him passage into the committee. Inside, he found all the members of the Chen family present, except for Chen Hai. Chen Jida felt a headache coming on at the sight of the entire Chen family assembled. Now that everyone is here, let us discuss the matter at hand, he stated. Li Qinfeng pointed an accusatory finger at Chen Yuan, her tears flowing freely. You, the second son, refused to care for my father. She lamented. Chen Yuan, he is your own father. Is your heart made of stone? To neglect your own father is to be unfilial. Before Chen Yuan could respond, Li Qifeng had already branded him as unfilial. His lips twitched in irritation. Sister-in-law, with your dramatics, anyone would think you were mourning a death rather than merely putting on a show. His harsh words struck both her and Chen Dongjian, leaving them momentarily speechless. Li Qinfeng cast a fleeting glance at Chen Dongjian, noticing a flicker of displeasure on his face, prompting her to stifle her sobs. You heartless wretch! Chen Jida thundered, silencing Li Qinfeng, who was poised to continue her tirade. Enough. He then turned his gaze towards Chen Yuan, who wore an inscrutable expression. Is what your sister-in-law said true? Chen Yuan chuckled. When I divided the family, everyone was aware. They never intended for us to thrive. Now that I'm living well, they expect me to fulfill my filial duties? Why is it that all the good fortune is reserved for you? Chen Yuan's words evoked memories of the day he separated from the family. That was no division. It was a blatant expulsion of Chen Yuan and his family. Indeed, Chen Yuan speaks the truth. They wish for nothing more than to see his family perish. The collective sentiment was palpable. This family harbored a dark heart. Now that they saw Chen Yuan flourishing, capable of hunting for the village and fishing, they wanted him to toil for their benefit once more. Aren't they like leeches? Just siphoning off blood. The crowd erupted in a cacophony of accusations against Chen Donggen's family, leaving him unable to hold his head high. Recently, those who had shared drinks with him had not ceased to jest about their family's affairs. Chen Dongjian suddenly stood up, his face darkened as he bellowed at the crowd. Enough. Who do you think you are to point fingers here? His outburst only served to sway the crowd further in favor of Chen Yuan. Chen Dongjian. I'm not the one saying this. Which of your 3 sons isn't flesh of your flesh? Why do you show such favoritism towards the eldest? Humph. In my eyes, of your 3 sons, only Chen Yuan is truly remarkable. Who can argue? If I had a son as outstanding as Chen Yuan, I'd be smiling in my dreams. Do you all wonder if Chen Yuan is truly Chen Donggen's biological son? How could one be so biased? Indeed. Given the chaos back then, it's hard to ascertain if Chen Yuan is really his own. In my opinion, Chen Dongjian's family is simply foolish. The crowd's vitriol was harsh, condemning Chen Dongjian for fathering but failing to nurture. Angered, Chen Dongjian stormed out of the village committee. Seeing him depart, Li Qifeng hastily approached the village chief, exclaiming, Chief, my father has been driven away in anger. You must ensure that Chen Yuan gives us more money. We need at least a big token of unity. Chen Jida shot a glare at Li Qifeng, retorting, Li Qifeng, it seems you are the one who desires the money. Your father-in-law has left, and yet you persist in begging for funds? Chastised by Chen Jida, Li Qifeng's haughty demeanor immediately diminished, and she could only retreat home with her family in disgrace. Upon arriving, Zhang Guixiang insisted that Li Qifeng return to her family to demand money, threatening that if she did not retrieve the $6 needed for fabric, she would compel Chen Shan to divorce her. In this era, how could a woman consider divorce? Li Qifeng was utterly flustered this time, rushing to her parental home without even having lunch. Upon arriving at the cave dwelling, Huzi discovered that Chen Yuan had gone to the village committee. By the time he arrived, the farce had already concluded. A group of villagers surrounded Chen Yuan, offering their consolation. Erwa, your aunt has watched you grow up. That family is nothing but leeches. I've heard that their 3rd son is to marry. No wonder they sought money from Chen Yuan. This is hardly for Chen Donggen's retirement. It's clearly an attempt to have Chen Yuan finance his brother's marriage. If they hadn't separated their finances, it would be understandable, but even after the split, they still demand money from Chen Yuan. How shameless. The villagers swiftly deduced the reasons behind the Chen family's request for funds from Chen Yuan, deepening their disdain for Chen Donggen's family. Clearing his throat, Chen Yuan addressed the crowd. I sincerely thank all the elders and fellow villagers for restoring my reputation. With that, he bowed deeply before departing. The villagers, already sympathetic towards Chen Yuan, who lacked both paternal affection and maternal support, felt their hearts lean even more towards him upon witnessing his gratitude. As Chen Yuan exited the village committee, he spotted Huzi anxiously waiting at the door. Yuan Go, are you all right? Volume 1, Chapter 36. To the county town, Chen Yuan waved his hand dismissively, deeming this trifling matter unworthy of his concern. If the Chen family sought to trouble him, they were welcome to do so. He stood firm in his integrity. The two then proceeded to the front mountain. Huzi, please help me fell a tree. I need to fix my family's table, Chen Yuan requested. Certainly. The trees on the front mountain were not as dense as those on the back. Chen Yuan selected a tree, and Huzi, wielding an axe he had brought from home, struck it with vigor. In those days, without electric saws, tree felling was indeed a laborious task, accomplished either with an axe or a large saw. Clearly, the duo possessed only the axe. They alternated in their efforts, and soon enough, they had brought down a tree. After processing it, they carried it down the mountain together, placing it outside the cave dwelling. Let us leave it here. Once we finish gathering firewood, I will take care of it, Chen Yuan said. Just as Chen Yuan was about to continue into the woods with Huzi, Sun Weiwei rushed out from the house, tears streaming down her face, and intercepted him. Brother Yuan, Yi says her stomach hurts. You must come back quickly. Chen Yuan's mind went blank as he hurried home, with Huzi hastily trailing behind. Upon entering, he found Yi's face pale with pain, her bangs dampened by sweat. He quickly regained his composure. Let us go to the county hospital. Without a moment to spare, Sun Weiwei gathered all their money and helped Yi into her coat. Chen Yuan glanced back at Huzi, who was still waiting at the door, and said, Huzi, I need to make a trip to the county town. I'll return to the mountain later. Huzi waved his hand dismissively. Brother Yuan, I can handle this little bit of firewood. You hurry and take Yi to the hospital. Chen Yuan nodded, recognizing that this was not the time for pleasantries. Thank you for your help. I'll treat you to a meal upon my return. At that moment, Sun Weiwei emerged, cradling Yi, who was softly moaning in pain, a sight that tugged at the heartstrings. Chen Yuan took Yi from Sun Weiwei's arms and stepped forward, only to pause abruptly. Huzi, if I do not return tonight, please come to my home and light a fire. With that, Chen Yuan handed Huzi the key to the door lock. Without a fire on a winter-esque night, the house would grow as frigid as an ice cellar, risking the water tank from freezing. Huzi nodded in understanding, assuring Chen Yuan to proceed without worry. Holding Yi, Chen Yuan moved swiftly, had it not been for Sun Weiwei's years of hard work. Her long legs would have kept pace, preventing her from lagging behind. Time was of the essence. Typically, the journey took 2 hours. But Chen Yuan and Sun Weiwei arrived in an hour and a half. Upon reaching the county hospital, Yi had already closed her eyes in pain, her body trembling slightly. After a thorough examination, the diagnosis revealed acute gastroenteritis, necessitating an intravenous drip. Yi can only consume bland food. My dear, please wait here while I check the state-run restaurant for porridge. Sun Weiwei nodded in agreement, her heart aching as she gazed at Yi lying on the hospital bed. She had just finished tidying up the house in the morning when she turned around to find Yi drenched in sweat from pain, prompting her to urgently call Chen Yuan. Fortunately, Chen Yuan returned in time and took Yi to the hospital, drawing from his previous experience. Chen Yuan first went to the supply and marketing cooperative to purchase 2 lunchboxes and a water bottle before heading to the nearby Wuxiang state-run restaurant. Today, Zhou Lili was on leave and did not come to work, but Chen Yuan paid little attention to this detail. He ordered a bowl of congee, a portion of dishes, and a jug of water, and then promptly left the restaurant. As soon as he exited, the waitstaff began to whisper amongst themselves. That man just now must be Chun de Go, as Zhou Lili described him, right? I think aside from his good looks, he pales in comparison to Zhang Hao. He's just a country bumpkin. How could he possibly compete with Zhang Hao? Coincidentally, a friend who had reported on Zhang Hao was also having lunch there. Upon overhearing the gossip, he hastily abandoned his meal, taking only a few bites before rushing out. Such crucial information needed to be relayed to Hao Gu immediately. Perhaps he would reward him with something nice. When Chen Yuan returned to the hospital with the food, he found Yi looking significantly better. Her spirit visibly lifted as she curiously surveyed her surroundings. This is congee. You can have a bit once your injection is done. And this is your meal. You haven't had lunch yet, so hurry up, he said, handing the lunchbox to Sun Weiwei. She opened it to find not only meat but also fragrant white rice. Brother Yuan, let us eat together. You haven't had anything either. Although Chen Yuan wasn't particularly hungry, he couldn't refuse the food offered by Sun Weiwei. They shared the meal, quickly finishing the entire lunchbox. After 2 full hours of 4 drips, Yi's condition was visibly improving. Sun Weiwei sighed in relief, patting her chest. Thank goodness Yi is all right. Chen Yuan felt fortunate to have been reborn, allowing him to earn money and bring Yi to the hospital. In his previous life, when Yi fell ill, he had wanted to take her to the hospital. But Zhang Guoxiang had refused, citing lack of funds. Instead, they resorted to dubious remedies, mixing ash with water for Yi to drink, ultimately leading to her demise. Sun Weiwei had also become despondent due to this incident, eventually taking her own life. Shaking his head to dispel such distressing thoughts, Chen Yuan noted that Sun Weiwei was feeding Yi some kanji, unaware of his inner turmoil. Later, I'll take you both to the supply and marketing cooperative. Yi hasn't been there yet. Chen Yuan thought to himself. Since they were already here, they might as well explore the cooperative and buy some items for the upcoming new year. Sun Weiwei had brought all her belongings and with money in her pocket. She felt emboldened. Let us get some delicious treats for Yi to help her recover. Upon hearing that they could visit the supply and marketing cooperative, Yi's small face brightened with a smile. How delightful. Off to the cooperative they go. The family arrived, laughter echoing as they entered the cooperative, which was adorned in jubilant red, signaling the festive spirit of the approaching new year. With heavy snow anticipated in a couple of days, traveling to the county would undoubtedly become inconvenient. The 3 of them not only needed to fill their stomachs, but also to indulge in nourishing fare. With this thought in mind, Chen Yuan purchased a considerable amount of grain. Sun Weiwei did not object. She understood that Chen Yuan surely had his plans in mind. When they reached the candy counter, Chen Yuan bought a few milk candies for Yi. These treats were more precious than fruit candies and came at a higher price. Currently, the 3 of them shared a single quilt, and Chen Yuan wished to make a separate quilt for Yi, so he bought cotton and fabric. In total, their purchases amounted to 7 yuan and 80 cents. These supplies would be ample for the family to enjoy a splendid new year. Today, Chen Yuan had not brought a backpack. Instead, he unwrapped the fabric and laid the purchased items flat within it, fashioning a makeshift bag. Sun Weiwei cradled Yi, while he slung the bag over his shoulder, and together they departed from the cooperative. Not far off, a young man observed Chen Yuan and his family with quiet interest. Volume 1, Chapter 37. He has a wife and child at this moment. Zhang Hao was amusing himself with his pet bird at home when a hurried knock at the door startled the creature within its cage. Frowning, Zhang Hao opened the door and exclaimed, "What brings you here, you fool?" The fool, eager and breathless, replied, "Brother Hao, I have news about the person you asked me to inquire about." Intrigued, Zhang Hao beckoned him inside, saying, "Come in, let's talk." As they settled down, the fool could hardly contain himself and blurted out, "Brother Hao, remember that young man you told me to keep an eye on during our last meal? You won't believe it. I ran into him again today, and this time, he was accompanied by his wife and daughter. I saw them purchasing quite a few items at the supply store." Zhang Hao's interest piqued at this revelation, and he quickly inquired, "Are you saying he not only has a wife but also a daughter?" The fool nodded, a hint of confusion crossing his face as he asked, "Brother Hao, you're not interested in that man's wife out of spite for Sister Lily, are you? Though, I must admit, she is indeed quite beautiful." Zhang Hao playfully tapped the fool's forehead with a sugary chestnut. "Oh, you foolish fool, should I commend your cleverness or scold your naivety?" He then waved his hand dismissively, adding, "Never mind, I'm in a good mood today, so I won't hold it against you. This is a watch voucher from the foreign trade store. Keep an eye on Zhou Lily and inform me of any developments." The fool, grinning widely, took the voucher and patted his chest, assuring, "Rest assured, Brother Hao, as long as I am here, Zhou Lily will not escape your grasp." Zhang Hao stood up to check his reflection in the mirror and asked, "Fool, with my handsome looks, why do you suppose Lily has agreed to be with me? She must have been deceived by that country bumpkin. If she were to learn that he is not only married but also a father, she would surely lose interest." With this thought, Zhang Hao hastily donned a jacket and rushed towards Zhou Lily's home. Meanwhile, Zhou Lily was having dinner when she heard a knock at the door. Rising to answer it, she was met by Zhang Hao, and a flicker of displeasure crossed her eyes. "What brings you here?" Scratching his head, Zhang Hao replied, "I need to discuss something with you." Zhou's father and mother turned to look, their faces lighting up with smiles full of wrinkles. "Ah, it's little Hao. Come in and sit down. How have your parents been? It's been a while since we've seen each other. We should have a meal together soon." Zhang Hao, accustomed to the flattery from Zhou's parents, casually brushed it aside with an excuse. They're doing well, we'll definitely arrange that next time. Uncle, Auntie, I need to speak with Lily about something, so I'll be taking her out for a bit. With that, he took Zhou Lily by the hand and led her downstairs. Although she was reluctant, she had no choice. Once they reached the ground floor, Zhou Lily halted and shook off Zhang Hao's grip. What exactly do you want? Zhang Hao, noticing Zhou Lily's impatience, felt a surge of irritation and raised his voice slightly. Do you truly have such an affection for that country bumpkin? Zhou Lily was momentarily taken aback, biting her lip in indignation. What bumpkin? He has a name. That is Brother Chen. There is nothing between us. Brother Chen is innocent. Do not speak recklessly. To Zhang Hao. Zhou Lily's demeanor seemed entirely devoted to defending that rustic fellow, as if she were directing her anger towards him. With disdain, Zhang Hao spat on the ground. Huh. You protect him so fervently, yet are you aware that he is married with children? Zhou Lily was clearly oblivious to this fact, momentarily frozen in place. Zhang Hao, recognizing her shock, pressed on. Are you stunned? Regaining her composure, Zhou Lily feigned calmness as she replied, I merely regard him as my savior. Furthermore, do not seek me out again. I have always considered you a brother. With that, Zhou Lily turned and ran home, tears glistening in her eyes. Zhang Hao, infuriated, raked his fingers through his hair, consumed with thoughts of how to teach that country bumpkin a lesson. Meanwhile, Chen Yuan and his companions returned to Qinjiakan village in the late afternoon. Huzi had already stacked the chopped firewood in the woodshed before the cave. Dear, could you heat up a couple of steamed buns for me? I need to take them to Huzi. He has helped us tremendously today. In these times, white steamed buns are a precious commodity, perfect for gifting. Sun Weiwei nodded in agreement, replying, I'll steam some more. We can have buns for dinner as well. Sounds good. That evening, when Huzi came over to stoke the fire, he discovered that Chen Yuan and his group had returned. Brother Yuan, how is he? Chen Yi emerged from the house, her voice sweet and innocent. Uncle Huzi, I'm fine now. Chen Yuan handed Huzi the freshly steamed buns. Thank you for your hard work chopping wood today. These are the buns my wife just steamed for you. Take them home and enjoy. The bowl contained several plump, white buns that looked delightful, making one unable to resist the urge to take a bite. Oh, thank you, Brother Yuan and sister-in-law. I'll head back now. After seeing Huzi off, Chen Yuan returned to the kitchen, determined to teach Sun Weiwei how to prepare spicy rabbit bites. Otherwise, when the rabbits in the pigsty grew larger, if the village head wished for Sun Weiwei to showcase her skills, it would surely reveal her lack of experience. Wife, you take the lead while I guide you. Chen Yuan handed her the already cut rabbit meat. First, add a generous amount of lard to the pot. Once it heats up, add the dried chilies and scallions. In northern households, during autumn, red chilies are strung together and hung outside to dry, becoming dried chili for winter consumption. The string of scallions at home was casually plucked from the wall of the Chen family during the division of households. The scallions were recently exchanged by Chen Yuan from Aunt Chenhua. Though somewhat withered, they remained perfectly usable. Sun Weiwei followed Chen Yuan's method, adding the pre-soaked dried chilies and scallions into the pot, and soon a delightful aroma wafted through the air. With limited spices available, she had to make do with what was at hand. Next, she added the rabbit meat, frying it until golden brown, then tossed in the remaining chilies to stir-fry together. And don't forget to add salt. This was Sun Weiwei's first attempt at making spicy rabbit bites, and under Chen Yuan's guidance, it turned out quite successful. Chen Yuan, unable to contain his eagerness, took a bite. The rabbit meat was perfectly spicy and fragrant, with the dried chilies crisped to perfection. Yes, this is the flavor. Sun Weiwei, picking up a piece of meat with her chopsticks, was instantly captivated, her eyes widening in surprise. This is utterly delicious. How could I have not thought of this before? Yuan Gu, you truly have a knack for this. Chen Yuan chuckled softly, mentioning another method of preparation. If one brushes the rabbit meat with our homemade sauce and roasts it like barbecue, the taste is exceptional. However, both methods require thoroughly washing the rabbit meat multiple times. Sun Weiwei nodded, silently committing this to memory. Volume 1, Chapter 38, The Commendation Ceremony. Previously, the consumption of rabbit meat was avoided due to the potential for an earthy odor if not prepared correctly. However, the addition of chili or homemade sauce can effectively mask the gamey scent of the rabbit. If Chenjita finds the spicy rabbit cubes too oily, he could opt for roasted rabbit instead. The spicy rabbit cubes are indeed too piquant, and since Yi is unwell, she cannot partake in such heat. She can only sadly sip on plain congee. Chen Yuan was amused by his daughter's pitiful expression and quickly reassured her. Yi, my dear, once you recover, I will have your mother prepare roasted rabbit for you. Upon hearing her father's comforting words, Yi finally revealed a smile. That evening, Chen Yuan lit an oil lamp and set about processing the tree he had chopped down earlier that day. He preserved the original tabletop but replaced the 4 damaged legs. After several hours of diligent work, Master Chen successfully repaired the table. At last, mealtime would no longer require him to brace it with his hands. He contemplated crafting a heated table for winter dining, as it would be more comfortable to eat by the Khan. Sun Weiwei, with a delighted expression, caressed the newly repaired table and exclaimed, Yuan Ge, you are truly remarkable. It seems you can do anything. Chen Yuan playfully pinched Sun Weiwei's cheek. Of course. Your man can do it all. He noted with pleasure that Sun Weiwei's face had filled out nicely, and her figure had become even more alluring than before. He pulled her into an embrace and blew warm breath against her neck. A tingling sensation coursed through her entire body, making her somewhat restless. Chen Yuan, suppressing his own desires, hoarsely urged, hold still. Let me hold you for a moment. At his words, Sun Weiwei immediately became compliant, too timid to move. Today, Sun Weiwei had applied the snowflake cream that Chen Yuan had purchased, leaving a subtle fragrance on her skin. Were it not for Yi still being awake, Chen Yuan would have been tempted to proceed with their intimacy right then. After holding her for a while, he finally released Sun Weiwei. He swept up the wood shavings left in the living room and proceeded to the kitchen to boil a pot of hot water. Previously, in the Chen household, such luxuries were not available, but now that he was living independently, he could not bear the thought of sleeping sticky. Upon seeing Chen Yuan boiling water, Sun Weiwei understood what was about to unfold and hurried into the room to soothe Yi to sleep. Chen Yuan contemplated that once he had more money, he must quickly build a house and prepare a small room for Yi. As children grow, they need their own space. Otherwise, it would hinder him and Sun Weiwei from having a second child. At that time, the cave could be repurposed as a storage room. With these thoughts in mind, Chen Yuan felt invigorated, while Sun Weiwei, utterly exhausted, eventually succumbed to sleep in his embrace. The following morning, Chen Yuan savored a rare opportunity to sleep in. Yet, before he could fully awaken, he was roused by a knock at the door. Yuan Ge, are you awake? Chen Yuan, feeling somewhat impatient, hastily dressed and opened the door. There stood Huzi, holding an empty enamel basin and wearing a simple, endearing smile. What brings you here so early? Chen Yuan inquired. Huzi cheerfully thrust the basin into Chen Yuan's arms, exclaiming, of course, it's good news. Today, the village is holding an awards ceremony, and we should all head to the village committee after breakfast. Chen Yuan found himself at a loss for words. What was there to see at an awards ceremony? The weather outside was frigid, and he knew that lingering in the cold would be unbearable. All right, we'll go over later, he replied. He recalled previous ceremonies where he had willingly let Chen Shan take the honors. It was that he had intended to concede. Rather, Zhang Guixiang had advised him that such accolades were merely pieces of paper, of little worth, better bestowed upon Chen Shan. Ironically, as policies improved, Chen Shan nearly secured a position at the county's glass factory thanks to those very certificates. This time, regardless of whether he received an award, Chen Yuan was determined not to let Chen Shan gain an advantage. With no time for breakfast, Sun Weiwei reheated the steamed buns from the previous day. The soft, white buns still retained their warmth, perfect for a second meal. Given the cold weather, Chen Yuan decided against letting Sun Weiwei and Yi join him. One representative per family was ideal. At the village committee, Chen Zhida and accountant Su were engaged in hushed conversation on stage. They had arranged for a small bonfire in the courtyard for villagers to gather around, ensuring they wouldn't be too cold. Fortunately, the former landlord had constructed a spacious courtyard capable of accommodating nearly half the village's population. Chen Yuan arrived early, finding the village committee nearly empty. Noticing his early arrival, accountant Su speculated that perhaps Chen Yuan intended to offer the award to Chen Shan again. However, Chen Yuan merely set his chair by the bonfire and sat down to warm himself, which piqued Su's curiosity. Had Chen Yuan finally become wise to the situation? No. It was more likely that the Chen family had pushed him to his limits. Upon reflection and observing the calm demeanor of the village head beside him, Su became convinced of this theory. Chen Yuan had divided the family property and was no longer willingly conceding the accolades to Chen Shan. It seemed the honest man had been cornered. Before long, many villagers trickled into the committee. Except for the bedridden elderly and those with ailments, nearly everyone had come. Today, only Li Qifeng and Chen Shan from the Chen family were present. They stood idly without chairs. Clearing his throat, Chen Zhida addressed the crowd. It's quite cold outside, so I'll keep it brief. The awards ceremony is an annual event aimed at honoring the most industrious individuals of the year. As Chen Yuan spoke, Li Qinfeng and Chen Shan began to beam with pride. The villagers around them chimed in with flattery. Oh, if all goes as expected, this year's model worker will surely be Chen Shan, right? Is that even a question? It must be Chen Shan. Congratulations, indeed. The auspicious words flowed freely from their lips, as if they were of no cost. Li Qinfeng and Chen Shan were brimming with pride, their spirits soaring to the heavens. Li Qinfeng unabashedly exclaimed, "Oh dear, what can we do? Our Chen Shan is simply extraordinary. In this village, one cannot find anyone as remarkable as my Chen Shan." Chen Shan, basking in the praise, couldn't suppress the smile creeping across his lips. The voices around them were not quiet, and many in the vicinity heard their conversation. Some expressed envy, while others voiced skepticism. In my opinion, old Chen Yuan is far superior to Chen Shan. Why then was the title of labor model awarded to Chen Shan? Someone scoffed. Humph, it's just the old folks showing favoritism, bestowing all the benefits upon Chen Shan's family. Another chimed in. Oh dear, poor Chen Yuan. The courtyard erupted into a cacophony of chatter as people debated fervently. Chun Jita thumped the table forcefully, bringing silence to the crowd. I hereby declare that this year's labor model of our village is Chen Yuan. Li Qinfeng, having barely heard the announcement, stood up with a beaming smile to thank everyone. Thank you for the recognition, village chief. My Chen Shan is indeed the finest man in Qinjiakan. The crowd erupted into laughter. Li Qinfeng, when did your man become Chen Yuan? Volume 1, Chapter 39. The mix-up. Li Qinfeng was initially taken aback, then, with hands on her hips, she pointed at the woman who had just spoken, Aunt Wang, and scolded, "You loudmouth, what nonsense are you spouting? Do you dare to utter more nonsense, or shall I tear your mouth apart?" Unexpectedly, Aunt Wang showed no fear. Instead, she laughed even more recklessly. Li Qinfeng, if your hearing is poor, perhaps you should get it checked. You can't even comprehend a simple conversation. With that, laughter erupted among the crowd once more. Li Qinfeng, does your Chen Shan think he can become a model worker? The village chief mentioned Chen Yuan. Oh dear, some people cannot hide their ulterior motives at all. Li Qinfeng stood there, disbelief etched across her face, suddenly realizing that Chen Shan's expression had long turned dark. Impossible. Village chief, this cannot be true. Have you made a mistake? No. You must be biased towards Chen Yuan. Chen Jita sipped some water and replied nonchalantly. Do you think everyone is as biased as your family? His words struck Li Qinfeng like a slap to the face, leaving her stinging with pain. Several villagers who disapproved of the Chen family's behavior echoed. What? Is it a requirement for the model worker to be Chen Shan every year? Well then, should we all stop trying? Let's just have the village chief write a few more certificates for Chen Shan. Isn't that the truth? Has your Chen Shan worked more than anyone else this year? Chen Yuan, during the rush harvest, showed up on time and could accomplish in half a day what others would take a full day to do. Indeed, thanks to Chen Yuan, our village can feast on wild boar this year. Who else could have taken it down? And the fish from winter fishing, would any household have had half a fish without Chen Yuan? He even brought rabbits to our village. The clamor against Li Qinfeng and Chen Shan grew louder, as if the villagers would drown them in spittle if given the chance. Chen Jita inscribed model worker Chen Yuan on a piece of yellowed paper, stamping it with the village seal. Chen Yuan received the certificate with both hands, expressing gratitude for the village committee's support. Turning to the villagers, he bowed deeply, adding, I also appreciate everyone's support. Thunderous applause erupted from the audience. Well said. We should all look up to Chen Yuan. I've never respected past model workers, but this year, I do. Following the recognition of the model worker, a brief discussion regarding the next spring's planting was held. Chen Jita raised his hand, signaling for silence. Next year, our village will adhere to tradition, first planting spring wheat, then sugar beets. By early May, we will sow corn, soybeans, sorghum, and potatoes. All right, everyone may disperse. The northern winters are long, and farming must commence in late April, with crops yielding only once a year. However, the black soil is rich in nutrients and vast in area, making yearly cultivation and harvesting a significant endeavor. It is now January, and this year's New Year's Eve falls on the 28th. After the festivities, there remains nearly 3 months of leisure time. Chen Yuan contemplates that as spring approaches, he should first erect a fence around his yard, ensuring that bringing items home becomes a safer endeavor. As the village committee members start to disperse, Li Qinfeng and Chen Shan have yet to depart, and they intercept Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan, what is the meaning of this? Why should this year's commendation not be awarded to your brother? Observing the avaricious expression on Li Qinfeng's face, Chen Yuan feels a wave of nausea. elder sister-in-law. This labor model award was bestowed upon me by the village chief. If you are dissatisfied, you should address your grievances to him. Li Qinfeng grits her teeth, wishing she could tear Chen Yuan to shreds. Go to the village chief now and express your willingness to relinquish the commendation to your brother. Chen Yuan chuckles in disbelief, raising his head in a nonchalant manner, and retorts, on what grounds? Li Qifeng's tone is unyielding, as if Chen Yuan owes her a debt. Simply because Chen Shan is your brother. Chen Yuan replies with a simple, fine, let us go find the village chief then. Chen Jita watches as Chen Yuan approaches with his family, his eyelids twitching. As Li Qifeng reaches the stage, she smiles and says, village chief, perhaps you should give this commendation to Chen Shan instead. Chen Jita slams his hand on the table in anger. Li Qifeng, do you think this commendation is a trivial matter? You cannot just change it on a whim. Li Qifeng pouts in dissatisfaction, replying, Chen Yuan agreed. Chen Yuan chuckles lightly. Who agreed? Li Qifeng's eyes widen in agitation. Nonsense. If you disagreed, you wouldn't have come with me. Chen Yuan shrugs helplessly, wearing an innocent expression. I merely agreed to accompany you. I never agreed to give up the commendation. That is my recognition. On what grounds do you claim it? Upon hearing this, Chen Jita points at Li Qifeng and scolds. Did you hear that? Li Qifeng, if you think your family has too much leisure time, I can find you some work. Li Qifeng immediately shakes her head vigorously, dragging Chen Shan away in a flustered retreat. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Yuan decides to discuss the matter of the homestead with Chen Jita. Uncle Chen, I have a matter to discuss with you. I have already separated from my family. Would it be possible for you to allocate the piece of land at the foot of the mountain to me? I plan to build a courtyard when spring arrives. Chen Jita readily agrees, deeming it a minor issue, merely requiring a stamp of approval. He even allocates the largest plot of land to Chen Yuan, considering it a reward for him. After a moment of thought, Chen Yuan adds, Uncle Chen, I took Yi to the county for a medical visit yesterday, and I heard from some people there that heavy snow is expected in a couple of days. Better safe than sorry, I thought it prudent to inform you. In case everyone needs to stock up on firewood. Chen Jita furrows his brow. If the news Chen Yuan received is accurate, winter could become quite challenging without sufficient firewood. Very well, I will send someone to notify everyone. What happened to Yi? Why did she need to go to the county hospital? Observing Chen Jita's worried expression, Chen Yuan felt a surge of emotion. Even his beloved grandfather had never shown such concern. The doctor had diagnosed him with acute gastroenteritis and administered a shot, assuring that he was now fine. Chen Jita sighed in relief. As long as the child was safe, everything was well. He had developed a fondness for Yi, the little one who was both adorable and polite. In the following days, Chen Yuan continued to accompany Huzi up the mountain to gather firewood until the snowfall became so heavy that it rendered the ascent impossible. He then remained at home, diligently repairing furniture. After a fortnight, the house had undergone a remarkable transformation, including the completion of a wooden tub crafted by a carpenter. As Chen Yuan had anticipated, the heavy snow had sealed off the mountain, preventing any further wood gathering. Some villagers, heeding the village chief's advice, had gathered a considerable amount of firewood, while others, skeptical of his words, were too indolent to venture into the cold to collect wood. With the mountain inaccessible and Chen Yuan absent, the Chen household found itself devoid of firewood. Since the last incident where Chen Hai had fallen into the lake, he had feigned illness to avoid work. Chen Dongjin spent his days in a drunken stupor, accomplishing nothing. Chen Shan, too apathetic to climb the mountain, dismissed the village chief's warnings as nonsense, utterly disregarding the matter. Volume 1, Chapter 40. The theft of firewood. The Chen family only realized their firewood was nearly depleted after it had been snowing for 2 days. With the snow now reaching almost knee-deep on an adult, venturing up the mountain was out of the question, and even stepping outside was a daunting task. Li Qifeng suggested to Chen Shan, Brother Shan, why don't we go borrow some firewood from Chen Yuan? Chen Shan shot her a disdainful glance, retorting, if you want to go, then go. When has he ever lent us anything? He considered Chen Yuan a thankless wretch, ungrateful for the care he had received throughout his upbringing. Li Qifeng's eyes sparkled with an idea. Chen Yuan's firewood shed is outside. Let us be quick about it. We can grab some firewood and leave without anyone noticing. A flicker of realization crossed Chen Shan's face. He had not thought of that. That's a splendid idea. I'll go find Lao San. With that, Chen Shan leaped off the bed and went to seek out Chen Hai. Chen Hai lay sprawled on the bed, deep in slumber, and even the loud creaking of the door failed to rouse him. Frustrated at his brother's laziness, Chen Shan climbed onto the bed and kicked him. Who dares kick me? Chen Hai groggily opened his eyes to find Chen Shan glaring at him. What is the matter, brother? Chen Yuan, eager to share the plan, dismissed the earlier incident from his mind. We're out of firewood, and tonight, you're coming with me to borrow some from Chen Yuan. As Chen Hai opened his mouth to protest, he caught sight of Chen Shan's menacing gaze and swallowed the words that had almost escaped him. Fine. Meanwhile, Chen Yuan had little to occupy his time and decided to clear the snow from his doorstep, creating a path that extended into the village. Considering he typically had to fetch water from the reservoir, he also cleared the route leading in that direction. The snow continued to fall gently, and while the path would soon be covered again, neglecting it would make subsequent clearing increasingly arduous. Chen Yuan took time every few hours to tidy up the area, finding the task less tedious as the day wore on. That evening, Sun Weiwei prepared a feast of wild chicken eggs and stewed meat, the savory aroma wafting through the air. As Chen Shan and Chen Hai approached to pilfer some firewood, the enticing scent from the cave made them pause in their tracks. Chen Hai's stomach growled audibly. Brother, what do you think they're cooking? It smells divine. Chen Shan hissed in a low voice, warning Chen Hai, keep it down. We'll get caught. They believed themselves to be stealthy, completely unaware that Chen Yuan's sharp hearing had picked up their conversation from the living room. Reluctantly, Chen Yuan, whose firewood shed was merely a wall away from the living room, emerged with a shotgun in hand, aiming it directly at Chen Shan's back. A chill ran down Chen Shan's spine as he turned to confront the ominous sight of the barrel pointed at him. Why you? Firewood scattered across the ground, landing painfully on Chen Shan's toes, causing him to collapse in shock. Chen Hai fared little better, his legs buckling beneath him as he struggled to maintain his balance. Chen Yuan furrowed his brow and coldly inquired, what do you intend to do with the firewood from my family? Are you attempting to steal it? Chen Shan hurriedly shook his head, exclaiming, Chen Yuan, I am your elder brother. Please put down the gun. Chen Yuan remained unmoved, his gaze icy as he scrutinized the two of them. With Chen Hai's assistance, Chen Shan slowly rose, trembling as he spoke. We merely wish to borrow some firewood. Chen Hai nodded in agreement, adding, indeed, we only sought to borrow a little firewood. Chen Yuan was not swayed by their feeble excuses, commanding, return the firewood to me. Fearing that Chen Yuan might truly lose his temper and fire the weapon, Chen Shan swiftly urged Chen Hai to help him return the firewood intact. Once Chen Yuan observed the two returning the wood, he finally spoke, leave at once. Should I catch you two attempting to steal firewood again? Do not blame me for losing control. Chen Shan and Chen Hai, frightened, dashed home. On their way, Chen Shan slipped and fell to the ground. Damn it! Who cleared the snow so thoroughly? He landed hard, without the cushioning of snow, and broke his leg, gasping in pain. Chen Shan called out for Chen Hai to come and carry him. Don't just stand there. Hurry and carry me back. Struggling, Chen Hai managed to bring him home. Upon seeing Chen Shan in such a state, Li Qinfeng was rendered speechless. Brother Shan, what has happened to you? Chen Shan pounded the bed in frustration, declaring, it's all Chen Yuan's fault. How dare he point a gun at me? If it weren't for me and Lao Sin fleeing quickly, you would never have seen us again. Zhang Guixiang immediately grew anxious, hands on her hips, scolding, that second son is truly outrageous. I shall confront him right away. Chen Shan intercepted Zhang Guixiang, saying, Grandma, please don't go. Ever since Chen Yuan separated from the family, we have never obtained anything good from him. His sudden change in demeanor could very well be due to. Chen Shan ceased his words, as everyone understood what he was implying. A moment of silence enveloped the room. After a brief contemplation, Chen Shan continued, let us find an opportunity to execute a grand scheme that will ruin him for life. The others in the room nodded in agreement with Chen Shan's proposal. Just then, Chen Hai arrived with a barefoot doctor, and the group tacitly refrained from discussing further. As for the firewood, they would have to purchase some from those who had it, barely managing until they could venture to the mountainside to gather their own. Time swiftly passed, leading to New Year's Eve. The eve of the 60th year fell on January 27th, coinciding with Chen Yuan's return to life nearly a month prior. Upon rising in the morning, Sun Weiwei presented the new clothes she had prepared in advance, urging the entire family to change into them. Chen Yuan had procured ample fabric this time, and Sun Weiwei had crafted a set of garments for everyone, additionally knitting sweaters for both Chen Yuan and Yi. Fortunately, her skill in garment making is both swift and exquisite, and most importantly, she has ample leisure time. Otherwise, with so many garments to complete, she would truly struggle to finish before the new year. Dressed in a pastel pink sweater and floral shorts, Yi looks more alluring than the children in the city. Her hair styled in braids by Sun Weiwei. Today is New Year's Day, and Sun Weiwei has been industriously preparing the midday meal since morning. Braised pork ribs, roasted venison, stir-fried shredded potatoes, winter melon soup, and steamed egg cake. As Chen Yuan calls out the dishes, Sun Weiwei diligently prepares the ingredients, their teamwork making the task seem effortless. Their family of 3 cannot consume much, so they only prepare 6 dishes, symbolizing a smooth and prosperous year ahead. In the evening, Sun Weiwei also makes dumplings filled with wild boar meat. At this time, there is no electricity, let alone the ability to watch the Spring Festival Gala on television. According to local customs, one must stay awake until midnight on New Year's Eve, keeping the lights on to welcome the new year. Chen Yuan finds it both amusing and heart-wrenching to see Yi dozing off in his arms. However, life for the Chen family has not been as fortunate. The family's funds have been spent by Li Qinfeng on fabric, and Zhang Guoxiang's 60th birthday was not celebrated with much fanfare. He has yet to receive any wild boar meat or fish, leaving only the greasy scraps of pork for their New Year's feast. What kind of life is this? On the first day of the new year, Chen Yuan and Sun Weiwei discuss returning to her family the following day. My dear, let us visit your family tomorrow. We can stop by the supply and marketing cooperative to buy some liquor for my father-in-law and brother-in-law. In his previous life, Chen Yuan had been foolishly filial, adhering to Zhang Guoxiang's wishes and never taking Sun Weiwei back to her family except for obligatory visits. Now, upon reflection, he realizes that if Sun Weiwei returns to her family, Li Qifeng would also go, leaving no one to cook at home. After Sun Weiwei and Yi's passing, the family of his father-in-law blamed him for not taking care of them and severed ties with him. However, this time is different. Chen Yuan resolves to bring Sun Weiwei back, ensuring she receives the respect she deserves. Upon hearing this, Sun Weiwei's eyes well with tears. Her voice choked with emotion. Thank you, Yuan Ge. Thus, on the morning of the second day of the new year, the family gathers their belongings and hurries to the county. Upon reaching the supply and marketing cooperative in the county, they find an unusually large crowd. Chen Yuan heads straight to the liquor counter. The county cooperative is small, lacking the grandeur of city department stores. And even the liquor available is only the loose variety priced at 60 cents per jane. To purchase Maodai, one must go to the city. Chen Yuan settles for glass bottles, filling 2 with liquor, and also buys some peanuts to accompany the drinks for his father-in-law. Arriving early, they are fortunate to find some roasted fruits still available, so Chen Yuan purchases 2 jine. The vendor wrapped the furnace fruits in oil paper, creating 2 square packages resembling bricks, and tied them with a thin jute string for easy carrying. This delicacy is one of the few sweets found in the north. Though somewhat costly, it is delectable, and arriving late often means missing out entirely. Purchasing half a pound to present as a gift elevates one's status. Chen Yuan, however, decided to buy 2 pounds, which touched Sun Weiwei's heart. She felt secure knowing her family was well. Sun Weiwei hailed from Taohua village, situated south of the county, over an hour's journey from the town. As the family exited the supply and marketing cooperative, heading south, Chen Yuan sensed someone trailing behind them. Choosing a narrow path, he intended to ascertain the identity of their pursuers. The group, realizing the surroundings were deserted, grew brazen. Hey, you up ahead. What do you have in your hands? Show it to our boss. Sun Weiwei gasped, tightening her grip on the cloth bag slung over her shoulder. Chen Yuan placed Yi on the ground, instructing her to hold Sun Weiwei's hand before confronting the group. We're talking about you. Why the days? Hand over what you're holding. Chen Yuan scoffed, asserting, if you want what's in my possession, you must prove your worth. The ruffians, incensed by Chen Yuan's audacity, fumed. Who doesn't he know my brother, Sang Biao? In this county? Kid, don't blame us for seeking you out. Those in our line of work operate for payment. Why waste words on him? Third, let us just beat him up and take what he has. With that, the group stretched their limbs and charged at Chen Yuan, wielding clubs. Chen Yuan swiftly shielded Sun Weiwei and Yi behind him, raising a wine bottle to strike the approaching thug on the head. The bottle shattered against the man's skull, blood gushing forth. Ah, he cried, collapsing to the ground, clutching his head in pain. Chen Yuan, tall and robust from years of labor, possessed a strength far superior to that of these idle ruffians. Seeing Chen Yuan brandishing the bloodied bottle, the others hesitated. Seizing the moment, Chen Yuan picked up a wooden stick from the ground and struck another thug in the neck, rendering him unconscious. The ruffian leader, sensing the tide turning, barked, "You useless fools! Attack him together!" At his command, the gang regained their composure, glaring fiercely at Chen Yuan before lunging at him. Chen Yuan urged Sun Weiwei, "Take Yi and run. Do not look back." Realizing she and Yi would only be a burden, Sun Weiwei dashed away without a second thought. "Brother Yuan, wait for me to fetch my brother." Chen Yuan had no time to respond and engaged in a fierce struggle with the assailants, using the stick to trip one and the bottle to slash another's face. A group of ruffians was thoroughly defeated by him, the leader of the gang finding himself beneath Chen Yuan's foot. "Who sent you?" Chen Yuan demanded, pointing a shard of glass at the ruffian leader's eye, instilling such fear that the man stammered in his response. We have rules in our line of work. You can't." Before the ruffian leader could finish, Chen Yuan pressed the glass shard against his face. Spare my life. Spare my life. I'll tell you. Yes, a man named Zhang Hao." Chen Yuan furrowed his brow, trying to recall when he might have crossed paths with such an individual, but the name eluded him entirely. "If you dare to provoke me again, I shall ensure your lineage is extinguished." With that, Chen Yuan's gaze shifted toward the ruffian leader's groin. Feeling a chill, the leader instinctively tightened his legs. "I won't do it again, I swear." Chen Yuan, dissatisfied, gestured toward the broken bottle in his hand. The ruffian leader, just rising from the ground, instantly understood Chen Yuan's implication. "I'll get you a new one right away." Without another word, he dashed toward the supply store. Chen Yuan was unconcerned about the ruffian leader seeking reinforcements. After all, his wife and daughter were safe, and should he be provoked further, none would fare well. Before long, the ruffian leader returned, panting and clutching 2 bottles of liquor. Though he lamented the expense, he knew he had to appease Chen Yuan. Otherwise, his gang would likely meet a grim fate at Chen Yuan's hands. This man was utterly terrifying. His strength rivaled that of a bull, and he fought as if he had nothing to lose. Despite being outnumbered 6 or 7 to 1, they had not laid a finger on Chen Yuan. "Here is your alcohol, boss." Chen Yuan took the bottles without hesitation and waved dismissively. "Good, now be gone." Meanwhile, Sun Weiwei, cradling Yi in one arm and carrying a bottle of liquor in the other, hurried toward Taohua village, desperate to arrive before any misfortune befell Chen Yuan. Yi, overwhelmed by fear, wept uncontrollably. She had never encountered such a multitude of villains and clung tightly to Sun Weiwei's neck, trembling. In her haste, Sun Weiwei slipped, tumbling to the ground along with Yi. The cloth bag fell from her grasp, and the bottle went flying. Volume 1, Chapter 42, Seeking Financial Assistance? Sun Weiwei, disregarding the pain coursing through her body, swiftly rose from the ground, gathered her belongings, and cradled Yi as she continued onward. What should have been a journey of over an hour was accomplished in just over 40 minutes. Her familial residence was the second house at the village entrance, and upon entering the courtyard with Yi in her arms, she startled the Sun family. "Oh my goodness!" Seeing Sun Weiwei covered in snow from her fall, and Yi gasping for breath, Sun Daliang's anger flared. "Where is that scoundrel Chen Yuan?" Sun Weiwei's elder brother, Sun Hong, was equally incensed, the veins on his forehead bulging. "Sister, tell me, has Chen Yuan been bullying you?" And Yi, Wu Fengxia, filled with maternal concern, embraced her daughter and granddaughter. The Sun family had initially agreed to Sun Weiwei's marriage to Chen Yuan because of his reliable and diligent nature. How could it be that Sun Weiwei returned in tears with her child? Upon seeing her family, a wave of grievance washed over Sun Weiwei, and she burst into tears. "A group of ruffians troubled us, and Brother Yuan told me to flee first while he stayed behind." Sun Hong then realized that his sister had come back seeking help. "Don't worry, I'll go rescue my brother-in-law right away." He found an axe in the courtyard and set off towards the county. Meanwhile, Chen Yuan, carrying 2 bottles of wine, hastened his pace towards Taohua village. As he neared, he fortuitously encountered Sun Hong, who was on his way to help. "Big brother-in-law?" Chen Yuan called out tentatively, and Sun Hong recognized him. "How is it?" "My sister said there were a bunch of thugs." "Are you hurt?" Chen Yuan shook his head and displayed the 2 bottles of wine he held. "I'm fine. I was just waiting for them to compensate me for the wine, which delayed me a bit." "How are Weiwei and the others?" Sun Hong breathed a sigh of relief and chuckled. "Well done, my friend. They're all right. Let us return swiftly." In previous years, Sun Weiwei and Chen Yuan had not visited her family during the 2nd day of the new year, so the Sun household had not prepared a meal, and no one expected their return this year. Sun Weiwei paced anxiously at the entrance of the courtyard, reluctant to enter until she saw Chen Yuan and Sun Hong approaching unscathed, which finally eased her heart. "Dad, Brother Yuan, and the others are back." Sun Daliang, hearing her voice, donned his coat and stepped outside. Chen Yuan quickly handed him the wine, saying, "Dad, this is a gift for you." Sun Daliang accepted the wine with a smile, saying, "Why bring gifts when you come home?" Sun Weiwei, holding Yi, added, "Dad, there's more inside. It's all in my bag. I forgot in my moment of panic." With that, the group joyfully entered the house. Sun Hong's wife, Wang Zuexiang, who was pregnant, had not returned to her family this year. Having been married to Sun Hong for several years without conceiving, this being her first pregnancy, she was particularly cautious. Ah, what a rare guest. A sharp sound pierced the air, prompting Yi to instinctively cover her ears. Wang Zuexiang regarded Chen Yuan and Sun Weiwei with palpable disdain. Sun Weiwei, feeling somewhat embarrassed, forced a smile and said, "Sister-in-law." Sun Hong hurried forward, carefully supporting Wang Zuexiang's belly. "Wife, why are you out here?" Wang Zuexiang had been resting in the west room, but had come out to investigate the commotion outside. "What's wrong? Am I not allowed to come out?" Now that Wang Zuexiang was pregnant, everyone in the Sun family treated her like royalty. Sun Hong felt slighted, but could only respond with an awkward smile. Sun Weiwei opened a cloth bag and retrieved the assortment of fruits, peanuts, and a bottle of wine that she had hastily stuffed inside. "Dad, Mom, these are gifts from Yuan Gu to honor you. And this is wild boar and roe deer meat he hunted in the mountains." Sun Daliang beamed with delight. Typically, it was considered generous for a family to bring back just 2 bottles of wine. But for a son-in-law to present such a bounty indicated that their daughter was well cared for. Observing the new clothes adorning Sun Weiwei, and Yi only reinforced this notion. "Ah, is that Lugua? How precious. Why do you waste money on such things?" Wang Zuexiang's eyes sparkled at the mention of the fruit, her mouth watering as she reached to untie the rope securing the package. Sun Daliang felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. This was a gift from his son-in-law for the two of them, and he hadn't even had a chance to open it before it was being eyed. Yet, given Wang Zuexiang's condition, no one dared to say anything. "Not a waste at all. Your eldest grandson said he wanted to eat it." Sun Hong, feeling embarrassed, quietly reminded her, "Zuexiang, this is a gift from your sister and brother-in-law to honor our parents. If you want some, I can go to the supply store to buy you some another day." Wang Zuexiang waved her hand dismissively, replying without a second thought, "But if we buy it from the store, it will cost us money. This is right here." Sun Daliang, exasperated, pointed at Sun Hong and scolded, "Control your wife. Their son-in-law is still here, and you are letting her make a fool of herself." Seeing her father-in-law genuinely upset, Wang Zuexiang sheepishly withdrew her hand. Sensing the tension, Chen Yuan quickly changed the subject, smiling. "Dad, the alcohol is quite strong. Let us not overindulge when drinking." Sun Daliang, relieved that Chen Yuan had not taken offense, quickly responded with a cheerful acknowledgement. Suddenly, he recalled that he had yet to inquire how Chen Yuan and the others had returned so unexpectedly, and he asked, "Why didn't you let us know you were coming back this year? We haven't prepared lunch for you." Chen Yuan's expression turned serious. "We've separated our household. That's why we could come back." Before Sun Daliang could respond, Wang Zuexiang exclaimed incredulously, "Separated? Oh dear. You 3 brothers didn't end up with much money, did you? Bringing back all these things, you're not just putting on a facade, are you? Or perhaps you are looking to borrow money? We don't have any to spare." This time, it was not Sun Daliang who spoke up. Instead, Sun Hong directly struck Wang Zuexiang across the face. "Wang Zuexiang, watch your tongue. If you find it unbearable to stay out here, then hurry back to your room." Wang Zuexiang was left dazed by the slap, her eyes wide with disbelief as she looked at Sun Hong. Ever since her pregnancy, he had been exceedingly compliant, never raising a hand against her. A married daughter is like spilled water. "Sun Hong, how could you strike me for the sake of an outsider? I carry your family's child." In a fit of rage, Sun Hong scooped her up, ignoring her struggles and protests, and forcibly took her back to the west room. Sun Daliang sighed in the living room, only to realize he had quit smoking. "Today has become a spectacle for you all." Chen Yuan shook his head and replied, "Given our current circumstances, it's only natural for sister-in-law to feel this way. We don't take it to heart. You shouldn't dwell on it either, Dad." Sun Weiwei chimed in, "Indeed. Dad, don't overthink it. If sister-in-law dislikes us, we simply want to return next year." Volume 1. Chapter 43. Severing ties. Sun Daliang's eyes widened, his voice rising slightly. "Does she dare? This household bears the surname Sun, not Wang." Overcome by emotion, Sun Daliang clutched his chest, gasping for breath. His ire was not directed at Wang Zuexiang's insatiable appetite, but rather at her lack of decorum, which had embarrassed Chen Yuan and would surely lead him to look down upon Sun Weiwei. Sun Weiwei hurriedly approached to soothe Sun Daliang. In the west room, Sun Hong glared at Wang Zuexiang, his face ashen. Were it not for her pregnancy, he would have sent her back to her parental home for a few days of reflection. Wang Zuexiang, petite by nature, sat on the coin, shedding tears like a child who had suffered a grave injustice. Sun Hong felt powerless against her and could only threaten, "Your brother-in-law and sister haven't returned in years. Our parents are overjoyed to see you. If you cause any more trouble, I will send you back to your mother's home." Upon hearing the threat of being sent back, Wang Zuexiang immediately grew fearful and promised to refrain from further disturbances. Fortunately, lunch was ready at that moment. "All right, dear, don't fret too much. Hongzi is here," Wu Fengxia remarked with a bemused smile. Her daughter-in-law's penchant for petty gains was indeed less than admirable. During lunch, Wang Zuexiang remained surprisingly quiet, consuming her food without uttering a word. Originally, Sun Weiwei intended to stay at the Sun household for the night before returning the following day. However, given the current atmosphere, it was best not to linger. Hence, after finishing their meal, the two departed. The Sun family attempted to persuade them to stay, but upon seeing Sun Weiwei's resolute decision to leave, they merely cautioned them to be careful on the road. By the time Chen Yuan and the others arrived at Chenjiakan, night had fallen. In their haste during the day, they had forgotten to inform Huzi to stoke the Kong. Consequently, the first order of business upon arriving home was to light the Kong, for the house was exceedingly cold. Sun Weiwei went to the kitchen to prepare food for Chen Yuan and Yi, only to be startled by a dark figure, prompting her to scream and flee into the main room. Chen Yuan, equally startled, rushed out to investigate. "Yuan go. The kitchen. There's a shadow in the kitchen." Chen Yuan seized a hatchet and, holding a kerosene lamp, entered the kitchen, where he found Chen Hai awkwardly squatting on the floor. "Second brother, it's me. Don't hit me, it's me." Frowning in anger, Chen Yuan demanded, "What are you doing here?" Chen Hai could not admit he had come to steal. The family was preparing for his marriage, and he sought to procure something delicious to impress the bride's family and elevate his own status. He had witnessed Chen Yuan and Sun Weiwei leave that morning, undoubtedly to return to her parental home, and assumed they would not return that night. Little did he know, as he climbed through the window, they had already returned. Left with no choice but to hide in the kitchen, he sought an opportunity to slip away. Feeling a pang of hunger and hoping to find something to eat, having just taken a bite of a cold steamed bun, Chen Hai was caught by Sun Weiwei, prompting him to swiftly conceal the bun in his pocket. A thin sheen of sweat broke out on Chen Hai's forehead as he racked his brain for an excuse. I came to help you with the heating." Chen Yuan burst into laughter. "Chen Hai, listen to this excuse. Do you even believe it yourself?" With that, he turned to Sun Weiwei and said, "Dear, go fetch the village chief and tell him our home has been robbed." Sun Weiwei responded affirmatively and left without a moment's hesitation. Chen Hai, terrified of facing the village chief, quickly pleaded, "Second brother, you are my dear brother. Please spare me this once." Chen Yuan regarded him coldly. "Last time you came to steal firewood, did I not show you mercy?" Chen Hai was rendered speechless, quietly squatting on the ground. After a considerable pause, Sun Weiwei returned with Chan Jida, followed by a crowd of villagers eager to witness the drama. Chen Jida, suspecting it was yet another incident involving the Chen family, entered the house and, upon inspecting the oil lamp, confirmed it indeed pertained to them. "Chen Hai, why are you not at your own home at this late hour? What brings you here?" Chen Hai stammered, unable to articulate a response. The onlookers quickly discerned the situation. "Oh, must we even ask? Clearly, he has come to steal." Indeed, who doesn't know that the Qin Dongzhen family despises the Chen Yuan family? I heard from Li Qingfeng that Chen Hai is supposed to be courting recently. Why is he out stealing? Isn't he afraid no one will dare to marry him? Who can argue with that? Who would still consider marrying him? As Chen Hai observed the unfavorable turn of events, he gritted his teeth and suddenly knelt on the ground. "Second brother, I am doomed. It is entirely my fault for being momentarily bewitched. Please, forgive me. I am bowing to you." With that, he bowed deeply. He expected Chen Yuan to intervene, but to his surprise, Chen Yuan merely watched him with a bemused expression. The spectators felt that Chen Yuan's demeanor was rather callous. "Chen Yuan, look. Chen Hai is kneeling and bowing to you. You should forgive him. After all, you are his brother. Family should not speak in discord. Chen Hai is young and foolish. It is only natural he would err." Chen Yuan smirked slightly, stepping forward and saying, "Auntie, if Chen Hai sneaked into your home, stabbed uncle twice, and then bowed to you, would you simply forgive him?" Initially taken aback, the aunt retorted, "Nonsense." Chen Yuan snorted derisively, "And yet, he is of marrying age and still considered young? What does that make the other children in our Chun family village?" Chen Yuan's stance was evidently clear. He did not accept Chen Hai's apology. Chen Jida felt a headache coming on. The Chen Dongzhen family had the audacity to provoke Chen Yuan, yet lacked the means to resolve the fallout. "Chen Yuan, What are you planning to do? Sun Weiwei surveyed the house and noted that none of their valuables were missing, suggesting that Chen Hai had not yet had the chance to act. She hurriedly conveyed the news to Chen Yuan. Pointing at Chen Hai, Chen Yuan declared, I have no further demands. I wish to sever all ties with the Qin Dongjin family. Should they approach me again seeking trouble, I shall ensure they are all delivered to the police station. Chen Jida was taken aback by Chen Yuan's pronouncement. He contemplated dissuading Chen Yuan but soon realized there was little to persuade. It would be more prudent to allow Chen Yuan to cut ties with them. Bring Qin Dongjin to me. When Qin Dongjin received the news, he was utterly stunned. Upon hearing that Chen Hai had been apprehended for theft, his face flushed with humiliation, as if he had been struck. His circle of drinking companions would surely revel in this latest misfortune. Infuriated, Qin Dongjin darkened his expression and made his way to Chen Yuan's cave dwelling. Lacking paper and ink at home, they all proceeded to the village committee together. Chen Yuan voluntarily declared his intention to sever relations with the Qin Dongjin family. Each word he articulated was delivered with deliberate slowness, cutting through the Chen family's hearts like a blade. How would they manage to navigate life in Qinjia village after this? Yet, should they refuse Chen Yuan's ultimatum, Chen Hai would be dispatched to the county police station that very day. With no other recourse, Qin Dongjin had no choice but to affix his fingerprint. In total, 3 copies of the document were prepared. Chen Jida provided one each to Chen Yuan and Qin Dongjin, while the village committee retained one for their records. Volume 1. Chapter 44. Into the mountains again. Chen Yuan carefully folded the proof and tucked it into his pocket before heading home. Although this item was technically illegal, the prevailing weak legal awareness of the era meant that no one would pursue such matters. The recent burglary at his home served as a wake-up call for Chen Yuan. He needed to earn money quickly to build a house. That evening, as Sun Weiwei lay beside Chen Yuan, she felt a twinge of guilt regarding the events at her mother's home. Overwhelmed by her conscience, she spoke softly, Yuan Ge, I feel I have wronged you today at my family's place. Chen Yuan wrapped his arms around Sun Weiwei and replied with a smile. It's nothing to worry about. You've endured far more grievances in our home. However, that will not happen again. Sun Weiwei responded with a gentle her heart swelling with sweetness. After a long day of travel, the couple soon fell into a peaceful slumber in each other's embrace. Chen Yuan rested until after the Lantern Festival, during which several days of clear weather ensued. Sun Weiwei prepared dried salted meat, steamed buns made from mixed flour, and potato pancakes for Chen Yuan and their companions to take with them into the mountains. Huzi also brought along provisions and sorghum liquor from home. This time, Chen Yuan and Huzi planned to venture into the mountains for 3 days, eager to explore the depths of the back hills. With everything meticulously prepared, they set off. Chen Yuan first checked the trap he had dug previously, only to discover that it had collapsed under the weight of heavy snow, filling the pit completely. He promptly abandoned the trap and continued deeper into the mountains. The continuous snowfall had rendered the paths treacherous, as Chen Yuan used his spear to probe the way ahead. He marked trees along their route. Relying on his memory, they successfully located the cave they had discovered on their last excursion. This is the place. Let us first chop down some trees to construct a makeshift bed, Chen Yuan instructed, gesturing towards the nearby trees. Huzi, receiving the signal, immediately seized an axe and began to chop at a birch tree. While Huzi busied himself with the task, Chen Yuan took the opportunity to explore the surroundings. Bears hibernate in winter, but occasionally emerge in search of food. The bear they encountered previously had likely been foraging. As Chen Yuan prodded the underbrush with his spear, he suddenly sensed something unusual. The texture felt soft, as if something lay beneath. Instantly alert, he crouched down to investigate the underbrush. To his surprise, he spotted a snake coiled up among the stones beneath the foliage. Protected from the cold, with snow shielded by the underbrush, it had found an ideal spot for hibernation. Chen Yuan aimed his spear at the snake's midpoint and thrust it through, impaling the creature entirely. Upon examining the snake, he noticed a nearby plant that bore a striking resemblance to ginseng. Lacking red string, he decided to proceed with caution, carefully excavating the ginseng root with his machete to avoid damaging it. After shaking off the dirt, he successfully unearthed a complete root of ginseng. The ginseng, shaped like a human figure, was stout and pointed, with long, sparse hair-like roots, clearly a superior specimen of wild mountain ginseng. This treasure possesses the remarkable ability to prolong life and replenish vitality. Chen Yuan carefully tucked the wild ginseng into his bosom before removing the green snake from the wooden spear. After ensuring that the snake was lifeless, he discarded it into a snakeskin bag, for he had no desire to encounter the tale of the farmer and the snake. Upon returning to the vicinity of the cave, he found that Huzi had completed felling one tree and was now engaged with a second. Huzi, can you guess what I have acquired? He inquired. Pausing in his labor, Huzi responded with curiosity, what good fortune? Chen Yuan produced the wild ginseng from his chest and presented it to Huzi. This is indeed a remarkable find. Huzi, recognizing the ginseng but unaware of its monetary value, asked, is this expensive? Chen Yuan nodded. It can save a life, sustaining one's breath. Startled, Huzi's hands trembled, and he hastily returned the ginseng to Chen Yuan. Oh dear, brother Yuan, you take it. I fear I might damage it. With a smile, Chen Yuan secured the ginseng and approached the felled tree. Constructing a bed was a straightforward task. Together, he and Huzi processed the wood and transported it into the cave, managing to assemble the bed before noon. Though somewhat rudimentary, the double bed sufficed for their temporary respite. Afterward, they retrieved their provisions and hastily prepared a meal. As Huzi gnawed on a corn bun, he inquired, Brother Yuan, where shall we venture next? Chen Yuan contemplated that venturing into the mountains might lead to their return being delayed by nightfall, suggesting instead, let us explore the vicinity for now. I noticed some gray squirrels nearby. Their pelts could also yield profit. Huzi nodded, invigorated by the prospect of earning money, and took another hearty bite of his corn bun. The mountain environment was less accommodating than home, yet they did not seek quality. Mere sustenance sufficed. After satisfying their hunger, Chen Yuan grasped his hunting rifle, leaving the green snake within the cave to accommodate additional finds. Gray squirrels typically inhabit the trees, and capturing them would require some ingenuity. Lacking adequate tools, Chen Yuan pondered creating a slingshot but had no rubber bands, and without string, a bow and arrow were unrealistic. After some thought, he resorted to collecting numerous small stones, hoping to test his aim. These stones were plentiful. Should he not encounter gray squirrels, they would serve well against other small game. With Huzi in tow, Chen Yuan proceeded northward, arriving at the thicket where he had previously discovered the wild ginseng. To his surprise, the little creature remained perched upon a branch. Chen Yuan fished a small stone from his pocket, took aim at the gray squirrel, and cast it forth. Alas, the stone, lacking the precision of a slingshot, veered off course, missing the squirrel and sending it scurrying away. Chen Yuan sighed, lamenting, if only I had a slingshot. Even a bow would suffice. Huzi scratched his head, feeling a sense of regret as he helplessly watched his money slip away. No worries, Brother Yuan. This time, let us use stones to strike. If we hit it, it will be a testament to our prowess, and if we miss, it won't bring us shame. Chen Yuan chuckled at Huzi's playful banter, realizing for the first time how amusing Huzi could be. All right, I shall share some stones with you, if you spot it. Just take your shot. Deal. The two continued their journey, armed with the experience gained from their previous foray into the wild ginseng. Chen Yuan was particularly vigilant in areas dense with underbrush. As they walked, Huzi suddenly called out to Chen Yuan, Brother Yuan, look quickly, is that not a wild boar? Following Huzi's pointed finger, Chen Yuan indeed spotted a male wild boar. Why are there so many wild boars in these mountains this year? Could there be some larger beast in the back hills, driving them out? Chen Yuan pondered, yet did not dwell on it for long. After all, encountering such wildlife was a gift from nature. Huzi, we must be cautious of its tusks. A single shot from me may not be enough to take it down. Wait for the right moment to strike. Huzi nodded earnestly, readying himself for the task ahead. Volume 1. Chapter 45. Grateful for nature's bounty, Chen Yuan raised his hunting rifle and cautiously approached the wild boar. The beast had already sensed their presence, emitting a series of low growls from its throat. This wild boar was unlike any Chen Yuan had encountered before. It was remarkably swift and more robust, charging directly at him. In a moment of panic, Chen Yuan fired a shot, striking the boar on its ear, which proved to be of no consequence. Infuriated by the injury, the wild boar lunged at Chen Yuan with frenzied intensity. In a desperate maneuver, Chen Yuan threw himself to the ground, seeking an opportunity to counterattack. As the boar bore down on him, at a critical moment, Huzi swung his machete at the charging beast. The blade carved a long and deep gash, causing the wild boar to halt in pain. Seizing the moment, Chen Yuan raised his rifle and fired 2 more shots. One bullet struck a tree, while the other pierced the boar's throat, bringing it down. Exhausted, Chen Yuan collapsed to the ground beside the slain creature. Huzi rushed over, helping Chen Yuan to his feet. Brother Yuan, are you all right? Did you sustain any injuries? Chen Yuan gasped for breath. I'm fine. Just took a fall. It won't hinder our progress. This wild boar had proven to be more formidable than the previous bear encounter, with tough skin and formidable tusks. Fortunately, Huzi's timely intervention spared Chen Yuan from potential harm. Concerned that processing the boar near their cave would attract predators with the scent of blood, they decided to bleed the animal on the spot and cover it with snow to mask the scent. After splitting the task, they successfully transported the prepared boar meat back to the cave. As night descended, the temperature within the cave dropped, necessitating a fire. Chen Yuan gathered dry grass and branches, taking considerable time to ignite the flames. Huzi squatted by the fire, warming himself, and remarked, "This fire is just right. We can roast some of the wild boar meat." Chen Yuan nodded. "I also have some salted jerky. We can enjoy that as well." In the cold northern climate, especially on the mountain, they needed to consume more salt to elevate their body temperature and fend off the chill. Huzi sharpened some wood, skewered the meat, and placed it over the fire. Soon, the tantalizing aroma of roasting meat filled the air. Both men instinctively swallowed hard, their hunger intensifying. Chen Yuan handed the roasted skewers to Huzi. "Here you go, eat up." Their dinner consisted of roasted meat accompanied by salted jerky and sorghum liquor. After the meal, warmth enveloped their bodies. Realizing the precariousness of their situation on the mountain at night, Chen Yuan understood the fire needed vigilance. Otherwise, they might succumb to the cold without notice. "You rest first. I'll keep watch over the fire, and you can take over later in the night." Huzi agreed and quickly lay down, soon falling into a deep slumber, his snores echoing in the cave. Tomorrow, they would venture deeper into the mountains, necessitating every moment of rest. Chen Yuan sat on a wooden stump, occasionally tossing a few logs into the fire. As the night wore on, he could no longer endure the fatigue and roused Huzi. "Keep an eye on the fire. I'll catch a bit of sleep," he said, drowsily. "Rest easy, Brother Yuan. I've got it covered," Huzi reassured him. Chen Yuan responded with a vague acknowledgement before promptly succumbing to slumber. Huzi rose and ventured to the mouth of the cave, scooping up a handful of snow to invigorate himself. After an indeterminate span of time, the dawn broke outside, and the fire was nearly extinguished. Huzi stretched and turned to awaken Chen Yuan. Their breakfast consisted of pancakes brought from home, which they lightly toasted over the fire before consuming. Contemplating their expedition into the back mountains, Chen Yuan cautioned, "Huzi, wild boars have reappeared on the outskirts of the back mountains. Who knows what larger beasts might lurk deeper within? We must exercise utmost caution once we venture in." Huzi nodded solemnly at this warning. If Chen Yuan's words held truth, the dangers in the depths of the back mountains would surely surpass those in their immediate vicinity. Once they had gathered their belongings, the two set off toward the depths of the back mountains. After about an hour of walking, an unusual sound echoed from a distance, growing progressively clearer. Instantly on alert, they exchanged glances, understanding one another without words. Moments later, they beheld a tiger in pursuit of a deer, both racing towards them at a furious pace. Chen Yuan quickly pulled Huzi behind a rock, opting to observe the unfolding drama. The deer darted among the trees, the tiger hot on its heels, moving with astonishing speed. In a sudden burst of energy, the tiger leapt and pounced, bringing the deer crashing to the ground. With a swift bite, it severed the deer's neck, leaving its body limp and lifeless. Chen Yuan drew his hunting rifle and aimed at the tiger's head, firing a shot just as the tiger turned its head, causing the bullet to graze past and strike the tree trunk. At that moment, the tiger noticed Chen Yuan and Huzi, letting out a fearsome roar, seemingly intent on attacking them as well. As Chen Yuan readied his rifle for another shot, the tiger, upon seeing the firearm, retreated 2 steps before bolting away with astonishing speed, leaving them no time to react. Huzi swallowed hard, still shaken. It was the first time he had observed a Siberian tiger at such close range. Yet, he pondered, logically speaking, why hadn't the tiger lunged at them as it had with the deer? Curiosity getting the better of him, Huzi asked, "Brother Yuan, why did it run?" "It didn't come to finish us off." Chen Yuan chuckled. "What, do you wish for death?" Huzi shook his head vigorously, for he had yet to marry and had no desire to perish. Chen Yuan furrowed his brow, watching the direction in which the tiger had fled. This particular tiger must have encountered hunters with firearms before, instilling in it a fear of guns, which prompted its hasty retreat. Chen Yuan speculated that perhaps this Siberian tiger ruled over its territory, causing other wildlife to disperse for survival. Tiger let out a sound of realization, as if struck by a sudden insight. "Yuan Ge, shall we continue the pursuit?" Chen Yuan, with no hesitation, delivered a sharp retort to Tiger. "What? Just because your name includes tiger, does that mean you are mightier than the beast itself?" If that great feline were to lick you, you would surely shed a layer of skin. Given the current firepower of Chen Yuan and his companions, hunting a tiger was a fool's errand unless one stumbled upon it unexpectedly. Otherwise, pursuing it without knowledge of the terrain would merely serve to offer oneself as a meal. One could only imagine the tiger expressing gratitude, exclaiming, "Thank you for this bountiful gift from nature." Tiger, feeling somewhat awkward, scratched his head and chuckled sheepishly. "I reckon since we've already taken down a bear, a tiger shouldn't be beyond our reach." Had it not been for Chen Yuan's presence today, Tiger would have recklessly charged forward, sacrificing himself. This excursion into the mountains had yielded a commendable bounty, a wild boar, a deer, along with snakes and wild ginseng, allowing them to descend the mountain ahead of schedule. Tomorrow, we shall head to the county to sell these goods and seek out where ammunition can be procured. Chen Yuan was running low on bullets, every round counted, and next time he ventured into the county, he must look for sources of ammunition. At this time, with no restrictions on firearms, acquiring bullets was not a daunting task. Volume 1, Chapter 46, Collaboration. However, this is predicated on your having connections. Venture into the black market and perhaps fortune will favor you with a lead. Upon descending the mountain, the two directly deposited their quarry at Chen Yuan's residence. Observing the barren ground outside the cave dwelling, Chen Yuan remarked, "When spring arrives, I shall enclose a yard. Should any wild beasts descend the mountain, it might provide some protection." Tiger also concurred that indeed, Chen Yuan required a boundary wall. "Very well. When the time comes, call upon me, and I shall assist you." Chen Yuan responded with an affirming hum, adding, "Do not forget tomorrow morning." Rest assured, Brother Yuan. When Chen Yuan and his companion returned, Sun Weiwei was atop the calm, crafting a cotton quilt for Yi. She was somewhat astonished to see them back so early. "Brother Yuan, did you not say you would be away for 3 days? Was the food insufficient?" Sun Weiwei worried that her preparation had been inadequate, leading to their premature return due to hunger. Chen Yuan playfully pinched Sun Weiwei's cheek, explaining, "We managed to hunt a wild boar and encountered a tiger pursuing a deer. Successfully securing 1 deer, we had sufficient provisions to return early." With this revelation, Sun Weiwei breathed a sigh of relief. How could they possibly worry about sustenance in the mountains after such a successful hunt? It was only then that she realized the gravity of Chen Yuan's encounter with the tiger. "A tiger? Brother Yuan, you weren't injured, were you?" Upon saying this, Sun Weiwei circled around Chen Yuan, noticing a tear in the back of his clothing. Had it not been for the clumping of cotton inside, he might have sustained greater harm. "Your garment is torn. Once you remove it, I shall mend it for you. I need to deliver some items to the village committee, but I will return shortly." Earlier during their descent, Chen Yuan had casually caught a wild rabbit, intending to bring it to the village committee for care. Standing at the doorway, Chen Yuan surveyed the surroundings. "The Chen family has not troubled you these past few days, has it?" Sun Weiwei shook her head, indicating that the household had enjoyed a tranquil existence, even feeling somewhat unaccustomed to the peace. With that, Chen Yuan ventured to the village committee, carrying his snakeskin bag. Chen Jiqiang made his daily rounds at the pig pen of the village committee, and the litter of rabbits born from the wild rabbit was now quite sizable. Uncle Jiqiang fortuitously, "You are here. I have caught another live wild rabbit." Chen Jiqiang exclaimed with surprise, leaning in to inspect the contents of Chen Yuan's snakeskin bag. Inside, a light brown rabbit trembled. "Boy, what extraordinary luck you have." Chen Yuan waved his hand dismissively, clarifying, "It is not merely luck. In winter, wild rabbits have limited food sources, and when they venture out to forage, we happened upon one. Today, as they descended, they encountered the rabbit darting into its burrow, and after considerable effort, they managed to capture it." Chen Jiqiang took the new wild rabbit, lifting it by its ears for a closer examination. "Ah, it is a female rabbit. Let us place her with the male." Chen Yuan cast a glance at the group of little rabbits. "Uncle Jiqiang, let's separate these little bunnies from the mother rabbit, shall we? We should spread some more hay and occasionally feed them some corn kernels." "All right." Chen Jiqiang had recently gathered a fair amount of hay, all stored in the pig pen, shielded from the snow. After all, they were just a few rabbits. They wouldn't consume much corn. What concerned Chen Jiqiang most was when he could savor rabbit meat. How large must these rabbits grow before they can be eaten? Chen Yuan pondered, realizing that these were wild rabbits, smaller than domestic ones, and would require time to nurture. "Uncle Jiqiang, we hardly have enough meat to eat now. With so many people in our village, we certainly need to raise more. At the very least, your pig pen should be filled, right?" After a moment of reflection, Chen Jiqiang acknowledged the truth in this statement. "All right, I shall continue to strive." Engrossed in their conversation, They failed to notice Chen Jida's arrival. "What are you two discussing so intensely?" Chen Jiqiang pointed towards the pig pen and chuckled. "Oh, Erwa has caught another live wild rabbit and brought it to me." Chen Jida erupted in laughter. That little rascal is quite impressive. Last time Chen Yuan visited the state-run restaurant, he had perused their comprehensive menu, which indeed featured rabbit meat. "Uncle Jiqiang, once your rabbit population increases, I wonder if I could negotiate with the county's state-run restaurant to supply them with rabbit meat under our village's name." "Village chief, what do you think of this idea?" Chen Yuan candidly shared his plan with Chen Jida and Chen Jiqiang. He never intended to consume the rabbit meat himself. Instead, he envisioned processing it for sale to the state-run restaurant or directly supplying them, exchanging rabbit meat for money and tickets for the people of Qinjia village. Upon hearing this, Chen Jida was rendered speechless, his eyes brimming with tears. If this were to materialize, life in Qinjia village would significantly improve. However, a shadow of worry crept in. "Oh dear, do you think the city folks would even want our product?" Chen Yuan smiled reassuringly. "Of course. Just leave this matter to me." He had confidence in securing the state-run restaurant's interest in the rabbits from Qinjia village. Moreover, should worst come to worst, he could always resort to the black market for sales. Chen Yuan had his own strategy. While hunting typically required him to surrender a portion of his catch to the village, he planned to impart the techniques of rabbit rearing and meat preparation to the community. This way, his hunting spoils would remain untouched, and no one would question it. Chen Jida recognized that Chen Yuan was quite astute, thinking further ahead than the older generation. He encouraged Chen Yuan to pursue his plan without hesitation. "You little rascal, go ahead and do it. If you need anything, just let the village know. If this endeavor succeeds, you will be the pride of Qinjia village." As he spoke, Chen Jida gave a thumbs up. Chen Yuan chuckled lightly. "Village chief, I shall take my leave now." Chen Jida raised his hand and said, "Go back. I shall take a closer look at this rabbit." Sighing, Chen Yuan exited the village committee, only to encounter the two brothers, Chen Shan and Chen Hai. Not long ago, Chen Shan had narrowly escaped a leg fracture and had spent nearly a month recuperating. Even now, he walked with a noticeable limp. With a sullen expression, Chen Shan avoided making eye contact with Chen Yuan, while Chen Hai, preferring to avoid unnecessary conflict, kept to himself. Chen Yuan, disinterested in their demeanor, felt a flicker of curiosity about their purpose at the village committee. Thus, he deliberately slowed his pace, intending to eavesdrop on their conversation. As Chen Shan and Chen Hai entered the village committee, they caught sight of Chen Jida, his eyes squinting with joy as he ambled outside, hands clasped behind his back. Noticing the village chief's cheerful demeanor, Chen Hai inferred that perhaps their matter would receive a favorable response. "Village chief, we have something to discuss." The smile on Chen Jida's face vanished in an instant, akin to a swift change in a peaking opera performance, leaving Chen Hai with an unsettling feeling. Unable to pinpoint the source of his discomfort, it was well known that when the people from Chen Donggen's household sought him out, it rarely boded well. "What is it? Speak quickly." Volume 1, Chapter 47. "We also wish to hunt." Chen Hai nudged Chen Shan with his elbow, signaling him to speak. Since childhood, Chen Hai understood the importance of allowing Chen Shan to take the lead, and he refrained from speaking up. After a moment of hesitation, Chen Shan contemplated asking Chen Hai to address the village head. At that moment, Chen Jida exhibited clear signs of impatience, stating that he would leave if they had nothing to say. Chen Hai quickly obstructed Chen Jida's path, wearing a solicitous smile. "Please don't go, village head. We truly have matters to discuss with you." With that, Chen Hai turned to Chen Shan, urging him with a glance to proceed. Taking a deep breath, Chen Shan finally spoke to Chen Jida. "Village head, we also wish to venture into the mountains to hunt." Chen Jida responded with a hint of surprise, as he had anticipated a more significant issue. Chen Shan paused momentarily before continuing. "I am aware that the hunting rifle Chen Yuan possesses belongs to you. Might we borrow it?" Chen Hai chimed in cheerfully. Yes. We simply wish to borrow the rifle." Chen Jida scrutinized Chen Shan from head to toe before shaking his head. Chen Shan felt a surge of anxiety, questioning, "Why not? Why is it permissible for Chen Yuan to hunt while we cannot?" Chen Jida, unyielding, pointed at Chen Shan's legs and retorted, "Why indeed? With one of you stumbling about, and the other as frail as a chick, you expect to hunt in the mountains? It would be a stroke of luck if the prey doesn't catch you both. Then I would have to send someone to rescue you, which would only bring trouble to the village." Chen Shan was thoroughly chastised by Chen Jida's words, lowering his head and breathing heavily. Seeing that their request was futile, Chen Hai prepared to leave with Chen Shan. However, Chen Shan, stubborn as a mule, refused to budge. "I want to leave. I insist on hunting in the mountains. Chen Jida, now irate, pointed toward the sky and exclaimed, "Go ahead. If you have the courage, then do so. Do you truly believe hunting is an easy task? If a tiger or bear should cross your path, you would soil your trousers in fear. You wouldn't be able to escape, and neither would Chen Hai. You think we would go up there to rescue you? We would be going to collect your bones." Chen Hai was taken aback by Chen Jida's words, feeling his knees weaken. In his childhood, he had witnessed a tiger descend from the mountains, a sight that had haunted him with nightmares for days. All those memories flooded back. At that moment, Chen Jiqiang emerged from the pig pen, having overheard their heated exchange. "Brother, let us heed the village head's advice. Come, let us return home." Clenching his fists, Chen Shan's face was a canvas of defiance. Yet, with the village head resolutely refusing to lend him the rifle, he had no choice but to leave with Chen Hai. Upon exiting the village committee's door, they encountered Chen Yuan, who had not yet departed. "Chen Yuan, are you intentionally lingering to witness our misfortune?" A flicker of anger ignited in Chen Shan's eyes. He was already troubled and sought an outlet for his frustrations. Chen Yuan raised an eyebrow, a smile dancing in his eyes, and remarked, "Indeed, it was intentional." "So what?" Chen Shan, incensed, tightened his fist once more, contemplating whether to confront Chen Yuan with a few well-placed punches. Chen Hai tugged at Chen Shan's arm with urgency, lowering his voice. "Let it go, big brother. At present, we are no match for Chen Yuan." Chen Shan shrugged off Chen Hai's grip. His face darkened as he limped homeward. Chen Yuan clicked his tongue and turned to leave, suspecting that the two brothers were concocting some mischief against him. However, Chen Jida had spoken wisely. Hunting was not a pursuit for the faint-hearted, and missteps could indeed lead to dire consequences. Even seasoned veterans could falter, let alone a limping novice duo. Chen Yuan mused that given the temperament of the Chen brothers, it was only a matter of time before he encountered them in the mountains. As the saying goes, heed the counsel and feast well, but those from the Chen family, who disregarded advice, were destined to go hungry. Chen Yuan dismissed further thoughts and hurried home. After 2 arduous days in the mountains, his clothes were in tatters. Sun Weiwei took Chen Yuan's discarded cotton jacket to the Kong and fetched needle and thread to mend it. "Brother Yuan, when spring arrives, shall I dismantle this jacket and craft you a new one?" Chen Yuan had no objections, replying, "Sure. You'll be working hard, my dear." Sun Weiwei blushed at the compliment and quickly retorted, "Don't be silly. Yi is still here." Chen Yuan chuckled and headed to the kitchen. Meanwhile, upon returning home, Chen Shan and Chen Hai were met by Li Qinfeng, who impatiently inquired, "So, what is the verdict? Did the village chief agree?" A flicker of frustration crossed Chen Shan's eyes as he gritted his teeth. "No, that old fool is clearly biased in favor of Chen Yuan." Li Qifeng spat disdainfully on the ground. "Pa, our family is not lacking. That old man has lost his vision with age." Chen Hai stood dejectedly, pondering when he would finally marry. The more Li Qinfeng thought about it, the angrier she became. She felt this matter could not simply be dismissed. "Brother Shan, that Wu matron has finally found a match for the third. The girl is quite charming, but the bride price is $5. Li Qinfeng also deemed the $5 excessive. However, after Chen Hai was caught stealing, the families who had approached for potential brides were unwilling to marry off their daughters. Only this family, blessed with many daughters, sought to demand a high price, hoping to reserve the money for their youngest son's wedding. Among the entire Chen family, only Li Qinfeng and Chen Hai were genuinely anxious, one fearing a life of bachelorhood, and the other yearning for the carefree days of yore. Chen Shan, seething with pent-up anger, watched as Chen Hai attempted to leave. Without a word, he landed 2 punches squarely on Chen Hai's face. Stunned, Chen Hai took a moment to collect himself before exclaiming, "Ah, big brother, why did you hit me?" Chen Shan was straddling Chen Hai, seething with anger. "It's all your fault. If it weren't for the sake of marrying you off, would I have to endure this humiliation from the village chief? Why didn't you speak up to him earlier? Why did I have to be the one to say something?" Hearing the commotion, Zhang Guixiang rushed out to intervene. "Oh, please, don't fight." Li Qinfen, fearing that Chen Shan might genuinely harm Chen Hai, also stepped in to mediate. "Brother Shan, stop." The more they pleaded, the more Chen Shan felt pent-up frustration. He pushed aside Li Qinfen, delivering 2 punches to Chen Hai's abdomen. Among the 3 brothers, Chen Hai was the shortest and leanest, and in that moment, he stood no chance against Chen Shan, pleading for mercy. "Brother, I was wrong. I truly was. I'll handle such matters from now on. Please, don't hit me." After venting his anger, Chen Shan finally calmed down, allowing Li Qinfen to help Chen Hai to his feet. Get lost. I don't want to see you right now. Chen Hai, disregarding his pain, fled to his room. Darn it. Whether it's about stealing the spotlight or not, nothing seems right. Volume 1. Chapter 48. The Golden Nugget. Li Qinfeng assisted Chen Yuan in returning to their dwelling. Upon entering, she reproached him. Why did you strike Lao San? Now we must pay for his medical treatment. Chen Yuan let out a cold snort. What do you propose we do now? Li Qinfeng shared his frustration over the matter. Chen Yuan and his companions were unable to venture into the mountains for hunting, and thus would not acquire any money in the near future. Noticing Li Qinfeng's silence, Chen Shan's irritation escalated. Why must you insist on marrying him off? If our father is not concerned, why should you be? Li Qinfeng shot him a disdainful glance. What are you, a tiger? Marrying off Chen Hai means that Lao San's family will contribute labor. If he marries someone like Sun Weiwei, she could earn us work points. Chen Shan pondered her words. Indeed, Sun Weiwei was a capable worker. A man could earn 10 full work points in a day, while she could manage 8. Consuming little while being industrious. He had previously thought that Li Qinfeng would handle the household. And only when Chen Hai reached a suitable age would he urgently seek a wife for him. Upon this realization, Chen Shan relented, curiously inquiring. Is the one that Wu Pozi found capable of working? Li Qinfeng confidently patted her chest. Wu Pozi has introduced people from all over the 10-mile radius. I specifically asked her to find someone industrious. Chen Shan felt reassured. Surely, their grandmother possessed some wealth, as he had witnessed her returning with valuable items during their previous encounters with the wealthy. Li Qinfeng's eyes lit up with surprise as she exclaimed, Are you suggesting that our grandmother possesses such items? Chen Shan did not deny it, thus acknowledging her assertion. However, soon, Li Qinfeng's smile faded. Such items were highly sought after and difficult to sell, carrying risks in the black market. Her words rang true. Who would dare to brazenly sell a golden nugget? Even in the black market, it remained a hot potato. Let us devise a plan to procure 5 coins from our grandmother. Li Qinfeng deemed this approach safer, unwilling to take unnecessary risks. Yet, upon learning of the treasure within their home, her demeanor visibly strengthened. Chen Shan appeared somewhat reluctant, suggesting, why not borrow from your family? Li Qinfeng's expression shifted instantly. That is not an option. Chen Shan, upon hearing this, grew anxious. Why not? Li Qinfeng, do not forget that upon marrying into the Chen family, you are now one of us. Or do you wish to divorce? A shiver ran down Li Qinfeng's spine, and she hurriedly replied, I shall visit my family tomorrow. That evening, Chen Yuan heated a pot of water and poured it into a large wooden tub. Dear, you soak first. I will go soothe Yi to sleep. Sun Weiwei nodded shyly, softly responding with an mm. Chen Yuan recounted the tale of journey to the west to Yi, who gradually drifted off to sleep. Now the little one has her own quilt, no longer squeezed in with Chen Yuan and the others. Chen Yuan pushed Yi into the corner of the Kong. Sun Weiwei was still soaking in the bath when she saw Chen Yuan grinning widely as he approached. He swiftly undressed by the wooden tub, declaring with a mischievous smile, Wife, I'm joining you for a wash. Otherwise, I'd have to heat water. Sun Weiwei was startled but eventually agreed. Fortunately, the tub was large enough. Otherwise, the two of them wouldn't fit. As soon as Chen Yuan entered, he pulled Sun Weiwei into his embrace, gently breathing into her ear. He relished the sight of his little wife blushing. Before long, water splashed everywhere, creating ripples across the surface. In the morning, when Huzi knocked on the door, Chen Yuan experienced for the first time the desire to avoid the morning court. Reluctantly, he emerged from the warmth of the bed, hastily dressing before heading to open the door for Huzi. Keep it down. Your sister-in-law and Yi are still sleeping. Chen Yuan interrupted Huzi before he could speak. Huzi quickly lowered his voice. I searched the house and found the largest backpack. With that, he showed Chen Yuan the backpack slung across his back. Chen Yuan waved his hand dismissively. It's fine. We'll only take half of the wild boar and deer meat this time. It's winter, so the meat will keep well outside. Once the weather warms up, it won't last, and we'll have to turn it into cured meat. The two filled the backpack and set out together, with Chen Yuan not forgetting to bring along the snake. Upon arriving at the black market, Chen Yuan placed the backpack down in the same spot as before. Unlike before, however, a man had appeared beside them today. The man laid out a cloth on the ground and displayed his wares, which included eggs, snowflake cream, and 2 bags of Red Star milk powder. When Li Shanghai noticed Chen Yuan staring at his stall, he asked, What catches your eye? For anything on display or not, you can ask me, and I'll find it for you. You seem new here. Chen Yuan raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Yes, I'm new. You can really get your hands on anything? Li Shanghai patted his chest, boasting of his small reputation as a trader in the county. Just tell me what you want. Chen Yuan extended his hand. Mimicking the shape of a gun, Li Shanghai leaned in closer, lowering his voice. A gun? Chen Yuan shook his head. I want bullets. Li Shanghai found this a bit tricky, as such items were not easily acquired. I'll look into it for you, but it won't come cheap. What are you selling? Chen Yuan did not hide the truth, lifting the cloth covering the backpack. Li Shanghai immediately understood. They were hunters. The meat looks good. How do you plan to sell it? At this moment, even if Chen Yuan remained silent, he would still have to speak when customers arrived. Therefore, he chose not to conceal the information. The price for wild boar meat was 80 cents per pound, while deer meat was 60 cents per pound. Li Shanghai acknowledged with a hum, noting that these prices were comparable to those at the supply and marketing cooperative, with the significant advantage of not requiring a ticket. At this time, several individuals began to trickle into the black market. Consequently, Chen Yuan and Li Shanghai ceased their conversation. Chen Yuan's wild boar and deer meat were indeed fine products, and with the cold weather allowing for preservation, it was too long before they were nearly sold out. Similarly, the items Li Shanghai offered were scarce, and with a loyal customer base, only a single bag of milk powder remained unsold. Considering that Yi was in her growth phase and could benefit from the nutritional value of milk powder, Chen Yuan inquired, how much for this milk powder? Li Shanghai, eyeing the last bag, replied with a smile, I feel a connection with you, so I'll sell this milk powder to you at a discounted price. Chen Yuan promptly paid and tucked the milk powder into his coat. Before long, he had sold the remaining meat. In total, he had brought 80 pounds of pork and 50 pounds of deer meat, selling them for 80 yuan and some tickets. As per the usual arrangement, Chen Yuan took 80% of the money, while Tiger received 20%, and Chen Yuan decided to split the tickets evenly. Volume 1. Chapter 49. A chance rescue. Upon exiting the black market, Huzi turned to Chen Yuan and said, Brother Yuan, the last time was on that woman's account, so it doesn't count as my treat. Today, however, I shall invite you. Chen Yuan had intended to purchase a couple of dishes to take home for Sun Weiwei and Yi, and he had brought a food container along. Observing Huzi's earnest demeanor, he realized that refusing would only leave Huzi preoccupied with the matter, thus he acquiesced. Very well, next time, the invitation shall be on me. The two, in high spirits, made their way towards the Wuxiang state-run restaurant. To reach the Wuxiang state-run restaurant from the black market, they needed to traverse a narrow alley. As they approached the vicinity, they were met with a cacophony of shouts. Damn it, we've been searching for you for days. Tell us, when will you deliver the goods to our boss? A familiar voice echoed, and Li Shanghai chuckled. Goods? It quickly dawned on him whom they referred to as their boss. First, let your boss settle the previous debts. Chen Yuan recognized the voice of the individual from the black market and felt a surge of curiosity. The group of thugs, with necks craned and wooden clubs raised, jeered. Bah, what debts? I know nothing of that. All I know is that money talks. You've offended my boss, and now you must pay the price. Brothers, attack. They had anticipated Li Shanghai's presence today to conduct business, specifically to ambush him. A horde of ruffians lunged at Li Shanghai, having spent considerable time in the black market. This was, astonishingly, the first instance of an outright robbery he had encountered. Previously, negotiations had enabled both parties to reach a compromise, maintaining an uneasy peace. As he braced himself for the impending blow, Li Shanghai shut his eyes, prepared to withstand the impact. However, the anticipated pain never came. Upon opening his eyes, he was astonished to see two individuals from the black market who had been selling goods alongside him. The leader of the thugs seethed with rage, demanding to know who had so foolishly disrupted his plans. They had returned from failing to complete a task assigned by Zhang Hao and had been reprimanded harshly. Finally, they had an opportunity to take on a job, teaching a lesson to Li Shanghai from the black market. Most residents of the county were familiar with Li Shanghai, a notorious figure in the black market. After several days of pursuit, they had finally caught him off guard. Should they fail this time, how could they continue to hold their heads high on the streets? A smirk curled upon Chen Yuan's lips as he coldly remarked, You dare to confront me? The thug leader, suddenly recognizing Chen Yuan, felt a chill run down his spine. He realized with dread, Damn it. Isn't this the individual who bested us the other day? Oh, grandfather, what an honor it is to encounter you here, truly a privilege. Li Shanghai was utterly bewildered by the turn of events. Chen Yuan, with a smile, beckoned to the thug leader, and as the man approached, Chen Yuan placed a firm hand on his shoulder, squeezing tightly. The ruffian leader was instantly struck with fear, pleading for mercy. Grandfather, please spare us. Chen Yuan's voice was as cold as the frigid winds outside. Now you know fear? The ruffian leader immediately began to grovel. We were blind to your importance. Unaware that Li Shanghai is your friend. We shall leave at once. Chen Yuan, satisfied, released his grip, commanding, get lost. And if I catch wind of you troubling him again, you'll regret it. Yes, yes. The ruffian leader nodded, bowing deeply. Turning to his gang of underlings, he barked. Why are you still here? Retreat. Once the group of small-time thugs departed, Li Shanghai picked up the fallen bicycle and smiled. Thank you immensely for your help today. I am Li Shanghai, residing in Dun Village. Chen Yuan gestured towards the direction of Qinjia Village, replying, I am Chen Yuan, hailing from Qinjia Village. Li Shanghai was somewhat taken aback, not expecting Chen Yuan to be from the neighboring village. Our village is quite far from the county seat. It must be arduous for you to come into town without a bicycle every day. Chen Yuan nodded. Indeed, our two villages are rather close. Li Shanghai nodded enthusiastically, exclaiming, what a stroke of fate. You saved me today. Let me treat you to a meal. Come on, let's go. Without waiting for Chen Yuan or Hu Zi's agreement, he immediately began to lead them towards the Wuxiang state-run restaurant. Upon arriving at the restaurant, they found Zhou Lili on duty. Ever since their last conversation, where she learned that Chen Yuan was married with children, Zhou Lili had been in a state of inner turmoil. She harbored feelings for Chen Yuan but felt morally obligated not to jeopardize his family. When Zhou Lili saw Chen Yuan enter, her heart skipped a beat. A few waitstaff, gathered nearby, immediately recognized him. Hey Lily, isn't that your brother Chen? One remarked. What an opportunity. Hurry over, this table is yours. Zhou Lili hurriedly explained, don't speak nonsense. Brother Chen is already married. I only see him as my savior. The others clicked their tongues, expecting a spectacle to unfold. Zhou Lili's internal conflict deepened, though she maintained a composed exterior. Brother Chen, what would you like to eat today? Chen Yuan glanced at Li Shanghai, and Zhou Lili quickly grasped the situation, asking, what would you like to order, sir? 1 plate of braised pork, 1 plate of spicy dried tofu, and let's have one of everything from today's menu. Also, please bring extra rice and steamed buns, Li Shanghai replied. Zhou Lili smiled and took note before heading to the kitchen. During the wait for their meal, Li Shanghai could no longer contain his curiosity and asked, Chen Yuan, why were those little thugs so afraid of you? Chen Yuan shrugged nonchalantly and replied, on the day of the 2nd lunar month, I took my wife and child back to her family home. They sought trouble, and I ended up giving them a beating, which left them quite intimidated. Li Shanghai responded with an approving thumbs up to Chen Yuan. Meanwhile, Zhou Lili brought over the food she had just prepared. Brother Chen, here is your meal. As Chen Yuan contemplated the matter of rabbit farming in the village, he turned to Zhou Lili and said, Comrade Zhou, I have a question I would like to ask you. Would it be possible to have a word in private? Zhou Lili immediately felt a surge of anxiety, her heart racing as she followed Chen Yuan outside. Brother Chen, what is it you wish to discuss? Seeing that they were alone, Chen Yuan lowered his voice and inquired, does your state-run restaurant purchase rabbit meat? Zhou Lili was momentarily taken aback, but quickly realized she had lost her composure, awkwardly fiddling with the hem of her garment. Yes, we do. However, we buy very little rabbit meat, as it is not easy to sell. We only accept it at specific times. Understanding the implication, Chen Yuan deduced that rabbit meat was only served on special occasions for esteemed guests. He smiled and said, to be candid, our village is engaged in rabbit farming, and my wife's family possesses 2 traditional recipes for preparing rabbit meat. If possible, I would like to discuss with your manager the prospect of supplying our state-run restaurant on behalf of the village. Volume 1. Chapter 50. Zhang Hao's warning. Zhou Lili understood that Chen Yuan intended for her to facilitate a connection. This was not a daunting task, and she readily agreed. No problem. I'll speak with our manager later. Thank you. If it works out, I shall treat you to a meal, he replied. The two returned to the room, drawing the attention of others. Upon Chen Yuan's return to his seat, 2 dishes had already been served. Li Shanghai pointed at Hu Zi and exclaimed, Ah, you've finally returned. At this rate, Hu Zi will be famished. Hu Zi responded, Is it me again? Just as Chen Yuan stepped out, Li Shanghai began chatting with Hu Zi. Chen Yuan chuckled. That is my fault. I shall penalize myself 3 pieces of meat. His words elicited hearty laughter from the group. Even Zhou Lili, who had come to serve the dishes, couldn't suppress a chuckle. Everyone turned to her, and she feigned composure while placing the dishes down before hastily retreating. The others, undeterred, continued their jovial conversation over dinner. The more they conversed, the more they found common ground. Chen Yuan was a few months older than Li Shanghai and, along with Huzi, affectionately referred to him as Brother Yuan. Chen Yuan observed that Li Shanghai possessed a remarkable business acumen, albeit hampered by the era. Comprehensive reform and opening were still years away. Brother Yuan, I have a bicycle, which would make it convenient for me to collect goods from you. If you trust me, I can assist in selling them. I only require a modest 10% commission, Li Shanghai proposed. He perceived this as a lucrative opportunity, especially since the items Chen Yuan sold were in high demand. If someone sought wild game, he could directly hand over the order to Chen Yuan, pocketing a portion of the profit. After a moment's reflection, Chen Yuan agreed to Li Shanghai's proposition. This arrangement would save him considerable time, and with Li Shanghai's extensive connections, negotiating prices for orders would be easier. Most importantly, Chen Yuan was not solely reliant on hunting. The unpredictability of mountain resources necessitated diversifying his strategy. When he procured fresh goods, he could leverage Li Shanghai's network to sell them in the black market. Lowering his voice, he leaned closer to Li Shanghai and whispered, "There is a dilapidated temple on the road from our village to the county. We can arrange delivery there." Li Shanghai was familiar with the location, a short ride from their village. After a brief pause, Chen Yuan added, "However, our schedule for entering the mountains is inconsistent. In this era, communication is cumbersome. It is not like in later times when one could send a message anytime, anywhere." Li Shanghai acknowledged the inconvenience. "How about this? If you have goods, just let me know. Our villages are close. I can take them directly to the county. When the weather warms, pelts and such will be manageable. But the meat cannot be kept for long." Chen Yuan smiled. "I've already contemplated this. When the time comes, I will sell fresh meat if possible, and if not, I will prepare it as cured meat or jerky. However, as the weather warms, we may delve into other ventures." Upon hearing this, Li Shanghai immediately understood that Chen Yuan possessed valuable goods. He refrained from further inquiries. When opportunities for profit arise, one tends to keep them closely guarded, unwilling to reveal them to others. Both men, driven by mutual interests, found their relationship growing closer. They continued their meal when suddenly, a group of individuals burst through the restaurant's entrance. At the forefront, Zhang Hao boisterously shouted, "Where is Chen Yuan?" Chen Yuan furrowed his brow, puzzled by the identity of this individual, who seemed somewhat familiar yet not entirely recognizable. Upon hearing Zhang Hao's voice, Zhou Lili was startled and hurried out from the kitchen. "Zhang Hao, stop causing trouble." Chen Yuan suddenly recalled. He recognized Zhang Hao as the insolent youth from the mountains who had previously hired troublemakers. With a cold smile, Chen Yuan slowly rose to his feet. "What do you want?" Zhang Hao arrogantly stretched his neck and shouted, "So you're the one called Chen Yuan, huh? Who in the county doesn't know that Zhou Lili is mine? Why do you keep harassing her?" Zhou Lili gritted her teeth and shouted back at Zhang Hao. "Zhang Hao, my relationship with Brother Chen is completely innocent. Don't make baseless accusations. Besides, I never agreed to anything with you." Zhang Hao laughed mockingly, disregarding Zhou Lili entirely as he turned to berate Chen Yuan. "My people just saw you two laughing and chatting at the entrance. You expect me to believe this isn't harassment?" Chen Yuan found himself at a loss for words. If their normal conversation could be construed as harassment, would sharing a meal together mean he was behaving lewdly? Li Shanghai, somewhat bewildered, trusted Chen Yuan's character and stood up to ease the tension. "Is there a misunderstanding here? Let us sit down and discuss this calmly." Zhang Hao, with an air of arrogance, planted a foot on a chair, shaking his head as he looked at Li Shanghai, spitting in his direction. "Huh, who do you think you are, trying to stand up for Chen Yuan?" Li Shanghai, incensed, spat back without hesitation. Before Zhang Hao could continue his tirade, Chen Yuan interjected, "This man's heart is corrupt. He perceives everything through a tainted lens. I have my own family, and my discussions with Comrade Zhou are purely professional." Zhang Hao scoffed at Chen Yuan's words. "Professional? Why not speak openly about it?" No comment. Chen Yuan did not wish to escalate matters with Zhang Hao in a state-run restaurant. He understood that Zhang Hao's brazen demeanor in the county indicated he had powerful connections behind him. Meanwhile, he lacked any substantial allies. His wings were not yet fully developed. It was not the time to confront Zhang Hao head-on. As the two men faced off, Zhou Lili, tears in her eyes, implored Zhang Hao, "Why do you insist on clinging to me? I've truly had enough." Having spoken, Zhou Lili covered her face and fled the Wuxiang state-run restaurant without a backward glance. Today, when Zhang Hao sought trouble with Chen Yuan at the restaurant, it was, in truth, a confrontation aimed at her as well. If rumors began to circulate behind her back, insinuating that her conduct was questionable, how could she ever hold her head high in the state-run establishment again? Zhang Hao was just that sort of person, acting impulsively and heedlessly, never contemplating the repercussions of his actions. This was not the first time he had left her in such an embarrassing predicament. As she ran away in tears, Zhang Hao was struck by panic, uttering a hasty threat before hurriedly pursuing her. Li Shanghai, recognizing Zhang Hao, quickly grasped the reason behind his troublemaking towards Chen Yuan. He leaned closer to Chen Yuan, lowering his voice to elucidate. Zhang Hao is the local bully, leveraging his parents' positions as senior employees to indulge in a life of idleness and chaos. Chen Yuan nodded in acknowledgement, finding this revelation consistent with his earlier suspicions. With a clear conscience, he felt no fear of shadows cast upon him. I understand now. Thank you. Li Shanghai waved his hand dismissively, indicating that no thanks were necessary between friends. Despite this brief interlude, the trio's spirits remained unperturbed as they continued their meal. Volume 1, Chapter 51. The squirrel hole. As the three of them were finishing their meal, Chen Yuan rose to settle the bill and to pack some dishes for Sun Weiwei and the others to take home. Just as he inquired, the waiter informed him that someone had already taken care of their table's expenses. The gentleman had already paid and mentioned packing 2 portions for him. Do you have any containers? Chen Yuan was momentarily taken aback and handed over his food containers before returning to his seat. He was unaware of when the bill had been settled. I will give you the money and receipt for those 2 portions, he said, pulling out cash and the receipt from his pocket to hand to Li Shanghai. Li Shanghai chuckled. You paid while you were outside, and I mentioned it was on me. So there's no need for you to reimburse me. After some back and forth, with Li Shanghai genuinely refusing to accept, Chen Yuan relented. There would be ample opportunities for collaboration in the future. He could treat them then. Li Shanghai had matters to attend to in the county and did not accompany Chen Yuan and the others back. Li Qifeng, with her silver tongue, borrowed 5 yuan from her family. Upon returning to the village, she encountered Chen Yuan and Huzi, who were coming back from the county. Li Qifeng shot Chen Yuan a disdainful glance and muttered, "Puffed, it's just a couple of measly coins. What's so impressive about that? Running to the county every day. They'll squander it all before long." She believed her voice was low enough to go unnoticed, yet her words reached Chen Yuan and Huzi distinctly. As Chen Yuan passed by Li Qifeng, he intentionally raised his voice. I apologize, dear sister-in-law, but our family's fortunes are only improving. Isn't that infuriating? Li Qifeng halted, intending to engage Chen Yuan in a more serious discussion, only to find that he had not paused at all, striding forward with great determination, already a considerable distance away. Frustrated, she stamped her foot in anger. Huzi glanced back and couldn't help but chuckle. Brother Yuan, your method is quite clever. What do we call this? The caterpillar doesn't bite, but it certainly annoys. Chen Yuan shrugged innocently. I have no idea. I hardly said anything. Were it not for Huzi being part of Chen Yuan's circle, he might have felt inclined to punch Chen Yuan with that infuriating expression. Upon returning home, Chen Yuan handed the food container to Sun Weiwei and took out a bag of milk powder. This is for Yi, the Hongxing brand. It's nutritious for children. Sun Weiwei set down the food container and took the bag of milk powder. This isn't easy to prepare. I'll make a bowl for Yi tonight. Yi had been playing at the door for quite a while and was now napping on the comm. The room was warm, and her little face was flushed, resembling a small apple, inviting one to take a bite. In her drowsy state, she seemed to hear her father's voice. Squinting as she sat up and peered towards the door, Chen Yuan stepped forward and lifted Yi into his arms. The wound inflicted by Chun Guangtao had healed completely, leaving no scars. Have you woken up? Are you hungry? Daddy brought back some braised pork for Yi. Chen Yi gently patted her little belly, feeling quite hungry and yearning for some meat. Chen Yuan, enchanted by his daughter's cuteness, couldn't help but reach out and ruffle her little head. As night fell, Chen Yuan and Huzi delivered their goods to the dilapidated temple, where Li Shanghai was already waiting. In addition to the remaining meat, Chen Yuan had also brought along a wild ginseng root. How much do you think this wild ginseng should sell for? Li Shanghai weighed the ginseng in his hand, examining it under the dim light held by Chen Yuan. The wild ginseng was indeed impressive. Such a rare find ought to fetch at least 10 yuan. Chen Yuan nodded, agreeing that it aligned with his own estimation. Can you sell it? Li Shanghai half-joked. Who do you think I am? I could sell this in a heartbeat. Chen Yuan then handed the wild ginseng over to Li Shanghai, stating, 10 yuan is yours. How much you sell the rest for is up to your skill. Deal. With 80 jin of pork and 30 jin of venison, the total came to 82 yuan, from which Li Shanghai took a 10% cut. Chen Yuan intended to give Huzi a larger share of the profits, so he directly allocated 1/10 from his own portion to Li Shanghai, while Huzi continued to take a 20% cut. As for the wild ginseng, Li Shanghai promptly provided Chen Yuan with 10 yuan. After counting the money, Chen Yuan assisted Li Shanghai in loading the goods onto a bicycle before heading home with Huzi. Huzi, tomorrow we shall go cut down a couple of trees. I plan to enclose the yard, Chen Yuan said, interlacing his fingers behind his head as he gently articulated his plans. Huzi looked puzzled. Are we starting now? Didn't we say to wait until spring? Chen Yuan slowed his pace and replied, plans often change. Li Shanghai makes a valid point. When we go hunting in the heat, the meat won't keep well. We could sell only the hides, but the meat would be wasted, which would be a pity. Instead, we should make smoked meat, which can be preserved for some time. This necessitates building a wall. Otherwise, making smoked meat will be too conspicuous in a few days. Huzi suddenly understood. Realizing why Chen Yuan was so adept at making money, his foresight was remarkable. Huzi silently resolved to keep pace with Chen Yuan, knowing that as long as Chen Yuan had a piece of meat, he would not lack for soup. Even the smallest morsel Chen Yuan shared could improve his circumstances significantly. The two immediately got to work. Early the next morning, Chen Yuan borrowed an axe from the village chief. Chen Jida, recognizing Chen Yuan's serious intent, granted the request without hesitation. This time, each of them wielded an axe, significantly boosting their efficiency. Just as Chen Yuan felled a tree, he discovered a hollow in one of its branches. Huzi, come quickly and see what this is. Upon hearing Chen Yuan's call, Huzi hurried over eagerly. Ah, is that not a delightful assortment of peanuts, walnuts, and pine nuts? Chen Yuan extended his hand to plunder the treasures hidden within the tree hollow, leaving no morsel untouched. Even those that had just tumbled to the ground, all stowed away into his pockets for equitable sharing later. This was indeed a complimentary bounty of snacks. It was likely the winter provisions of a squirrel, which, after burying its food, sometimes forgets the very spots where it has hidden them. Upon hearing this, Huzi hurriedly glanced at the tree he had just felled, only to find not a single hole in sight. Truly, it seems that fate plays a significant role in such endeavors. The two had chopped down 8 trees, and after tending to the necessary preparations, they transported them in batches back to the foot of the mountain. The plot of land allocated to Chen Jida was ample, rendering 8 trees scarcely sufficient for any considerable task. After all, man is to sustenance as iron is to steel. And given that Chen Yuan and his companions engaged in laborious work, they were already ravenous by the time they finished transporting the timber. Sun Weiwei had prepared a hearty meal for lunch, the enticing aroma wafting through the air. Just as Chen Yuan and Huzi stepped inside, Chen Hai arrived. Upon catching the scent of the meat, Chen Hai could not suppress his salivation, casting a glance at Chen Yuan and his companion's table, which was laden with meat dishes. Furrowing his brow, Chen Yuan coldly inquired, "What brings you here?" Volume 1, Chapter 52. Chen Hai is to be married despite his yearning for meat. Chen Hai dared not challenge Chen Yuan. After all, Chen Yuan wielded a gun and was quite capable of ending his life with a single shot. He could only muster an awkward smile and state, "I am getting married, and my grandmother has sent me to invite you. Let's have a reunion dinner the day after tomorrow." Raising an eyebrow, Chen Yuan surveyed the surroundings with a scornful gaze, retorting, "Chen Hai, have you made a mistake? If my memory serves me right, I have severed ties with your family." Chen Hai's smile faltered, his leg hovering awkwardly in the air as he contemplated entering the house, rendering him somewhat comical. Retracting his leg, he stammered an embarrassed explanation, "Second brother, you are still my dear brother. If you don't attend my wedding, it would sadden me greatly." Chen Yuan acknowledged this with a nonchalant hum, continuing, "Indeed, it would be a source of sorrow." However, he swiftly changed his tone, grinning. "Why should that concern me?" Hearing this, Huzi burst into laughter. "Ha! Your brother's tongue is sharper than a poisoned blade, always ready to wound." Chen Hai, realizing he could not contend with Chen Yuan, turned his ire towards Huzi. Pointing an accusatory finger, he scolded, "You are merely a dog at my second brother's side. What gives you the audacity to act so arrogant?" A flicker of menace crossed Chen Yuan's eyes as he contemplated rising to physically remove the intruder. However, Huzi preempted him, standing defiantly and asserting, "You are mistaken. I am not just a dog. I am a tiger at his side." Chen Yuan sighed in exasperation, covering his face, fearful that Chen Hai's insults would only embolden Huzi further. Indeed, those who lack shame are truly invincible. He found this remark not derogatory, but rather commendatory. Huzi's spirit was decades ahead of his peers. Chen Hai, flustered and incoherent with rage, could only leave in a huff. Once he departed, Huzi curiously inquired, "Brother Yuan, considering Chen Hai's tarnished reputation, which reputable family would wish to marry off their daughter to him?" Propelled by curiosity, Chen Yuan supported his chin with one hand, tapping rhythmically on the table with the other. He too wondered, but his curiosity revolved around the source of funds within the Chen family to enable Chen Hai's marriage. After living over 20 years within the Chen household, he was well aware of their financial standing. Had he overlooked something significant? Chen Hai's visit to invite him for dinner was merely a pretext to solicit money. They believed that as the elder brother, he could not attend his younger brother's wedding empty-handed. However, the Chen family's calculations were misguided. Noticing Chen Yuan's prolonged silence, Huzi muttered to himself, "Why haven't I managed to find a wife?" To this, Chen Yuan responded, albeit somewhat painfully, "When you see a young lady, your head nearly buries itself in the ground. Which family would want to marry their daughter to you?" Huzi stood speechless, feeling as though Chen Yuan had consumed gunpowder that day. Fortunately, at that moment, Sun Weiwei brought out the final dish. "The meal is ready, let us eat." Meanwhile, Chen Hai returned home, seething with frustration. Zhang Guixiang, seated in the living room, was resting with her eyes closed but opened them upon hearing the commotion. What did that scoundrel Chen Yuan say? Chen Hai embellished the events that had transpired in the cave, recounting them with fervor. Upon hearing his tale, Zhang Guixiang slammed her hand on the table. "He truly intends to sever ties with us. He didn't even return for his own brother's wedding. Very well, let us see how long he can maintain that smile." In the following days, Chen Yuan and Huzi ascended the mountain daily to fell trees. Huzi, fortunate in his endeavors, managed to stun 2 gray squirrels with small stones and delivered them to Li Shanghai that very evening in exchange for money. The construction of Chen Yuan's courtyard was also completed. The walls stood tall and sturdy, capable of withstanding any wild beast that might charge down the mountain. On the day of Chen Hai's wedding, many villagers gathered to witness the festivities. In such difficult times, no one could afford a banquet. It was simply a matter of selecting an auspicious date for the groom to fetch the bride from her home. Sun Weiwei, listening to the jubilant sounds outside, sighed. The Chen family is truly a cauldron of chaos. She had only recently come to this realization after having lived separately with Chen Yuan. In her previous life, Chen Hai's marriage had occurred much later, and many events had shifted since Chen Yuan's separation from the family. Chen Yuan, eager to dissociate from the Chen household, had no intention of attending. He had more pressing matters to attend to. After finishing their woodcutting that day, Chen Yuan and Huzi took the opportunity to wander near the back mountain. To their surprise, they discovered a herd of wild boars had settled nearby, likely driven there by a tiger. Goodness, there are 3 large boars and 2 piglets. Huzi's eyes sparkled at the sight of the wild boars. They represented a substantial fortune. Chen Yuan stroked his chin, contemplating the challenge of capturing so many wild boars. Moreover, he wished to catch the 2 piglets to raise in the village. "Huzi, let us return tomorrow fully equipped. We must leave the piglets alive." Huzi understood Chen Yuan's intent and, with reluctance, cast lingering glances at the wild boars. Chen Yuan playfully slapped Huzi on the back, chuckling, "What? Are you reluctant? Then you can join them and sleep in the mountains tonight." Huzi quickly shook his head, not uttering a word as he followed Chen Yuan down the mountain. As dawn broke, Chen Yuan and Huzi ascended the mountain once more. Seizing the opportunity while the wild boars were still nestled in their cave, they stealthily approached. Chen Yuan raised his shotgun and fired 2 shots at the boar's head. Subsequently, Huzi rushed forward with a machete, his sole focus on the large boar. Chen Yuan sheathed his hunting rifle and armed himself with a machete, immersing himself in the fray. Just as a small piglet attempted to escape, it was too late. Chen Yuan deftly produced a length of twine, ensnared the piglet, and promptly secured it. Another piglet, trembling with fear, remained frozen in place, and Chen Yuan effortlessly bound it as well. In a mere 10 minutes, the skirmish concluded. Chen Yuan decided to dub this encounter the blitzkrieg of the pigsty. "Brother Yuan, how shall we handle these pigs? First, let us transport them back to my home. Then we shall check if Li Shanghai is present today." With that, Chen Yuan hoisted a sizable pig and began his descent down the mountainside. The 2 of them made 3 trips to successfully carry the wild boars back. Once they had piled the pigs in the courtyard, Chen Yuan took the 2 piglets to the village committee. At that moment, Chen Jicheng was feeding rabbits in the pig pen and was taken aback to see Chen Yuan enter with 2 piglets. "Is this a wild piglet? Where did you acquire these?" Chen Yuan nodded, placing the 2 piglets in the pen. "I was just gathering firewood on the mountain and stumbled upon them lost. So I brought them back." Chen Yuan spun his tail with a nonchalant demeanor, conveying it as though it were the absolute truth. Well, wait here. Such a momentous occasion demands that I fetch the village head. Volume 1, Chapter 53. A crash course in pig farming. After Chen Jiqiang finished speaking, he disregarded Chen Yuan and, leaning on his cane, made his way to the village chief's home. A little while later, Chen Jida hurried over, urgency evident in his demeanor. Where are the piglets? Let me see them at once. Chen Yuan pointed towards the pig pen, indicating the recently acquired piglets, which appeared to have been weaned. Chen Jida beamed with delight, exclaiming several enthusiastic praises. I was thinking this year we might manage to procure a couple of piglets from the commune. If we get them, we'll have 4 pigs in no time. Seeing Chen Jida's genuine joy, Chen Yuan couldn't help but smile as well. However, Chen Jiqiang appeared somewhat troubled. Village chief, I do not mean to dampen the spirits, but my mobility is quite limited. I may struggle to care for all these pigs on my own. Chen Jida glanced at Chen Jiqiang's leg, realizing he had overlooked this aspect in his excitement. Chen Yuan, perhaps you could enlist your wife to assist? Raising pigs and rabbits are quite similar after all. Chen Jida, however, was mistaken. He believed that Sun Weiwei could raise rabbits, whereas Chen Yuan had merely mentioned that she could prepare rabbit meat. Nevertheless, Chen Yuan chose not to correct him, as it was ultimately a benign misunderstanding. After all, the task at hand was undoubtedly less arduous than working in the fields, and it allowed one to earn full labor credits. Chen Yuan shook his head. Village chief, it's not that I don't appreciate your offer. My wife can certainly come by to assess the pig pen and provide some suggestions. For now, managing the piglets is manageable, but once we have 4 grown pigs, dealing with their waste and cleaning the pen is a task typically assigned to those deemed unproductive in other villages. While we understand your kind intentions to assist our family, outsiders may perceive it as my wife being punished. Upon reflection, Chen Jida realized the truth in Chen Yuan's words. Their village had not raised livestock in many years, and the penalties for unproductive labor had been merely verbal reprimands. I understand your point. If these piglets are truly raised, we will certainly find someone to manage them. You can rest assured on that front. Chen Yuan then allowed a smile to break through. Very well. However, one can never predict how things will unfold. We will all do our utmost. Agreed. Chen Jida felt an inexplicable trust in Chen Yuan, a sentiment he himself had not fully recognized. The group conversed for a while longer before Chen Yuan leisurely returned home. Huzi had gone to the neighboring village to finally Shanghai. And since he had yet to return, Chen Yuan did not rush to deal with the wild boar and instead stepped inside the house. Wife, I have something to discuss with you. Sun Weiwei was sitting on the Kong, crafting shoe soles for Chen Yuan. What is it? Chen Yuan rummaged through drawers in search of paper and a pen, only to discover that since he had not yet started school, such items were entirely absent from their home. I'll just explain verbally. Removing his shoes, Chen Yuan sat beside Sun Weiwei on the Kong. The village chief may ask you to provide guidance on how to raise the piglets and rabbits. I will teach you everything you need to know. You need not worry. Just approach it with confidence, he assured her. Sun Weiwei nodded, trusting that Chen Yuan would not lead her astray. Chen Yuan recounted the general process and knowledge to Sun Weiwei, who was astonished to discover the depth of knowledge involved in pig farming. Rest assured, Brother Yuan. I have memorized everything, she assured him confidently. With a raised eyebrow, Chen Yuan pondered her remarkable memory. Let me test you. What should be attended to in the care of sows post-delivery? Sun Weiwei responded effortlessly, exuding confidence. Seizing the moment, Chen Yuan pulled her into his embrace and planted a kiss on her lips without reservation. My wife is truly impressive. You answered perfectly. Thus concluded a swift crash course in pig farming. As for the rabbits, that responsibility would fall to Chen Jiqiang. Sun Weiwei only needed to know how to prepare rabbit meat. While the couple was still indulging in their affectionate exchange, Huzi burst into the room, panting heavily. Brother Yuan! Brother Yuan! Chen Yuan, still savoring the moment, felt a tinge of annoyance. What is it? Huzi, sensing the tension, awkwardly scratched the back of his head and quickly exclaimed. Good news. Tremendous news. Chen Yuan cast a disinterested glance at him. What is it? Did wild boar meat increase in price? Or have you stumbled upon good fortune? Huzi shook his head. It's about Shanghai. Chen Yuan's interest was piqued at the mention of gossip. I just passed by Chen's house and noticed a crowd gathered there, so I thought I would take a look. And guess what? Chen Yuan played along. What is it? Huzi burst into laughter, struggling to contain himself as he revealed. Shanghai's newlywed wife is already pregnant. A flicker of surprise crossed Chen Yuan's eyes, followed by a mocking smile. A buy one get one free deal. Shanghai is not at a loss. What a splendid turn of events. Huzi laughed so hard that tears streamed down his face. This is indeed a momentous occasion. It's all karma. I heard that the Chen family intends to call off the engagement, but the bride's family refuses to return the dowry. Chen Yuan had no intention of meddling in the affairs of the Chen family. He merely found amusement in the situation. Observing Huzi's uncontrollable laughter, he teased, "Chen Hai is about to become a father before you even marry. When will you find yourself a wife?" At the mention of that topic, Huzi fell silent, forcing a smile that was more painful than a frown. Chen Yuan recalled that in his previous life, Huzi never married and remained a bachelor. In that life, it was due to financial constraints, but this time was different. Fate was unpredictable, and Chen Yuan resolved to let things unfold naturally without interfering in Huzi's romantic endeavors. Should Huzi genuinely desire to wed, he would be ready to assist when the time came. Chen Yuan slipped on his shoes and stepped down from the bed, returning to the matter at hand. "Is Li Shanghai at home?" Huzi smacked his thigh in realization, having been so engrossed in the gossip that he forgot the important matter. "He is not home. I was just about to come and inform you. I'll make another trip tonight." Chen Yuan acknowledged with a nod. "Then let us process the wild boar meat. This time, we should also take him the spare ribs and pig trotters. We can keep the pig offal for lunch preparation later." Tiger was momentarily taken aback. Generally, no one is inclined to consume the pig's offal. Is this truly palatable? Chen Yuan chuckled softly. "Just wait and see." The two of them meticulously prepared the wild boar, and Chen Yuan carried the offal into the kitchen. The aversion to consuming pig offal stems from a lack of knowledge in its preparation, often resulting in dishes imbued with a repugnant odor that can induce nausea. However, Chen Yuan had learned the art of preparation in his previous life and adeptly cleaned the offal, blanching it with skill. He had purchased various seasonings from the supply and marketing cooperative, which were now perfectly suited for use. Following the prescribed steps, he gradually incorporated the seasonings, and soon, a delectable aroma wafted from the pot. Sun Weiwei observed intently, eager to learn how to transform the pig's offal into a delightful dish. Yet, it seemed she had missed a step, for the braised offal was already ready, and she had not yet mastered the technique. Noticing the conflicted expression on Sun Weiwei's face, Chen Yuan smiled and asked, "Would you like to learn? I can teach you next time." Sun Weiwei nodded vigorously, eager to acquire the knowledge. After simmering for another half an hour, Chen Yuan presented the braised pig's offal at the table, picking up a piece with his chopsticks and savoring it. This is the flavor. Yet, Tiger hesitated, still reluctant to take a bite. Volume 1, Chapter 54. Boredom. He had tasted this dish before and promptly vomited. Huzi hesitated to pick up his chopsticks, fearing that Chen Yuan might actually enjoy it, hence deeming it delicious. At that moment, Sun Weiwei also took a piece of pig intestine with her chopsticks, and to her surprise, it had no peculiar taste whatsoever. "Oh my, this is truly delectable." Seeing the two relish their meal, Huzi skeptically took a piece of pig intestine himself, and his eyes immediately lit up. Fragrant. So fragrant. Unable to contain himself, tears welled up in the corners of Huzi's eyes. Chen Yuan remarked, "It's not that exaggerated. If it's good, you can take some home later. And make sure to bring a bowl for Li Shanghai as well." With his mouth full, Huzi could only nod in agreement, signaling that he understood. Just as they were enjoying their meal, someone shouted from outside the courtyard, "Chen Yuan, the village chief wants you to come to the Chen household." Initially, Chen Yuan thought he had misheard, but the person called out again. Confused, he wondered why the Chen family, preoccupied with Chen Hai's matters, would have the time to ensnare him in this situation. Huzi set down his chopsticks as well, preparing to accompany Chen Yuan to uncover the truth. Chen Yuan, instinctively knowing that this would not bode well, surmised that if it were good news, the main family would have already seized it, leaving no chance for him. Upon entering the Chen household's courtyard, Zhang Guixiang stood with her hands on her hips, lambasting Chen Yuan without mercy. "You little scoundrel, shameless as ever. You can't even control your filthy desires. How dare you touch your brother's wife? When your mother gave birth to you, she should have drowned you at birth. You're a natural-born calamity. Someone must help me. I want to take him to the police station." The villagers, hearing Zhang Guixiang's tirade, believed the allegations to be true, casting disdainful glances at Chen Yuan. It was hard to reconcile the image of the usually honest Chen Yuan with such disgraceful behavior. He even dares to toy with his own brother's wife. How disgusting. I thought Chen Yuan was a decent person. What a beast. Let us take him to the police station together. Chen Jida could no longer endure the slander. He kicked the dog beside him, and it barked twice at Zhang Guixiang. "The wife of Chen Hai claims that the child in her womb is yours." As he uttered these words, Chen Jida felt a throbbing in his forehead. Chen Yuan, upon hearing this, could only laugh in anger. Yes, indeed. I, who do not even know who Chen Hai's fiancé is, have somehow managed to get his wife pregnant. How extraordinarily capable of me. Zhang Guixiang collapsed onto the ground, wailing. Did you all hear that? He has admitted it. The villagers sensed that something was amiss, but could not quite articulate what it was. Chen Yuan turned his gaze toward the woman on the ground, a flicker of malice in his eyes as he coldly inquired, Do you recognize me? The woman was none other than Chen Hai's new wife, Yang Zhaodi. She gulped nervously, realizing she did not know Chen Yuan. In the heat of the moment, she had been compelled to utter a lie. Chen Hai inquired about her paramour, but she could not divulge the truth and instead feigned ignorance, stating, I only remember someone named Yuan. Yang Zhaodi believed this would enable her to evade scrutiny, at least for the time being. However, to her dismay, Zhang Guixiang misheard and instantly erupted in fury, berating Chen Yuan from head to toe. In a fit of tears, she demanded the village chief summon Chen Yuan, leading to the current scene. Noticing Yang Zhaodi's silence, Chen Yuan pressed further. Then tell me, on which day did this occur? Yang Zhaodi hesitated and replied, about a month ago. Huzi, standing nearby, retorted angrily, That's nonsense. A month ago. My brother Yuan was with us ice fishing at the lake. Yang Zhaodi countered, How could I recall the exact day? It was simply a month ago. Chen Yuan approached Chen Jida and asked, Uncle Chen, may I inquire about her maternal family's origin? Chen Jida was aware of this, as Chen Hai had mentioned during the village committee registration that they hailed from the nearby Hongqi commune, Shuangyang village. Upon hearing this, Chen Yuan chuckled, Village chief. Let us not forget that she doesn't even know me, and the timelines do not align. It takes over 4 hours to walk from Chenjiakin to the Hongqi commune. That's over 8 hours round trip. I have a wife and children of my own. Would I willingly traverse such a distance for her? Furthermore, a month ago, I had just separated from my family and was struggling to make ends meet. Chen Yuan articulated his evidence clearly, and only then did everyone comprehend that Yang Zhaodi's maternal home was a staggering distance away. How could two such unrelated individuals possibly come together? As a new bride, Yang Zhaodi's family background was unknown to many, and they had overlooked this critical detail. They had been led astray by Chen's family. Had it not been for Chen Yuan's self-defense, they might have indeed been prodded into sending him to the police station. Zhang Guixiang. Could it be that you do not wish to acknowledge this granddaughter-in-law and are deliberately casting aspersions on Chen Yuan? This family is truly malevolent. Had Chen Yuan not uncovered this loophole, we would have all been deceived. Erwa, I apologize for my earlier misjudgment. I failed to discern the facts. I extend my apologies to you. Yes, I too apologize. Chen Yuan, however, did not take their previous remarks to heart. He recognized that this group was like a reed in the wind, swaying with the breeze and echoing the sentiments of others. Zhang Guixiang, infuriated, fainted, resulting in chaos once again. Oh dear, Chen Hai, your grandmother has fainted from anger. It was truly a spectacle today. They deserved it, after all. Who prompted this family to pressure others so harshly? Indeed, this is merely poetic justice. Chen Shan carried Zhang Guixiang inside and emerged with a stern expression, declaring to Chen Yuan, You owe me money. It's your fault that you caused my grandmother to faint. Chen Shan believed that now was the perfect time to demand compensation from Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan, with his hands raised in exasperation, questioned, Have I ever uttered a single word to her from beginning to end? If my memory serves me right, she has been berating me since the moment I stepped through the door, hasn't she? Money, money, money. Have you become so obsessed with wealth? In this moment, instead of honoring your obligations at home, are you merely waiting to burn more incense in the future? Furthermore, our relationship has been severed. I have yet to demand compensation for my emotional distress. Chen Yuan spoke rapidly, offering Chen Shan no chance to retort. His gaze then shifted to Chen Jida. Uncle Chen, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. I haven't even finished my meal. Chen Jida waved his hand, permitting Chen Yuan to leave. This matter had nothing to do with Chen Yuan in the first place. Prolonging his stay would be quite inconsiderate. Tiger spat at Chen Hai's feet, surprisingly landing his spit directly on Chen Hai's trousers. My apologies, but a good dog does not obstruct the path. You happen to be in my way, Tiger remarked before walking away, indifferent to Chen Hai's shouts behind him. At this point, Tiger had truly absorbed Chen Yuan's essence. Volume 1. Chapter 55. It seems like building a house on the way back. Huzi gazed at Chen Yuan with admiration. Brother Yuan, you were absolutely incredible just now. You single-handedly rendered them speechless. Oh my, that was thrilling. akin to watching an outdoor movie. Chen Yuan twitched his lips. Huzi's choice of words was quite peculiar. The Chen family had indeed sought trouble today, recklessly hurling all manner of accusations at him, as if they possessed no common sense. Let us go? We should hurry back for dinner. In the afternoon, Chen Yuan and Huzi ascended the mountain once more. Brother Yuan, what are you searching for everywhere? Chen Yuan wielded a wooden spear, searching diligently until he exclaimed, Aha! Here it is. Huzi followed the direction of the spear and discovered it was yellow earth. This stuff is abundant all over the mountain. Brother Yuan, why are you looking for it? We're no longer children. We can't afford to play with mud. Sometimes. Chen Yuan wished he could open Huzi's mind to see what thoughts resided within. What nonsense. Chen Yuan scooped up a piece and held it in his hand. I want to take some back to build a stove. Huzi gasped, initially thinking Chen Yuan was merely indulging his childlike spirit. He was unaware of Chen Yuan's true intentions for the stove, but he figured it must be useful, so without hesitation, he joined in the effort. The two of them made 2 trips, gathering a considerable amount of yellow earth, and then went to the reservoir to fetch water. The raw yellow clay alone was not sturdy enough, so Chen Yuan mixed in some dry straw to enhance its durability against rain. Without molds for bricks, Chen Yuan ingeniously used 2 long pieces of wood to shape the yellow clay into rectangular forms, separating them with wooden slats to create a rudimentary mold. To prevent the yellow clay bricks from distorting, he even used stones and wooden pieces to brace the 2 long wooden boards. This will do. Once these bricks are dry, we can build something substantial. Huzi was utterly taken aback. What Chen Yuan was constructing was not merely a stove, but a house. Brother Yuan, with all these bricks we've created, are you certain we aren't building a house? Chen Yuan pondered for a moment and nodded. It seemed he truly was building a house. He envisioned a smokehouse, with 2 walls of yellow clay bricks on either side, wooden poles above to hang the meat for smoking, and a fire below. Seeing Chen Yuan nod in affirmation, Huzi gasped in shock. Building a house? Just the 2 of us? Chen Yuan promptly shared his thoughts with Huzi, which eased his apprehension. Thankfully, it wasn't a house they were building, for if it were, the 2 of them would have their hands full. After a brief pause, Chen Yuan added, A house will definitely be built in the future. Once we have enough money, I aspire to construct a grand house with red bricks and tiled roofs. Huzi's mind spun in circles. He had nearly knelt before Chen Yuan, pleading for him to recruit 2 more people to assist. Brother Yuan, next time, please finish your thoughts in one go. My heart was racing just now. Chen Yuan was amused to the point of laughter. All right, enough of that. Go check if Li Shanghai has returned and deliver the meat. Also, ask him to bring back some more salt. Huzi acknowledged with an awe before taking his leave. Chen Yuan circled the courtyard a couple of times, contemplating that the area near the reservoir would be more suitable for constructing the smoking chamber. In the future, he intended to build the house in the center of the courtyard, dividing it into a front and backyard. The backyard was sheltered by the house, and he could later raise the walls for added convenience. Eventually, with some plastic sheeting, he could even create a greenhouse to enjoy fresh vegetables during winter. The thought of such a life was simply delightful. As for the Chen family, the onlookers had long since dispersed. Chen Hai was unwilling to accept the role of a father to someone else's child, yet the family had already consented. Chen Dong was indifferent to the matter, his focus solely on alcohol. Zhang Guixiang, bedridden, was also disinterested. The main house had no intention of releasing Yang Zhaodi from work. Inside the main house, Chen Hai scowled. Elder sister-in-law, I do not wish to marry her. Li Qifeng shot him a disapproving glance. Whether you wish to or not, you must marry her. There is no turning back now. It's all that Wu woman's fault for introducing such a person. I'll make her refund me the money. After a pause, Li Qifeng continued, your notorious reputation isn't in your favor. It's a miracle someone is willing to marry you. Do you intend to remain a bachelor for life? Although this child isn't yours, the wife is. The child will bear the Chen surname. So what are you afraid of? Li Qifeng, with earnest persuasion, exhausted her words. Who else could manage the responsibilities of an elder sister-in-law, as she did? Even the marriage of her brother-in-law was a concern for her. Feeling somewhat moved by her own words, Li Qifeng urged, all right, hurry back to your own room. With his head hung low, Chen Hai retreated to his quarters. Yang Zhaodi looked at Chen Hai with fear, not daring to breathe. Chen Hai felt irritated upon seeing her and turned to leave, but Yang Zhaodi suddenly blocked his path. Kneeling and clutching his leg, Chen Hai, I genuinely want to build a life with you. I did not wish for those circumstances. I was compelled. If you do not want this child, we can give him away. Yang Zhaodi, not unattractive, appeared pitiful as she wept, evoking sympathy. Chen Hai softened for a moment. helped her to her feet. Yang Zhaodi felt a surge of hope. She knew that men were often drawn to a woman's vulnerability. She thought, as long as she could secure her position within the Chen family, life would certainly be better than in her own household. Once the child was born, she would find a way to inform Wang De that the child belonged to him. Chen Hai sighed deeply. Since you have married into this family, there are some things I must tell you. You must always heed the main house's wishes. Grandmother favors the main house, as long as you do not oppose them. Life will not be too difficult. Yang Zhaodi was acutely aware of this fact. Their marriage had been orchestrated by Li Qifeng, which sufficiently attested to Li Qifeng's esteemed position within the household. Chen Hai hesitated, his words caught in a tumult of indecision, before he continued. Do not seek out Chen Yuan for trouble. He is nothing short of a madman. The mere mention of Chen Yuan's name sent a shiver down Yang Zhaodi's spine. Today, she had witnessed his temperament firsthand, and, without Chen Hai's admonition, she had no intention of provoking him. Finally, Chen Hai issued a stern warning in the past. I have turned a blind eye to your actions, but should I discover that you are unfaithful, do not expect my tolerance to endure. With that, he departed. Even though he had begrudgingly accepted Yang Zhaodi, it was a concession born of necessity. What man could endure the thought of a wife bearing another's child? Panic was evident in Yang Zhaodi's eyes. Did this mean she could not see Wang De anymore? Life seemed so unjust. Her father had sold her to the Chen family for a mere 5 yuan, effectively tearing apart a pair of lovebirds. Just as she contemplated a sorrowful outburst, she heard Li Qifeng's voice calling from outside. Yang Zhaodi, what time is it? Hurry and prepare the meal. The whole family is waiting to dine. Reluctant as she was, Yang Zhaodi dared not defy Li Qifeng. Swiftly, she wiped away her tears, donned her shoes, and descended from the bed to commence her cooking duties. Volume 1. Chapter 56. Zhou Lili arrives as dusk approached. Huzi finally returned. Yuan Ge, Li Shanghai is back. I've asked him to wait for us at the dilapidated temple. Chen Yuan packed all the prepared meat into his backpack and snakeskin bag. I reserved only 100 pounds for making smoked meat, taking the rest with me. The two were preparing to head into the dark to deliver the goods when Sun Weiwei appeared, carrying a bowl of braised pig offal. Yuan good. You forgot the braised pig offal. Chen Yuan smiled as he accepted the bowl. My wife has such a good memory. I'll reward you when I return tonight. Sun Weiwei's face flushed crimson as she mumbled softly, there are still others here. You should hurry. With a cheerful step, Chen Yuan set off with his backpack. Huzi, now immune to such banter, acted as though he neither heard nor saw anything. By the time the two transported the wild boar meat to the dilapidated temple, Li Shanghai was already idly dozing, nearly succumbing to sleep due to the cold. Upon hearing their arrival, he quickly opened his eyes and stood up, recognizing them. He smiled and said, Ah, you finally made it. Did you have a brawl to catch all this wild boar meat? Chen Yuan replied with a chuckle. Not only did we steal from the family, but we also captured their children. The three exerted considerable effort to weigh the wild boar meat. And Chen Yuan received a total of 240 yuan. Don't forget to get me more salt. Li Shanghai nodded. This is much easier to find than bullets. By the way, I have a lead on your bullets, but the price is a bit steep. 1 cent 50 per round. Chen Yuan knew that the production cost for such ammunition was around 6 to 7 cents each. All right, get me 200 rounds. Li Shanghai shot him a glance. Do you think this is as common as cabbage? It's quite good if I can get 50 or 60 rounds at once. Chen Yuan waved his hand dismissively. Adopting a wealthy demeanor, get as many as you can. Just see what you can do. In the following 2 days, Chen Yuan busied himself at home with the yellow mud bricks. Li Shanghai brought the salt, which was just enough to rub on the meat for curing. The smoked meat needed to be salted for 10 days and rinsed twice before it could be smoked. Zhou Lili arrived during the weekend break. The manager of the state-run restaurant had agreed to let Chen Yuan discuss the supply of goods from the village. She dressed beautifully and rode her bicycle to Qinjia village. As she reached the village entrance, she was stopped by none other than Li Qifeng. Oh, little sister. With that outfit, you must be from the city, right? You look truly lovely. Zhou Lili felt a bit shy from the compliment. Sister, I would like to ask you how to get to Chen Yuan's house. A flicker of surprise crossed Li Qifeng's eyes. When did Chen Yuan become so acquainted with city folks? She curiously asked, Little sister, what is your relationship with him? Zhou Lili, fearing that Li Qifeng might misunderstand, hurriedly clarified, Sister, it's not me who sought him out. It's our state-run hotel's manager who is looking for him. A sudden unease gripped Li Qifeng's heart. Could it be that Chen Yuan was to work in the city? That simply would not do. Chen Yuan was already quite arrogant in the village. What might he become in the city? With urgency, Li Qinfeng approached, seizing Zhou Lily's hand. What a coincidence. I am Chen Yuan's sister-in-law. He isn't in the village today. What does your manager want with him? I shall inform him. Zhou Lily, noticing her pristine sleeves sullied by Li Qinfeng's grimy hands, felt a twinge of distaste. Yet, as this woman was Chen's elder sister-in-law, she refrained from expressing her irritation. Controlling her discomfort, she replied, please just inform him that the manager from the state-run hotel is looking for him. The specifics are not for me to disclose. At that moment, Yang Zhaodi emerged from her home, calling out to Li Qinfeng, sister-in-law, the meal is ready. Li Qinfeng spat on the ground, her disdain evident. That little wretch, carrying another's child, can't even prepare a decent meal. Last night's dinner had been ruined with an excess of salt, wasting an otherwise good pot of grain. This little minx was undoubtedly acting out of spite. Enraged, Li Qinfeng struck Yang Zhaodi without hesitation. No one from the Chen family intervened. They all felt Yang Zhaodi deserved it. Zhou Lily discreetly stepped back, creating distance. Sister, if there's nothing more, I shall take my leave. Farewell. Li Qinfeng, smiling, saw her off while inwardly cursing, bah, what a shameless vixen, dressing so beautifully for whom. Chen Yuan noted that there was still a considerable amount of salt at home and decided to venture to the county to purchase some soybeans for making soy sauce. Although it was somewhat late to soak the beans, it could still work. Most importantly, it had been a week since he expressed his desire to collaborate with the state-run hotel, and he had yet to receive any news. He wished to inquire if it had been forgotten. With money and a ticket in hand, he first visited Huzi's house, where Huzi was busy gathering firewood in the yard. Huzi, are you heading to the county today? Huzi, thinking of buying some flour for his grandmother, nodded in agreement. Yes. Wait for me a moment, I'll go fetch the money. Moments later, Huzi hurriedly emerged. Chen Yuan chuckled softly. Today there was no rush to sell goods on the black market, so there was no need for haste. Huzi scratched his head. Accustomed to the urgency he felt whenever he went to the county, the two made their way to the county, first stopping at the black market. Really, Shanghai was absent that day. With limited supplies of soybeans at the Supply and Marketing Cooperative, Chen Yuan directly purchased 10 pounds on the black market. He also acquired additional vegetables, rice, and cooking oil for his family. Now that he had money in hand, he intended to ensure that his wife and child were well provided for. In the black market, such significant customers were a common sight, and no one batted an eye. After all, goods sold on the black market are generally exorbitant and unaffordable to those lacking funds, who resort to purchasing from state-run supply stores. When Chen Yuan bought in small quantities, he could easily exchange cash with the vendor for extra tickets. However, when his purchases increased, the vendor would refuse to sell to him. Upon exiting the black market, Chen Yuan took Huzi directly to the state-run restaurant. Huzi, elated that it was finally his turn to treat, planned to order an array of dishes, ensuring a display of grandeur akin to Li Shanghai. Brother Yuan, how about I fetch a bottle of wine from the supply store so we can enjoy a hearty meal together? Chen Yuan waved his hand dismissively, replying, let us save the drinking for home. I promised your sister-in-law I would return early today. She's making roast meat, and you should come too. Huzi lamented inwardly. Why was it so difficult to invite Chen Yuan to dine at the state-run restaurant? Then I shall go to the supply store for some wine. Tonight, we shall not return until we are thoroughly intoxicated. Chen Yuan responded perfunctorily and proceeded to the nearby Five-Spice State restaurant. He was eager to inquire about the matter at hand. As soon as he arrived at the Five-Spice State restaurant, he unexpectedly encountered Zhou Lily, who emerged with a look of surprise. Chindaji, have you come to dine? Volume 1, Chapter 57. Deliberate concealment. Zhou Lily turned slightly, intending to invite Chen Yuan inside for a conversation. However, Chen Yuan was not there for a meal, and entering would be inconvenient, so he declined. I am not here to eat. Zhou Lily responded with a light laugh. Ah, your sister-in-law must have informed you, right? Unfortunately, our manager is away for training and won't return until the day after tomorrow. Chen Yuan was taken aback, furrowing his brow as he inquired, have you been to Chenjiakan? Zhou Lily nodded, somewhat puzzled. Yes, I encountered your sister-in-law as soon as I arrived at the village entrance. She mentioned you were not at home, so I asked her to inform you that the manager was looking for you. Chen Yuan's expression darkened, and the atmosphere around him seemed to chill. I have long since severed ties with them. She likely assumed that your manager wanted me to work at the state-run restaurant. Zhou Lily's eyes widened in disbelief. Does that mean she inadvertently committed a blunder? I am truly sorry, Brother Chen. Chen Yuan waved his hand dismissively, asserting that Zhou Lily was not to blame. It was Li Qinfeng who was overly cunning. It's fine. I will come by the day after tomorrow. I will need to trouble you to clarify this with the manager. Zhou Lily, relieved that Chen Yuan was not angry, replied, no problem. She surmised that Chen Yuan's relationship with his family was strained, otherwise, he would not have separated from them. This matter is, after all, related to the village. Would you like me to accompany you back to provide testimony? Chen Yuan graciously declined her kind offer, saying, no need for trouble, I can manage this myself. Meanwhile, Huzi arrived with 2 bottles of liquor and immediately noticed Chen Yuan's dark expression. Brother Yuan, what's wrong? Chen Yuan replied coldly. I intended to collaborate on rabbit farming in the village with the state-run restaurant, but the news was deliberately intercepted by Li Qifeng. Had I not come to the county today, I would have remained oblivious. Huzi's temper flared, and he exclaimed, that wretched woman. What do they call it? The folly of women. She dares to obstruct village matters. The 2 hastened back to Chenjiakan, and upon reaching the village entrance, Chen Yuan handed his belongings to Huzi. It's inconvenient for me to go to the village chief's house. Please take these home and inform your sister-in-law as well, to spare her worry. Huzi nodded, not daring to delay, and quickly departed with the items. Chen Yuan first visited Uncle Chen Jiqiang's home. Uncle, are you at home? Uncle Jiqiang had just finished his meal and was resting on the calm. Hearing Chen Yuan's voice, he quickly dressed and came out to check. What's the matter? What? Chen Yuan recounted the situation, inciting Uncle Jiqiang's anger as he grabbed his cane, ready to confront the matter. Chen Yuan quickly intervened. Uncle, please don't rush. I have a plan. If you trust me, just follow my lead. Uncle Jiqiang was entirely at ease with Chen Yuan, replying, I will listen to you. Chen Yuan intended to first inform the village chief to obtain his consent. If he approached Li Qifeng directly, she would undoubtedly deny any involvement. He had to devise a means to compel her to admit her misdeeds willingly. Upon arriving at Chen Jida's home, there was no need for Chen Yuan to speak. Chen Jiqiang had already thoroughly lambasted Li Qifeng's entire lineage. Chen Yuan admired him. Indeed, a formidable elder commands respect. After hearing the tirade, Chen Jida felt a wave of darkness wash over him, nearly fainting. His lifelong aspiration was for the villagers to prosper, and this rare opportunity was nearly sabotaged. As the village chief, Chen Jida, with a long-term perspective, understood that confronting Li Qifeng directly would lead to her evasion. Since Chen Yuan had sought him out, he likely had a plan in mind. It was prudent to hear what he proposed. Chen Yuan, what do you suggest we do? Chen Yuan smiled and replied, Uncle, this matter can be resolved, though it may require some inconvenience on your part. Chen Jida, being of considerable age, was not overly concerned about any discomfort. Go ahead and do what you must. We shall support you. Your words are reassuring. Chen Yuan pointed toward the Chen family direction. I will confront Li Qifeng shortly to ascertain whether she obstructed this matter. Chen Jida felt a buzzing in his head. Wasn't there supposed to be a good plan? However, Chen Yuan continued, when the time comes, you and Uncle Jiqiang should arrive, claiming you have received a notification from above, stating that this incident has hindered collective progress and is of significant concern that warrants severe punishment. At that point, you should be as menacing as you can, exaggerating for effect. Suddenly, Chen Jida burst into laughter. He realized that Chen Yuan was not as reckless as he appeared. You are engaging in psychological warfare with the enemy. Chen Yuan snapped his fingers, grinning, precisely. However, if Li Qifeng confesses on the spot, we can simply impose a fine, as our pigpen is in dire need of cleaning. If she does not admit to it, you may have to endure a bit of inconvenience. Chen Yuan leaned closer to Chen Jida, outlining the remainder of the plan. Chen Jida was incensed, puffing and glaring. What kind of ridiculous ideas are you coming up with? Fine. Just make sure to explain it to me later. Chen Yuan patted his chest assuredly, of course. Following the plan, Chen Yuan departed for the Chen household. Meanwhile, Huzi sprinted to the kiln, breathless as he delivered the items. Sister-in-law, Chen Yuan is dealing with something at the village chief's. He will return later. I just wanted to let you know. Sun Weiwei, bewildered, accepted the items and nodded. Seeing Huzi's anxious demeanor, she surmised it must be serious. What is happening? Huzi, unable to clarify in just a few words, replied. Wait for Brother Yuan to return and explain, sister-in-law. I must hurry. Sun Weiwei let out a sigh, choosing not to pursue the matter further. No matter how anxious she felt, there was nothing she could do to assist. It would be unwise to trouble Chen Yuan any further. It was better to wait for his return to inquire in detail. Upon leaving the cave dwelling, Huzi made his way directly to the village chief's house to seek out Chen Yuan. Meanwhile, Chen Yuan feigned anger, and without uttering a word, he forcefully kicked open the door of the Chen family home, startling its inhabitants. Li Qifeng rushed out, pointing at Chen Yuan and scolding, "Chen Yuan, are you out of your mind?" Chen Yuan let out a cold laugh. "Indeed, I have lost my mind. You have spoiled our plans. How could I remain sane?" Li Qifeng's heart sank momentarily. Could it be that Chen Yuan had discovered her secret? No, it was also possible that that little vixen Yang Zhaodi had spilled the beans. However, she was resolute in her denial, knowing that Chen Yuan could do nothing to her. With this thought, Li Qifeng regained her confidence. "Chen Yuan, cease your baseless accusations. I have done nothing wrong." The commotion between them was quite loud, and since it was not mealtime, many villagers emerged to witness the spectacle. The early onlookers were utterly bewildered, and those who came later were equally perplexed about the unfolding situation. Volume 1, Chapter 58, Impeding the Collective. Alas, I am utterly exasperated. What on earth is the matter? Chen Yuan claims that Li Qifeng has delayed everyone's affairs, yet I cannot comprehend the situation. Ah, the village chief is here. Upon hearing this, the crowd turned to see Chen Jida and Chen Jiqiang approaching with somber expressions. Chen Jida surveyed the assembly and coldly commanded, "Silence. Erwa, do not be overly agitated. The authorities have dispatched someone to the state-run hotel to inquire about the situation. We shall know the culprit by tomorrow morning." Feigning anger, Chen Yuan exclaimed, "Chief, it must be Li Qifeng. She has consistently targeted me. I could deduce it with my heels." Clearing his throat, Chen Jida addressed the gathering with utmost seriousness. "Allow me to elucidate the matter at hand. I have just received word from above, indicating that our village's collaboration with the state-run hotel has been maliciously concealed at the village entrance, resulting in the hotel allocating its quotas to other villages. Consequently, the rabbits and piglets raised by our village can only be surrendered to the commune during the new year, and we cannot exchange them for money." Chen Jida deliberately paused, keen to observe the villagers' reactions. Initially taken aback, the villagers soon erupted in anger. Who is this person? Their heart must be as black as coal. How dare they withhold such significant news from the village chief? By heavens, who could it be? This is our village's opportunity to earn. Such a person must be expelled from Qinjiao village. If it were me, I would be too ashamed to remain here. The villagers exchanged heated remarks, their faces etched with fury, as if they would pounce upon the perpetrator and rend them to pieces. Li Qifeng, trembling in fear, could only feign composure. How infuriating! She had thought that the vixen was merely a messenger for Chen Yuan, delivering news of a job at the state-run hotel. Chen Jida intentionally lingered his gaze on Li Qifeng, causing her to retreat against the wall in terror. Observing her reaction, Chen Jida smirked inwardly, eager to witness how long she could maintain her facade. This matter has severely hindered the progress of Qinjiao village. The situation is dire. As the saying goes, the bird that sticks its head out gets shot. Once we identify the culprit, they must face severe consequences. Li Qifeng swallowed hard, paralyzed by fear, scarcely daring to breathe. Chen Yuan cast a cold glare in her direction, surprised by her apparent fortitude. However, upon reflection, he concluded that her resilience was merely a testament to her thick skin. Clutching his chest in a feigned expression of sorrow, Chen Jida added, "Yet, we are all residents of Qinjiao village, and I wish not to create undue embarrassment. Should anyone come forward to admit their wrongdoing before tonight, I will assure the authorities that this is merely a misunderstanding and advocate for leniency in their punishment." Upon Chen Jida's utterance, Chen Yuan was the first to respond, exclaiming, "A paper cannot contain fire. Should this matter lead to a conviction, one might find themselves imprisoned for several years." However, he urged everyone to remain calm, for the village chief had proclaimed that those dispatched to investigate at the state-run restaurant would return tomorrow morning to reveal the truth of the matter. With each word Chen Yuan spoke, Li Qifeng felt her legs weaken. Had it not been for Chen Shan's swift intervention to support her, she would have surely collapsed to the ground. Chen Yuan let out a cold laugh, remarking, "Sister-in-law, your reaction seems rather peculiar. Could it be that you are indeed involved?" Li Qifeng, flustered, placed her hands on her hips and retorted, "Chen Yuan, do not cast aspersions upon me. The investigation results have yet to be disclosed." Chen Yuan shot her a glare, choosing not to pursue the matter further. Yang Zhaodi had been eavesdropping from within the house for quite some time, and she yearned to burst forth and proclaim that it was indeed Li Qifeng who was culpable. Yet, fear of retribution held her back. Chen Yuan believed in maintaining the facade until the end. Thus he addressed Chen Jida, saying, "Village chief, I propose we station someone at the village entrance. If anyone attempts to flee, it is a sure sign of guilt. Chen Jiqiang stepped forward, declaring, I reside at the village entrance. I shall keep watch today. Li Qingfeng's initial plan to retreat to her parental home for a couple of days was now rendered futile, as the only route back lay at the village entrance. Chen Jito waved his hand, signaling for everyone to disperse. The villagers left Chen's house, grumbling and speculating about the identity of the culprit. Throughout the day, Li Qingfeng was restless, torn between confessing to the village chief or remaining silent. If she chose not to go, the prospect of being captured and imprisoned loomed ominously over her future. Yet, if she did confess, the nature of her punishment remained uncertain. Nonetheless, given the possibility of leniency, it seemed preferable to incarceration. Chen Shan, observing Li Qingfeng's disquiet, deduced that today's events were undeniably linked to her. He feared that her transgressions might ensnare the entire Chen family, particularly himself. You must go and confess to the village chief at once. Otherwise, the entire Chen family may face ruin. Li Qingfeng wiped away her tears and made her way to the village chief's residence, only to be informed that he was at the village committee. At the village committee, Chen Jito was laboring under the dim glow of a kerosene lamp. Although it seemed he was alone, many figures lurked in the shadows. Chen Yuan had summoned all of the village's notable uncles, aunts, and elders. Erwa, do you truly believe someone will come? I am eager to see who possesses such audacity. When they arrive, I shall confront them and tear their lies apart. Chen Yuan lowered his voice, stating, I have brought everyone here as witnesses. It is imperative that you all remember what you see and hear. Chen Yuan felt reassured by this group, confident that they would speak the truth without a hint of deceit. His intention was merely to stir their emotions, thereby instilling belief in the other villagers. Before long, a furtive figure, sneaking about like a dog on the hunt, approached. The crowd held their breath, their hearts racing, fixated on the entrance. It was then that Li Qingfeng, wiping her tears, stepped inside. A wave of disdain washed over the onlookers. How could it be Li Qingfeng? Her selfishness and shamelessness were truly a misfortune for Chen family village. In days gone by, such behavior would have warranted severe punishment. Chen Jita feigned ignorance about Li Qingfeng's intentions and inquired, What brings you here? With tears streaming down her face, Li Qingfeng confessed her wrongdoings in painstaking detail. Chen Jita rose to his feet, and despite knowing the truth, hearing it from her lips ignited his anger. Li Qingfeng, you are nothing but a parasite within our community. Chen Yuan let out a light chuckle and called out, Come forth. Did everyone hear that? Soon, I want each of you to share what you've heard. Li Qingfeng stood there, utterly dumbfounded. How could there be so many people at the village committee meeting? Volume 1, Chapter 59. A collective reckoning with Li Qingfeng suddenly. A cacophony of knocks echoed from outside. Huzi, wielding a metal basin and spoon, dashed through the village, calling out, Everyone, come quickly. Something has happened at the village committee. The mere thought of the impending events made Huzi suppress a laugh. This was all Li Qingfeng's doing. She had no one but herself to blame. In the afternoon, Chen Yuan had assigned him a task. As soon as Li Qingfeng entered the village committee, Huzi swiftly scaled the back wall and stealthily positioned himself at the entrance. Once Chen Yuan summoned the villagers hidden within the committee, Huzi would begin to beat the drum and announce the news to the entire village. With the clanging of the spoon against the basin and Huzi's shouts resonating, the villagers emerged, drawn by the commotion. Did you hear? There's trouble at the village committee. Oh no, it can't be a matter of life and death, can it? Let us hurry and see. It's not a life or death situation. Don't you recall the village head mentioning today that those who voluntarily confess would receive leniency? Someone must have come forward. Well, I'm curious to see who the shameless one is. As the electricity had not yet been restored, everyone carried torches as they stepped outside. The village committee was suddenly illuminated, revealing Li Qingfeng slumped on the ground, her face etched with despair. Chen Yuan had circled around, intending for Li Qingfeng to confess in her own words. He observed her with a cold gaze. Li Qingfeng felt the weight of his stare, her scalp prickling as she raised her reddened eyes to glare at Chen Yuan, wishing to pounce upon him in rage. Chen Yuan, what is the meaning of this? Chen Yuan remained silent, waiting for Huzi to gather the crowd. Realizing Chen Yuan's silence was a calculated move, Li Qingfeng understood she had fallen into a trap. Chen Yuan had staged a performance at her home merely to elicit her confession. That scoundrel, he was utterly insidious. Li Qingfeng seethed with impotent fury, her glare fixed on Chen Yuan. Before long, the villagers arrived in throngs. Upon seeing Li Qingfeng collapsed on the ground, they appeared bewildered. Chen Yuan spoke, esteemed villagers. I ask for your permission to disclose the truths we have just witnessed." With that, he gestured to the crowd behind him. The village's respected elders, summoned by Chen Yuan, recounted the events in meticulous detail. The atmosphere grew charged as they directed their ire toward Li Qinfeng. "Li Qinfeng, you are nothing but a rat dropping, spoiling the entire pot of soup. Li Qinfeng, if you wish to wallow in misery, must you drag us down with you? Individuals like you are nothing but a hindrance to the community. To put it bluntly, you have been no better than a traitorous lackey. Village head, she must be severely punished. She must be paraded through the streets. In my opinion, just send her to the police station. A bullet would suffice." Upon hearing the calls for harsh punishment, Li Qinfeng panicked, crying out, "Village head, you cannot go back on your word. Please don't send me to the police station." "No, please." Chen Yuan let out a light chuckle. "Li Qinfeng, are you finally feeling fear now? What were you thinking when you obstructed the news?" Li Qinfeng roared in anger, springing up from the ground and lunging towards Chen Yuan. "You wretched dog, I will end your life. It is all your fault." Chen Yuan delivered a swift kick, sending Li Qinfeng flying a considerable distance. "Li Qinfeng, if you weren't intent on harming others, would you have met such a fate?" Clutching her abdomen, Li Qinfeng sobbed uncontrollably, tears and mucus streaming down her face. "If it weren't for you seducing that vixen from the city, would I have misunderstood? By heaven's conscience, I never intended to hold back the collective. I simply cannot stand Chen Yuan. I didn't want him to work in the county. Damn that vixen. It's all her fault." Before Li Qinfeng could finish her tirade, a bucket of foul water was splashed directly onto her face. This was the fresh dung collected by Chun Jiqiang from the piglets, still steaming. Li Qinfeng was so disgusted that she began to retch. Ugh, who threw this on me? Ugh." The onlookers stepped back, pinching their noses in disdain. Chun Jiqiang, suppressing laughter, said, "Apologies. My age makes my feet clumsy and my hands unsteady. I just couldn't hold on." His claim of guarding the village entrance was merely a facade. He had been waiting with Chen Yuan and the others at the village committee all along. Chen Yuan silently commended Chen Jiqiang. Chen Jida's move was a bombshell. With a calm gaze, Chen Yuan looked at the disheveled Li Qinfeng. "Li Qinfeng, those who scheme against others ultimately harm themselves. You spew filth. And even the staff of the state-run hotel would call you a vixen? Is it not jealousy of their superiority that fuels your malice? You've lifted a stone only to crush your own foot." Pointing sternly at Li Qinfeng, Chen Jida declared, "Since you enjoy spewing filth, you shall be punished to dwell in the pigpen and sweep it every day. Now, clean up this mess. If you fail to do so, you shall not sleep." Li Qinfeng attempted to fight back, but upon seeing Chen Yuan's icy gaze, she resolutely surrendered. The outcome was met with cheers from the villagers. It was only fitting for her to clean the pigpen. May this stench never cling to me. Our collaboration with the state-run hotel is now at stake. Such a person is not worth lamenting. Though Li Qinfeng was punished, there was still a sense of regret among the crowd. Such a promising opportunity had slipped through their fingers. Seeing the moment ripe, Chen Yuan addressed the crowd. "Fear not regarding our collaboration with the state-run hotel. It has not been cancelled. We merely intended to flush out those behind the sabotage. The manager of the hotel is on a business trip and will return the day after tomorrow. I shall seek him out then." Upon hearing Chen Yuan's explanation, the villagers realized that he and the village chief had orchestrated a performance to draw out the culprit. Thankfully, the collaboration had not been cancelled. No one blamed Chen Yuan for keeping everyone in the dark. The ire was consistently directed towards Li Qinfeng. From beginning to end, the Chen family had remained absent. And upon hearing the verdict regarding Li Qinfeng's punishment, Chen Hai immediately rushed home. With the matter resolved, Chen Jida dismissed the gathering. The once bustling village committee was now deserted, leaving Li Qinfeng all alone. Gritting her teeth, she rose to her feet, enveloped by a foul stench. The village committee contained a well, and Li Qinfeng drew water, tirelessly scrubbing the ground, unaware of how many times she repeated the task before it was finally clean. The village was eerily quiet. Everyone had fallen asleep. When Li Qinfeng returned home, the courtyard gate was locked. Chen Shan, open the door. After much knocking, Chen Shan finally emerged from within, clearly irritated. From a distance, he caught a whiff of the odor clinging to Li Qinfeng, and his face twisted in distaste. "Stop knocking. Grandma said that since you have made a mistake, you should not return to the Chen household." With that, Chen Shan tossed out Li Qinfeng's belongings and turned away. Retreating into the house, Li Qinfeng was utterly stunned. Was Chen Shan truly abandoning her? "Chen Shan, you have no heart. I bore you a son. Is this how you treat me?" Volume 1, Chapter 60. A clash of rivals. Despite Li Qinfeng's desperate cries at the door, no one emerged to grant her entry. With no other recourse, she was compelled to return to the village committee. However, aside from the pig pen, every entrance was locked, barring the entry of any idle passers-by. In the frigid northern climate, spending a night outdoors could render one numb, and at least the hay storage in the pig pen provided some shelter from the biting cold. Wiping her tears, Li Qinfeng cleared a small patch of ground, which might soon serve as her home. When Chen Yuan arrived home, Sun Weiwei had been waiting at the entrance for quite some time. Given the day's tumultuous events, everyone had lost their appetite for drinking, opting to postpone festivities until the morrow. "Why aren't you coming inside? It's freezing out here," Chen Yuan exclaimed, taking her icy hand and placing it in his pocket. Sun Weiwei, blushing, smiled shyly. "I was worried that Li Qinfeng might do something reckless, so I stayed here for news." Chen Yuan sensed that she had been outside for far too long and, feeling a pang of concern, embraced her warmly. "Your man is formidable. She couldn't even touch a hair on my head." The two shared laughter as they entered the warmth of the house. After a long day of toil, Chen Yuan had not eaten properly, and now that he finally had a moment to relax, his stomach growled in protest. He casually grabbed a steamed bun and began to nibble. "Wait a moment, for brother. Let me prepare some gnocchi soup for you. This bun has gone cold," Sun Weiwei suggested. Chen Yuan considered that making the soup wouldn't require much effort and agreed. "By the way, my dear, while we still have time, let us prepare the soybean blocks for the miso paste." Sun Weiwei had noticed earlier that Chen Yuan had purchased 10 pounds of yellow soybeans, but not knowing their purpose, she had refrained from touching them. All right. Before long, a steaming bowl of gnocchi soup was ready. While Chen Yuan enjoyed his meal, Sun Weiwei took the opportunity to soak the soybeans, preparing them for tomorrow's cooking. "Far brother, we need a jar for the miso paste." "But we don't have one at home." Chen Yuan waved his hand dismissively. "That's a trivial matter. Huzi's family used to brew wine and has several jars. I'll ask him later." Sun Weiwei nodded, relieved that the issue of the miso jar would soon be resolved. Back in her family home, she had always been the one to prepare the miso, and after marrying Chen Yuan, she continued to do so. The following morning, Chen Yuan's first task was to check on his yellow mud bricks outside. They were nearly dry and ready for constructing the smokehouse. After breakfast, he ventured out to seek Huzi's help. On his way to Huzi's house, he passed by the village committee and fortuitously encountered Li Qinfeng, who was carrying a bucket of pig manure. In a moment of intense rivalry, she intended to dump the contents of the bucket onto Chen Yuan. However, he did not flinch. Instead, he chuckled. "Sister-in-law, if you find our village's pig manure insufficient for your needs, I can request the village chief to allow you to clean the pig pens at the farm." This morning, after cleaning the village committee's floor with water, the ground froze, and she faced reprimand. If further trouble ensued, Chinjita might indeed send her to the farm. Li Qinfeng's hand lingered in the air, and the accidentally spilled manure splattered all over her trousers. Angered, she hastily carried the manure bucket away. Chen Yuan wasted no time and proceeded to Huzi's home. "Huzi, what are you busy with?" Chen Yuan inquired, observing Huzi running wildly in the yard, somewhat astonished. Huzi paused, panting heavily, and replied, "Yuan, good. I'm exercising, so I want to hold you back when we go up the mountain later." Chen Yuan chuckled and patted Huzi on the shoulder. "I have an even better way to build your strength. Would you like to try?" Huzi's eyes brightened, and he eagerly nodded. "Absolutely. I'm in." Upon returning home, Huzi finally grasped what Chen Yuan meant by a method of physical training. With his hands covered in yellow clay, he despondently pressed it into the crevices of the yellow mud bricks. Although feeling deceived, he did not slacken his work. Noticing this, Chen Yuan laughed. "Are you up for some barbecue later?" Huzi's eyes sparkled, and he nodded vigorously. "Yes, yes, yes. Oh, Yuan Gu, just say the word. I could finish this all by myself. As the saying goes, to make a horse run, one must feed it grass." Chen Yuan burst into hearty laughter. "All right. Plenty for you." As they chatted, they finished a wall in no time. Just as they planned to take a break, Chinjita arrived. "Erwa, are you building a house?" Chinjita asked, eyeing the yellow mud wall with curiosity. Chen Yuan shook his head. "Not a house, just a storage room for some items." He then added with a smile, "If it were a house, we'd have to wait until spring." Chinjita didn't dwell on it. He had come to discuss something important with Chen Yuan. "The commune has agreed to allocate 2 piglets to our village, but we need to send someone to fetch them." Since Huzi was there, he suggested, "You two can go together. Otherwise, Chen Yuan, you wouldn't manage it alone. I'll calculate your labor points." Chen Yuan pointed to the half-finished wall, somewhat helplessly saying, "Village chief, I can't just leave this wall half done." Chinjita chuckled. "I just came to inform you. The piglets wanted to be weaned for another 2 days. Chen Yuan understood that Chen Jita was simply excited to share the good news. All right. Chen Yuan thought about discussing cooperation in the county tomorrow and added, I'll be going to the county tomorrow. You should come along. He then mentioned, after I finish here, I'll head to the pig pen to choose 2 rabbits. We'll take them with us tomorrow. Freshly slaughtered rabbits are best. Their village lacked ox carts and donkey carts, so they could only rely on walking to reach the county. Chen Jita, contemplating his advancing age, was reluctant to travel to the county. Just as he was about to decline, he heard Chen Yuan remark, this is, after all, on behalf of the village. If we lack even a village official, people might think we do not take this matter seriously. Chen Yuan's words resonated with reason, leaving Chen Jita with little choice but to acquiesce. He furrowed his brow in deep thought for a considerable time before finally agreeing. Then I shall accompany you. And let us also summon old Su. Chen Yuan acknowledged this and resumed his work with Huzi on the wall. Chen Jita turned and departed for Accountant Su's home. The anticipation and anxiety regarding their collaboration the following day weighed heavily upon them. Chen Yuan and Huzi toiled diligently until the afternoon to finish the wall. After a brief hand-washing, Chen Yuan, accompanied by Sun Weiwei, headed to the village committee. It was imperative to prepare adequately for the discussion with the county, and this presented a perfect opportunity for Sun Weiwei to showcase her talents. Meanwhile, Chen Jiqiang was feeding the rabbits. Since learning of the potential collaboration with the state-run restaurant, he cherished this group of rabbits as if they were his own children. Ever since Chen Yuan had secured this opportunity for him, his life had become significantly more joyful, to the extent that he no longer dwelled on his son who had gone to serve in the military. Each day, he pondered how to ensure the rabbits consumed more and gained weight. Ah, Erwa has arrived. The village head greeted him. Take whatever you need directly. Volume 1. Chapter 61. The death of the rabbit. Chen Yuan observed the wild hare, which had been well raised in separation. Uncle, I would like to pair the wild hare I recently acquired with the original male, he suggested. Chen Jiqiang sighed, realizing that in his daily endeavors to fatten the rabbits, he had neglected to consider their reproduction. The 2 wild hares were placed in a pig pen, cautiously surveying their surroundings. Chen Jiqiang praised Chen Yuan. I must say, you young folks possess such nimble minds. Chen Yuan tugged at Sun Weiwei's arm, and she instantly understood. Uncle, the pig manure in that pen must be cleaned thoroughly. Poor hygiene will adversely affect the pig's growth. However, it will require some effort from my sister-in-law, she stated with an air of nonchalance that concealed any hint of concern. Chen Jiqiang nodded and called for Li Qinfeng from the feed shed. Exhausted from a morning's work, Li Qinfeng was about to enjoy a moment of respite when she was summoned. Chen Jita chuckled and told Sun Weiwei, daughter-in-law of Erwa, you instruct her on what needs to be done, and I will oversee her work. Sun Weiwei was momentarily taken aback, but then an inexplicable sense of satisfaction washed over her. She suddenly grasped Chen Yuan's thoughtful intentions. In the past, she had managed all the household chores alone, while Li Qinfeng merely observed. Times had changed, and now it was time for a shift in responsibility. Following Chen Yuan's guidance, Sun Weiwei directed Li Qinfeng in a flurry of activity, transforming the pig pen into a much improved state. Chen Jiqiang nodded in approval, exclaiming, ah, this daughter-in-law of Erwa truly possesses remarkable skills. In a couple of days, we will also receive 2 piglets, and we must maintain this standard. Li Qinfeng, now disheveled from her labor, found herself burdened with arduous tasks, receiving meals that were even less substantial than those previously enjoyed by Sun Weiwei and the others. When would this relentless cycle come to an end? Chen Yuan could discern that his sister-in-law was not faring well, but who could be blamed? One invites misfortune through their own actions. Pushing open the pigpen door, Chen Yuan grasped a hare in each hand, lifting them by their ears for inspection. Uncle, these 2 will do. They are both males. We shall keep them fresh and not slaughter them just yet, but rather set them apart in another enclosure. I will return for them tomorrow morning. Li Qinfeng's eyes glinted with a spark as she glanced at the 2 hares. Freshly slaughtered, she thought. And perhaps she could discreetly procure some that were not so fresh. Having selected the rabbits, Chen Yuan took Sun Weiwei back home. That evening, using yellow clay bricks, he constructed a makeshift barbecue grill in the meat curing room. Sun Weiwei threaded the prepared meat onto willow branches. Huji came bounding in with a bowl of soy sauce, exclaiming, Brother Yuan, I have brought the soy sauce you requested. My grandmother hasn't made any in the past 2 years, so I obtained this from Aunt Chunhua. Chen Yuan smiled and replied, once the meat is grilled, you will need to make another trip to deliver 2 skewers to Aunt Chunhua. Huzi nodded, casually moving a wooden stool to sit beside Chen Yuan. gazing eagerly at the skewers being grilled. "Brother Yuan, what is your secret recipe? It smells absolutely divine." Even before tasting, Huzi was already salivating. "Look at you, so pathetic." Chen Yuan pointed to the bowl of sauce Huzi brought over and chuckled. "It's a farmhouse sauce paired with my soul-infused marinade." After a brief pause, Chen Yuan, with an air of mystery, added, "The key is, to enjoy my skewers, you must chant a spell." Huzi was taken aback. "What spell? Is eating skewers really that mysterious now?" "Brother Yuan, we don't really do that anymore, right?" "What's that term?" "It's meant to remind you to be cautious." Chen Yuan laughed. "Prudence in words and actions. I must say, Huzi, you're quite cultured. You know that term." Huzi scratched his head and chuckled sheepishly. "My grandmother taught me. Our family used to make a decent living from brewing wine. My grandmother attended a private school and is quite educated. However, our fortunes declined sharply afterward. Thankfully, our fall from grace marked us as poor farmers. Otherwise, we would have ended up like those white landlords, long since overthrown." By this time, Chen Yuan had finished grilling a batch of skewers, and Huzi took 2 skewers to deliver to Chen Jiqiang's family. As he passed the village committee, Huzi, illuminated by the moonlight, noticed Li Qinfeng washing something by the well. Eager to deliver his items, he brushed it off. The grill was long, with charcoal prepared earlier, and the rows of skewers made from willow branches looked quite impressive. Chen Yuan invited Sun Weiwei to sit by the grill, teaching her how to cook. "If our collaboration goes well tomorrow, you can just teach them how to make spicy rabbit cubes. I plan to sell the marinade for the grilled rabbit." Sun Weiwei's spicy rabbit cubes were already perfected, so there was no worry about them failing. After Huzi returned from his delivery, the skewers were done cooking. Once Weiwei and Yi finished their meal, she carried Yi back inside, lulling her to sleep. In the living room, only Chen Yuan and Huzi remained, still sipping on their drinks. Huzi's family had a legacy in winemaking, yet Huzi himself had only a modest tolerance for alcohol. After just 2 cups, he began to sway slightly, prompting Chen Yuan to assist him home. As dawn broke, Chenjida knocked frantically on Chen Yuan's courtyard door. "Chen Yuan, there's a grave matter." Hearing the commotion, Chen Yuan hurried outside to investigate. "What happened, Uncle Chen?" Chenjida was nearly breathless with urgency, and it took Chen Yuan some time to calm him down. "The rabbits, the 2 you selected yesterday, have died." Chen Jiqiang discovered them frozen stiff when he went to feed the livestock that morning. They didn't seem to have died from illness, otherwise the other rabbits would not be so lively. Chen Yuan furrowed his brow, suspecting foul play. In the pigsty, only Li Qinfeng resided, while the other rabbits thrived in their enclosure. How could it be that these 2 had perished? Could it be that Li Qinfeng was truly so foolish? Was there a sinister plot to slaughter the rabbits? With no leads available, Chen Yuan could only offer solace to Chenjida. "Do not fret, Uncle Chen. While the flavor of fresh rabbits is indeed exquisite, there is no rush. We can simply capture a couple more for them to observe." He added, "Let us not allow the perpetrator to evade capture while you become overwhelmed with anger." Chenjida sighed, pondering the absurdity of the situation. The 2 hastily made their way to the village committee. Chen Jiqiang sat on the steps of the committee, puffing on his dry tobacco. It was baffling how perfectly healthy rabbits could succumb overnight. Accountant Su, who was also awaiting the journey to the county with Chen Yuan and the others, had arrived early, sighing heavily in the committee's office. At that moment, Huzi had sobered up and was heading to Chen Yuan's home, only to find Chen Yuan already at the village committee. Chen Yuan first examined the rabbits. They bore no injuries, and the others were alive and well, indicating foul play. Notably, the rabbits' ears were particularly fragile. When he had handled them the previous day, he had grasped their ears while supporting their hind legs, and any misstep could have proven fatal. Volume 1. Chapter 62. Discussing cooperation. Chen Yuan was lost in thought when suddenly Huzi said to him, "Brother Yuan, last night, while delivering goods to Aunt Chunhua, I spotted Li Qinfen lurking by the well." Chen Yuan directed his gaze towards Li Qinfen, who wore a smug expression as she observed the crowd. The previous night, she had brazenly dispatched 2 rabbits, and despite Chen Yuan's considerable skills, he could find no evidence against her. Time was of the essence, as they needed to travel to the county to discuss cooperation. Thus, Chen Yuan had no choice but to select 2 new rabbits. Fortunately, Chen Jiqiang had taken excellent care of the rabbits, ensuring they were quite plump. Accountant Su felt that given the gravity of the situation, he should remain behind with Chen Jiqiang to investigate the matter further. Consequently, only Huzi and Chenjida accompanied Chen Yuan's family to the county. Yi obediently held Sun Weiwei's hand as they walked, only requesting to be carried by Chen Yuan when fatigue set in. Upon arriving in the county, The group headed directly to the Wuxiang state-run restaurant. The establishment was devoid of customers, with Zhou Lili engaged in conversation with other waitstaff. Chen Yuan pushed the door open and entered with his companions. It was Sun Weiwei's first visit to a state-run restaurant, and despite her nervousness, she was determined not to embarrass Chen Yuan and maintained a facade of composure. This was Zhou Lili's first encounter with Chen Yuan's family. Although Sun Weiwei was dressed in typical rural attire, she radiated an undeniable charm, akin to a performer from an artistic troupe. He, dressed like a little doll, was equally endearing. Zhou Lili felt a pang of jealousy. No wonder Chen Yuan had scarcely glanced at her. He had such a beautiful wife and an adorable daughter at home. "Brother Chen, you are here to see the manager, aren't you?" "Allow me to inform him," she said. Chen Yuan nodded appreciatively. "Thank you." Throughout the proceedings, Chen Jida remained silent, puzzled over how Chen Yuan had become so familiar with the restaurant staff. He felt it his duty to keep a watchful eye on Chen Yuan, ensuring he did not engage in any indiscretions, for such matters were far from trivial. Fortunately, it appeared that Chen Yuan was quite discerning. Before long, Zhou Lili emerged from the manager's office. "You may proceed now," she announced. The manager's office was adjacent to the kitchen, with a rest area and changing room for staff. At the far end lay the manager's office. "Manager Ji, this is Chen Yuan from Chenjiakan," Zhou Lili introduced him. Chen Yuan glanced at Manager Ji, noticing his rotund figure and how his shirt strained against his belly. However, he reminded himself that one should not judge by appearances. He extended his hand with a smile. "Hello, I am Chen Yuan." Ji Fuqin glanced at Chen Yuan's hand, hesitated momentarily, then offered a brief, half-hearted handshake. "Ji Fuqin," he replied. Chen Yuan then took from Huzi the woven cage containing the 2 live rabbits. "These are rabbits raised in our village. I brought them here today for you to see." Ji Fuqin had little interest in the rabbit in Chen Yuan's hands. His curiosity lay instead in the ancestral secret recipe previously mentioned by Zhou Lili. If the rabbit meat were to be delicious, obtaining a rabbit would merely be a trivial matter. Ji Fuqin cleared his throat and rose to his feet. The rabbit looked promising, but he was uncertain of their intended preparation. Chen Yuan understood that Ji Fuqin was prompting them to demonstrate their cooking method, rather than acquiescing immediately. Chen Yuan replied with a smile, stating that they could teach one recipe for free if the rabbit were sourced from their village. He was no fool. Without a signed contract, why would he divulge the recipe? If they learned it and subsequently turned their backs on him, he would be at a significant loss. Ji Fuqin frowned slightly, taken aback by Chen Yuan's shrewdness. Chen Yuan continued, "As you can see, this rabbit, just around a month old, is quite plump and perfect for cooking. Simply purchasing the rabbits would ensure that our state-run restaurant does not incur losses, and we would even provide the secret recipe. This is our first collaboration, and it is only natural for you to be cautious." He then suggested, "How about I have my wife prepare a dish for everyone to sample?" Upon hearing this, Ji Fuqin's frown relaxed a bit. This was precisely what he wished to hear. "Very well, you may use our kitchen," he consented. Chen Yuan smiled, expressing his gratitude, but added, "However, as this is a treasured family recipe, I would appreciate it if the kitchen staff could keep their distance." Ji Fuqin's right eyelid twitched. Chen Yuan was indeed perceptive. "The kitchen here is not like the one in your village. Perhaps we should leave someone to assist you," he suggested. Chen Yuan waved his hand, declining Ji Fuqin's offer. "No need, we can manage." With Chen Yuan's determined demeanor, Ji Fuqin had no choice but to instruct the kitchen staff to take a break. Chen Yuan and Sun Weiwei successfully entered the kitchen. Chen Yuan swiftly grabbed a knife, expertly dispatching a rabbit and skinning it. "I'll start the fire, you chop the meat," he instructed, placing the knife down and heading toward the stove. Sun Weiwei took the rabbit meat, cutting it into small cubes and placing them into a bowl. Chen Yuan ignited the fire, poured oil into the pan, and stepped aside. Sun Weiwei skillfully followed the seasoning steps that Chen Yuan had taught her, utilizing the variety of spices available at the state-run restaurant, adding a few that were absent from their home pantry, all of which she silently committed to memory. Before long, a spicy rabbit dish was ready. The enticing aroma wafted through the air as Sun Weiwei fried the rabbit cubes, causing those outside to salivate at the sight of the vibrant, glistening dish. Zhou Lili thoughtfully offered chopsticks for everyone to taste. Initially, the chefs at the state-run restaurant had viewed Chen Yuan's culinary skills with disdain. That dish, regardless of how it is prepared, invariably carries a certain earthy aroma. However, the plate before him has altered his perception. The chef presented a piece of spicy rabbit meat, its flavors rich and tantalizing, rendering it nearly irresistible. Attempting to maintain an air of composure, he hesitantly picked up a piece of chili, only to discover it was remarkably crisp as well. At this moment, the chef could no longer contain his enthusiasm, exclaiming in delight, delicious. Exceedingly delicious. Curious about the dish's flavor, Ji Fuchen also sampled a piece of rabbit meat. Upon placing it in his mouth, the piquant and spicy flavors surged forth, stimulating his taste buds and compelling his mind to urge him to consume more. Although Ji Fuchen endeavored to conceal his evident enjoyment, his repeated selection of the rabbit meat betrayed him. Chen Yuan, choosing not to expose him, instead remarked with a smile, "Manager Ji, what do you think of our spicy rabbit dish?" Ji Fuchen awkwardly set down his chopsticks, letting out a sigh. "Well, the flavor is quite satisfactory. But look at all this grease. It must have required an abundance of oil, doesn't it? Oil is so expensive nowadays. That seems rather inappropriate." Volume 1. Chapter 63. EE yearns to learn. Chen Jita felt a surge of anger after hearing the news. Just moments ago, he had witnessed the rotund man relishing his meal. Yet now he was suddenly disapproving. He contemplated confronting Ji Fuchen but was hesitant to disturb Chen Yuan, and thus he could only seethe silently in the corner. Chen Yuan remained unperturbed, instructing the chef to ascertain how much oil had been used in the kitchen. Upon inspection, the chef discovered that even the amount of oil used for the three-flavor dish was less than anticipated. Prior to his arrival, Chen Yuan had considered frying the rabbit cubes, believing that the state-run restaurant might find the oil usage excessive. Consequently, he had deliberately refined the recipe, reducing the oil while preserving the flavor. "Manager, I find this dish quite appealing," remarked Chen Yuan, noting that the serving contained merely half a rabbit. Ji Fuchen shot the chef a glare, blaming him for his loose tongue. Meanwhile, Sun Weiwei emerged once more, presenting a plate of sauce-glazed rabbit. The aroma of the rabbit was rich with savory sauce. Tinged with a hint of char, Chen Yuan smiled as he introduced, "This is another ancestral secret recipe, sauce-glazed rabbit. The sauce is a unique concoction crafted by my wife." Though the previous spicy rabbit cubes were unfamiliar to Huzi, he had indeed savored the sauce-glazed venison version before. The flavor haunted his dreams. The chef took a skewer of the sauce-glazed rabbit and, with a gentle bite, discovered its crispy exterior and tender interior, bursting with sauce flavor. This was even more delectable than the earlier spicy rabbit cubes. Moreover, the sauce-glazed rabbit primarily utilized the rabbit's bones, offering a distinctive taste. "My heavens, I have never tasted such exquisite rabbit meat in my life." Ji Fuchen, skeptical at first, took a skewer and placed it in his mouth. Unable to restrain himself, tears streamed from his eyes in response to the overwhelming flavor. He had intentionally skewered several pieces of rabbit meat, ensuring he had enough to savor the taste. Chen Yuan distributed the remaining skewers among all present, ensuring each person received one. Ji Fuchen furrowed his brow in dismay, having consumed the last skewer. He lamented how he would replicate the dish later. In truth, Chen Yuan had orchestrated this deliberately. He had no intention of leaving any for Ji Fuchen and his companions. If they wished to learn, they would have to rely solely on their memory of the flavor. This was also Chen Jita's first encounter with the sauce-glazed rabbit. As the succulent morsel touched his palate, a spark ignited in his murky eyes. No wonder Chen Yuan exuded such confidence. The sauce-glazed rabbit was simply divine. Others present nodded in agreement, expressing their delight. Seizing the moment, Chen Yuan proclaimed, "I hope everyone enjoys this secret recipe for sauce-glazed rabbit. I wish for the state-run restaurant to grant our village an opportunity. Our county boasts 2 state-run restaurants, and with a signature dish, we might surpass the competition." His intentions were clear. He was not offering to share the recipe, merely allowing them to taste it. Furthermore, both dishes he presented were worthy of becoming signature offerings. At this juncture, Ji Fuchen could only smile and promise to consider the proposal. "I cannot make a decision unilaterally. I will need 2 days to deliberate. How about this? I will have Shou Lily inform you of the outcome the day after tomorrow." Chen Yuan nodded, having anticipated this point, and was not expecting success to come at once. Furthermore, he surmised that Ji Fuchen aimed to have the chefs replicate these 2 dishes. Grant them 2 days to ponder, he thought. If the secret recipe could be known by anyone, it would cease to be a secret. Chen Yuan asserted that the recipes for these 2 dishes were indeed ancestral secrets. In his previous life, in an effort to curry favor with Chen Guangtao, he had sought out a master to learn these dishes, hoping to bask in Chen Guangtao's future success. "Very well, we shall await your good news," Ji Fuchen remarked, casting a glance at another rabbit in the rattan cage. "Let us sell this rabbit to our cooperative." "Agreed," at 1 yuan and 80 cents each. This is our village head. You can hand the money to him. This rabbit is plump and worth every bit of that price. Ji Fuchen readily took the money and handed it to Chen Yuan, who promptly counted it and tucked it into his pocket. Today, old Su didn't come. What a pity. 1 yuan and 80 cents, indeed. With so many rabbits in the pig pen. Just think of their worth. Chen Yuan dared not calculate further, fearing his excitement might overwhelm him. As the group exited the Wuxiang state-owned restaurant, Zhou Lili hurried after them moments later. Chen Deji, wait for me. Zhou Lili, unable to run quickly in her little leather shoes, called out loudly from behind. Sun Weiwei, hearing the commotion, turned around first. Zhou Lili was momentarily spellbound. The sunlight illuminated Sun Weiwei's face, making her smile radiate with enchanting charm. Chen Yuan inquired mildly. What is it? Zhou Lili sensed an awkward atmosphere. She had acted on impulse in chasing after them. I didn't expect today to unfold like this. When I return, I'll persuade our manager more. Zhou Lili admired her own quick thinking in coming up with this excuse. Chen Yuan waved his hand. No need for that. It may yield the opposite effect. Let things unfold naturally. I believe our 2 dishes will impress Manager Ji. Chen Yuan held no grievances against Zhou Lili. In fact, he appreciated her willingness to facilitate connections. However, Ji Fuchen's demeanor was indeed off-putting, as his thoughts were plainly written on his face, as if fearing others might not discern them. Zhou Lili nodded, finding no reason to linger further, and thus returned. Chen Yuan, having gained clarity, understood the situation well. It was evident that Zhou Lili, a server at the state-owned restaurant, harbored feelings for Chen Yuan. Once Zhou Lili had distanced herself, Chen Yuan finally asked, How did you come to know her? Chen Yuan answered honestly, with Tiger present as a witness. Chen Yuan nodded, choosing not to delve deeper. Since Sun Weiwei seemed unfazed, he too refrained from excessive speculation, lest it appear that there was something truly between Chen Yuan and Zhou Lili. Seizing the rare opportunity to be in the county, Chen Yuan decided to wander through the cooperative. Chen Yuan had little to purchase, so he found a spot by the entrance of the supply and marketing cooperative to wait for them. Chen Yuan took a stroll and bought some common vegetables, such as potatoes and radishes. Previously, Li Shanghai had provided him with a substantial amount of salt. However, most of it had been used for curing meat, leaving insufficient salt for seasoning. Hence, Chen Yuan acquired a considerable quantity of salt once more. At that moment, Yi was curiously observing the pens and notebooks displayed at the counter. Noticing her intrigue, Chen Yuan inquired, Yi, would you like to learn how to write? Given her age, Yi was already 4 years old, the perfect time for her initiation into learning. Although she was not yet of school age, both she and Sun Weiwei had attended a few days of literacy classes. In his previous life, Chen Hai had married a woman of high education, and to avoid bringing shame upon Chen Hai, Chen Yuan had diligently studied in secret. Little did he know that this endeavor would benefit him throughout his life. However, Chen Yuan felt that his rudimentary skills were inadequate to teach Yi properly. Tiger's grandmother had attended a private school, and if possible, Chen Yuan hoped she could impart some knowledge to Yi. Yi, though somewhat bewildered, nodded in agreement. Yi wants to learn how to write. Chen Yuan lifted Yi into his arms, smiling. All right. Then Daddy will buy you a notebook and a pencil. Volume 1. Chapter 64. The Lonely Rabbit. Chen Yuan purchased 2 notebooks and 2 pencils, and after settling the payment, he handed them to Yi. Her small hands tightly clutched the notebooks and pencils, her eyes brimming with excitement. Upon exiting the supply and marketing cooperative, the group did not linger in the county, but headed straight back to Qinjia village. As Chen Yuan pondered over the 2 recipes, he turned to Chen Yuan and said, Uncle Chen, since we are alone here today, I can generously share the recipe for the spicy rabbit cubes for free. However, as for the roasted rabbit, Chen Yuan understood Chen Yuan's implication, knowing well the challenges Chen Yuan faced after starting a new life on his own. Rest assured, when the time comes, I will say it was a reward from the state-run restaurant for you. Chen Yuan smiled and nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. Some matters are best left unspoken. Everyone comprehends. In Qinjia village, Su Guiqiang was anxiously waiting at the village entrance. If the 2 rabbits perished and the collaboration fell through, it would indeed be a tremendous loss. Upon seeing Chen Yuan and his companions return, he rushed forward impatiently. So, how did it go? Did you reach an agreement? Chen Yuan chuckled. Look at you, so anxious. Such things cannot be settled immediately. They mentioned they would consider it, and if all goes well, they will inform us at the village. As he spoke, Chen Yuan pulled out a coin worth 0.8 yuan from his pocket and handed it to Accountant Su. This is the money they paid for our rabbits. One sold for 8 yuan. Oh dear, it's a pity you weren't here today. Su Guiqiang took the coin, grinning widely. I will note this down right away. Chen Yuan pondered for a moment and inquired, Uncle Su, have you found the person who kills the rabbits? Su Guiqiang's smile instantly vanished, replaced by a glare of resentment directed ahead. Old Chen and I searched all morning without any clues. Chen Yuan felt that there is no secret that remains hidden forever. Surely some clue had been overlooked by everyone. Let's go. Now that we have some time, we should take a look. As they arrived at the village committee entrance, they spotted Chen Guangtao swaggering in with his 2 new lackeys. Chen Jida called out to them. What are you doing at the village committee? Go play elsewhere. Hearing Chen Jida's voice, Chen Guangtao felt a twinge of fear. I brought lunch for my mother. Chen Yuan cast a glance at the large bowl Chen Guangtao was carrying, which contained sweet potato porridge topped with 2 slices of pickled vegetables and shredded potatoes. It seemed there was still grease on the corners of his mouth. Must be quite exhausting for my sister-in-law cleaning the pig pen. She's eating more than a man, Chen Yuan remarked, his tone laced with subtle implications. Accountant Su did not catch the underlying meaning in Chen Yuan's words, merely chuckling. However, Chen Jida sensed something amiss. Chen Guangtao, go deliver the food to your mother. Without hesitation, Chen Guangtao dashed off towards the pig pen with the large bowl in hand. Chen Yuan and the others followed him to the feed room of the pig pen. There, they found Li Qifeng setting the large bowl aside, yet she had not begun to eat. Chen Yuan raised an eyebrow and smiled. Sister-in-law, why aren't you eating? Li Qifeng chuckled nervously. Oh dear, I'm not hungry yet. I'll eat in a moment. How frustrating. Why had Chen Yuan and the others returned at this hour? If discovered, her fate would be sealed. Chen Yuan urged, Sister-in-law, please eat quickly. If the meat gets cold, it will be unpalatable. Su Guiqiang was bewildered. How had he not noticed any meat in that bowl? Erwa, have your eyes deceived you? Isn't this merely sweet potato porridge with pickles? Li Qifeng hastily concurred. Exactly. How could I dare to eat meat? You all have been interrogating me the whole day. I was utterly exhausted yesterday and fell asleep early, not hearing a single sound. Oh dear, with so many of you watching me, I feel quite embarrassed to eat. Chen Yuan smirked slightly, chuckling softly. Perhaps that's the case. Village head. I'll take a Huang out for a stroll, see if we can find any rabbit bones. Chen Jida grunted in agreement and was about to head home with Chen Yuan to call for a Huang. Suddenly, Li Qifeng's heart raced. Why hadn't she dealt with that beast yesterday? If done discreetly, who would ever know? Li Qifeng abruptly stood, indignantly questioning, Chen Yuan, what do you mean by that? Are you suggesting I ate the rabbit? Chen Yuan shrugged innocently. Sister-in-law, I haven't said anything. Are you admitting that the rabbit's demise is related to you? Li Qifeng, agitated, pointed an accusing finger at Chen Yuan, exclaiming, Chen Yuan, stop casting aspersions on me. Haven't I suffered enough because of you? Do you think I would be foolish enough to reside in a pigsty and harm the creatures within? It could very well be the weasel from the mountain. Before Chen Yuan could respond, Chen Jida interjected with a cold snort. Li Qifeng, the village committee has penalized you to clean the pigsty due to your own misdeeds. This has nothing to do with Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan remarked with a smile, Sister-in-law, a clear conscience fears no accusations. If you have nothing to hide, you shouldn't fear our investigation. With that, Chen Yuan turned and exited the feed room. The 2 dead rabbits had already been dealt with and marinated by Chen Jiqiang, leaving Li Qifeng to feast on the remaining rabbits. In the morning, everyone had been preoccupied with investigating the deaths of those 2 rabbits. And with time being of the essence, no one had thought to check how many rabbits remained. Later, Su Guiqiang and Chen Jiqiang calmed the villagers. But after a thorough questioning yielded no clues, Chen Jiqiang became so anxious that he fainted, leaving the investigation unresolved. In total, Chen family village had 11 rabbits. Excluding the 2 deceased and the 2 taken to the county, there should have been 7 left in the pigsty. However, after searching the 2 rabbit nests, only 6 remained. He coldly stated, 1 is missing. Chen Jida cursed in frustration. Damn it. How dare they steal public property? Li Qifeng trembled in the feed room, terrified. She had just sent Chen Guangtao back to deliver a message, and now she had no idea what had transpired. Chen Yuan surmised that upon returning to report, Chen Guangtao would have alerted the Chen family, prompting them to take precautions and conceal the rabbit bones. Therefore, he planned to first summon a Huang, instructing him to inquire about the bowl of rice in the fodder shed. Today, Chen Jida accompanied Chen Yuan and the others to the county, leaving a Huang tethered at home. Upon seeing Chen Jida return, a Huang wagged his tail excitedly. Chen Yuan knelt down and said to a Huang, the village is in need of your assistance. Let us investigate whether there is the sin of rabbit meat in the pig pen. As if he understood Chen Yuan's words, A Huang followed him eagerly towards the village committee. The duo raced ahead, while Chen Jita trailed leisurely behind. Chen Yuan pushed open the door to the fodder shed, where he found Li Qinfeng in a fluster, tugging at her blanket. Chen Yuan, I am a woman. How can you barge in here so casually? Chen Yuan chuckled lightly. This is a public space, not your private abode. A Huang, go and search for any bones. A Huang barked and paused briefly in front of the large bowl before moving on. He sniffed around and ultimately stopped in front of Li Qinfeng, scratching at her blanket with his paw, emitting a series of whimpering sounds. Volume 1, Chapter 65, Dog bites dog, you beast, do not touch my blanket. Li Qinfeng cursed incessantly, attempting to strike A Huang, who deftly evaded her grasp. A Huang, come back, Chen Yuan shouted urgently. At this moment, Chen Jita had already ascertained that Li Qinfeng had concealed something beneath her bedding. He commanded Huzi, lift her blanket. Just then, Chen Hua, who had just arrived, suddenly interjected, Wait, let me do it. I am a woman, I can uncover it without causing trouble. She had come to the village committee to find Chen Jiqing and, upon hearing the commotion, had rushed over. Chen Jita realized his prior oversight and promptly patted Huzi on the shoulder. Chen Hua stepped forward, seizing Li Qinfeng by the hair and pulling her aside, while with her other hand, she swiftly lifted the blanket. Underneath, several dusty bones lay exposed. Li Qinfeng screamed desperately. Help! Murder! Help! Someone, please! Alas, her strength was no match for Chen Hua, who pinned her to the ground and struck her. Let this be a lesson for your greed and shamelessness. Tell me, did you kill the rabbit? Li Qinfeng, battered and disheveled, protested, It was Timmy. I swear. It was Timmy. After contemplating, Chen Yuan turned to Chen Jita and said, Village chief, I will take A Huang to the Chen household. Chen Jita nodded solemnly. I shall accompany you. I will go too. Huzi hastily followed Chen Yuan, eager to escape Li Qinfeng's wailing. Chen Hua smiled at Chen Yuan and his companions, saying, Do not worry. I'll handle things here. This little wretch cannot escape. Li Qinfeng shouted at them, Do not go. You mustn't. However, her pleas fell on deaf ears, leaving her feeling as though she had struck a cotton pillow, defeated as she sank to the ground. A crowd had gathered outside the village committee. Su the accountant and Chen Jiqing had been keeping them at bay. Seeing Chen Yuan and the village chief emerge, they quickly inquired, Village chief, what transpired inside? Have we discovered the reason behind the rabbit's demise? It cannot be that vile Li Qinfeng, seeking revenge, killed the rabbit. Chen Jita raised his hand, signaling for silence. We are still investigating, and will reveal the truth shortly. As the group made their way towards the Chen household, a throng of curious villagers followed closely behind. Chen Hai, spotting the crowd approaching from the courtyard, felt a jolt of anxiety. He rushed into the main house, exclaiming, Grandmother, it's bad. Chen Yuan and the village chief are coming. Zhang Guixiang's eyes widened in alarm. Li Qinfeng, this useless wretch, could not even fend off this group. Fortunately, her precious great-grandson had forewarned her. What is there to fear? I have already disposed of the bones in the stove pit, and we have consumed the meat. Do they truly believe they can cut me open to investigate? Chen Hai felt that Zhang Guixiang's words held merit and began to act with newfound audacity. Chen Yuan forcefully kicked open the courtyard door and pulled A Huang directly into the kitchen. Zhang Guixiang stood up, pointing at Chen Yuan and scolding, Chen Yuan, you have severed ties with us. On what grounds do you enter my kitchen? Huzi, with a fierce expression, stood protectively in front of Zhang Guixiang, causing her an inexplicable sense of fear. Zhang Guixiang thought to herself that she had concealed the bones well enough. Chen Yuan would surely not find them. Thus, she ceased her yelling and turned to Chen Jita, saying, Village head, my eldest granddaughter-in-law has already been punished by you. What is the meaning of bringing people here to search my home? Chen Shan and Chen Hai, the two brothers, stood behind Zhang Guixiang, casting cold glances at the gathering. Chen Jita snorted disdainfully, What do you mean? I still want to inquire about your family's intentions. Meanwhile, Chen Yuan and A Huang searched around but found nothing, leading Chen Yuan to furrow his brow in contemplation. One rabbit was missing, and bones had been discovered with Li Qinfeng. The Chen family could not possibly lack rabbit bones. They must have been hidden by Zhang Guixiang. But where could she have concealed them in the kitchen? Suddenly, Chen Yuan's gaze swept over the stove pit beneath the hearth. Could they be buried in the ash? Chen Yuan grabbed a nearby fire stick and poked around in the ash pile, and indeed, he uncovered something unusual. He cleared away the ash to reveal the bones beneath. Huzi, come in. Upon hearing Chen Yuan's call, Huzi immediately turned and entered the kitchen. Zhang Guixiang attempted to follow, but Chen Jida blocked her path, declaring, "None of your Chen family is permitted inside. 2 men, guard the entrance." As soon as Chen Jida's words fell, 2 burly men emerged from the crowd, standing at the doorway to prevent anyone from entering. Inside the kitchen, Chen Yuan pointed out the bones to Huzi. "These are the bones. Go to the village committee and inform Li Qifeng that the Chen family has confessed. Tell her to come over." Upon hearing this, Huzi gave Chen Yuan a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Brother Yuan, that's a brilliant move. Isn't this just dogs biting dogs?" Chen Yuan snapped his fingers. "Go quickly. We have quite a show to watch." Huzi acknowledged and rushed to the village committee. At that moment, Chen Yuan stepped out of the kitchen and addressed Zhang Guixiang. "I owe my sister-in-law my gratitude. Had she not confessed so swiftly, we wouldn't have uncovered this." Zhang Guixiang's brows knitted tightly, her face a mask of disbelief. "What do you mean?" Chen Yuan shrugged, shaking the bones in his hand, and replied with a smile, the literal meaning. Zhang Guixiang, infuriated, cursed under her breath. "This little wretch. Just wait until I tear her to shreds." Before Zhang Guixiang could exit, Li Qifeng burst in like a rabid dog, shouting, "Zhang Guixiang, have you fed your conscience to the dogs?" Unable to tolerate such an insult, Zhang Guixiang charged forward and slapped Li Qifeng across the face, spitting, "Bah! You little wretch. How dare you show your face? You have betrayed our entire family. Your conscience must have been fed to the dogs." The 2 immediately became embroiled in a fierce struggle, prompting Chen Jida to hastily intervene and separate them. Zhang Guixiang, with one hand restrained, pointed an accusatory finger at Li Qifeng, exclaiming, "If it weren't for your disgraceful actions, would we be entangled in this mess?" Without hesitation, Li Qifeng spat contemptuously in Zhang Guixiang's direction. "How dare you? I bore children for the Chen family. And this is how you repay me? I can't even step through your door without being met with hostility. I toil endlessly in the pigsty. Have you ever offered me a proper meal? Chen Shan instructed me to steal a rabbit for you, without my efforts. Would you have savored any meat?" Li Qifeng lamented passionately, revealing the truth of the situation. Chen Shan, his face darkened with rage, surged forward, seizing Li Qifeng by the throat and delivering a series of harsh slaps. "You wretched woman, dare you speak such nonsense? I will end you." Desperation filled Li Qifeng's eyes as she felt herself on the brink of suffocation. "Help, help me." Volume 1, Chapter 66. The Truth Revealed. Chen Jida, fearing the escalation of violence, hastily pulled Chen Shan aside. Li Qifeng gasped for air, her eyes brimming with terror. Suddenly recalling something, she crawled on her knees to Chen Jida, clinging to his leg. "Village chief, you must take a stand for me. It was Chen Shan who instigated me. They wanted to feast on the rabbits. I was coerced. If I did not comply, they would withhold my meals, and I would starve." Chen Jida, his countenance stern, withdrew his leg. Chen Shan, enraged, seized a stick and shouted threats to kill Li Qifeng. "Nonsense! You were the one who brought the rabbit meat to curry favor with us. You could not bear to see Chen Yuan negotiate with the county. So you slaughtered the other 2 rabbits. Damn it, you wretched woman. I will not hesitate to end you." Chan Guangtao, indifferent to the sight of his mother being assaulted, turned and left to play. The villagers shook their heads in disapproval. Truly, a family that harbors such treachery should not share the same roof. She even killed the 2 rabbits meant for negotiations in town? This is utterly heartless. A severe punishment is warranted. Chen Yuan scoffed. "Village chief, since they have confessed, let us impose the penalty directly." Chen Jida found himself at a loss, as Li Qifeng had already been sentenced to the pigsty. Where else could she be punished? The only option left was to send her to the farm, where many had committed wrongs and were subjected to arduous labor. Li Qifeng would surely endure a harsh fate there. Henceforth, the task of cleaning the pigsty will fall to Chen Shan, while Li Qifeng will be sent to Red Star Farm for a year of labor. Upon hearing the village chief's verdict, the crowd erupted in approval. "Yes, that is the punishment they deserve. How dare they steal from our village? With our bellies empty, how can the Chen family be so greedy? Punish them severely. Otherwise, what will happen if others attempt to steal from the village in the future?" Chen Yuan was somewhat satisfied with the outcome of the punishment. At least for a considerable time, the Chen family would not trouble him again. Li Qifeng collapsed onto the ground, weeping pitifully, her heart desolate. Not being sent to the police station was the best outcome she could hope for. Zhang Guixiang, naturally reluctant to send her eldest grandson to clean the pigsty, pleaded, "Village chief, our family has only Chen Shan left as a laborer. Could he not be spared from this task?" Chen Yuan shot a glance at Chen Hai and chuckled. "Grandma, You wouldn't want Chen Hai to take his brother's place, would you? It seems that after my departure, the days for my third brother are equally grim. Zhang Guixiang's subtle intentions were laid bare by Chen Yuan, leaving her somewhat embarrassed. With her neck craned and eyes wide, she retorted, "What of it? He is his own brother. Is it so wrong for him to do a bit of work in his stead?" Observing Zhang Guixiang's brazen demeanor, Chen Hai's face turned ashen with fury. He had already shown considerable integrity by not indulging in the meat. Yet now he was being unjustly coerced into taking the blame for Chen Shan's transgressions, with Chen Shan already facing punishment. The prospect of a more peaceful life at home loomed ahead. He resolutely refused to bear the brunt of Chen Shan's misdeeds. "Grandmother, I am also your own grandson. In the past, when second brother was around, you favored eldest brother and bullied second brother. Now that second brother is gone, do you intend to turn your ire upon me?" Chen Hai's eyes glistened with unshed tears as he nearly shouted in desperation. Zhang Guixiang cast a sidelong glance at Chen Hai and replied nonchalantly, "It is precisely because of our Chen family's generosity in providing for you and arranging a marriage that you find yourself in this situation." Chen Hai pointed accusingly at Yang Zhaodi, causing her to flinch and step back in alarm. "So you truly believe you have secured me a worthy bride? If eldest brother enjoys fathering children for others, then perhaps you should hasten to find a man for eldest sister-in-law." Chen Shan interjected vehemently, cursing under his breath. "In the past, you focused solely on dealing with second brother, neglecting your duties towards me, didn't you?" Chen Yuan watched the ensuing chaos with amusement as the two brothers appeared on the brink of physical confrontation. With a stern expression, Chen Jida interjected, "Enough of this clamor. Settle down, or I shall send you both to the farm." Chen Yuan approached Chen Jida with a grin, "Village head. I have a splendid solution to prevent this pair from squabbling." Curiosity piqued, Chen Jida turned to inquire, "What is your proposal?" Chen Yuan's gaze shifted between Chen Shan and Chen Hai. On odd days, Chen Shan will clean the pigsty, and on even days, Chen Hai will take on the task. Chen Jida paused, momentarily taken aback. Upon reflection, he realized Chen Yuan was indeed a genius. This plan was commendable for its fairness, distributing the burden equitably. With a decisive wave of his hand, he declared, "Let it be as Chen Yuan suggested. Odd days for Chen Shan, even days for Chen Hai. Should anyone dare to shirk their responsibilities, I shall send them to the farm. I am merely showing leniency, as we are all fellow villagers. Or else I would have taken you to the police station for stealing public property." Chen Jida's words effectively silenced Zhang Guixiang, who had been poised to interject. She could only glare resentfully at Chen Yuan, blaming him for his meddling. The matter was settled, and Chen Jida promptly dispatched the report to the commune that very night. Later that evening, Chen Yuan taught Sun Weiwei how to fry some dough twists. These delicacies, with their perfect texture, were a prize treat suitable for sharing with Grandma Huzi. "Wife, fry a few more. Do not fear wasting oil. We can use the leftover oil for cooking," he encouraged. In these times of scarcity, who could afford to be concerned about the reuse of oil? Simply having something to eat was a blessing in itself. Sun Weiwei nodded and set to work. And soon the room was filled with the delightful aroma of fried dough twists. Chen Yuan filled a plate with 2 pieces of the freshly made treats and, accompanied by Yi, made his way to Huzi's house while they were still warm. "Huzi, are you awake?" Chen Yuan called out at the door. In a short while, Huzi emerged to open the door. "Oh, Brother Yuan, what is this?" Chen Yuan replied with a smile, "These are fried dough twists for Grandma, freshly made by your sister-in-law." The enticing scent made Huzi swallow hard. They smelled simply irresistible. Yi clutched Chen Yuan's hand, feeling somewhat anxious, as she understood that her father had brought her here to acquire knowledge. The 3 of them entered the house, where Huzi's grandmother was still awake, illuminating the room with a kerosene lamp as she mended clothes for Huzi. The elderly lady, Feng Ailian, was 70 years old. Her frail figure hunched, but her face radiated warmth and affection. "Erwa has come. Oh, and Yi is here too," she exclaimed, extending her arms in a gesture to embrace Yi. Shyly, Yi hid behind Chen Yuan, hesitant to approach. Chen Yuan gently nudged her forward, saying, "Yi, when we are out, whether speaking or acting, we must do so with confidence. Go on, give great-grandma a hug." Volume 1. Chapter 67. Enlightenment. Yi gently nodded and stepped forward to embrace Feng Ailian's leg, eliciting hearty laughter from her. Yi was truly well-behaved. The elderly matriarch could no longer lift her due to her age, yet Yi could certainly wrap her arms around her great-grandmother's leg, as is often the case. The elderly are fond of children, particularly those like Yi, obedient, sensible, and beautiful. The affection in Feng Ailian's eyes was unmistakable. Chen Yuan placed the twisted donuts into the plate that Tiger had just brought and handed it to Feng Alian. Grandma, these are freshly fried donuts made by Wei Wei. Please have a taste. Feng Alian's eyes brightened instantly. It had been ages since she had savored such a treat. In better times, she would have taken them for granted. Yet now, as every household faced difficulties, she hesitated to accept such a delightful indulgence. Erwa, this is too precious. You should take it back. Chen Yuan understood that Grandma Alian was reluctant to owe anyone a favor. Grandma, you have watched me and Tiger grow up. It is only right that I bring you something good as a token of respect. After a pause, he added, actually, I have a small favor to ask of you. Feng Alian chuckled. What can this old woman assist you with? Chen Yuan called out to Yi, who immediately understood her father's intentions. Great-grandma, I want to learn. Yi's sweet voice melted the hearts of everyone in the room. Chen Yuan smiled. Grandma, Yi is still too young for primary school. I would like you to enlighten her. Feng Alian, already fond of Yi, readily agreed. Of course, I have taken a liking to this child. Truth be told, she is here to keep me company. Upon hearing her great-grandmother's affirmation, Yi clapped her hands in delight. This is wonderful. I can learn. Chen Yuan squatted down, took Yi's small hand, and asked with a smile. Yi, will you bring a notebook and a pen to find great-grandma tomorrow? Yi nodded vigorously, her little face blossoming with joy. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Chen Yuan led Yi home. Feng Alian wished to have Chen Yuan take the donuts back for Yi to enjoy, hastily rising to chase him to the door. Erwa, you are truly incorrigible. This must not happen again. She felt grateful that Chen Yuan was earning money with Tiger, and now, accepting gifts from him felt quite embarrassing. However, Chen Yuan had already taken Yi far away. The following day, after breakfast, Yi eagerly set out to learn from her great-grandmother. Chen Yuan and son Wei Wei relished a rare day of leisure at home. Meanwhile, the townspeople remained oblivious to the events unfolding in the town. Recently, Zhang Hao had made a trip to the city, and upon returning, he learned that Zhou Lili had visited Chen's village seeking Chen Yuan. Subsequently, Chen Yuan had taken his family to the county to find Zhou Lili. Zhang Hao was so incensed that he had trouble sleeping all night, and in the morning, he stood at the entrance of the state-run restaurant, sporting dark circles under his eyes, waiting for it to open. When Zhou Lili arrived at work, she was somewhat taken aback by Zhang Hao's appearance. Zhang Hao, have you been beaten? Zhang Hao, harboring frustration within, entirely missed the concern in Zhou Lili's tone. What? If I had let Chen Yuan beat me, would that have made you happy? Zhou Lili furrowed her brow, wondering why everything had to involve Brother Chen. If this is how you choose to converse, then I kindly ask you to leave and refrain from disturbing my work. Zhang Hao snorted coldly and followed Zhou Lili into the Wuxiang state-run restaurant. Did she think he would just walk away? He had resolved to remain there daily, watching anyone who dared to cast an eye upon Zhou Lili. The chef at Wuxiang state-run restaurant had long since arrived, obsessively pondering Chen Yuan's 2 dishes over the past several days, to the point of near madness. After all, Ji Fuchen had promised him a raise if he could replicate those 2 dishes. He had attempted the spicy rabbit cubes numerous times, yet he could never quite capture the essence of that day. As for the sauce-baked rabbit, it was an utter disaster. Today marked the final deadline set by Ji Fuchen, and the chef was so anxious that he could hardly eat. Ji Fuchen arrived just before noon, heading straight for the kitchen. How is it? Can you recreate it to an 80% likeness? The chef shook his head in frustration. He had done his utmost, but could only manage a 50% resemblance. The sauce-baked rabbit was utterly beyond his reach. This dish is crafted with such finesse. It does not resemble our usual cooking methods, and I simply cannot replicate it. Ji Fuchen did not expect the chef to achieve a perfect recreation, understanding that it was a family secret. He believed that a resemblance of 70 to 80% would suffice. However, it seemed that the best outcome was a mere 50%. It appeared that he would have to agree to Chen Yuan's collaboration. As Ji Fuchen approached the door, he spotted Zhang Hao looking for Zhou Lili and sent another waiter with a bicycle to notify Chen Yuan in Qinjia village. Following the recent incident where Li Qifeng had deliberately concealed information, several households near the village entrance were particularly attentive to news from outside. Especially when a stranger appeared in the village, everyone leaned out to take a look. Chen Yuan was chatting with Aunt Wang Er at the village entrance when she noticed someone riding a bicycle and immediately perked up. Comrade, who are you looking for? The waiter, disdainful of the rural folk, replied haughtily, I am looking for Chen Yuan. I am from Wuxiang state-run restaurant. Chen Yuan gasped, I'll go fetch Erwa right away. Just as she stood up, the waiter took a couple of steps back and said dismissively, No need. I am in a hurry to return. Please relay a message to him. Our manager has agreed, and he should come tomorrow to sign the contract. With that, The waiter turned the bicycle around and left without looking back. She was determined to tell Ji Fuchen that she would never again be sent to the countryside. As a true city dweller, she could hardly endure the rustic atmosphere. As soon as the waitress departed, the women at the village entrance instantly altered their expressions, imitating her previous demeanor. Humph. Without the crops we cultivate, they would surely starve. What is there to be proud of? Who could argue otherwise? Wei Haven-T even approached her, yet she would rather retreat 2 miles away. Quickly, relay this news to the village chief and Erwa. Chen Yuan nodded and first made her way to the village chief's residence. However, finding no one there, she proceeded to the village committee in hopes of better fortune, where she chanced upon Chun Hai sorting through pig dung. Mimicking the waitress from the county, she maintained a considerable distance. Village chief, news has arrived from the county. Hearing the commotion, Chun Jita promptly emerged. What is the word? They have agreed to collaborate. A smile spread across Chun Jita's face, his wrinkles deepening with joy. Splendid, splendid. Erwa is still unaware, right? Let us go and inform him. At that moment, Chen Yuan was in the kitchen, meticulously examining his cured meat, calculating that in a day or two, he could commence the smoking process. Volume 1, Chapter 68. Good news. Upon hearing a commotion at the gate, he quickly concealed the meat. Aunt Chunhua, Uncle Chun, what brings you here? Chun Jita beamed with delight. I come bearing good news. The state-owned restaurant has just informed us that they agree to sign the contract tomorrow. Chen Yuan was not particularly surprised, as this was entirely within his expectations. The chefs at the five-spice state-owned restaurant had failed to replicate his 2 signature dishes. Thus, to sell them, collaboration with Chen Yuan was their only option. Very well. Let us head to the county tomorrow. At the five-spice state-owned restaurant, the chef, feeling disheartened, fished a handshake cigarette from his pocket, a gift received during the new year that he had been reluctant to smoke. Overwhelmed by frustration today, he squatted at the entrance of the restaurant intending to indulge in a smoke. Zhang Hao, feeling bored during his time at the restaurant, happened to notice the chef stepping out for a cigarette and decided to join him, pulling out a cigarette from his own pocket and asking the chef for a light. The chef, surprised by the cigarette box Zhang Hao produced, exclaimed, "Is that a great production cigarette? We can't even find those in our county." Zhang Hao, brimming with pride, replied, "Of course, you can't find them here. I bought this in the city, quite a rarity." He continued, "I've become accustomed to this brand. I cannot get used to your cigarettes." The chef looked at Zhang Hao with envy, reflecting on his own predicament, and let out a sigh. Seeing the chef's reaction, Zhang Hao's interest was piqued. The chef clearly had a story to tell. "Oh, do share. Perhaps I can be of assistance." The chef cast a skeptical glance at Zhang Hao, unconvinced that he could be of any help. Everyone knew Zhang Hao was a local bully. If he were to feel slighted in any way, he would find a way to make life difficult for others. As merely a chef at the five-spice state-owned restaurant, he felt powerless against Zhang Hao, or rather, against those who stood behind him. The chef politely declined. "I'm afraid you wouldn't be able to help with this." The more the chef insisted on his inability to receive help, the more intrigued Zhang Hao became. "Come on, tell me." The chef, fearing the wrath of this troublesome individual, quickly explained, "There is a man named Chen Yuan from Qinjia village. He has created 2 heirloom dishes, and the manager has asked me to replicate them. But..." Upon hearing the name Chen Yuan, Zhang Hao stood up abruptly. This rogue must be seeking to ingratiate himself with Lily by collaborating with the state-owned restaurant. Why else would Chen Yuan not approach the other state-owned restaurant in the county? Damn it! The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. He turned on his heel and stormed into the manager's office. The manager of the five-spice state-owned restaurant, Ji Fuchen, was someone his mother had supported to rise in the ranks, making him Zhang Hao's cousin. Zhang Hao barged into the office, plopping down on the reception sofa. "Cousin, I heard you're planning to collaborate with Chen Yuan from Qinjia village?" Ji Fuchen, well aware of Zhang Hao's temperament, chose not to engage in any argument. Indeed, those 2 ancestral secret recipes of his are quite commendable, and the price of rabbit meat is reasonable. Zhang Hao waved his hand dismissively, stating that no matter how delectable his dishes may be, if he were to collaborate with you, wouldn't he have to frequent the state-run restaurant? Wouldn't that mean he would constantly encounter Lily? I cannot agree to this. Ji Fuchen was taken aback that Zhang Hao's opposition stemmed from this reason. However, what could his uncle do? The chef could not replicate the dishes and had no choice but to collaborate with others. Otherwise, this year's accolades would once again be snatched by the state-run restaurant. Speaking of this, Ji Fuchen's irritation flared. Ever since he was transferred to the Wuxiang state-run restaurant, he had been overshadowed by the state-run restaurant at every turn. Zhang Hao scoffed lightly. Uncle, this matter is quite simple. It is merely an award, isn't it? I can have my mother assist you. Ji Fuchen raised an eyebrow, recognizing it as a shortcut. Can you truly ensure that you can persuade my cousin? Zhang Hao replied nonchalantly. She certainly wouldn't want to see my wife running off with someone else, would she? Ji Fuchen found this reasoning quite valid and thus acquiesced. It was already too late for today. Tomorrow when they arrived, he would simply refuse. You must not forget to speak to my cousin afterward. Zhang Hao stood up, waving his hand impatiently. All right, I understand. Stop lingering. With that, he went to the front desk to converse with Zhou Lily. Ji Fuchen watched Zhang Hao's departing figure, feeling a sense of unease in his heart. However, if he did not agree, this little ancestor would certainly cause a ruckus, and his managerial position would be at risk. Chen Yuan rose early in the morning and headed directly to the village committee, bringing along the 2 processed rabbits and capturing another live one. Chen Jiqiang glanced at the empty rabbit hutch, feeling anxious. When do you think these rabbits will multiply? Chen Yuan pointed to the larger rabbit's hutch and smiled. Uncle, if I am not mistaken, the female rabbit we caught recently is also pregnant. Doesn't her belly appear somewhat round? Upon hearing this, Chen Jiqiang realized that it indeed seemed so. Oh dear, I must place her in a separate enclosure. Her belly is precious. As he spoke, Chen Jiqiang carefully moved the rabbit, cradling its belly, to an adjacent empty pigsty. Today, it was Chen Shan's turn to clean the pigsty. He entered with a scowl. And upon seeing the rabbit isolated, his resentment intensified. It's just a few rabbits. Why separate them into so many enclosures? Isn't this just adding to my burden? Chen Jiqiang retorted without hesitation. I can place them however I please. The first to incur punishment dares to instruct me? If you're so keen, perhaps I should hand this task over to you. Chen Yuan could not help but chuckle. Chen Shan knew he could not confront Chen Jiqiang directly. Yet Chen Yuan was different. Why should he have the audacity to laugh at him? Chen Yuan, what are you laughing at? Do you find amusement in watching me get scolded? Chen Yuan nodded vigorously, a smile illuminating his face as he exclaimed, Indeed, brother, you are truly astute. You have discerned it all. Chen Shan, suppressing the anger simmering within, began to clean the pigsty. The 2 piglets, well fed daily by Chen Jiqiang, consumed copiously, leading to a considerable mess that burdened both Chen Shan and his brother Chen Hai. To exacerbate matters, Chen Jiqiang enforced stringent standards, leaving no room for even a speck of filth in the pig pen, and forbidding any unpleasant odors. The brothers, aside from their essential meals and sleep, practically resided within the confines of the pigsty. Just as they finished tidying up one area, another mess would arise. As soon as one corner was odor-free, another would become tainted. Chen Yuan stood at the entrance of the pigsty, observing Chen Shan's relentless efforts. In truth, his elder brother had not toiled this much throughout his entire life as he had in the past 2 days. Before long, Chen Jida arrived. Sun Weiwei had just delivered Yi to Feng Aoyan and hurried over as well. Today was merely for signing contracts, with no accounts to settle. Thus, Su Guiqiang, afflicted with a stomach upset, had chosen not to accompany them. He found it curious how, whenever he intended to join them to the county, some misfortune would always ensue. Next time, he was determined to go. The group gathered their belongings and set forth on their journey. Volume 1, Chapter 69, Flip-Flop as they journeyed. Chen Jida envisioned a future where the village would prosper, allowing everyone to lead a comfortable life and become the finest village in the region. Chen Yuan, on the other hand, contemplated the nearby brick kilns, knowing that his money, once it passed through the proper channels, would allow him to build a house without attracting any criticism. Lost in their thoughts, the group quickened their pace, and it wasn't long before they arrived at the county. At this hour, the Wuxiang state-run restaurant had already opened its doors, and Zhang Hao was waiting for them at the entrance. Oh, isn't this Chen Yuan? He said with a mischievous grin, eager to witness the unfolding drama. Chen Yuan, perplexed, replied without restraint, it's you. I thought the state-run restaurant had hired a lowlife as security. Momentarily speechless, Zhang Hao pointed at Chen Yuan, but could not muster a retort. By the time he regained his composure, Chen Yuan and his companions had already entered the restaurant. Zhou Lily, surprised to see them, exclaimed, Big brother Chen, what brings you here? A sense of foreboding crept into Chen Yuan's mind as he furrowed his brow. Manager Ji sent someone yesterday afternoon to inform us that we would be signing the contract today. Didn't the manager send someone to notify you that the collaboration was cancelled? Zhou Lily asked in astonishment. Chen Yuan turned to Chen Jida, who appeared even more shocked than he was. That can't be. The few at the village entrance were there until nightfall. Zhang Hao approached, chuckling slyly. Recognizing Zhang Hao's unusual demeanor, Chen Yuan began to piece together the situation. Just then, Ji Fuchen emerged from the office. "Oh dear, I truly apologize. After much consideration yesterday, I found it inappropriate to proceed. However, it was too late to inform you." With that, Ji Fuchen brushed past Chen Yuan, deliberately jostling him as if he were invisible. Huzi, unable to contain his temper, exclaimed, "I say, are you really going to deceive us in such a large state-run restaurant? If you didn't want to collaborate, why not say so sooner? What is with all this nonsense?" Chen Yuan pulled Huzi back, aware that speaking further would only worsen their predicament. His gaze shifted from Zhang Hao to Ji Fuchen. Since Manager Ji has displayed such inconsistency and lack of integrity, there is no need for us to linger any longer. With that, Chen Yuan turned and exited the Wuxiang state-run restaurant. He understood that his conflict with Zhang Hao had now escalated, and this incident was likely orchestrated by him. Chen Jita sighed repeatedly, having just entertained dreams of their village becoming the best. Now, those dreams seemed utterly unattainable. Noticing Chen Jita's distress, Chen Yuan quickly reassured him, "Uncle Chen, there are other state-run restaurants in the county besides Wuxiang. We cannot hang ourselves on a single tree." Chen Jita looked up at Chen Yuan, recognizing the comfort offered in his words. It is indeed said that without acquaintances at the charming National Restaurant, how could we possibly meet the manager? While Chen Yuan indeed connected with Ji Fuchen through Zhou Lily, this does not imply that a middleman is unnecessary. Since we have arrived, let us venture to the National Restaurant and try our luck. With that, Chen Yuan led the group towards the establishment. The National Restaurant is situated diagonally opposite the Wuxiang National Restaurant, separated by a supply and marketing cooperative. Unlike Wuxiang, boasts a more spacious interior. Upon entering, Chen Yuan promptly explained his purpose to the attendant. Aware that some villages send representatives to deliver meat, the attendant thought little of it and quickly summoned the manager. Fang Wuda, unfamiliar with the group, initially paused in surprise before inquiring, "Which village do you hail from?" Chen Yuan replied unhurriedly, "We are from Chenjiakan. Our village raises rabbits, and we wish to inquire if your national restaurant would consider purchasing them. Please do not be quick to dismiss my proposal. I understand you may have concerns about rabbit meat possibly possessing an earthy taste. My wife's family possesses a time-honored recipe that can perfectly remedy this issue. If you are willing to collaborate with our village, we would be more than happy to share this culinary knowledge at no cost. We have also brought the ingredients along, and we hope you will grant us an opportunity to showcase our dish." Chen Yuan spoke with such confidence that it seemed less a plea and more an introduction to the benefits of collaboration with their village. Fang Wuda, intrigued by Chen Yuan's narrative, replied, "Very well, why don't you give it a try?" Chen Yuan expressed his gratitude and entered the kitchen with Sun Weiwei. After explaining their intentions to the kitchen staff, who learned that Chen Yuan possessed a family secret recipe, they quietly withdrew. Sun Weiwei, now proficient in preparing 2 dishes, required only Chen Yuan's assistance with the fire and minor tasks. Before long, a plate of spicy rabbit cubes was ready. Chen Yuan presented the dish at the nearest table, and the diners were immediately captivated by its appearance. In these times of scarcity, such an appealing dish was a rare sight. With a smile, Chen Yuan encouraged everyone to taste it. Fang Wuda picked up his chopsticks and took a bite, finding it delightfully spicy and crunchy, which whetted his appetite. The others echoed their praises, discovering for the first time the culinary potential of rabbit meat. Chen Yuan remarked, "To be candid, we just came from Wuxiang National Restaurant. They informed us yesterday about a potential collaboration, but today they abruptly reneged. We are not inclined to partner with such fickle individuals." Fang Wuda nodded, realizing this was the work of that foolish Ji Fuchen. However, he felt grateful to Ji Fuchen for relinquishing such an exquisite dish to him. "How much oil do you require for this dish?" Chen Yuan inquired, prompting the chef to check the oil usage. The chef was astonished to find that such crisp and spicy peppers required so little oil. The manager remarked, "This dish possesses a certain quality." The chef's commendation hinted at its exceptional nature. Fang Wuda felt a sense of understanding. Amidst their conversation, Sun Weiwei reappeared with the sauced roasted rabbit. Fortunately, Chen Yuan had thoughtfully brought everything along. He distributed the sauced roasted rabbit, a dish crafted from a time-honored secret recipe, allowing everyone to sample its delights. Fang Wuda had just caught a whiff of its rich, savory aroma, unaware that it was emanating from this very dish. Upon taking a gentle bite, he found it utterly unforgettable. The others were equally exhilarated, on the verge of tears from the delightful flavors. "Wow, this sauced roasted rabbit is astonishingly fragrant. It is my first time tasting such exquisite rabbit meat." After this meal, I feel my life has been worthwhile. Fang Wuda decisively made up his mind on the spot to sign a contract. It would be foolish not to. It was perfect for entertaining the leaders arriving from the provincial capital the day after tomorrow. Young man, what do they call you? Fang Wuda extended his hand, eager to shake hands with Chen Yuan and make his acquaintance. I am Chen Yuan, and this is the village chief, Chen Jida. Volume 1. Chapter 70. The deal. Fang Wuda shook hands with Chen Jida, acknowledging his remarkable ability to cultivate such exceptional talent. Chen Jida, taken aback by the compliment, beamed with pride as he glanced at Chen Yuan. Indeed, he is the finest young man in our village. His words were far from exaggerated. Fang Wuda was captivated by the confidence and composure that Chen Yuan exuded. Otherwise, he would not have consented to let Chen Yuan enter the kitchen. Eager to finalize the arrangements, Fang Wuda led everyone to the office. Shall we sign the contract now? Chen Yuan inquired, feeling the need to clarify certain matters. Manager Fang, let's discuss everything in one go. This will facilitate our future collaboration. Fang Wuda nodded in agreement, acknowledging Chen Yuan's perspective. Yes, let us also communicate the details clearly. Pointing to the spicy rabbit dish, Chen Yuan proclaimed, this dish can be taught for free, provided you collaborate with our village. However, for the sauce used in the roasted rabbit, you may purchase the recipe outright. Fang Wuda contemplated for a moment, recognizing the extraordinary flavor of the roasted rabbit. How much for the recipe? He asked. Chen Yuan slowly extended 5 fingers. The crowd gasped in astonishment, although Huzi remained unfazed. Having witnessed Chen Yuan demand such a sum before, Chen Jida hesitated, wishing to persuade Chen Yuan to lower the price. 500 yuan seemed exorbitant. Fang Wuda, too, hesitated, not because they couldn't afford it, but rather, could they indeed sell it afterward? Just as he wavered, Chen Yuan continued. The current price is certainly not as favorable as before. The secret recipe is unique. This price is quite reasonable. If they could secure the sauce recipe, the National Restaurant would undoubtedly stand out among the many in the county, especially with the leadership they were hosting the day after tomorrow. After much deliberation, Fang Wuda finally steeled himself and agreed. All right, we shall purchase it. He chuckled. You certainly have a way with words. Will there be anyone else capable of making the roasted rabbit? Chen Yuan smiled. In the future, only you will possess the authentic recipe. Any attempts by others will merely result in imitations. While one cannot predict who may attempt to learn the craft, I can assure you that once you secure the sauce recipe, I will take it to my grave. Fang Wuda considered this carefully. If the roasted rabbit gained notoriety, imitation would surely follow. Not to mention, Ji Fuchen would undoubtedly send his chefs to replicate it. However, with the authentic secret recipe in his possession, he would have no cause for concern regarding imitators. A counterfeit is merely a counterfeit. A single letter's difference belies a world of disparity. Very well. With that, Fang Wuda counted out 500 yuan to Chen Yuan. Chen Jida swallowed nervously, his grip on the walking stick tightening to the point of breaking. Upon receiving the money, Chen Yuan immediately signed the contract with Fang Wuda. Eagerly, Fang Wuda inquired, when can we begin the lessons? The day after tomorrow marks the occasion for entertaining the leaders, and the chef must be proficient by then. Chen Yuan took Sun Weiwei's hand and smiled. My wife can start teaching today. Fang Wuda, thrilled, clapped his thigh, exclaiming, that is splendid. I will have our chef learn alongside her. With that, Fang Wuda arose and headed to the kitchen. Dolly, hold on for now. Today, focus on mastering these 2 dishes. Dolly nodded, standing by with a humble disposition to learn. Sun Weiwei swiftly demonstrated the preparation of spicy rabbit cubes. Dolly soon realized why their dishes were so successful. The oil was perfectly fragrant. How could it not be delicious? He learned diligently, and when it was his turn to try, he successfully replicated the dish. The recipe for the sauce used in the roasted rabbit was handwritten by Chen Yuan and handed to Fang Wuda. Manager Fang, everything is here. The remaining rabbit meat and this live rabbit are for you. Let the chef practice. Fang Wuda beamed with joy, personally escorting the items out. We already have the rabbit for entertaining the leaders the day after tomorrow. Dolly, make sure to feed it well these next 2 days. We don't want it to starve before the slaughter. Dolly nodded, taking the wicker cage to the corner of the kitchen. On the way back, Chen Yuan counted out 10 large bills and handed them to Chen Jida. Uncle, I intend for this money to benefit our village. Chen Jida waved his hand. We cannot accept this money. Your efforts in establishing rabbit farming in our village are already a great contribution. You've been living in that cave for quite some time. Use this money to build a new house. Chen Yuan firmly grasped Chen Jida's hand, pressing the money into his palm. Uncle, please hear me out. I wish for you to establish a small school in our village. Many children have to travel to the neighboring village for school, which is not only far, but crossing that river is unsafe. Chen Jida's eyes reddened. He was taken aback by Chen Yuan's deep concern for the village, momentarily choked with emotion. Good child. Good child. Chen Yuan gently supported Chen Jida. Uncle, you flatter me too much. Yi is about to start school too, and I cannot bear for my daughter to walk such a long distance every day. Chen Jida smiled knowingly, choosing not to confront Chen Yuan's pretext. As Yi was only 4 years old, not yet of school age. Oh, I know you too well. Don't worry. I will discuss this matter with Accountant Su when I return. Chen Yuan simply nodded, refraining from further explanation. When the group returned to Qinjiakan, they found a considerable number of villagers waiting at the entrance. Upon the return of Chen Yuan and his companions, they were immediately surrounded by a throng of villagers, eager to glean news. Village chief, what transpired? Can our village forge a partnership with the state-run restaurant? A palpable tension filled the air as hearts raced in anticipation. Each villager chimed in, their faces alight with hope. Inwardly, Chen Jida felt a sense of relief that Chen Yuan had taken them to another state-run restaurant that day. Otherwise, he would have had no satisfactory explanation for the villagers upon their return. Should the news of a failed negotiation emerge, regardless of the cause, disappointment would surely ensue. Clearing his throat, Chen Jida adopted a serious demeanor and declared, the collaboration with the state-run restaurant has been successfully established. We can now embark on a vigorous rabbit farming initiative. A chorus of astonished gasps erupted from the villagers, quickly followed by hearty laughter, their eyes shimmering with visions of a promising future. Wonderful. Our days ahead are bound to be prosperous. One exclaimed, this year, our village will undoubtedly be recognized for its achievements. Chen Yuan was hailed as a hero. Without him, the idea of rabbit farming would have never been conceived. Not just conceived, but we likely would have surrendered all the rabbits to the authorities, with nothing left for ourselves. Volume 1. Chapter 71. Establishing a primary school. Chen Jida raised his hand to signal for silence, yet the excitement among the crowd lingered for some time before they settled down. He empathized with their sentiments, for his own heart had been racing with anticipation, though he concealed it well. With a smile, Chen Jida announced, I have even more delightful news. I intend for our village to establish a primary school, so the children will no longer need to rise early each day to attend school in the neighboring village. In summer, there is the fear of children falling into the river, and in winter, the cold raises concerns about frostbite. While older children may manage, the little ones in the first grade are too young. If we could have a village school, it would spare them such hardships. At that moment, the semester's tuition fees range from 80 cents to $1.50, a burden that many families could scarcely bear. Only a handful could afford it. However, with Chen Yuan's generous contribution of 100 yuan, the situation would change. It would at least allow village children to attend first grade, learn a few characters, and be able to write their names, so they wouldn't be easily deceived in the future. Zhang Guixiang, who was at the village entrance observing the commotion, expressed her disdain upon hearing about the school. What is the use of knowing a couple more characters? They'll still be toiling in the fields from dawn till dusk. She scoffed. Village chief, establishing a primary school requires funds, doesn't it? Everyone is struggling to make ends meet. Where will the money come from? If we had the funds to build a school, we might as well eliminate tuition altogether. As soon as Zhang Guixiang finished speaking, several voices chimed in agreement. Yes, village chief. Our family certainly want to participate. Chen Jida frowned, feeling increasingly irritated by Zhang Guixiang's remarks. Zhang Guixiang, even in hardship, we cannot neglect our children's education. If Chen Yuan had not attended a literacy class, would he understand what cooperation entails today? Without education, he could have easily been deceived. Upon hearing Chen Jida's words, those who had initially supported Zhang Guixiang fell into contemplative silence. Throughout this exchange, Chen Yuan had simply held on to Sun Weiwei, observing quietly. He had anticipated such a scene. A little kindness can breed resentment, Chen Jida mused inwardly, stifling his frustration. It was no wonder Chen Yuan had advised him against directly mentioning the amount of money or revealing that it was Chen Yuan's sponsorship. Were it not for the children of the village, he would have returned the money to Chen Yuan, a hot potato in his hands. Taking a deep breath, Chen Jida declared coldly, this matter is settled. Participation is entirely voluntary. No one will be compelled. With this, the discussion came to a halt, and the villagers tacitly accepted the decision. After Chen Yuan and Sun Weiwei departed from the village entrance, they returned home with Huzi. Yi and Feng Ailian had spent the day there, but their fate remained uncertain. Upon arriving at Huzi's doorstep, they spotted two figures, one large and one small, joyfully playing in the yard. Yi immediately recognized Chen Yuan and ran over with a beaming smile. "Daddy, Mommy, today I learned to write my name." With a swift motion, Chen Yuan scooped Yi into his arms, grinning widely. "Is that so? Our Yi is so remarkable." Yi let out a melodious peal of laughter as she struggled to climb down from Chen Yuan's embrace, darting over to wrap her arms around Feng Alian's legs. "Great-grandmother praised me," she exclaimed. Feng Alian, with a face full of affection, gently patted Yi's little head. "Indeed, our Yi is the cleverest of all. But remember, great-grandmother has taught you that one must not be too proud, correct?" Yi, feeling a bit shy, nodded her head. She had just seen her father and mother return, which left her overwhelmed with excitement. Yi understands. The others were amused by the little expressions on her face, bursting into laughter. Chen Yuan, smiling, said to Feng Alian, "Grandma Feng, I hope I haven't caused you any trouble today." Feng Alian shook her head, replying with a smile. "Yi is very well behaved and learns diligently. It's no trouble at all." Chen Yuan picked Yi up again, expressing his gratitude. "As long as it's not a bother, that's what matters. We shall not delay you further. We will head back now. Yi, say goodbye to great-grandmother." Yi waved her little hand, sweetly saying, "Goodbye, great-grandmother. I will come to see you again tomorrow." Feng Alian waved back, her eyes filled with reluctance. "Oh, good child, hurry back." Once Chen Yuan and the others had walked far away, Feng Alian turned to enter the house, feeling a surge of frustration when she glanced at Huzi. "When will you bring a wife home? Before I close my eyes, can I at least hold my great-grandson?" Huzi scratched his head awkwardly. It wasn't something he could simply wish into reality. "Grandma, didn't you teach me that our family is poor, and we should wait until conditions improve before marrying?" Feng Alian snorted. "That was then, this is now. Tomorrow, I will go find Wu Pozi." After a pause, she shook her head, muttering to herself, No, just look at what Wu Pozi introduced to Chen Hai. I must personally find someone for you." Huzi sighed, given his grandmother's age. Even walking half a mile was a challenge, let alone her personally seeking a match. "Since I'm already single, I might as well adopt someone from the clan in the future." Just as Huzi thought this idea was clever, reality struck hard. The Wang family, residing in Xinjiang, was not part of the local clan. How could there be any relatives to adopt from? Meanwhile, Chen Yuan carried Yi home, listening to her chatter like a little bird about everything they had done that day. "Great-grandmother said she would check tomorrow if I can still write the characters I learned today." Chen Yuan patiently asked, "So, can Yi write?" Yi nodded earnestly, confident in her ability to write her own name. Chen Yuan felt a surge of joy. His daughter was indeed remarkable. "Very well. If you pass the check tomorrow, Papa will reward you with a piece of fruit candy. How does that sound?" Without hesitation, Yi kissed Chen Yuan on the cheek, her eyes sparkling with delight, resembling a crescent moon. "Thank you, Daddy." On the other side, at the Five Spice state-run restaurant, Zhou Lili learned from other waitstaff just before her shift ended that manager Ji had suddenly changed his mind, likely due to Zhang Hao. While others were unaware of the connection between Zhang Hao and Ji Fuchen, Zhou Lili possessed that knowledge. Recalling how Chen Yuan and his companions had arrived this morning with great enthusiasm, only to be informed that their collaboration had been cancelled, she felt a profound sense of loss for them. No wonder Chen Yuan had been so taciturn this morning. The news must have deeply saddened him. The more Zhou Lili pondered this matter, the more guilt she felt towards Chen Yuan. It would be disingenuous to claim that Zhang Hao's actions were not motivated by her influence. This morning, Zhang Hao had relished in Chen Yuan's misfortune, choosing instead to socialize with his group of friends until Zhou Lili concluded her shift. "Lily, I've brought you a red hair ribbon today. Do take a look at how lovely it is," he said. Zhou Lili, her expression darkened, did not accept the ribbon he offered. "Zhang Hao, is it you who caused the cancellation of the collaboration between Xinjiang and our state-owned restaurant?" Zhang Hao was momentarily taken aback, then responded with a hint of surprise. "Which blabbermouth informed you of this?" Volume 1, Chapter 72. The offal of boiled pork. Upon hearing Zhang Hao's reply, Zhou Lili immediately concluded that he was indeed responsible for the matter at hand. "Zhang Hao, why resort to such despicable means? Are you not aware of the reasons I admire Brother Chen and my disdain for you? Precisely, it is due to your unscrupulous pursuit of goals, your insidious cunning, your bullying of the weak, and your utter disregard for the law." Zhang Hao stood there, utterly stunned. Had Zhou Lili not spoken, he would have never fathomed that there existed so many descriptors for him in this world. Passers-by on the street continually glanced in their direction, which infuriated Zhang Hao. as he felt his dignity as a man had been affronted. "Damn it, Joe Lily. Do not presume upon my affection for you to speak to me so audaciously. It seems a lesson is in order for you to understand who I truly am. Indeed, all the things you just mentioned are, in fact, my virtues." Tears streamed from Joe Lily's eyes, and she covered her face with her hands as she ran home, leaving Zhang Hao standing alone. That damn woman, truly spoiled. She cannot even distinguish between high and low. With that exclamation, Zhang Hao made his way to the textile factory where Zhou's mother worked. That evening, Zhou Lily was compelled by her parents to apologize to Zhang Hao, and their engagement was hastily arranged. Meanwhile, Chen Yuan remained oblivious to the events unfolding in the county. The meat at home had been properly cured, and it was time to commence the smoking process. Huzi was unsurprisingly enlisted by Chen Yuan as a laborer. "Brother Yuan, is this wooden stick sturdy enough? It seems it might break." Chen Yuan lifted his gaze and glanced at the frail stick Huzi had selected, and a smile of exasperation crossed his face. "Huzi, among that pile of firewood, there are many thick and robust sticks. Why must you choose the weakest one?" Realizing his mistake, Huzi sheepishly scratched his head. "Oh, look at my poor eyesight." As the two busily engaged in their task, they were suddenly interrupted by a voice from outside the courtyard. "Is this Chen Yuan's home?" Chen Yuan signaled to Huzi to quickly conceal their items. In a flurry, Huzi scrambled to stash the cured meat inside the house. Once Huzi had successfully hidden the goods, Chen Yuan opened the courtyard door. "Li Shanghai?" He stood frozen upon recognizing the figure at the entrance. He had not initially recognized Li Shanghai's voice, which startled him. Li Shanghai pointed to his throat in explanation. "I have a sore throat and can barely speak." Chen Yuan chuckled. "Even when ill, you remain so dedicated." Li Shanghai joined in the laughter, spreading his hands in a gesture of helplessness. "There's no choice. I have a family to support. Let us discuss business. I have come today to talk about a potential collaboration." Chen Yuan raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "What sort of collaboration?" Li Shanghai, not one for hesitation, spoke directly. "That braised pig offal you made last time was so delectable that I couldn't resist sharing a bit. I thought I might inquire if I could procure some pig offal from the meat processing plant, and whether you could prepare it at home for me to sell on the black market." This unexpected proposition piqued Chen Yuan's interest as well, and he suggested, "Let's head inside to discuss this." Upon entering, they were greeted by the sight of Huzi, visibly anxious, blocking the kitchen doorway. Once he recognized Li Shanghai, he let out a sigh of relief. "Oh, it's you, Brother Hai. You startled me." Li Shanghai was curious about Huzi's presence. "What brings you here?" Chen Yuan explained. "The meat is marinating, and we need to start smoking it soon. Since you're here, why not stay and lend a hand?" Li Shanghai jested, "If I'm working, I hope there's food involved." Chen Yuan offered him a chair and replied, "If you work well, meals are on me. If not, you'll have to cook a couple of dishes for me." This elicited hearty laughter from everyone in the room. Sun Weiwei, recalling how long it had been since she last had noodles, proposed, "How about we have noodles for lunch? Let's prepare a meat sauce to go with it." Upon hearing her description, the others couldn't help but swallow in anticipation. It sounded absolutely delicious. "All right, let's steam a couple of buns as well. I'm craving them," Chen Yuan said. Now that he was financially comfortable, he was quite generous when it came to food. After discussing lunch, Chen Yuan redirected the conversation to the main topic. Li Shanghai articulated his thoughts to Chen Yuan. Although braised pig offal was not meat per se, it was still a savory delicacy, likely to sell well. Chen Yuan nodded thoughtfully, acknowledging that if they could acquire pig offal, it would indeed be profitable. As the weather warms up, we should be cautious not to procure too much. If we can't sell it all, it will spoil. Typically, they would slaughter pigs in the early hours, necessitating the swift transport of offal, which needed to be prepared and delivered to the county. While the logistics were somewhat cumbersome, if the product sold well, these minor challenges were inconsequential. After all, they were merely striving to earn an honest living. Listening to Chen Yuan's analysis, Li Shanghai couldn't help but admire his acumen, feeling reassured that collaborating with Chen Yuan was undoubtedly a wise choice. "This is straightforward. I have a bicycle, making trips to and fro quite convenient." Chen Yuan lightly drummed his fingers on the table, then hesitantly asked, "Can you procure a bicycle ticket for me? I'd like to buy one as well for easier transport." Li Shanghai snapped his fingers and grinned. "You've asked the right person. I know someone who's selling a bicycle. Let me check for you. It's likely to be cheaper without a ticket than buying a new one. People take good care of their bicycles, and it's not in terrible condition. His father is ill, which is why he needs to sell it for medical expenses." Chen Yuan had no qualms. As long as it was a functional second-hand bicycle, he was more than satisfied. "All right, then please do inquire for me." After a brief pause, Chen Yuan continued, "However, if you manage to procure a ticket for the bicycle, I am willing to pay for it." Li Shanghai patted his chest confidently, assuring him, "Rest assured, I will inform you at the first opportunity if I receive any news. Tomorrow, I shall inquire about the current price of pig offal per pound. Later, you can calculate a suitable selling price for us." Chen Yuan nodded, contemplating that in familial relationships, clarity in financial matters is essential for lasting partnerships. "This idea originated from you, and you also established the connection for the pig offal. I shall contribute my expertise in marinated meat and let Huzi handle the deliveries. As for the profit sharing, how about you take 50%, I take 30, and Huzi receives 20? Li Shanghai felt that Chen Yuan was being too generous with this arrangement. He merely suggested the idea, whereas Chen Yuan's capabilities would allow him to venture into the marinated pig offal business independently without needing his assistance. Satisfied with earning a small profit from the middleman position, Li Shanghai quickly shook his head. "No, that division is unfavorable for you. The essential skill lies with you. Even if I can acquire the pig offal, it would be futile without the necessary expertise. Moreover, it is Huzi who handles the transportation, so I have contributed little. It should be 50 for you, 30 for me, and 20 for Huzi." Volume 1, Chapter 73. Meat Sauce. Li Shanghai believed that this division was appropriate. Otherwise, he would feel unsettled. Huzi concurred with Li Shanghai's reasoning, recognizing that in this era, those with skills are the true leaders. He had witnessed firsthand how a state-run restaurant spent as much as 500 yuan to acquire Chen Yuan's recipe. If their family's brewing formula were to leak, his grandmother would not hesitate to uphold justice, though Huzi himself contemplated selling the recipe. In these times, when one struggles to fill their stomach, who would squander grains on brewing? It is a product that can only be consumed, not sold. It would be wiser to exchange it for money. When Chen Yuan later learned of Huzi's intention to sell the recipe, he too contemplated severing ties with his brotherhood. Seeing the insistence of the two, Chen Yuan acquiesced to Li Shanghai's proposed division. They could always find another opportunity to supplement later. "Come, let us hang the cured meat I prepared." This 100 gene of cured meat, neither excessive nor insufficient, took the three of them half a day to suspend from the ceiling. The smokehouse was now filled with meat. Chen Yuan placed several sticks of wood into the furnace below, and soon, smoke began to rise. The entire smoking process must be conducted with smoke visible but fire concealed. Otherwise, the meat would be cooked directly. Moreover, the slow smoking requires a month with daily ignition. We should procure a couple of tree stumps, light them in the morning, and they should burn out by evening. Chen Yuan gazed at the wood in the furnace, feeling a bit exasperated. The wood ignited too easily and necessitated constant vigilance. Fortunately, Sun Weiwei was home every day to keep watch. Today, there were many guests for dinner, prompting Sun Weiwei to prepare a large basin of noodles and steam a pot of buns. The sauce consisted of a meat paste made with fermented soybean paste. The aroma alone was enough to make one salivate. Last time, Huzi had exchanged for some decent soybean paste from Aunt Chenhua, so Chen Yuan had bartered for a small jar of it once again. Sun Weiwei planned to use Aunt Chenhua's paste as a starter when they made soybean paste this year. The group could hardly contain their eagerness at the dining table. Having just inhaled the tantalizing scent of the sauce outside, they felt their stomachs rumble. Chen Yuan picked up a bowl of noodles with chopsticks, topping it with 2 spoonfuls of meat sauce, gently mixing it until the fragrance wafted enticingly. They all quickly devoured a bowl of noodles, reveling in the delightful flavor that left them speechless. Delicious. So good. I've never tasted such flavorful noodles in my life. Once the noodles were finished, they reluctantly reached for the buns, only to discover that the combination with the meat sauce was even more delightful. Li Shanghai could not help but exclaim, "If only we had some chili to accompany this, it would be absolutely exquisite. If it weren't for my sore throat today, I would certainly indulge in more of this sauce." Huzi nodded vigorously, his head bobbing like a chick pecking at grain, utterly unable to articulate a response. Chen Yuan chuckled softly. "Look at you all. Enjoy the meal, but don't overindulge or you'll struggle to return home." Despite saying this, he too ended up overindulging. Feeling uncomfortable, the villagers decided to take a stroll in the yard to aid digestion. At that moment, a voice called out from the gate. "Erwa, are you home?" Chen Yuan recognized the voice of Chen Jida and opened the door. "What's the matter, Uncle Chen?" Chen Jida, unfamiliar with Li Shanghai, cast a wary glance at him, but soon reassured himself that since he was acquainted with Chen Yuan, there was likely no cause for concern. He then said, "Those 2 piglets have been weaned. Tomorrow, You and Huzi should go to the commune and bring them back. Chen Yuan pondered the lack of a donkey cart in the village and the considerable distance they needed to cover. They couldn't possibly go empty-handed to fetch them. Could they? Uncle Chen, is there a large basket in the village? We only have one at home, and it won't fit 2 pigs. Chen Jita understood that Chen Yuan intended to use the basket to carry the pigs and replied, yes. The baskets we used for carrying soil are stored in the village committee's tool shed. Chen Yuan nodded, all right. Tomorrow, Huzi and I will retrieve one from the committee. Chen Jita did not leave immediately. Instead, he continued, Erwa, ask Shaosun to check the pigsty and see if there's anything else we need to prepare. The Chen family village hadn't raised livestock in a long time, and he felt a bit anxious about suddenly acquiring so many animals in the pigsty. Chen Yuan realized it had indeed been several days since he had sent Sun Weiwei to inspect the pigsty, so he said, I'll call her now. Let us go together. Seeing that Chen Yuan and the others had matters to attend to, Li Shanghai rode away on his bicycle. Once Li Shanghai was out of earshot, Chen Jita curiously asked, Huzi, do you know that person? Huzi nodded and replied with a smile, Village chief, he's one of our own, just from the neighboring village. After hearing this, Chen Jita chose not to inquire further, deciding it wise to feign ignorance at this moment. Before long, Chen Yuan emerged carrying Yi, followed closely by Sun Weiwei. Uncle Chen, we'll first take Yi to Grandma Feng. You go ahead, and we'll join you shortly. Chen Jita acknowledged with a sigh and, leaning on his cane, began to head back. At his age, he feared falling. Ever since he heard about an elderly person from the neighboring village who had fallen and didn't survive the winter, he had taken to carrying a cane everywhere. He had yet to witness the Chen family village enjoy a prosperous life, and he could not leave just yet. In the pigsty, Chen Jiqiang was directing his brothers Chen Shan and Chen Hai to clean the empty pigsty. Make sure to scrub the pig trough thoroughly. Would you be pleased to eat from a dirty bowl? If the pigs were happy and well-fed, they would grow healthy. These insights were imparted to him by Sun Weiwei. And now the pigsty was maintained in a clean and hygienic state, resulting in the piglets growing remarkably fast. It had only been a short while since they had been brought back, and they had already gained considerable weight. The swift growth of the piglets was indeed a cause for celebration, but not everyone was pleased. Chen Shan grumbled internally, today is not even my turn. Why must I come and work? Chen Hai shared his reluctance, having scrubbed the trough multiple times, yet the old man still seemed dissatisfied. Before long, Chen Jita returned, followed closely by Chen Yuan and others who entered the village committee. Upon seeing them, Chen Jiqiang's eyes squinted with delight. Erwa and his wife are here. Come and see how these piglets and rabbits are doing. Sun Weiwei, adhering to Chen Yuan's guidance, approached and conducted an inspection. Uncle, let's maintain the sanitation as is. However, the rabbits need to be raised separately from the pigs. Chen Jiqiang appeared somewhat puzzled. What does it mean to raise them separately? Aren't they already apart? Chen Yuan stepped forward, chuckling as he clarified. Weiwei means that the rabbits should be kept at the village committee, and when spring arrives, we will build a pig pen for the pigs. We need to supply the county with rabbits, and the quantity must be sufficient. Most importantly, rabbits reproduce rapidly. There will be a litter every month, and we need to separate the pregnant ones. This pig pen may not suffice. Chen Jiqiang nodded in understanding. Village chief, what are your thoughts on this matter? Everyone's gaze turned towards Chen Jita. Volume 1, Chapter 74, Capturing Piglets. What could Chen Jita say? Would he dare to express dissent? The new pigsty should be constructed on the vacant plot to the left of the village. That area is spacious. Chen Yuan also deemed it suitable, though it was somewhat distant from the village entrance, with no nearby residents. Village chief, he noted, there are no inhabitants close to that land. If the piglets go missing, no one would even be aware. It would be prudent to build a bed there as well, so that someone can keep watch over the pigsty, ensuring any disturbances are promptly reported to everyone. Chen Jita found Chen Yuan's suggestion commendable. If someone were envious and attempted to steal the piglets without a guardian, they would be left helpless in their lamentations. He turned his head slightly, casting a glance at Chen Shan and Chen Hai, and coldly declared, once the pigsty is erected, you two will take turns keeping watch. If anything happens to the piglets, I shall hold you accountable. Despite their dissatisfaction, Chen Shan and Chen Hai dared not show it openly. If Chen Jita truly lost his temper and sent them to the farm, their fates would be sealed. They could only acquiesce. Once Chen Yuan and the others had departed, Chen Hai leaned in conspiratorially towards Chen Shan. Brother, don't you find this suspicious? Not a soul in our village knows how to raise pigs, yet she, Sun Weiwei, does. She never mentioned anything while she was living with us. After hearing this, Chen Shan too sensed something amiss. Are you suggesting that Sun Weiwei is pretending to know? Chen Hai nodded, a scornful expression on his face. I believe that is quite likely. How else can one explain it? Chen Shan fell silent, deep in thought. He had long grown weary of cleaning the pigsty. If he could report Sun Weiwei and have her replace him, he might return to his previous way of life. Furthermore, his grandmother had promised to find him a wife. They had already inquired, and he and Li Qinfeng had never formalized their marriage, rendering it null and void. That evening, Chen Shan knocked on Chen Jida's door. What brings you here at such a late hour? Chen Jida asked, his expression serious. I have something to report, village chief. Chen Shan replied solemnly. Chen Jida, perplexed by Chen Shan's unexpected visit, asked patiently, what do you wish to report? Chen Shan glanced around to ensure no one was listening before lowering his voice. I wish to report that Sun Weiwei is pretending to know about pig raising and deceiving everyone. In truth, she has no idea how to care for pigs. Unbeknownst to him, Chen Yuan had approached from behind. He scoffed. Brother, what do you mean by that? Chen Shan jumped, startled. Just moments ago, he had sensed no one behind him. Damn, you scared me half to death. Chen Yuan shrugged in resignation. He had merely come to deliver the design plans for the new pigsty and had overheard the commotion from afar. Brother, if one has not committed any wrongdoing, there is no fear of ghosts knocking at the door. Of course, if you speak ill of my wife behind my back, you'll be frightened. Fully aware he could not win an argument with Chen Yuan, Chen Shan turned to Chen Jida and insisted, Village chief, regardless, I must report this. I perceive that Sun Weiwei is merely a rural woman, lacking any discernible insight. It is unlikely that anyone, including her, possesses the capability to raise pigs or rabbits. Chen Yuan quickly discerned that Chen Shan was merely being obstinate. He cleared his throat and spoke with solemnity, stating, I do not care for your opinions. I assert my own. I believe my wife excels in her endeavors. Under her guidance, the piglets we recently acquired have visibly gained weight. Chen Shan scoffed dismissively, retorting, perhaps it is merely a case of a blind cat stumbling upon a dead rat. It could well be Uncle Ji Qiang who is feeding them well. Chen Yuan then turned his gaze towards Chen Jida, smiling as he said, Village chief, you are aware that Taohua village was once renowned for its pig farming, correct? My wife hails from Taohua village and has been immersed in the art of pig raising since childhood. Is there any issue with that? At that moment, Chen Jida recalled that Taohua village had indeed been known for its pig farming, though for reasons unknown, it had ceased. It was likely that the elderly there had passed down their knowledge, allowing Sun Weiwei to acquire such skills. Not to mention, the piglets had visibly grown. It was clear to him who was in the right. With this realization, Chen Jida's gaze towards Chen Shan grew increasingly frigid. Chen Shan, if you are so idle, you might as well handle your brother's responsibilities. Should I hear another word of your unfounded gossip, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. I shall send you to the farm. Chen Shan was taken aback by this outcome, which was far from what he had anticipated. However, witnessing Chen Jida's demeanor, he could only retreat in dismay. He refused to believe that Chen Yuan could bask in such triumph indefinitely. He was certain that one day, Chen Yuan would find himself beneath his heel. After Chen Shan departed, Chen Yuan retrieved the blueprint for the pig pen from his pocket. Uncle, here is the blueprint for the new pig pen. We shall construct it according to this design. Chen Jida glanced at the blueprint, noting its meticulous detail, which allowed one to envision the pig pen's appearance with ease. Ah, splendid. With spring upon us, we must also tend to our fields. Let us commence preparations in the next few days. This pig pen is no small undertaking. Chen Yuan nodded, indicating that the remaining matters were no longer his concern. The following morning, as Chen Yuan stepped outside, he encountered Huzi. Yuan Ge, I was just about to seek you out. Huzi grinned broadly as he greeted Chen Yuan, prompting Chen Yuan to quicken his pace. Come, let us head to the village committee to collect the baskets. The sooner we depart, the sooner we shall return. Their commune, known as Shiri Commune, was located 2 miles west of Chenjiakan, followed by a turn that required an additional 10 minutes of walking. Upon arriving at the commune, they were greeted by the sounds of pigs. Following the noise, they soon spotted 2 plump piglets. Greetings, we are from Chenjiakan, here to collect piglets. The clerk on the opposite side barely lifted his gaze, merely extending his hand for the stamped documents. Chen Yuan retrieved the documents from his pocket and presented them. Once the individual across confirmed everything was in order, only then did Chen Yuan and his companions proceed to capture the pigs. Be cautious while catching them. We mustn't allow the pigs to escape. These piglets weighed around 30 to 40 pounds, and they kicked vigorously. Chen Yuan and Huzi exerted considerable effort before finally binding them with hemp ropes and securing them in the basket. On their return journey, Chen Yuan, anxious about the possibility of the piglets causing trouble behind him, decided to carry the basket in front. Although this arrangement appeared somewhat odd, it was not without merit. The two piglets, perhaps due to their limbs and mouths being restrained, did not struggle much during the journey. In fact, as the basket swayed gently, they seemed to grow drowsy. Chen Yuan felt that these two pigs were living rather comfortably, so he rewarded each with a sharp slap. "Wake up, brother pig and sister pig, we are almost there." Huzi, overhearing Chen Yuan's conversation with the pigs, couldn't help but think the claim of not being afraid was disingenuous. "Brother Yuan, you must be exhausted. Why not let me carry your basket on my back?" Chen Yuan cast a sidelong glance at Huzi. With the basket strapped to both his front and back, he couldn't shake the impression that it resembled a rather long-lived creature. "Forget it. I fear you might lose the pigs without even realizing it." Volume 1, Chapter 75. Sharing a name with a pig with a mischievous grin, Tiger asked, "Brother Yuan, what shall we feast upon at noon today?" Chen Yuan shot him a disapproving glance. "Do you comprehend why you remain unwed?" Tiger shook his head. He had never contemplated that conundrum. His mind was perpetually preoccupied with thoughts of food, leaving no room for concerns about his matrimonial prospects. Disheartened, Tiger lamented, "Brother Yuan, your disdain has truly pierced my heart." He reached for his chest to feign a dramatic gesture, but was obstructed by the basket before him, instead resting his hand upon the piglet's head. It was quite a sight to behold. Chen Yuan turned his head away in amusement. Before long, the pair returned to Chen family village. Chen Yuan placed the piglet into a meticulously cleaned pig pen. Chen Jiqiang stood nearby, grinning broadly as if beholding his own grandson. "This little piglet is well nourished." Tiger nodded in agreement. "Indeed, we both feel its weight on our backs." Although the two piglets appeared plump and pristine, they paled in comparison to the wild boar nurtured by Chen Jiqiang. Chen Yuan, pointing at the piglets, suggested with a chuckle, "Uncle, why not bestow upon them names? It will help us distinguish them." Chen Jiqiang, cherishing these four piglets as though they were his own grandchildren, readily agreed. "This little wild boar shall be named Huahua, and that one will be Nyonyo, and that stout one shall be Dezhuang, but this one—" He paused, momentarily at a loss for words. Chen Yuan interjected with a playful smile, "Let us name it Tiger." Chen Jiqiang, momentarily taken aback, nodded in acquiescence. "Very well, it shall be Tiger." Tiger recognized Chen Yuan's jest and leaned closer to Chen Jiqiang, teasingly inquiring, "Uncle, do you wish to guess my name?" At last, Chen Jiqiang caught on. Feeling slightly embarrassed, "Oh dear, you cheeky little rascal." Chen Yuan could not suppress his laughter. "Uncle, you've already agreed to name that wild boar Tiger. There is no turning back now." In a fit of frustration, Tiger began to stomp his feet, but soon found himself chuckling. "So be it, I embrace the name Tiger. It is an honor for it to share my name. This way, Brother Yuan, I will have a pig brother." After enough laughter, Chen Yuan suggested, "Let us call it Hu. That will help us differentiate them. I certainly do not wish to visit the pig pen in search of my brother." Chen Jiqiang, enjoying their banter, joined in their laughter, thinking how wonderful youth can be. After spending some time in the pig pen, they headed to Chen Yuan's home. Earlier, he had hung the cured meat in the smokehouse and kindled a fire. At that moment, Sun Weiwei was observing nearby. Chen Yuan had ingeniously constructed this stove. The wood had ignited with little effort. Li Shanghai was due to arrive in the afternoon, bringing with him a bucket of pig offal. This particular task was beyond anyone but Chen Yuan, who alone possessed the expertise to handle it. Thus, they carried the bucket over in its entirety. "Brother Yuan, what do you think of this pig offal? It's only a few cents per pound. I brought back 20 pounds to test the waters." Chen Yuan took the bucket and peered inside. Indeed, the contents appeared fresh. The handling of the large intestines here could be somewhat challenging, yet, when prepared correctly, they possess a delightful chewiness and are the most delectable. With that, Chen Yuan returned to the house to fetch 2 large basins. "Huzi, could you make a trip to the village committee to fetch some water?" Huzi responded with an eye and dashed out, returning shortly with a large bucket of water. To cleanse the large intestines thoroughly, one must use flour to scrub them. However, with dinner approaching, who would be willing to waste flour on such a task? If one were to sell braised pig offal, the large intestines would be a cumbersome addition, both time-consuming and costly. Chen Yuan, considering that today was a communal meal, chose not to discard them. Sun Weiwei also washed her hands and came over to assist. Her meticulous nature ensured the pig offal was cleaned properly. In Chen Yuan's kitchen, there was only one pot, and it was rather small. Cooking was often a struggle. He resolved to visit the blacksmith in the county to purchase a larger pot, or else future stews would be impossible. Huzi recalled that his family had an unused pot and suggested bringing it over. "We have a large iron pot at home. I'll go fetch it." Chen Yuan, without hesitation, declined. "You and your grandmother still need it. A single iron pot isn't too expensive, and a good one will serve me well." Huzi chuckled. "Brother Yuan, it's just the two of us, and we don't eat much. That small pot is sufficient. It's merely sitting idle. Why not put it to good use?" With Huzi's insistence, Chen Yuan acquiesced. "All right, let us use your family's iron pot for now." To procure a quality iron pot, one must wait in line at the blacksmith, and the process could take several days, consuming considerable time. It was wiser to utilize Huzi's idle pot in the meantime, and then have a new one forged later, relieving any urgency. Huzi set aside his work and returned home to retrieve the large iron pot. Chen Yuan observed that this pot could accommodate the 20 pounds of pig offal. Li Shanghai and Huzi believed Chen Yuan's braised pig offal was a secret recipe, so they opted to remain outside rather than crowd inside the house. They settled beside the smokehouse, warming themselves by the fire. While engaged in conversation, a voice suddenly called from the doorway. "Huzi, are you at Erwa's house?" Startled, Huzi recognized it was his grandmother's voice and rose to greet her at the gate. "Grandmother, what brings you here? The road is slippery." Feng Ailian chuckled lightly. "I have found a fine girl for you from Majiago. She has responded and wishes to meet soon. The journey is a bit far. You must set out by midnight." Majiago was quite distant from Chunjia village, requiring a 3 to 4 hour walk. "Grandmother, this is all too sudden. I have matters to attend to tomorrow." Huzi felt an inexplicable resistance to the situation. He feared that marrying would burden a wife with hardships. Feng Ailian, exasperated, lightly tapped Huzi's arm with her cane. "What matter can surpass the significance of one's entire life?" Chen Yuan emerged from the room upon hearing a voice. "Huzi, there is nothing of great importance these days. Your marriage is of utmost significance. If you become truly busy in the future, you will have even less time to attend to it. It would be wise to seize the opportunity while we are still unoccupied and take a look. If you find it appealing, splendid. If not, then so be it." Chen Yuan spoke truthfully, as he could not afford to delay his brother's matrimonial affairs. However, it was imperative that the woman involved be discerning. Should she disclose their matters behind Huzi's back, it would spell disaster for everyone. Chen Yuan contemplated finding a moment to discuss this with Huzi later. After much hesitation, Huzi ultimately acquiesced. "Very well, I shall go see her tomorrow. However, dear grandmother, given your age, it would be best if you refrained from accompanying me." Feng Ailian was somewhat reluctant, feeling that attending without a family member present for the first visit might convey a lack of seriousness. Fortunately, Li Shanghai had no pressing engagements the following day. The marinated pig offal had yet to commence, and there was no need to travel to the county. "Huzi, you might as well ride my bicycle. Can you manage that?" Volume 1, Chapter 76. Learning to ride a bicycle. Huzi had never ridden a bicycle before, and he felt a twinge of apprehension. Li Shanghai directly pushed the bicycle in front of him, encouragingly stating, "Give it a try. It's not difficult." Huzi glanced at Chen Yuan, fearing he might damage Li Shanghai's bicycle, for he had no means to compensate for it. Chen Yuan gently nodded, urging him to give it a go. Sooner or later, he would need to learn, or else how would he deliver goods on foot? The bicycle was sturdy, and falls were nothing to fear. Moreover, since Li Shanghai had so willingly lent him the bike, he surely was not one to be overly particular. Cautiously, Huzi mounted the bicycle, gripping the handlebars tightly, with one foot planted on the ground. However, the bicycle remained motionless. The frame was high, making it difficult for him to start pedaling while seated. Chen Yuan chuckled softly. "Dismount first, then push it to get going." Huzi stood frozen, hesitating to act. Unable to bear the sight any longer, Li Shanghai stepped in, guiding Huzi through the process of riding. Huzi, frightened, squealed and repeatedly begged Li Shanghai not to let go. Meanwhile, Chen Yuan, contemplating the braised pig offal simmering on the stove, decided not to linger and turned to enter the house. Their cave kitchen lacked windows, and with the fire burning for an extended period, it felt as hot as a steamer, even in winter. Sun Weiwei had shed her cotton clothing, donned only a sweater, and busied herself in the kitchen. Chen Yuan scooped a spoonful of broth, blew on it, and tasted it. It needs a bit more salt." Saying this, he took a spoon from the salt container and tossed in 2 generous spoonfuls of salt into the pot. Tasting it again, the flavor was now just right. This pot of braised delicacies not only contained pig offal but also included some pork. After all, the pot was large enough to accommodate more, allowing everyone to indulge. Outside, Huzai's attempts to learn to ride the bicycle were met with a series of mishaps, provoking laughter all around. After dinner, Chen Yuan packed the remaining braised pig offal for Li Shanghai. Take this with you tomorrow. Make a good impression on your first visit. Handing the food container to Huzai, he revealed it was filled to the brim with braised pork. Brother Yuan, this is too much. I'll bring you money when I return. Chen Yuan waved his hand dismissively. This is just a small token from me and your sister-in-law. When you visit tomorrow, it's always good to bring something presentable. However, Huzai, there are a few things I must discuss with you. Chen Yuan deliberately paused, giving Huzai a moment to absorb the gravity of his words. Huzai immediately grew serious. Brother Yuan, please go on. Chen Yuan was pleased with Huzai's response and continued, as you know, our line of work is fraught with danger. I trust your character, but we cannot know what the other party is like. When you get there, be cautious with your words. Huzai nodded earnestly. He understood Chen Yuan's counsel. Rest assured. Brother Yuan, if we truly become a couple, I will keep it to myself. Chen Yuan shook his head, for the truth is difficult to conceal, inevitably. She would notice once he began to venture outside daily. When assessing others, one must be discerning and the subsequent matters could be addressed later. Huzai sighed, feeling that marrying a wife was a distraction from making money. Yet, his tireless efforts to earn were solely to ensure a better life for his grandmother and, ultimately, to secure a spouse for himself. At that moment, Huzai felt a deep envy for Chen Yuan and Li Shanghai, whose wives were remarkably sensible, openly speaking when necessary, yet refraining from idle chatter. If only the woman he was set to meet tomorrow mirrored the wisdom of his sisters-in-law. Should she resemble Chen Yuan's elder sister-in-law, he would need to act swiftly. I'll be mindful, Huzai affirmed. If the situation seems amiss, I shall withdraw voluntarily, sparing you and Haigu any trouble. Chen Yuan chuckled, patting Huzai on the shoulder. It was evident that Huzai harbored no ill intentions. The situation wasn't dire yet, so he advised Huzai not to overthink it and to perform well the next day. With the dawn barely breaking, Huzai set off with Feng Ailian towards Mijaigu. The bicycle ride was fraught with bumps, as he feared for Feng Ailian's safety, thus he pedaled cautiously, albeit faster than walking. At the supply and marketing cooperative, he purchased 2 bottles of liquor and some fruits, securing them tightly to the handlebars of his bicycle. Unfamiliar with the routes in that area, he opted to push the bicycle instead, ensuring Feng Ailian was seated properly at the back as they made their way to Mijaigu. Meanwhile, Chen Yuan awoke naturally, having grown somewhat lethargic from not hunting in the mountains recently. Once business for the pickled pig commenced, he knew he would have even less time for the hills. Rising from bed, he resumed smoking meat. With nothing pressing to attend to, he settled on the coin, watching his son Weiwei sewed spring garments for Yi. As he observed, it struck him that son Weiwei herself lacked spring attire, prompting him to gather money and tickets for a trip to the county. After all, a wife is to be cherished. In stark contrast to the tranquil days in Chenjiakan, the Imean State restaurant in the county was destined for a bustling day. Today was the occasion for hosting leaders, enveloping the entire establishment in a tense atmosphere. Unlike previous receptions, today they were welcoming dignitaries from the capital, with even the high-ranking officials from their own city accompanying them throughout. Fang Wuda, anxious from a sleepless night, arrived early at the state restaurant to prepare the necessary items. Dolly joined Fang Wuda, arriving at dawn as well. In the kitchen, the two exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of what to do, as all preparations had already been made. They planned to slaughter the rabbits just before noon to ensure freshness. Ultimately, boredom led them to wipe tables with cloths to alleviate their tension. As noon approached, the county leaders personally inspected the premises to ensure that the day's dishes met their standards. Do not make any mistakes. The esteemed leaders from the capital are passing through for an inspection, and the city places great importance on this matter. I have been repeatedly instructed to present only the finest from our county. Fang Wuda's forehead glistened with a light sheen of sweat as he nodded gently, assuring them that everything was prepared. The county leaders surveyed the clean and bright dining hall of the Imean state-owned restaurant, nodding in satisfaction. It truly surpassed the offerings of the Wuxiang state-owned restaurant. This year, we must strive to ensure we do not fall short. I have heard that there will be a policy at the end of this year that could lead to a transfer of personnel to the city. Fang Wuda hurriedly nodded in agreement, thumping his chest and promising, rest assured, leaders, we will exert our utmost effort. Setting aside everything else, he was confident that with just those 2 dishes of rabbit meat, they could outshine the Wuxiang state-owned restaurant. Who would he wish to develop in the city? The leaders had given such a clear hint. If he remained oblivious, he would truly be foolish. If today's reception went well, he would have his chance. Just as the county leaders departed, Dolly emerged from the kitchen, clutching his hand and wailing, "Manager, my hand has been cut by a knife. I fear I can no longer handle the pots." Volume 1, Chapter 77. A crisis averted. Fong Wuda found himself utterly dazed, as if darkness had enveloped him, and he felt himself on the brink of collapse. Fortunately, a swift-witted attendant at the restaurant caught him just in time. "You have caused me great distress," he exclaimed. The state-run restaurant was not solely reliant on the culinary skills of Dolly. However, he was the only chef capable of preparing those two particular dishes. Dolly, clutching his injured hand, was bleeding profusely and hastily wrapped a piece of cloth around it. Moments prior, while he was butchering a rabbit, the creature had struggled violently, and in a moment of fierce resistance, it had inflicted a severe gash on Dolly's palm. "Manager, I must go to the hospital. My life is at stake," he declared, wrapping his hand and departing from the restaurant. Fong Wuda, in a state of urgency, waved for someone to follow Dolly to ensure he encountered no further mishaps along the way. With the only chef capable of preparing those vital dishes incapacitated, Fong Wuda was in a state of frantic anxiety as the mealtime approached. At that moment, a server approached and suggested, "Manager, we should send someone to Chen Yuan to fetch that woman. With a round trip on a bicycle, it will only take a little over 2 hours." This was the only viable option left. Resolutely, Fong Wuda borrowed a bicycle and set off for Chen Yuan. Today, he was determined to ensure that the leaders would savor those 2 dishes of rabbit meat. Meanwhile, Chen Yuan was leisurely making his way toward the county. As he neared the town, he spotted a familiar figure pedaling furiously on a bicycle, so fervently that one might think something was chasing him. The moment Fong Wuda laid eyes on Chen Yuan, he nearly knelt in gratitude. Heaven be praised. Chen Yuan has come to town today. Surely, if his wife could prepare the dishes, he could as well. "Manager Fong, what brings you out here?" Chen Yuan inquired, wiping the sweat from his brow. Fong Wuda hurriedly explained, "There's been a mishap at the restaurant. Come with me. I will explain on the way." Recognizing the urgency in Fong Wuda's demeanor, Chen Yuan wasted no time and hopped onto the bicycle. With his robust physique, he found it somewhat taxing to accommodate Fong Wuda's weight. "I'll take the reins," Chen Yuan insisted, and without hesitation, Fong Wuda dismounted. Time was of the essence, and he wished to avoid any delays. Once Fong Wuda was settled, Chen Yuan pedaled vigorously, propelling them a considerable distance. This respite allowed Fong Wuda to catch his breath and disclose, "Dolly, the one who can cook those 2 dishes, has just suffered a knife injury. The officials from the capital are due for lunch. I had no choice but to seek you out in your village." He could hardly believe their serendipitous encounter. Chen Yuan, having deduced that this situation was indeed critical, offered reassurance, "Do not worry. I can prepare both of those dishes." Upon hearing this, Fong Wuda felt a weight lift from his shoulders. He owed Chen Yuan a favor and would find an opportunity to repay it in the future. The bicycle sped along, and before long, they arrived at the entrance of the state-run restaurant. Chen Yuan secured his bicycle and entered the restaurant. The server who had just voiced concerns felt a twinge of anxiety upon recognizing that Chen Yuan was the one accompanying Fong Wuda. "Manager, the person who can prepare those 2 dishes is his wife. Can he really handle it?" Others in the vicinity began to share this unease. "Manager, we are hosting a prominent leader from the capital today. Is he truly up to the task? Indeed, if this goes awry, we might all find ourselves in trouble, not to mention the potential loss of our positions." Fong Wuda had indeed contemplated this predicament, yet he found himself with no alternative but to allow Chen Yuan to proceed. Hoping for a miracle, Chen Yuan cast a glance at the server and smiled, "Rest assured, I can prepare those dishes with my eyes closed. Should anything go amiss, I am prepared to bear the consequences alone." This was knowledge that Chen Yuan had imparted to Sun Weiwei. If he were unable to execute the dishes, that would indeed be a cause for concern. Fong Wuda quickly gestured dismissively. He had insisted on Chen Yuan's presence, and it was a matter of goodwill. To hold Chen Yuan accountable for any mishaps would be unreasonable. Presently, it was evident that only Chen Yuan was capable of fulfilling this role, and the others ceased their apprehensions, instead feeling a sense of anxious anticipation for Chen Yuan's efforts. Without delay, Chen Yuan proceeded to the kitchen, with Fong Wuda following closely. Observing Chen Yuan deftly skinning, segmenting, and preparing the rabbit meat with skill, Fong Wuda, as the manager of a state-owned restaurant, recognized Chen Yuan's culinary prowess and felt reassured. Chen Yuan recalled how straightforward Fong Wuda had been when acquiring the rabbit, saving him considerable hassle. He resolved to assist Fang Wuda today, striving to ensure the leaders were thoroughly satisfied. At this juncture, with limited ingredients available, transforming a few items into an exquisite dish proved challenging. Scanning the kitchen supplies, Chen Yuan noticed pork. Fang Wuda, intrigued by Chen Yuan's handling of the pork, inquired, "Xiao Chen, what are you planning to prepare?" Chen Yuan replied with a smile, "Manager Fang, have no worries. I assure you, this dish will meet your expectations." Seeing Chen Yuan's confidence, Fang Wuda refrained from further questioning. If the dish turned out well, it would be served. If not, they could simply pack it up for Chen Yuan to take home, treating it as a gesture of goodwill. Chen Yuan swiftly cut the meat into sizable chunks and tossed them into a pot for blanching. Meanwhile, he marinated the rabbit meat with sauce, ready to commence grilling as soon as the leaders arrived. Just as Chen Yuan completed his preparations, laughter echoed from outside. "Secretary Zhao, Commissioner Zheng, please come in. This is our county's state-owned restaurant that was recognized as outstanding last year." Chen Yuan discerned that the officials outside held significant ranks, possibly even surpassing those of the county staff. No wonder Fang Wuda was in such a hurry today. With deftness, he swiftly prepared the spicy rabbit cubes and summoned a server to present them. Subsequently, he concocted a marinated sauce and immersed the pork within it. Chen Yuan harbored no trepidation regarding the possibility of another chef surreptitiously noting down his recipe, for the individual was so preoccupied that he scarcely had a moment to glance at Chen. Meanwhile, the marinated meat bubbled fervently, releasing a delightful aroma. On the other side, Chen Yuan placed charcoal into the stove, igniting it to commence grilling the rabbit meat. The savory scent of the sauce soon permeated the entire kitchen, and before long, it wafted into the dining area. The leaders seated in the hall, enticed by the fragrance, curiously peered towards the kitchen. What dish could this be? The aroma was utterly captivating. Committee member Zheng found the fragrance overwhelmingly enticing, almost unable to suppress the salivation it provoked. The county leaders exchanged glances with Fang Wuda, signaling him to promptly provide an explanation. Receiving the cue from the county officials, Fang Wuda finally mustered the courage to speak. "This dish is our unique specialty at the state-run restaurant, sauce grilled rabbit. Both this dish and the spicy rabbit cubes on the table are our signatures." At that moment, when state-run restaurants were typically monotonous and uniform, the introduction of a distinctive dish took everyone by surprise. The leaders from the capital fell into deep contemplation, while the smiles of the city leaders instantly froze upon their faces. Volume 1, Chapter 78. Turning danger into safety. The perspiration of the county leaders cascaded down their foreheads, trailing down their cheeks and pooling at the nape of their necks. Fang would have felt as though his heart might leap from his chest. A sense of unease gnawed at him, compelling him to swallow repeatedly in an attempt to alleviate his tension. In the kitchen, Chen Yuan remained undeterred by the commotion, his hands still deftly working as the marinated roasted rabbit meat reached completion. He decided to personally present the dish. By the time Fang Wuda wished to send Chen Yuan back, it was already too late. He could only silently pray that they could retain their positions. The city and county leaders were engulfed in a pall of despair, already devising plans to manage the aftermath of the situation. The county leaders bore down on Fang Wuda, who had been explicitly warned to be vigilant with the dishes to avoid any mistakes. At a time when resources were scarce, it was only natural for them to wish to present the finest offerings to the leaders visiting from the capital. However, it was imperative to strike the right balance. Fang Wuda felt a deep sense of frustration. His eagerness for progress had seemingly thwarted their aspirations for recognition as an exemplary state-run restaurant this year. After placing the marinated roasted rabbit meat on the table, Chen Yuan did not immediately withdraw. He spoke slowly. "This dish features rabbits raised in our village, accompanied by a sauce made from simple farmhouse ingredients. Our village cultivates these rabbits due to their high yield and low feed requirements, allowing our community to thrive. Therefore, esteemed leaders, please rest assured that this is by no means a luxury item." At this moment, when households were struggling with meager meals, was it appropriate for those in leadership to indulge in extravagant feasts? The aroma of the spicy rabbit dish was tantalizing, yet the guests remained hesitant to lift their chopsticks, their expression shifting dramatically upon hearing about the marinated roasted rabbit meat. Chen Yuan surmised that their reluctance stemmed from concerns about public perception. Fang Wuda wished to pull Chen Yuan back. His presence only seemed to complicate matters. Suddenly, Secretary Zhao chuckled lightly. "Old Zheng, why so serious? You frightened everyone." Committee member Zheng quickly grasped the situation, laughing in response. My fault. I've never encountered such a dish before. I was momentarily taken aback." With Chen Yuan's explanation alleviating their unease, they eagerly picked up their chopsticks. The flavor of the marinated roasted rabbit meat was indeed delightful. It truly surpasses even the roast duck served at our state-run restaurants in the capital. Though this statement bore an element of exaggeration, it was nonetheless a compliment. The city and county leaders exhaled in relief, realizing that their positions were secure for the time being. At that moment, it was Fang Wuda who felt the greatest sense of survival. He had just been so frightened that he could scarcely breathe, seeing that he was no longer needed. Chen Yuan returned to the kitchen to continue preparing his braised meat. Having noted that another chef had prepared a plate of braised pork, he decided to bring that plate over as well, mindful that presenting both dishes could lead to further complications. The chef across the way, aware of Chen Yuan's culinary prowess, deemed it unnecessary to inquire further and continued with his own cooking. Chen Yuan retrieved the braised meat, deftly slicing it into thin pieces, drenching it in sauce, and artfully arranging it on a plate, with some red braised pork in the center, resembling a blossoming flower. This dish was also presented by Chen Yuan, positioned prominently in the middle. After completing these tasks, Chen Yuan settled in the back kitchen, patiently awaiting the next developments. Secretary Zhao found himself intrigued by Chen Yuan, as young individuals with such understanding were quite rare. What was the name of that young man? All eyes turned towards Fang Wuda. Initially taken aback, Fang Wuda quickly clarified. He is a villager from Qinjia village. Our chef injured his hand today, so he is filling in at the last minute. As soon as Fang Wuda uttered these words, he regretted it, fearing it might reflect poorly on their regard for the matter. Fortunately, the leaders remained silent, instead offering praise. This young man is remarkably composed and quite courageous. Indeed, his thought process is clear, and the dish is commendable. Both the municipal and county leaders wholeheartedly agreed. Secretary Zhao, Committee Member Zheng, do try this braised meat. I find the flavor delightful. Committee Member Zheng sampled a piece and was instantly captivated by its exquisite taste. Upon tasting the red braised pork in the center, he noted it was slightly less impressive than the braised meat. Secretary Zhao curiously inquired, were both the braised meat and the red braised pork prepared by the same individual? Fang Wuda, recognizing that the braised meat was crafted by Chen Yuan, could discern that the red braised pork was made by their chef. The braised meat was prepared by that villager, while the red braised pork was made by our chef. Fang Wuda replied candidly, feeling compelled to be truthful in front of the leaders. Secretary Zhao nodded, his assumptions confirmed. Call that young man over. Let us share a meal together. The county leaders harbored concerns that Chen Yuan, being a country lad, might speak too bluntly and inadvertently offend the leaders, causing some hesitation. However, Fang Wuda had faith in Chen Yuan and proceeded to the back kitchen. Chen Yuan was quietly conversing with the chef. Fang Wuda approached, lowering his voice to say, Xiao Chun, the leaders have invited you to join them for a meal. Remember to speak little, act modestly, and observe closely. Chen Yuan nodded, fully understanding the situation. Rest assured, Manager Fang, I comprehend the expectations and will not cause any trouble for our state-owned restaurant. Chen Yuan felt no anxiety about the matter. After all, it was merely a meal, not a daunting ordeal. Upon Chen Yuan's arrival, Secretary Zhao greeted him with a smile, asking, young comrade, what is the current scale of rabbit farming in your village? During a time when the nation was urgently focused on production, the reported figures were indeed staggering. Secretary Zhao anticipated that Chen Yuan would provide a lengthy response, but to his surprise, Chen Yuan simply smiled and replied, our village's rabbit farming is just beginning. We currently have 5 rabbits, but both of the female rabbits are pregnant. It won't be long before we see an increase. Chen Yuan's words were not mere bravado. It was well known that rabbits reproduce prolifically, with one litter following another, resulting in a rapid increase in numbers. Secretary Zhao chuckled, affirming, indeed, that is quite true. Rabbit meat is still meat, and it would be wonderful if, with larger-scale production, everyone could enjoy it. Upon hearing Secretary Zhao's endorsement, the city leaders hastily inquired, young comrade, does your village face any challenges in rabbit farming? Do you require assistance? Indeed, there were challenges, and Chen Yuan, without hesitation, replied with a smile. We do have a difficulty, and it would be splendid if the leaders could help us address it. As he spoke, Chen Yuan sighed, his expression betraying a deep sense of concern. Intrigued, Secretary Zhao pressed further, asking, what kind of difficulty? Speak up, and let us brainstorm solutions. With Secretary Zhao's encouragement, the others felt no inclination to hold back. Chen Yuan responded candidly, our village raises rabbits in pigsties, and as the scale increases, we find ourselves lacking sufficient space. Upon hearing this, Everyone instantly grasped his implication. He was subtly requesting funding to construct dedicated rabbit housing. Volume 1, Chapter 79. Approval of Funds. Commissioner Zheng chuckled. This is hardly a challenge. Simply seek the approval from the commune. With this remark from Commissioner Zheng, the commune felt compelled to comply. Chen Yuan joined in the laughter, choosing to refrain from further conversation. The meal unfolded pleasantly, with Secretary Zhao and Commissioner Zheng expressing their admiration for Chen Yuan, even hoping that he might one day visit the capital. When you have the opportunity to come to the capital, Zhao and I will host you, they encouraged. You, young man, are sharp-witted. Continue to lead the villagers in diligent labor and develop the livestock industry. Chen Yuan smiled and nodded in acknowledgement, expressing gratitude for their commendations. Such recognition is a testament to the nurturing from our city and county leaders, allowing me to possess such awareness and insight. His words graciously deflected credit to the city and county officials, eliciting pride from them as they instinctively straightened their postures. Fang Wuda pondered how Chen Yuan seemed more eager for advancement than himself. Secretary Zhao patted Chen Yuan on the shoulder with a smile, confidently predicting his promising future. Once the leaders from the capital departed, a collective sigh of relief swept through the room. The city officials recognized that it was Chen Yuan who had deftly navigated them through a potential crisis. Had the two leaders become displeased, their fates would have been dire. Their demeanor shifted dramatically as they warmly addressed Chen Yuan. Comrade, you performed admirably today. We will ensure you are rewarded. Chen Yuan expressed his gratitude, unconcerned about accolades, yet understanding the importance of fostering good relations with the authorities for future opportunities. After the county leaders bid farewell to the city officials, they returned to the state-owned restaurant. With a hearty pat on his chest and a deep sigh of relief, the county leader declared, Young Chen, we owe you a great debt today. Your quick thinking saved us. He then glanced at Fang Wuda and jested, Fang Wuda, perhaps you should consider relinquishing your position as manager of the state-owned restaurant to Chen Yuan. Had he not stepped in today, we might all be facing unemployment. Before Fang Wuda could respond, Chen Yuan interjected, Leader, I do not possess Manager Fang's capabilities. Today was merely a stroke of luck, a fortunate coincidence. I shall focus on leading our village in livestock farming, as Secretary Zhao has just advised me. Fang Wuda cast a grateful glance at Chen Yuan, viewing him as nothing short of a savior. The county leader burst into laughter. You rascal. I am Su Tianxi, the county chief. Should you encounter any difficulties in the future, feel free to seek me at the county committee office. Chen Yuan quickly expressed his thanks, recognizing that any pretense of modesty at this moment would be ungrateful. Thank you, County Chief Su. Chen Yuan and Fang Wuda accompanied County Chief Su as he departed. Fang Wuda exhaled deeply, sinking into a chair to collect his thoughts. Young Chen, I want to heap praise upon you today. Consider this a favor owed to you. In the future, do not hesitate to ask for assistance whenever you need it. Chen Yuan was quite straightforward and agreed without hesitation. The situation today had taken him by surprise, and he hadn't even had the chance to inform Sun Weiwei. Manager Fang, this doesn't concern me. I shall take my leave, he stated. Manager Fang Wuda nodded. Go on, you've worked hard today? Upon exiting the state-owned hotel, Chen Yuan made his way directly to the supply and marketing cooperative. His initial purpose was to purchase fabric for Sun Weiwei, but he had squandered all his time. The fabric was as before, limited to just 2 colors, and Chen Yuan procured a modest amount of each. Spotting some milk candies at the counter, which were rather expensive, 4 pieces for $1, he generously bought $5 worth for each. The sales clerk, surprised by such a lavish customer, assumed he was buying gifts and enthusiastically packaged the items. Chen Yuan offered no explanation as he left the cooperative with the candies and fabric in hand. In the distance, he recognized 2 somewhat familiar figures, Hu Zai and Grandma Feng. Chen Yuan quickened his pace and called out to Hu Zai. Hearing the call, Hu Zai turned around in search of him. Brother Yuan, I'm right here. Feng Aolian, seated on the back of the bicycle, turned her head and saw Chen Yuan approaching. Why are you back so early? Hu Zai exclaimed, puzzled. Isn't it only around 2 or 3 in the afternoon? They had hurried home after lunch at Majiagu. Brother Yuan, what time is it? It's going to get dark soon. Chen Yuan glanced at the sun and realized it was indeed afternoon. Oh, I completely lost track of time. Hu Zai, noticing the fabric in Chen Yuan's hands, grinned and asked, Brother Yuan, are you buying more fabric for your wife? Chen Yuan nodded, feeling it was only natural. He indulged his wife. What of it? He was curious about Hu Zai's romantic endeavors. How did it go? You stayed for lunch, so there must be some mutual attraction, right? He teased, causing Huzai's face to flush. Huzai nodded shyly. He was quite fond of that girl, well-educated and refined, though her family background was somewhat lacking. Otherwise, she wouldn't be within his reach. Her family had once been affluent, known for their kindness to the locals, and their wealth was inherited rather than acquired through unscrupulous means. During the war, they had donated generously, and when land was redistributed, their property was merely divided. No one was sent to the farms for re-education. Huzai's own family had been prosperous, but they hadn't maintained that wealth into his generation. Chen Yuan felt that familial background was of little consequence. With only Huzai and Grandma Feng in the household, a less favorable background wouldn't have a significant impact. Moreover, given Huzai's current endeavors, which could not be made public, the importance of background diminished. As long as he supported Huzai, that was what truly mattered. With this in mind, Chen Yuan clapped Huzai on the shoulder and remarked, "Don't place too much weight on those matters. As long as you like her, that's all that counts. The most crucial aspect is whether she can support your endeavors." After listening to Chen Yuan's comforting words, Huzai felt significantly reassured. Initially, he had been somewhat conflicted over the matter of backgrounds. However, upon reflection, he realized that his own pursuits were hardly respectable. So why should he be concerned about the integrity of others? Such favorable circumstances are rare in this world. I shall seek out old Wu and ask her to assist me in proposing. Huzai chuckled innocently as he leisurely pedaled his bicycle forward, engaging in conversation along the way. It wasn't long before they arrived at Qinjia village. After escorting Feng Alian home, Huzai proceeded to return the bicycle to the neighboring village. Just then, Li Shanghai had successfully acquired the new bicycle that Chen Yuan had requested, and he directly invited Huzai to ride it back. Upon seeing the bicycle, Huzai was momentarily taken aback. "Brother Hai, is this bicycle truly not new? It appears exceedingly pristine." Li Shanghai proudly lifted his chin and replied, "Take a look. If it were an old bike, could I have procured it for Chen Yuan? If we're going to get one, it must be both new and affordable." Huzai gave Li Shanghai a thumbs up, truly deserving of his reputation as a notable trader in the county. Volume 1. Chapter 80. This is truly delicious. Huzai promptly delivered the bicycle to Chen Yuan's residence. Chen Yuan was very pleased with the second-hand bicycle, affirming that Li Shanghai was indeed reliable. He patted the bicycle seat and said with a smile, "Huzai, you can use this bike for deliveries. I'll modify it for hauling goods later." Huzai hurriedly waved his hands. "Brother Yuan, this bicycle is yours. I cannot ride it every day." Chen Yuan shot him a sidelong glance. "Are you planning to walk to the county for deliveries every day? By the time you arrive, the braised pig offal will have spoiled." Huzai scratched his head, realizing that Chen Yuan had a valid point. "All right, Brother Yuan. Once I have some money, I will purchase this bicycle from you, and you can get a new one. If you were to use this bicycle for deliveries, Huzai would indeed have to ride it daily. He felt guilty about keeping the old one." Chen Yuan nodded, understanding that this bicycle was originally meant for Huzai's deliveries. Aware of Huzai's limited finances, especially with the prospect of marriage ahead, he thought it best to cover the expense for him now and receive repayment later. To modify the bicycle for hauling goods, a board needed to be added to the back. With this in mind, Chen Yuan fished a dime from his pocket and handed it to Huzai. "Huzai, go to Zhang the carpenter's and purchase 2 wooden boards." Huzai considered cutting down a couple of trees on the mountain, but that would be time-consuming and labor-intensive, not to mention they lacked the tools for cutting the wood. Buying 2 boards would be far more convenient and inexpensive. "All right, I shall go right away." Meanwhile, Chen Yuan gathered some iron wire and hemp rope to secure the boards later. They used iron barrels to transport the braised pig offal, so it was essential to secure everything properly. Before long, Huzai returned with the 2 wooden boards. "Brother Yuan, these boards cost 2 cents. Here is the remainder." Chen Yuan accepted the money and promptly tucked it into his pocket, lending a hand to secure the wooden board. Huzai, with a sound of acknowledgement, steadied the bicycle. Chen Yuan drilled holes in the 4 corners of the board, threading iron wire through them to bind it to the rear seat of the bicycle. Unsatisfied with its sturdiness, he reinforced it with hemp rope, securing it horizontally and vertically. If only he had the proper tools, he mused. A metal plate welded to the rear seat would provide true durability. The following day, Li Shanghai rose early to visit the meat processing plant. Chen Yuan had specifically instructed him to avoid the intestines, and Li Shanghai ensured they were all discarded, ultimately procuring 30 pounds of pig offal. If these 30 pounds sold well, they would consider increasing their order. At dawn, Li Shanghai delivered the pig offal to Chen Yuan's home, hurrying back to the county town without lingering. After thoroughly cleaning the 30 pounds of offal, Chen Yuan began the blanching process. Sun Weiwei, yawning, came to assist. She had nearly mastered the task over the past few days. Together, they fished the offal from the pot and placed it into a basin, changing the water before commencing the preparation of the marinade. The offal was cut into chunks and slices, then submerged in the flavorful mixture. After a busy morning, Chen Yuan seized the opportunity to have breakfast while the pig offal marinated. Sun Weiwei had prepared oil cakes and a radish soup. After a morning of labor, Chen Yuan's appetite was whetted, and he devoured several cakes. By the time Huzi arrived, the marinated pig offal was ready. This marked Huzi's first delivery, and Chen Yuan, concerned, decided to accompany him. Huzi, from now on, if you are delivering goods at dawn, take the back roads. If anyone inquires, simply say you are delivering for relatives. Huzi nodded, recalling Chen Yuan's advice to observe more and speak less. Rest assured, Brother Yuan, once I familiarize myself with this route, I'll manage just fine. With the iron bucket secured to the bicycle, they set off. Compared to his earlier attempts at cycling, Huzi had become quite adept. Once learned, it was as simple as eating or drinking. To avoid mishaps, Huzi rode cautiously, with Chen Yuan trailing closely behind. Upon reaching the county, they headed straight for the black market. Li Shanghai had already secured a spot to sell his goods. Seeing Chen Yuan and Huzi approach, he quickly cleared a space for them. Hurry over, Brother Yuan. I've saved you a spot. Chen Yuan calmly dismounted, retrieving the modified iron basin and scale to weigh the marinated pig offal. Upon opening the lid of the iron bucket, an enticing aroma wafted through the air, drawing a crowd. What is this? It smells wonderful. It looks delectable. How much does it cost? Is it expensive? Chen Yuan smiled as he explained. This is marinated pig offal, priced at 50 cents per pound. Upon hearing the price, the crowd hesitated, finding it a bit steep. If pork were merely 50 cents per pound, they would purchase it without hesitation. However, the quality of the pig offal at the same price remained uncertain. Observing the crowd's indifference, Chen Yuan promptly used his chopsticks to retrieve a small piece of pig liver and offered it to one of the women present. She accepted it without hesitation and placed the liver in her mouth. Although she held little hope for the taste of the braised pig offal, having prepared similar dishes before with results that were often fishy and unpalatable, she felt compelled to try it, as refusing free food seemed a loss. To her surprise, the moment the braised pig offal touched her palate, the flavor was simply unforgettable. Oh my, delicious, truly delectable. Give me a pound. Chen Yuan swiftly scooped up a pound and placed it in her food container. Originally, she intended to pick up a dish from the state-run restaurant on her way home, but now, with the braised pig offal, there was no need to make that trip. The onlookers, intrigued, were eager to sample as well. After all, it was meat, and regular pork cost 70 to 80 cents per pound. Once the first purchase was made, it quickly led to others. Chen Yuan continued to allow everyone to taste before buying. A small piece of braised pig offal was hardly excessive. One must be willing to take risks. I'll take 2 pounds to try, and make sure to give me extra sauce. The aroma is enticing. I want a pound for today's snacks. Me too. Count me in. Before long, more than half of the braised pig offal had been sold. Huzi stood by astonished. The last time he witnessed such a scene was when Chen Yuan was selling meat. Yet that was meat, always in demand. The success of the braised pig offal was something Huzi could never have anticipated. Chen Yuan's braised pig offal spread rapidly through the black market, with word of mouth multiplying its allure. Many returned home to fetch containers and promptly returned to purchase the delicacy. Affordable and delicious, it was a true find. Within a short span, all 30 pounds of the braised pig offal had been sold. As Chen Yuan tidied up his belongings in preparation to leave, those who arrived late and missed out on the offal approached him, inquiring, "Will you be selling more tomorrow?" Chen Yuan nodded, smiling, "Indeed. If I'm not here, my brothers will be selling it. You can trust us three. You shall not encounter any counterfeit goods. However, do arrive early, as it may sell out." Upon hearing that they could purchase the braised pig offal the following day, the disappointed patrons finally felt relieved. This braised pig offal was truly a remarkable find. Volume 1. Chapter 81. The letter of commendation and reward. Upon witnessing Chen Yuan's intention to withdraw, Li Shanghai began to gather his belongings as well. Individuals like him, who engage in the trade of goods, rely on their connections to procure what others need, profiting from the price differentials without the necessity of maintaining a stall in the black market. His visage alone serves as a mobile marketplace. The trio exited the black market and sought refuge in an uninhabited alley, where they commenced calculating their earnings for the day. 30 pounds of pig offal had fetched 15 yuan. Well, that's quite a sum. Tomorrow, I shall procure all the pig offal available. The previous 20 pounds of marinated pig offal had been sold to acquaintances, and uncertain of the current state of the black market, he dared to limit his acquisition to 30 pounds, not anticipating such a smooth sale. Chen Yuan pondered and inquired, "What is the maximum amount of pig offal we can obtain in a single day?" Li Shanghai considered this before responding. "Our county's meat processing plant supplies this area. And daily, we could acquire over 300 pounds of pig offal. However, as the weather warms, that number may dwindle to 100 or 200 pounds. Chen Yuan nodded gently, recognizing that even this quantity was substantial, certainly more stable than venturing into the mountains. 200 to 300 pounds cannot be fully marinated in a single pot. We can only transport 2 loads to the county per day. I'll set up a stove and use 2 pots simultaneously to expedite the process. We also need to convert this bicycle into a tricycle, otherwise, we won't have the capacity to carry everything." These challenges were pressing matters that required their immediate attention. The profits from today were not directly divided among them, but entrusted to Chen Yuan for management. Chen Yuan proceeded to the supply and marketing cooperative, where he purchased various seasonings necessary for marinating the pig offal, and then visited the blacksmith shop to acquire 2 finished iron buckets before returning home. There remained a considerable amount of yellow clay from the previous construction of the cured meat chamber, ample for constructing a temporary stove. Chen Yuan and Huzi collaborated seamlessly. Swiftly erecting the stove, Chen Yuan placed charcoal inside, gradually drying the outer layer of yellow clay. Just as they concluded their task, Chen Jida hurriedly arrived, calling out at the entrance, "Erwa, are you home? The county has sent you a letter of commendation." Chen Yuan stood momentarily stunned. What commendation could he possibly receive? Yet, he dismissed his thoughts and opened the door. "Erwa, how is it that you, my child, accomplished such a significant feat in the county without informing me? I only learned of it today when they came to deliver the letter of thanks." Huzi swallowed hard, perplexed. The matters that his elder brother engaged in within the county were hardly public, so how could they warrant thanks? Unable to comprehend, he found himself utterly baffled. Upon Chenjida's remarks, Chen Yuan realized it must pertain to the incident at the Imean state-owned restaurant. A soft chuckle escaped Chen Yuan's lips. It was not a grand affair, merely a matter of chance assistance. However, Chenjida insisted that this deserved public acknowledgement within the village. "This is no trivial matter. They have bestowed upon you 100 yuan and a certificate of commendation. We must convene a meeting to celebrate your achievement." Chen Yuan was taken aback. "How much?" Chenjida repeated once more, 100 yuan. Astonished, he counted several times, convinced there could be no mistake. Additionally, there was 50 yuan for constructing a rabbit shed in the village. The wrinkles on Chenjida's face seemed to gather in delight, illuminating his countenance as never before. Heaven knows how long he had been exhilarated before he finally composed himself and hurried to share the good news with Chen Yuan. In truth, of that 100 yuan, 30 yuan was a reward from the city leaders. He had combined the bonus, the commendation letter, and the funding for the village to present to the county leaders. The 50 yuan was a reward from the county leaders, acknowledging that Chen Yuan had helped them retain their jobs. This sum represented merely 2 months' wages for the workers and was hardly significant. Moreover, considering it came from leaders from the capital, had it not been for Chen Yuan that day, they might have faced a complete overhaul starting from the city leaders. The remaining 20 yuan was contributed by the county leader when he saw that the others had already donated. He decided to contribute as well. Without Chen Yuan's timely intervention, Fang Wuda would have long since lost his position as the manager of the state-run restaurant, let alone being promoted to the city. Without allowing Chen Yuan to decline, Chen Jida instructed Huzi to fetch a metal basin and a metal spoon, announcing the news to every household. However, upon reflection, he deemed the use of a metal basin and spoon too modest for such a joyous occasion, so he handed Huzi the key to the village committee's storage room instead. "Go fetch the gong used by the band and make some noise." Huzi, thrilled for Chen Yuan, took the key without hesitation and dashed towards the village committee. His brother is truly remarkable. Chen Yuan, resigned to the unfolding events, decided to let them proceed without interference. Half an hour later, the village committee was bustling with people. Huzi calculated whether anyone had been missed, ultimately realizing that apart from those bedridden or too young to walk, he had summoned everyone. Chen Jida, beaming with joy, announced, "Today, we gather to commend our fellow villager, Chen Yuan." The Love People state-run restaurant encountered some challenges while hosting leaders from the capital, and it was Comrade Chen Yuan who stepped forward to resolve these issues, ensuring a smooth reception. He declared a reward of 100 yuan in cash and a letter of commendation for Chen Yuan. The more he spoke, the more fervent his excitement became. He led the villagers in a resounding applause that echoed like thunder. Chen Yuan found himself unexpectedly pushed onto the stage. Comrade Chen Yuan, we hope you will continue to strive and never forget your original intentions. Chen Jita handed the envelope to Chen Yuan, his smile uncontainable. In the audience, Chen Dongjin and Zhang Guixiang watched with envy. Had Chen Yuan not separated from the family, that 100 yuan would have been theirs. They couldn't help but recall that it all stemmed from Li Qinfeng's pilfering of that lard, and her insistence on blaming Sun Weiwei. Chen Dongjin thought to himself that after all, Chen Yuan was his son. Without him, there would be no Chen Yuan, and he too felt a sense of pride. Mother, let's have Chen Yuan use this money to host a feast for our family. This truly brings honor to the old Chen family. Aunt Wang Er happened to be right beside Chen Dongjin, and she had always been at odds with the Chen family. At this moment, she unabashedly mocked, "Oh dear, your family must be regretting it terribly." While Aunt Wang Er refrained from stating the matter outright, it was evident that her words had become the focal point of discussion. They are still hosting banquets, trying to embellish their family's reputation. Who doesn't know how you treated Chen Yuan's family before? Huh, if I had such an outstanding son, I would cherish him dearly. Who could argue otherwise? When you drove Chen Yuan and his family away, did you ever imagine he would achieve such success today? This is truly deserved. You forsook the talented, opting instead for the worthless. It seems to me that you merely seek to bask in their glory and acquire wealth. The Chen family has faced numerous troubles lately, even resorting to stealing rabbits from the village, and their reputation has plummeted. Hardly anyone speaks in their favor. Volume 1. Chapter 82. Regret comes too late. Chen Donggen's face was ashen with anger as he stared at Chen Yuan in silence. Suddenly, Zhang Guixiang shed tears, exclaiming, "Erwa, it is your grandmother who has erred. I have grown foolish in my old age. Your sister-in-law has already taken you to the farm. Come back home with your grandmother. Our Chen family is your true home." Zhang Guixiang's words were imbued with heartfelt sincerity, and had it not been for Chen Yuan's awareness of her unchangeable nature, he might have been swayed. Those around them were moved by her plea. After all, Chen Yuan bore the Chen surname and was indeed the biological son of Chen Dongjin. Alone in the cave dwelling, without support, it would be better for him to return to the Chen family. At least he would have a brother to rely on. Zhang Guixiang, now of advanced age, must have recognized her mistakes. He Chunhua, also present, could not help but laugh at this. No offense, but can we not agree that calling the Chen family a den of wolves is quite fitting? Are you truly assisting Chen Yuan? Or merely pushing him into the flames of despair? These people were envious of Chen Yuan's accolades, wishing nothing more than for him to return home and endure further hardships. Zhang Guixiang shot He Chunhua a disdainful glare. "What business is it of yours?" Yet her expression quickly morphed into one of feigned sorrow as she turned to Chen Yuan, lamenting, "Erwa, since your departure, your grandmother has been unable to eat or sleep, and has lost so much weight." Chen Yuan scoffed inwardly. Their struggles for sustenance in his absence had nothing to do with him missing them. Observing Chen Yuan's indifference, Zhang Guixiang boldly approached, feigning an intention to kneel before him. "I acknowledge my mistakes. I shall bow to you," she declared, just as she was about to descend. Chen Yuan finally moved, seizing Chen Hai and placing him in front of himself, retreating a safe distance. Chen Hai was suddenly engulfed by a flood of memories, rendering him motionless with fear. Zhang Guixiang, caught off guard, ended up kneeling before Chen Hai instead. "Grandmother, what are you doing? You're going to shorten my lifespan," Chen Hai exclaimed. Realizing her embarrassment, Zhang Guixiang abandoned her pretense, allowing Chen Hai to help her up, then with hands on her hips, pointed an accusatory finger at Chen Yuan, scolding, "Chen Yuan, do not overstep your bounds. Granting you the opportunity to return to the Chen family is a tremendous favor. How dare you not appreciate it?" Her triangular eyes, accentuated by the whites surrounding them, gave her a particularly harsh appearance as she spoke with biting disdain. Chen Yuan replied with a cold chuckle, "Do you consider yourself a queen? A grand favor indeed. Keep your so-called generosity. I have no need for it. You only wish for me to return for my meager finances, do you not? As I reflect on the state of my life, I can't help but wonder where you all were when our family of 3 was on the brink of starvation. How can you brazenly utter such words? Attempting to morally bind me is a futile endeavor. I have no inclination towards such tactics. In plain sight, Chen Yuan unmasked the petty schemes of the Chen family without an ounce of sympathy. The villagers echoed his sentiments, declaring, "Your family is akin to leeches, merely siphoning blood. What were you thinking before? It's too late for regrets now. People like the Chens are destined for a lifetime of misfortune." I was amazed at the sudden change of heart regarding Chen Yuan's return. It seems he had been awaited here all along. Chen Jida remained silent, biding his time until the crowd had vented their frustrations, intending only to intervene symbolically. "All right, everyone, quiet down. I have some good news to share." His underlying message was clear. "Once I deliver this news, you may continue to vent your ire towards the Chen Dongjin family." Upon hearing that there was good news, the crowd fell into an expectant hush. Chen Jida revealed another envelope, announcing that this year, there was a significant sum allocated for unity. Chen Yuan has secured funds for constructing pig pens for our village, a total of 50 yuan. Instantly, a fervent discussion erupted among the crowd. "What? Our village has 50 yuan. We can build something grander now. Oh, I can hardly contain my excitement. We will erect a facility larger than any other village, surely. We can establish a thriving farming enterprise. How remarkable, Chen Yuan. 50 yuan. I wouldn't earn that much in a year of farming." Chen Yuan humbly remarked. "I merely contributed my modest efforts. The future of farming relies on all of us." The crowd erupted into applause, their gazes towards Chen Yuan filled with admiration. Among the youth of the village, Chen Yuan stood out as the most exceptional, yet the Chen family treated him as if he were inconsequential. Aunt Wang chuckled mockingly, saying, "Oh, village chief, please stop. Soon, the Chen family will be at a loss for how to respond to their tears." At this, laughter erupted among the villagers. "Wang, your words are too sharp. How wonderfully you put it. They brought this upon themselves. They deserve it. I remain unconcerned. Chen Yuan has shown such consideration for our village. And anyone who wrongs him shall be opposing us all. Indeed, they shall be opposing us all. We too." Ultimately, the situation evolved into unanimous support for Chen Yuan. Chen Dongjin and his family, feeling humiliated, could only retreat home in shame. With no more spectacle to witness, the townsfolk congratulated Chen Yuan before dispersing. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Chen Yuan cradled Yi in one arm and held Sun Weiwei's hand with the other, gradually making his way home. Sun Weiwei, delighted for Chen Yuan, began to hum a cheerful tune on their journey. Chen Yuan smiled and asked, "What brings you such joy?" Sun Weiwei nodded, feeling a surge of pride as her partner's excellence allowed her to stand tall in the village, no longer burdened by the inferiority she once felt. Chen Yuan, with a mischievous smile, leaned closer to her ear and whispered, "I'll make you even happier when we return." Blushing, Sun Weiwei playfully tapped his chest, her touch akin to a gentle kitten's paw, which only heightened Chen Yuan's fluttering heart. "Stop it, there are others around," he chided, casting a glance at the behind them, where Huzi was pretending to ponder deeply. Indeed, in moments of awkwardness, people often become flustered and uneasy. Sun Weiwei shot him a glare, declaring, "I'm ignoring you." Huzi lamented, "Is no one concerned about my feelings?" Upon returning to the cave dwelling, Chen Yuan asked Sun Weiwei to count the money they had. Typically, their expenses revolved around daily necessities, with the most significant expenditure being the purchase of a second-hand bicycle for 90 yuan. Now, they had 830 yuan at their disposal, ample enough to construct a splendid brick house. He planned to visit the brick kiln in the spring, bringing back bricks in batches. Once the fields were sown, they could commence the building of the house together. Volume 1. Chapter 83. The booming sale of pork offal. After grasping the extent of his resources, Chen Yuan found himself unsatisfied. The heavens had bestowed upon him a second chance, and he was determined to ensure a better life for Sun Weiwei and Yi. "Put it away. There will be plenty of opportunities to spend," he advised. Sun Weiwei complied, swiftly concealing the money back into its box. In high spirits after dinner, Chen Yuan held on to Sun Weiwei with unwavering affection. After lulling Yi to sleep, he drew Sun Weiwei into his embrace. They whispered sweet nothings for a while before attending to more intimate matters. Only after the act did Chen Yuan remember their oversight regarding protection. "My dear, what shall we do if you become pregnant?" he inquired. Exhausted, Sun Weiwei murmured. "Then we shall have the child. I have given birth before." Chen Yuan kissed her gently. "Rest now, my love." The following morning, Sun Weiwei unsurprisingly did not rise. Ever since they began living independently, Chen Yuan's indulgence had grown increasingly unrestrained. He perceived no wrongdoing in his actions. After all, his wife was not committing any crime. He merely wished to grant Yi a sister. That morning, Tiger and Li Shanghai ventured to the county's meat processing plant to procure pork offal, utilizing two modified bicycles. They struggled to transport the 200 pounds of offal back to Chen's village, arriving at his cave dwelling, drenched in sweat. Chen Yuan quickly emerged to assist in unloading the offal. The iron buckets he had purchased the previous day proved invaluable. Filled with water, the men meticulously cleaned the offal. However, by the second rinse, water was running low, prompting Chen Yuan to fetch more from the village committee. The well water required no filtration, time was of the essence, and he could not afford to wait for the reservoir water to settle. At this early hour, with the village still shrouded in slumber, Chen Yuan faced no line at the well and filled 2 buckets to the brim, carrying them back with a shoulder pole. After washing the offal twice, it was finally placed in a pot to blanch. 200 pounds of offal was no trivial amount, and the blanching process alone consumed over an hour. Chen Yuan realized this method was unsustainable. Even 2 pots were insufficient, yet the current conditions did not permit the addition of more, unless he wished to brazenly reveal his activities of stewing pork offal to others. As he continued his work, a sudden thought struck him regarding the dilapidated temple at the village's entrance. Typically deserted, with no homes within miles, the temple was surrounded by walls, and the small hillock concealed it amidst trees, rendering it an ideal clandestine sanctuary. If he were to store his goods there, and only venture to the temple for the purpose of stewing pork offal, there would be little cause for concern. Fortune favors the bold, the timid shall perish, he mused. Having resolved this, Chen Yuan promptly handed the 15 yuan he earned from yesterday's sale to Tiger. After delivering the goods today, I went to the county to purchase 2 large iron pots, preferring the finished products. We decided to relocate our operations to that dilapidated temple, setting up 2 cooking stations in the temple's backyard. Tiger, slapping his thigh, exclaimed, "What a splendid location." The temple had fallen into disrepair since the war, and during previous transactions there, they had deemed the area quite favorable. Excellent. After a brief pause, Tiger inquired, "What about the cooking stations?" "We've exhausted our supply of yellow mud bricks." Chen Yuan chuckled, "No worries. I will head to the brick kiln shortly and fetch a cartload of bricks to stack at home. Once darkness falls, we can transport them to the temple." Tiger nodded in agreement. "Then I shall take the pots home first." Before long, the first pot of braised pig offal was ready. Chen Yuan assisted Li Shanghai in loading it onto his vehicle, instructing him to sell it directly on the black market. He advised them to simmer it further at home if they preferred a softer texture, but assured them that what they had was sufficient. A ladle of braising sauce would be provided free of charge, to alleviate concerns of surplus. He proposed a promotional offer of purchasing 2 pounds and receiving half a pound extra. Li Shanghai silently noted this, recognizing Chen Yuan's superior sales acumen. He could never have conceived of such an enticing offer. "Rest assured, I will fulfill the task." With that, Li Shanghai confidently rode his bicycle, taking a longer route to avoid encounters, as minimizing trouble in this line of work was prudent. Meanwhile, Chen Yuan continued braising the second pot of pig offal, seizing the opportunity to have breakfast while waiting for the flavors to melt. Tiger, having already eaten at home, was not hungry and refrained from joining him. Concerned that the offal might not absorb the flavors adequately, Chen Yuan simmered each pot for a bit longer. He assisted Tiger in loading the pots onto his vehicle, and as noon approached, he hurriedly took the money to the brick kiln. Familiar with the foreman there, he borrowed a donkey cart and spent 10 yuan to transport 3 large loads of red bricks. On the way back, many people approached with inquiries. Chen Yuan merely smiled and explained that he planned to build a house when the weather warmed, thus collecting bricks in advance. This statement was entirely truthful. He indeed intended to construct a residence. The villagers, aware that Chen Yuan had received a reward, merely envied him as they observed him hauling bricks. Most residents of Qinjiakan lived in lowly earthen dwellings, with only the landlord's family and a few others of affluent ancestry residing in brick houses. Now, even Chen Yuan aspired to live in a brick abode. Could they not feel envious? In just one afternoon, news of Chen Yuan's intentions to build spread throughout the entire Qinjiakan. Zhang Guixiang, consumed by jealousy, fell ill, languishing on the calm while continually groaning. Chen Dongjian, embarrassed to venture out for drinks, confined himself at home, growing increasingly irritable. Chen Shan and Chen Hai were tasked not only with cleaning the pigsty, but also with preparing the empty lot for the construction of a new pig pen, as they were assigned to clear the area for the foundation. Each day, they returned home utterly exhausted, too fatigued to think of remarrying, with Chen Shan pushing such thoughts to the back of his mind. Not long after lunch, Li Shanghai and Huzi returned in high spirits. Huzi, with his large, beaming smile that seemed permanently affixed, could easily be mistaken for someone who had just wed. Yet, he truly was on the verge of marriage. The matchmaker had already initiated the proposal for the girl Feng Ailian had found for him, and she was set to come over on the 8th of next month. However, Huzi's exuberance today stemmed not from his impending nuptials but from the fact that he had sold all 200 pounds of braised pork offal. Upon entering the courtyard, he immediately placed 2 iron pots on the ground and, brimming with excitement, dashed into the house to exclaim to Chen Yuan, "Brother Yuan, ha ha ha. Today is indeed a splendid day. Ha ha ha." Li Shanghai, covering his face, felt a sense of helplessness. It was merely the sale of 200 pounds of braised pork offal, yet the joy it brought this boy was almost absurd. Chen Yuan, observing Huzi's demeanor, discerned that the sale had gone exceptionally well. With a teasing smile, he remarked, "Lower your voice. Do you think the business we conduct can be spoken of so openly?" Huzi immediately covered his mouth with his hand, realizing he had gotten a bit too carried away in his excitement. Fortunately, his loose tongue had spared him from saying anything indiscreet. Chen Yuan then turned his gaze to Li Shanghai and asked with a grin, "So, how does it appear? It seems today's sales have gone quite smoothly." Volume 1, Chapter 84. Relocation of the base. Li Shanghai felt a surge of joy, unconsciously adopting the exuberance of Huzi as he exclaimed, "Ha ha ha. Yuan Gu, let me tell you, we sold quite a bit at the black market today." The main attraction was the marinated pig offal, which has been particularly well received by the workers at the machinery factory. A crowd came around noon and cleared out our remaining stock. Chen Yuan nodded thoughtfully in response. The machinery factory involves a lot of physical labor, and their monthly wages surpass those of other factories. They are willing to indulge in richer foods, so selling them the marinated pig offal is indeed a boon. Contemplating the inventory for the next day, Li Shanghai inquired, "Shall we increase the quantity tomorrow? The meat processing plant has 300 gene of pig offal, and I only ordered 200, leaving some room." Chen Yuan waved his hand, directly dismissing the suggestion. "We must not be overly greedy. 200 gene is already substantial. People appreciate novelty in their meals, and we may need to reduce the quantity in the near future." After a pause, concerned that their confidence might wane, he reassured them, "We shall adapt based on circumstances. If the weather is favorable and coincides with a holiday, we can increase our supply. Otherwise, we should scale back. Flexibility is always prudent." Chen Yuan was not particularly worried about others selling marinated pig offal, as it is challenging to manage, and the flavor they produced may not match his own. Most crucially, they had nearly secured the pig offal from the largest nearby meat processing plant, leaving little for others. Li Shanghai found Chen Yuan's analysis compelling and couldn't help but express gratitude for his presence. Without him, he and Huzi might impulsively decide to procure as much as possible from the meat processing plant the following day. "All right, we will follow your lead." With thoughts of working late at the dilapidated temple that evening, the three of them decided to take a moment to rest, since returning home would consume some time. Huzi opted to take Li Shanghai back with him, considering he was still single. They rested until nightfall before regrouping at Chen Yuan's home. The transportation of bricks had proven laborious, requiring numerous trips to gather enough. The yellow clay, which Chen Yuan had previously extracted from the hillside, was mixed with water to form a perfect consistency for filling the gaps between the bricks. Under the moonlight and the flickering glow of torches, the trio constructed a stove in the temple's backyard. Chen Yuan also heated the yellow clay with charcoal to expedite the process. 3 stoves and 3 iron pots were prepared, ready for the work to commence the following morning. The next day, Chen Yuan rose early, carrying 2 buckets of water on a yoke directly to the dilapidated temple. Currently, they could not store water in the temple due to the cold, which caused the water to freeze outside. Not long after his arrival, Huzi and Li Shanghai returned with 200 gene of pig offal. Li Shanghai, eyeing the buckets of water Chen Yuan had brought, remarked with a smile, "Yuan Go, you always think ahead. We didn't even consider that the temple lacks water, making it impossible to wash the pig offal." Chen Yuan raised an eyebrow, his gaze shifting towards Huzi. "In your household, you must have had quite a few barrels for brewing wine, right? Later, find a large one to bring over for storing water." After a pause, Chen Yuan recalled that they also needed to prepare soy sauce at home and added, "Please sell me another one. My sister-in-law requires it for making soy sauce. And it doesn't need to be too large." Without a moment's hesitation, Huzi replied, "No need for payment. We have plenty of those at home." His family had a lineage of winemaking, and not only was their yard spacious, but their house was also one of the few brick structures in the village. Those barrels were among the few remnants of wealth passed down from Huzi's ancestors. Firm in his decision to forgo payment, Huzi left Chen Yuan no choice but to accept his generosity. When the soy sauce was ready, Chen Yuan would simply give Huzi a jar in return. Sometimes, being overly meticulous about calculations could strain brotherly affection. While Chen Yuan and Li Shanghai dealt with the pig offal, Huzi fetched water and brought back a considerable amount of firewood. With 3 large iron pots in simultaneous operation, it wasn't long before the water reached a boil. Today, with all tools at hand, their efficiency soared, saving them a significant amount of time. Soon, the first batch of braised pig offal was ready. Given that the area was heavily wooded and bicycles were impractical, Huzi and Li Shanghai opted to carry iron buckets and a cart. Once they reached the roadside, Huzi helped Li Shanghai secure the 2 buckets before bidding him farewell and returning to the dilapidated temple to await the next batch of braised pig offal. Working in the broken temple proved far more convenient than at home, and swiftly, the second batch was prepared. Chen Yuan carried 2 iron buckets while Huzi hefted the bicycle, making their way to the roadside. After loading the cart, Huzi swiftly departed. Chen Yuan, however, remained busy, returning to tidy up the workspace. Once the 3 iron pots were thoroughly cleaned, along with the seasonings, he discreetly concealed them in the designated space behind the stove, covering it with hay. On the ground, Chen Yuan spread out some hay as well. If anyone were to come by, they would first perceive the place as a temporary shelter for drifters, thereby deterred from entering. Drifters in their vicinity were often those without household registration, and some were of dubious character, capable of pilfering from one's home without a trace. After cleaning the temple, Chen Yuan made another trip to the brick kiln. In addition to transporting the bricks he had not finished moving the day before, he purchased 10 more loads. At this time, donkeys, oxen, and horses were the primary sources of labor, more valuable than humans. Concerned for the welfare of the donkey, Chen Yuan proposed to limit the daily transport to 2 loads, generously compensating for the rental. The workers at the brick kiln, aware of Chen Yuan's intentions to build a house, appreciated his consideration and voluntarily assisted him in loading the cart. For several consecutive days, Chen Yuan would leave the broken temple and head straight to the brick kiln to fetch bricks. After a week of relentless activity, Li Shanghai noticed that the sale of braised pig offal had noticeably declined from the initial excitement. Hence, he decided to reduce the quantity by 50 pounds. The business of braised pig offal was certainly sustainable, as it was more affordable than pork. Yet, as Chen Yuan had advised, one must not be greedy. Now, Chen Yuan only needed to braise 150 pounds each morning. During the course of this week, they generated an impressive revenue of 520 yuan solely from selling braised pig offal. After deducting the cost of 110 yuan, they were left with a net profit of 410 yuan. Chen Yuan received his share of 205 yuan, which he meticulously counted before pocketing it. After a week of diligent labor, he finally witnessed the fruits of his efforts. Tiger, on the other hand, earned 82 yuan, which he intended to save for future expenditures, especially when he eventually has children, as there will be more financial responsibilities. Unlike Chen Yuan and Li Shanghai, who are more astute, Tiger is concerned that if one day they decide to leave this trade, he would be ill-prepared and might revert to a life of hardship. Chen Yuan and his associates have gained a modest reputation for their braised pig offal in the county. There are 3 factories near the black market, where workers purchase the offal before starting their shifts, enabling them to enjoy it as a meal by noon. Consumed daily with the factory's radishes and potatoes, it occasionally serves as a well-deserved treat for just 40 cents. Even Zhang Hao is aware of the braised pig offal, but he mistakenly believes it to be concocted by Li Shanghai and wishes to obtain the recipe from him. Volume 1, Chapter 85, targeted by Zhang Hao in the bustling black market, where eyes are many and intentions are obscured. A conflict could easily invite trouble. Fearing repercussions from figures of considerable influence, Zhang Hao chose to confront Li Shanghai in a narrow alley. When Huzi arrived with a delivery, he fortuitously spotted the situation and hurried to alert Li Shanghai. Unperturbed, Li Shanghai completed his purchases, and together with Huzi, they scaled the wall to escape. While the wall posed a bit of a challenge, it was a far preferable option to enduring a beating. Brother Hai, how did you manage to find this route? Huzi asked, perched on the wall with his bicycle as he awaited Li Shanghai's return. With a toss of his hair, Li Shanghai replied with a grin. What can I say? The more enemies I have, the more paths I must discover. Let us check in with Brother Yuan later to see how we should proceed. If Zhang Hao has truly set his sights on us, we might need to lay low for a while. Huzi, lacking insight into such matters, simply followed the lead of Chen Yuan and Li Shanghai. I'm at your service, he affirmed. After departing from the small path, the duo made their way directly to Chen family village. Zhang Hao, having taken it upon himself to wait from dawn until dusk, was growing increasingly anxious. Boss, do you think they will ever come out? Why don't we just storm in and finish this? As darkness enveloped the area, the gang members engaged in a lively debate, their boredom fueling a desire for conflict. Fools, have you forgotten? If we charge in and provoke the wrong people, even the boss won't be able to protect us. Zhang Hao shared their concern, dispatching one of his men to the alley in the black market for reconnaissance. The messenger returned in haste, breathless and alarmed. Boss, it's bad. They disappeared. Zhang Hao's heart sank, and he snapped at the messenger. Why didn't you go check earlier? The subordinate, feeling wronged, refrained from voicing that it was Zhang Hao who had previously barred him from going. Frustrated by the wasted day, Zhang Hao resolved to station himself at the entrance of Li Shanghai's village the following day. He was determined to confront them. Meanwhile, Li Shanghai and Huzi had swiftly returned to Chen family village. Chen Yuan was busy stacking bricks in the courtyard, calculating that the materials were sufficient to construct a large and spacious house. Upon seeing the hurried return of Li Shanghai and Huzi, he was taken aback. Are you being chased by a dog? It looks like you're about to take flight on that bike. Realizing the humor in it, Li Shanghai vigorously nodded and laughed. Indeed, there was a dog. Huzi recounted the day's events to Chen Yuan, who furrowed his brow. He had momentarily overlooked Zhang Hao. Let us take a couple of days off. After all, Huzi is about to get married. Chen Yuan speculated that Zhang Hao might be after the recipe for braised pig intestines, intending to steal it for his own profit. Huzi and Li Shanghai wholeheartedly agreed with Chen Yuan's assessment, having sold braised pig offal for quite some time. Chen Yuan only felt uneasy on the first day and accompanied them. Thereafter, it was merely Tiger and Li Shanghai. Zhang Hao likely assumed that the braised pig offal business belonged to Li Shanghai. The group swiftly reached a consensus to take a 2-day break. That night, as Chen Yuan lay on the Kong, he meticulously recalled events from his previous life in the county, which eventually led him to remember a particular incident. The deputy director of the machinery factory had embezzled a substantial amount of precision machinery over several years, selling it at exorbitant prices to provinces beyond their own. This news had surfaced during the period of policy reform when Chen Yuan was earning money in the county. At that time, he had merely felt astonished without delving deeper into the matter. Nonetheless, the veracity of this incident warranted further investigation. In the morning, as light snow fell from the sky, Chen Jida visited Chen Yuan after breakfast. The vacant land by the pig pen has been tidied up, and we are set to begin constructing the pig pen tomorrow and the day after. Since everyone is free now, I wanted to ask when you plan to build your house. If we wait until the planting season, there may not be as many hands available. Chen Yuan had initially intended to construct his house after everyone had completed their planting. However, upon Chen Jida's suggestion, he too began to contemplate building sooner. Uncle, I shall wait until our village finishes the pig pen, and then I will commence building my house. If you could inquire among those willing to help with the construction, offering 2 hearty meals a day along with 10 cents, I would be grateful. Chen Jida exclaimed, Oh, that's rather generous. Just hearty meals will suffice. No need for monetary compensation, he replied. He understood that Chen Yuan had come into some money, but it should not be spent so recklessly. Moderation was essential. Chen Yuan smiled and responded, Uncle, I wish to expedite the construction of my house. Chen Jida refrained from further persuasion, saying, Very well. I shall notify everyone shortly and ask who is interested in building pig pens and who would like to assist you with your house. Chen Yuan expressed his gratitude and returned home, calling for Yi to accompany him to Tiger's house. Recently, Yi had learned a great deal from Feng Ailian, reciting ancient poetry as she walked. The child does not recognize the moon, calling it a white jade plate. One goes 2 or 3 miles, passing by a village of 4 or 5 homes. Noticing Yi's earnest recitation, Chen Yuan inquired, Yi, do you understand the meaning of these poems? Yi nodded, recalling that her great-grandmother had taught her that only by comprehending the meaning of the poems could one remember them more quickly. Chen Yuan sincerely praised, Your great-grandmother is quite remarkable. You must diligently follow her teachings. Do you understand? Without needing further admonition from Chen Yuan, Yi was already committed to her studies, cherishing the time spent learning from her great-grandmother. I understand. Today being a rare day of rest, Tiger had indulged in a long slumber, when Chen Yuan arrived. He was just rising to have breakfast. "Brother Yuan, what brings you here?" Chen Yuan shared his thoughts from the previous night with Tiger. Tiger slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming in anger, "This entire family is no good. Brother Yuan, what shall we do?" Chen Yuan smiled and said, "In a moment. You should call Li Shanghai over so we can discuss matters." Huzi quickly devoured a couple of bites before donning his clothes and heading out. The sooner they resolved this issue, the sooner they could resume their work in preparing marinated pig offal. Upon hearing that Chen Yuan was eager to see him, Li Shanghai bypassed the town altogether, opting instead to ride his bicycle alongside Huzi from the edge of the village to Chen's home. Meanwhile, at the entrance of Dan village, Zhang Hao, accompanied by a group of underlings, waited in the nearby woods. The northern wind howled against their faces, rendering them unable to speak due to the biting cold. Drawing from the experience of the previous day, Zhang Hao remained vigilant. He turned to one of his subordinates and inquired, "Are you certain Li Shanghai will go to the county today?" The subordinate patted his chest confidently. "He must go to the county. I specifically arranged to purchase goods from him, insisting on delivery today." Zhang Hao, pleased, patted the young man's shoulder, affirming, "Well done. You are far more astute than a fool. We shall wait here. As soon as Li Shanghai appears, we will rush in and give him a good beating to relieve our frustrations. After a good thrashing, he will surely divulge the recipe." The group of underlings gazed at Zhang Hao with admiration, realizing their leader was truly brilliant. Once they obtained the recipe, their leader would feast while they savored the broth, reaping their rewards as well. Volume 1, Chapter 86, Escaping a Calamity. Li Shanghai was entirely unaware that he was being ambushed at the village entrance. He and Huzi pedaled their bicycle with such fervor that, had it not been for their adeptness, they might have toppled into the snow. Upon finally arriving at Chenjiakan, Li Shanghai dismounted without catching his breath and eagerly inquired, "Yuan Gu, what is the matter?" "Come, let us return to the cave dwelling," Chen Yuan replied, having first imparted a few words of caution to Yi before leading Huzi and Li Shanghai to the cave. He meticulously recounted the thoughts that had occupied his mind the previous night. However, Chen Yuan refrained from revealing that he had learned this information in his past life, instead fabricating a casual lie. "I overheard something while assisting at the state-run restaurant. I am uncertain of its veracity. If it proves true, it could be greatly advantageous for us." Li Shanghai nodded, contemplating whether he had any acquaintances at the machinery factory. As he sifted through memories, one individual indeed came to mind. "I previously assisted a workshop director at the machinery factory. I should be able to converse with him, should he truly be involved." "What shall we do?" Chen Yuan inquired, nodding slightly. "I will see if I can establish a connection with County Chief Su." Li Shanghai felt a wave of relief wash over him. Fortunately, Chen Yuan had some connections. Relying solely on his limited acquaintances would make it exceedingly difficult to undermine a deputy factory director. "Very well, I shall take my leave then. As there are individuals in the county seeking goods from me," he stated. Chen Yuan acknowledged him with a grunt, not pressing him to stay longer. After a brief pause, he cautioned, "Be careful on the road. If you encounter Zhang Hao and his crew, flee if you cannot fight back." Li Shanghai rubbed his nose, contemplating whether such a retreat would indeed be too humiliating. Yet, glancing at his own physique and then at Chen Yuan and Huzi, he quickly dismissed any thoughts of confrontation. What's wrong with fleeing? Being able to escape is a skill in itself. Riding cautiously into the county, Li Shanghai completed his deliveries without encountering Zhang Hao and his gang. He decided to linger near the machinery factory, awaiting the workshop director's departure. Meanwhile, Zhang Hao and his crew, shivering at the village entrance, also failed to spot Li Shanghai. "Damn it, are you toying with me?" One of his underlings trembled, whether from fear or cold, unsure of how to confront Zhang Hao. "Boss, I swear I sent someone to lure Li Shanghai to the county. Could it be we missed him?" As they spoke, a figure emerged from the village entrance. Zhang Hao squinted, his heart leaping with joy as he shouted, "Here he comes. Brothers, attack." Perhaps it was the snow obscuring their vision or the cold numbing their minds. But upon receiving the command, the band of underlings rushed forward without a second thought, unleashing a flurry of blows. Only after the altercation did they realize they had assaulted the wrong individual. The person they had struck was Zhou Dapeng, the son of the village chief of Dan village, who now stood utterly bewildered. He merely ventured to the county to deliver some items to his uncle when suddenly a dark throng of unknown assailants emerged from nowhere and brought him down. "Damn it. Who struck me?" Zhang Hao realized he had attacked the wrong person but felt no remorse whatsoever. "What is wrong with hitting you? Who told you to step out? You deserved it." Zhou Dapeng, too, was incensed. Coming from a well-off family, with his aunt married to the deputy chief of the local police station, He had never faced adversity. Being assaulted for no reason was one thing, but the audacity of the attackers was infuriating. The commotion at the village entrance attracted a crowd, and upon witnessing the village chief's son being assaulted, their anger ignited. "Who are these ruffians that dare to strike the chief's son?" they exclaimed. "We cannot allow outsiders to bully our own. Let us arm ourselves." "Dapeng, are you all right?" A group armed with makeshift weapons, even pots and pans, charged at Zhang Hao and his accomplices. Another group rushed back to the village to gather reinforcements. Retreating was not an option, lest the outsiders think the people of Dun village were easy targets. Two ants attempted to help Zhou Dapeng to his feet, but he winced as pain shot through his leg. "Oh no, my leg. It feels broken." The villagers, incensed by his cry, descended upon Zhang Hao and his crew with a vengeance. Zhang Hao shouted defiantly, "My father is the deputy director of the machinery factory. I will make you pay for this." The villagers ignored him. If they allowed this group to assault the chief's son today, they would have no qualms about attacking their own children tomorrow. They would rather face imprisonment together than be perceived as weak. Zhang Hao begged for mercy. "I was wrong. I was wrong." Zhou Guoxiong, upon learning of his son's plight, furiously commanded the village's strong men to escort Zhang Hao and his companions directly to the police station. Li Shanghai, upon returning to the village, was informed of the incident and struggled to suppress his laughter until he spoke with Chen Yuan in Chen's village, where he finally burst into laughter. "I heard Zhang Hao and his group were thoroughly beaten. Tell me, which is more formidable, a deputy director or a deputy chief?" Chen Yuan chuckled, shaking his head. "Regardless of who is stronger, Zhang Hao will have to lay low for a while. This is the law of retribution." Tiger arrived later, applauding Li Shanghai's recounting of the event. They too were fierce, having charged and unseeing. Li Shanghai smirked. "Zhou Dapeng took a beating for me. His father will undoubtedly seek me out for some favor. Zhang Hao may be a villain, but the Zhou family was not without their own faults. Ordinary matters could be handled easily, but if they asked me to procure a television ticket for a gift like last time, that would be truly troublesome." That television ticket was likely arranged by Zhou Guoxiong through a relative at the police station, as climbing the ranks requires some form of offering. The most crucial aspect is to avoid offending the Zhou family. Otherwise, survival will become increasingly arduous. After pondering for a moment, Chen Yuan smiled and suggested, "Why not take the initiative to visit the county hospital with some provisions? If you parade through the village, they will feel indebted to you should they wish to approach you later." Upon hearing this, Li Shanghai's eyes brightened, exclaiming, "Ah, Brother Yuan, you truly have a knack for these matters." Chen Yuan planned to continue preparing braised pig offal the following day, as in a few days the pig pen would be completed, and he would begin construction on his house, necessitating a temporary halt in operations. Let us seize these few days without disturbances to work diligently, allowing Huzi to earn a bit more for his new bride. Upon finishing his statement, Chen Yuan's gaze turned toward Huzi, who, charmed by the words, shyly lowered his head. "Brother Yuan, you tease me once more." Li Shanghai waved his hand and pointed to himself, saying, "No, I am included as well." This elicited hearty laughter from the group. When Shinjita approached, he was taken aback. "Oh, I say, Erwa, your laughter is rather uncanny." Chen Yuan scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Indeed, their laughter had been a bit unhinged. "Uncle, has the builder been found?" Volume 1, Chapter 87. The Communal Meal. Chen Yuan, a remarkable benefactor for the village through his aquaculture initiatives, would still attract attention even without providing meals. Moreover, Chen Yuan currently not only offers sustenance, but ensures ample provisions and even monetary compensation. The villagers are so eager to commence work that they can hardly contain their enthusiasm. Chen Jida, recognizing the trust Chen Yuan has placed in him by delegating the task of recruiting workers, is determined to assist wholeheartedly, selecting only the most diligent laborers. Everyone is willing to lend a hand. Once the pig pen is completed, they will come to assist. Chen Yuan is advised to prepare all necessary materials in advance, to avoid any last-minute chaos. Chen Yuan nodded, indicating that most preparations are already underway. "Uncle, I appreciate your effort in coming here," he expressed. Chinjita waved his hand dismissively, fond of Chen Yuan. "If it were someone else, I might not be so inclined to help. Well then, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. You young folks carry on. Take care." Chen Yuan watched as Chinjita departed before continuing, "Tomorrow, we will collect as much from the meat processing plant as they have available. I'm not concerned about excess stock from the past 2 days. My worry lies in Zhang Hao potentially discovering this matter and informing his mother, which might lead the processing plant to cease their dealings with us." Li Shanghai, acquainted with a minor overseer at the meat plant, expressed his concern. What if they indeed cut us off? Hu Zi quickly covered Li Shanghai's mouth, spitting on the ground in superstition. Brother Hai, don't speak such ominous words. Chen Yuan laughed softly. Wherever I may not be welcomed, there shall always be another place that will embrace me. If everywhere denies me, I shall take refuge in the mountains. Li Shanghai nodded in understanding, replying, Then I must prepare more supplies for you. Chen Yuan, having had his fill of laughter, remarked, I possess a wealth of skills. He then inquired, by the way, could you find an opportunity to visit the city? Li Shanghai scratched his head, realizing that he would need to request a letter of introduction from Zhou Guoxiong, whose son had recently received a thrashing at his hands, making the proposition somewhat awkward. Chen Yuan, sensing this dilemma, quickly suggested, or perhaps you have a channel to procure some plastic sheeting. Li Shanghai, puzzled, countered, plastic sheeting? Chen Yuan gestured, explaining, the material akin to that of a chemical soap box, thin plastic sheets. Upon hearing this, Li Shanghai's understanding dawned. Ah, now I know what you mean. I've seen that stuff, though it's not easy to find. What do you need it for? Chen Yuan did not directly answer but smiled, saying, it's useful. If you can acquire it, I'll take as much as you can find. The scarcity of plastic sheeting means that if Li Shanghai succeeds in obtaining it, they will not have to worry about vegetables for the entire year. After chatting for a while longer, they each returned to their respective homes. The new pig pen in Chun family village is impressively large, and Chun Shan and Chun Haiguang have spent several days clearing the area. Chen Jida arrived early to oversee the construction, not daring to take a moment's rest. The communal meal, long absent from the village, was finally reinstated today. Sun Weiwei, feeling idle at home, decided to head to the village committee to cook, where she could earn 8 work points. Chen Yuan, indifferent to the points, consented simply because he noticed her eagerness to go. The kitchen of the village committee was formerly the kitchen of the landlord's estate, spacious and ample. On the walls, slogans were painted in red, proclaiming the importance of increasing production and the fact that meals were free. The laborers at the pigsty were engaged in strenuous work, and Chen Jida assigned Sun Weiwei and her companions the task of preparing stewed cabbage with wild boar meat and potato paste. Those who toiled would each receive 2 steamed buns. The wild boar meat had been hunted by Chen Yuan previously, with a portion reserved by the village committee. With the thaw approaching, the frozen meat could not be preserved much longer. Otherwise, Chen Jida had intended to keep it for an additional 2 days. Sun Weiwei was skilled with a knife, having previously cut vegetables for the communal meals. The wild boar meat was sliced thinly and added to the stewed cabbage, and soon a delightful aroma filled the air. As the laborers finished their work, they hurried to the village committee, and soon the place bustled with activity. There was no room inside, so everyone, undeterred by the cold, began to eat at the entrance. Chen Yuan and his group were busy preparing pig offal and did not engage with the villagers. Curious inquiries were directed at Sun Weiwei, who deflected them by claiming she was gathering materials for Chen Yuan's house. She wished to avoid lengthy conversations and left without partaking in the meal. Returning home after completing her cooking, Zhang Guixiang observed this scene with disdain, rolling her eyes at the apparent prosperity, noting that even the communal meal was beneath her. Unluckily, He Chunhua stood directly behind Zhang Guixiang and abruptly interjected, "Mind your own business." This startled Zhang Guixiang, causing her bowl to tumble and spill the cabbage and meat. She sought to refill her bowl from the serving pot, only to find it completely empty, leaving her to return home with an empty stomach. This morning, Li Shanghai and Hu Zi handled 300 pounds of pig offal, spending an hour merely cleaning it. However, they grew increasingly proficient, making up for lost time elsewhere. Li Shanghai set off with the first pot of braised pig offal, while Hu Zi followed closely with 2 more pots. Chen Yuan intended to visit the county, and after finishing with the last pot and tidying up, he and Hu Zi headed to the county together. Upon arriving at the Imean state-run hotel, Chen Yuan encountered Fang Wuda. "Ah, Xiao Chen, what brings you here?" Chen Yuan smiled and replied, "Just passing by. Thought I would stop in. How is Dali's hand?" Fang Wuda invited Chen Yuan inside and gradually explained, "Dali's hand will need a month to heal." Chen Yuan pondered for a moment before responding, "A month? Our village's rabbits will have given birth by then." The 2 female rabbits in their village were currently pregnant, and soon there would be enough to supply the state-run hotel. Upon hearing this, Fang Wuda burst into laughter. "Oh, that's wonderful. County Chief Su mentioned just yesterday that he wanted to taste your famous sauce-roasted rabbit." Chen Yuan feigned surprise. "Is that so? Then you must convey to County Chief Su that whenever he desires a meal, I am at his beck and call." Fong Wuda instantly grasped Chen Yuan's implication. The timing of County Chief Su's appetite would indeed reflect when he sought to curry favor with him. Very well. I shall notify you then. After some polite exchanges, Chen Yuan finally revealed the purpose of his visit. Manager Fong, are you aware of the incident involving Zhang Hao? Chen Yuan deliberately lowered his voice to a whisper, audible only to the two of them. Fong Wuda nodded lightly, not pondering much further. Ah, Xiao Chen, are you curious about this matter as well? Let me tell you, it has been quite the sensational topic these past few days. After all, someone had their leg broken, and it is said that the Zhang family has compensated quite a sum. Those accompanying Zhang Hao are now serving time. Chen Yuan raised an eyebrow, surprised by the gravity of the situation. Fong Wuda nodded vigorously, adding, indeed. What some may not know is that Zhang Hao is currently confined at home, reportedly to be released only after his wedding on the 8th of next month. The subsequent steps are quite simple. One merely needs to roll the dough into long strips and twist them into a braided shape. Yi watched intently from the side, her curiosity piqued. Daddy, I want to help too. Chen Yuan, unwilling to dampen her spirit, took Yi to wash her hands. At this tender age, children possess the most vivid imagination and innocent curiosity, and Chen Yuan wished to nurture Yi's enthusiasm. Any dough she handled would not go to waste, as he would cook it for consumption. You must wash your hands thoroughly before kneading the dough. Yi diligently scrubbed her hands and stood on a small stool, attentively observing how Chen Yuan twisted the dough into braids. Chen Yuan handed her a piece of dough, encouraging her to give it a try. Initially, Yi struggled a bit, but after several attempts, she managed to master the technique. Daddy, I can braid dough too. Chen Yuan chuckled, proclaiming, Our Yi is truly remarkable. You can help Daddy now. Shall we deliver the braided dough you made to Great-Grandma later? Yi nodded vigorously, declaring, And I want to make one for Daddy and Mommy, as well as for Uncle Hai and Uncle Tiger.